Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 591 to Chapter 607. This move of the King of Great Zhou was truly a huge deterrent, a sure-kill technique. At this moment, the surrounding experts were all stunned. At the same time, from afar, Ancient Heaven's cold voice rang out, "Great Zhou's monarch, running around with the Eternals of the human race, aren't you afraid that the traitors of your Eternals will defeat Xinwen during the teleportation?" Traitor. The Burning Sea King was already dead, but Tiangu still said that he was a traitor. Did he really know something, or was he trying to shake the human race? Or rather, he was reminding someone that the first time was one thing, but the second time, he was going to make a move. Don't give the King of Great Zhou a chance to teleport, Eastern Rift Valley. With Tiangu's voice, many people's eyes moved and looked at the King of Great Zhou. Someone said in a low voice, "What does Heaven Ancient mean?" King of Great Zhou said calmly, "What do you mean?" "It's just a simple plot to sow discord. I've lived so long in a dog's stomach. I'm not even afraid of being suspicious. What are you guys worried about?" Everyone was speechless. And at this moment, Tiangu continued to transmit his voice, "Now, one of you has stepped forward. The rest of you will continue to hide. The humans will not have a chance." Who was he telling that if one person stood out now, the experts of the human race would no longer believe the words of the King of the Great Zhou and the others? They would no longer believe that there were no traitors among the invincible realm of the human race. If there was a second, there could be a third. This was the best chance. Ancient Heaven's voice continued, mixed with a bewitching power. "Kill Suyu, kill Wan Tianqing. I think this is what you need to do." The opportunity was right in front of him. "Otherwise, if I can't kill him today, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. If Suyu doesn't die today, he'll be able to kill Eternals in a few years of cultivation. In a few years, will he be able to kill Dao integration cultivators? Now, come out. This king will protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he said, "Men, go to the celestial border." In the blink of an eye, more than 10 invincible immortal kings did not go to kill Suyu, but quickly flew towards the human immortal border. Tiangu was cheering for the traitor, supporting him, and also telling the human clan that there was a traitor among them. "Be careful of your companions, beware of the dark hand behind your back." The crowd was slightly stirred. Was there really a traitor? After killing Fenhai, the King of Great Zhou and the others all said that there was no second traitor. But Heaven Ancient was so sure that he did not hesitate to send a large number of invincible. Was he sure that there was a traitor, or was it just to intimidate the human clan, so that the human clan would not dare to teleport again? If another traitor were to appear at this moment, the reputation of the King of Great Zhou and the King of Great Qin would be impacted. If there was a second, then there could be a third. The words of the Prince of Great Zhou and the rest could no longer be trusted by everyone. Just like how Suyu dealt with the Sky Hunter Pavilion, there was a traitor. Even if everyone felt that it was impossible for there to be a second traitor, when the second traitor really appeared, everyone would wonder if there would be a third. At this moment, streams of immortal energy exploded in the distance. Another immortal king had come from the immortal clan, a lot. On one hand, it was to drive a wedge between the human race, and on the other hand, it was to intimidate the human race. At the same time, it was also telling the other races, "Don't worry, the immortals will intimidate the humans, so that they won't dare to teleport away easily." On the East Rift Valley's side, the atmosphere was a little heavy. The excitement of slaughtering the dragon race suddenly disappeared. Some of the veteran invincible realm experts were a little worried. Are there any more traitors, actually? They vaguely guessed that there were more. It was true that Burning Sea was dead, but there were still some things that had not been explained clearly. Burning Sea did not seem to have anything to do with it. What did this mean? For example, Burning Sea said that Yi Badian had sparred with him in private and humiliated him. At that point, there was no need for Burning Sea to lie. However, Yi Badian was domineering and arrogant. Humiliating Burning Sea. That should not be possible, right? Everyone had only suppressed these things, but now it was brought up by Tiangu again. For a moment, there was a strange feeling in their hearts. In the face of a great battle, this kind of nail could easily cause unrest in people's hearts. For example, the Sky Hunter Pavilion could not even use 30% of their strength, and instead, their Grand Elder had died. The King of Great Zhou was still indifferent. He looked towards the celestial world, as if he could see Tiangu at the entrance to the celestial world. Celestial world, you should take care of yourself. The King of Great Zhou's voice was calm, but it spread throughout the heavens. Don't cause trouble all day long and waste the strength of all sides. Aren't there dozens of rumored old antiques hidden in the celestial world's immortal transformation pool? If you are willing, throw them all out at once to kill Suyu and the others. The human race will naturally accept it. The King of Great Zhou said faintly, didn't Jade King and Xiang come from there? A few have walked out, and the rest will come out. If I were you, Tiangu, I would go all out. Why use this tactic of adding firewood? You are worried that your celestial race will suffer too many losses. Your plan is not bad, but do you really think the people of the world are fools? Why don't you, Tiangu, come out yourself? Hundreds of years ago, I went deep into the celestial world with Qingguang and the others. The scene in the immortal transformation pool was not something I did not see. There was a pile of coffins built, and in any coffin was an old antique. I was still wondering why you, Tiangu, built coffins for. Later, I understood that it was really for you. Thinking of lying inside when you rot one day, waiting for the critical moment to revive? The King of Great Zhou said faintly, Tiangu, I know that the god and demon races all have their own secrets. And your celestial race is probably the one that hides the most. Right now, in your celestial world, with a single order, 50 to 60 immortal kings can appear, right? There are probably no less than 20 high-level eternal ones. If you throw them all out, my human race will admit defeat, and Suyu and the rest will accept their fate. Why not? The King of Great Zhou's voice shook the heavens, celestial race, immortal transformation pool, countless coffins, countless antiques, these keywords were shocking. Just how many immortal kings did the celestial race have? Many died. Now on the battlefield of the heavens, there were at least 20. Tiangu had also sent people to the human immortal border to intimidate them. Including those who died, there were about 40 now. And the King of Great Zhou said that the celestial race could send out 50 to 60 immortal kings at will, over 100, and Tiangu's voice quickly spread out. What you saw was what I wanted you to see. What you and Qingguang and the rest saw last time was what I wanted you to see. Idiot. In other words, I was deliberately scaring you. The King of Great Zhou had a look of contempt. Tiangu, don't overestimate yourself. If you are really that powerful, take back your own coffin lid first. If you have the time to argue with me, you might as well be ruthless and show your trump card. Who do you want to intimidate with just a dozen Eternal Realm experts? If you send another 30 to 50, I will immediately lead the human race and retreat to the human realm. Otherwise, it will just be a joke. At this moment, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. The Dragon Emperor angrily said, Tiangu, since the celestial race still has strength, do you have to send them one by one? Several high-level eternal experts, come out and kill Suyu and the others. Since there are still powerhouses, your celestial race won't be easily breached. Kill your way out. Celestial world. Tiangu's face was cold. Of course there was. The key was that the battle of the heavens wasn't just about one exterminating the human race. After the human race was destroyed, it would be the battle of the various races. Now that the trump card had been thrown out, what would happen after that? The gods and demons didn't hide their strength, the dragons didn't, the nether race didn't, impossible. However, even though the war was extremely fierce and there were countless casualties, the various races were still hiding. Tiangu naturally understood the thoughts of the various races. Tiangu took a light breath and turned to look at the celestial world. Suyu and Wan Tianxing still had to be killed. Outsiders couldn't be relied on. The heaven hunting pavilion was trash, and the invincible small races were scared out of their wits. Even if they went to the scene, it would only be for sightseeing. After a moment of silence, Tiangu transmitted his voice, Wisdom King, please wake up for a moment. Celestial world. In a huge garden. Yes, a garden. Countless heaven-origin fruit trees were full of fruits, and under these fruit trees, under each huge fruit tree, there was a coffin. Among them, the coffins under a few large fruit trees had already been opened. Obviously, someone had walked out. For example, Xianxia, or Jade King. These coffins were all floating in water. It wasn't water, but liquefied heaven origin chi. This was also the legendary immortal transformation pool. At this moment, under another large fruit tree, the white jade-like coffin trembled slightly. An ancient existence's ears vibrated. Open your eyes. In his eyes, the sun and moon sank. A powerful existence heard Tiangu's voice. Wisdom King, this ancient existence's hair had long turned silver white. His face was young, and his skin was delicate, as if it could be broken by the wind. At this moment, Wisdom King was slightly absent-minded. Soon, he opened the coffin lid and disappeared into thin air. Soon, at the entrance of the celestial world, this newly awakened expert saw Tiangu and bowed slightly. Greetings, my emperor. Tiangu gently exhaled and didn't say anything. He reached out to touch Wisdom Monarch's head. Wisdom Monarch didn't resist. Soon, his eyes became much clearer, as if he knew everything. He solemnly said, "Then I'll go kill Suyu and Wan Tianxing." Tiangu nodded slightly, but quickly said, "Be careful, he can open the dead spirit passage, but he hasn't opened it yet. I originally wanted to wait for him to open it, and let those guys become the target of the dead spirit's attack. In the end, it was repeatedly destroyed. Below the dead spirit passage, there might be a dead spirit monarch, and not just one, maybe several, or even more." He knew, yes, Tiangu knew. As an old antique, it was impossible for him not to know. Because there was a precedent for this, he too had done it before, and the guys after the first tide might not have any impression of it, but he, Tiangu, remembered, knew, so he concluded that Suyu still had a way out. Dead Soul's domain, even Tiangu could guess how Suyu came out of the Star Mansion, Dead Spirit Passage. In that case, Suyu still had a backup plan. Dead Soul's domain. Open the Dead Spirit Passage, and draw the dead spirits out, or escape into the Dead Soul's domain. Himself, and escape. As soon as these words came out, Wisdom King understood. The river diagram? Yes. Obviously, Wisdom King knew about the river diagram. At this moment, Wisdom King laughed. The river diagram's success is due to dead spirits, and its failure is also due to dead spirits. Dead Soul's domain is not so easy to control. Not even the dead spirit monarch. If Suyu draws the dead spirit monarch out, that would be the best. Someone with great luck like him is not easy to kill, but we can move the dead spirit monarch, create a massacre, spread the death chi, and let Hongmeng personally kill Suyu again. Otherwise, when the great tribulation of law descends, the guards will not have a good ending. If Suyu does not draw the dead spirits out, then it must be to escape into the dead soul's domain, to escape. He looked at Tiangu. Then do we still chase in? Tiangu looked at him. What do you think? Dead Soul's domain is dangerous. If we chase in, even you and I will be in some danger. Let's hurry up and kill Suyu. We just need to get out of the passageway as soon as possible. Now that the guards are out, there's nothing to stop them. They won't stop us either. Those are the rules. Wisdom King thought about it. Then what if he opens the dead spirit passage, and chase in? With that said, he added, I will try not to give him time to open the passage. Tiangu did not speak, calculated for a moment, and pinched his fingers. After a while, he said in a deep voice, I'm afraid there is some danger. With that said, a token appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Wisdom King. If you really enter and encounter danger, show this token, it should be able to resolve a crisis. Thank you, my emperor. Wisdom King thanked. With a faint smile, he stepped out of the celestial world. In an instant, he disappeared on the spot, without opening the passage of time, but silently, he disappeared just like that. And at this time, Suyu and Wan Tianxing were tired, panting. On the Sky Hunter Pavilion's side, there were still 3 experts fighting them. Of course, there was also a sense of helplessness. Even afraid of being killed, they did not dare to approach Suyu and the others. On the periphery, the 14 invincible beings were all like bystanders, not willing to get too close. Even further away, the iron-eating beast emperor was eating, confronting the Sky Abyss emperor, but did not make a move. Both sides maintained a deterrent posture, not fighting. At this moment, the iron-eating beast emperor suddenly looked in a direction, and said in a muffled voice, Suyu, your trouble has come. In order to kill you, Tiangu has used his trump card. The next moment, in the distance, a silver-haired immortal appeared. Looking at the iron-eating beast emperor in the distance, he bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Greetings, iron-eating beast emperor." The iron-eating beast emperor glanced at him, and said in a muffled voice, "Wisdom King, 9th stage eternal realm, a powerful immortal of the first tideflow change." During the first tideflow change, he too suffered twice, once as a city lord, and the other time, he died. The first city lord incarnation was caused by this person. He too's enemy. He too had already reached the Tao realm back then, but in the end, he was still forced to become the city lord of the dead souls. At this moment, Suyu only knew that it was this Wisdom King who did it. 9th stage eternal realm, he could not afford to provoke him, and a 9th stage eternal realm cultivator from the first tideflow change. The iron-eating beast emperor said again, "He did not reach Tao integration. I thought he was dead, but I didn't expect him to still be alive." The immortal clan is indeed long-lived. Even though they are on the verge of death, they can still survive. He sighed, feeling a bit emotional, but could only give a brief introduction. He was intimidating the Sky Abyss Emperor, and vice versa. The other party was also intimidating him. It wasn't too difficult for a Tao integration cultivator to fight a 9th stage eternal realm cultivator, but it wasn't easy either. 3 to 5 9th stage eternal realm cultivators could fight a Tao integration cultivator, such as the Great Qin Emperor and the others. Now that this Wisdom King had appeared, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, all the powerful beings fighting everywhere felt relieved. The Immortal Clan had put in a lot of effort. This time, the Immortal Clan was indeed a vanguard race. A large number of powerful beings had appeared, including the Jade King, Xianxia, and many other old antiques. Now, even the old antiques from the first tideflow change had appeared. The Immortal Clan's desire to kill Suyu was far stronger than any other race. As for Suyu, his heart trembled, and he was just about to open the Dead Spirit channel when he heard the Wisdom King chuckle. "Suyu, are you going to open the Dead Spirit channel? Is this your final trump card?" Suyu's heart trembled. He knew, the Wisdom King seemed to enjoy the change in his expression. "In the past, he too has also opened many times, and I have also encountered it a few times. However, think before you act. Once it is opened, once the Dead Spirit Monarch comes out, it will be too easy to lose control. Once that happens, those guards will not have a good ending. As for you going in yourself, the Dead Spirit doesn't care about friend or foe. Be careful that you don't kill yourself." Then, he chuckled. "How about not opening it and play with me?" Suyu's expression was solemn. He had thought that no one knew that he had opened the channel, but the Immortal Clan knew. That meant that the other powerful beings of the other races might know as well. No wonder there didn't seem to be many people from the big races around him. They were all from small races or Skyhunter Pavilion. Had these guys from Skyhunter Pavilion been used as cannon fodder? "Since you know I can open the channel, then do you know that there are dozens of Dead Spirit Monarchs below me?" Suyu gritted his teeth and looked at him. "Play? Since you know, why don't you accompany me down there to play?" If he could kill this guy, then it would be worth it. Level 9 Eternal Realm, a powerhouse from the first tideflow change. If this guy was killed, the Immortal Clan would probably cry. This was probably the peak battle power second only to Tao integration, and Tao integration seemed to only have one Tiangu in the Immortal Clan. Wisdom King approached step by step, glancing at Suyu and Wan Tianxing, and then at the people from Skyhunter Pavilion, as well as the invincible beings in the periphery. He said indifferently, "Everyone, do you want to attack now, or retreat to the side to watch the battle?" Everyone's expression was different. "If we say we want to leave, will you let us go?" "Obviously, we won't give it to you. If you really want to leave, you have to learn from the guy who ran away, and be careful of the revenge of the Immortal Clan." Now that a level 9 Eternal Realm top powerhouse had come, these invincible beings from small races also had some confidence. The next moment, more than a dozen invincible beings attacked one after another. Since someone was holding the line, then kill, Suyu no longer hesitated. The Dead Spirit channel was opened by him. Vaguely, a large amount of death aura seeped out, but it did not overflow. Instead, it was all absorbed by Suyu. At this moment, Suyu had completely turned into a dead spirit. He was suspended above the dark hole, which was a vortex. Below the hole was the Dead Spirit domain, where the ancient castle was. Yes, Xingyu's castle. Suyu could feel it. Through this vortex was Xingyu's lair. Now, there were a lot of dead spirits down there. Just at the moment when Suyu opened the channel. A black hole appeared over the castle. And in the castle, at this moment, dozens of dead spirit monarchs were holding a banquet. He too, die. Die, and Xingyu were all here. Xingyu had no time to watch the channel. At this time, she said in a cold voice, "Everyone, what I said." As soon as she said that, a group of monarchs suddenly looked up at the sky above their heads. A dead spirit monarch, slightly confused, murmured, "What is that? I seem to feel some life aura." A veteran dead spirit monarch suddenly looked at he too not far away, extremely surprised. He too, did you open the channel like this in the past? He too knew that this was opened by Suyu. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Let's wait and see first, no hurry. It seems that someone wants to summon us up to help kill someone. Don't be impulsive. Back then, because of me, a large number of monarchs died. Learn from your mistakes. Now, there is no hurry to go up and be a target." Next to him, Xingyu was a bit hesitant, but she quickly calmed down and said, "Could it be that Suyu opened it?" "Suyu, that's my new subordinate. I asked him to feed me a few living corpses as the main food for the banquet. Could it be that he has already prepared it? Living corpses as the main food?" A dead spirit monarch laughed. "Xingyu, this is quite a big deal. But for us, living beings that are too weak are meaningless. It should also be a monarch." As Xingyu spoke, she looked up into the sky, through the ancient castle, and saw the vortex, and said, "Let's wait and see. If Suyu comes down later, I will ask about the situation. If the main food is not enough, I will kill Suyu as the main food. If it is enough, then let Suyu go up again and throw some living beings down from time to time." "Suyu?" At this time, a dead spirit monarch snorted coldly, "If it were up to me, I would rather kill Suyu. This person has provided a lot of help to the other guards. Originally, I was about to break Yu Hong's guard, but in the end, it was ruined by this bastard." He too laughed. "Why the rush? Suyu's existence is a good thing, just like me in the past. Without Suyu, who can open the dead spirit channel at will? In this era, only he can. Opening a channel that is not under the control of the guards and killing him will reduce a lot of fun." As soon as this was said, a monarch laughed. "He too is right. If Suyu is really willing to open some channels everywhere, then it is actually a good thing to let him live." As he spoke, he too stood up and said, "Why don't we go and see if Suyu is in trouble and wants us to help him? Let's watch the fun." The group of monarchs laughed. "Then let's go and see." After a while, dozens of monarchs left the ancient castle and floated in the sky. Vaguely, some faint voices could be heard. At this moment, Suyu opened the dead spirit channel in an instant. All around, the invincible realm experts that surrounded him stopped one after another, all a little hesitant. Dead spirit channel, were there dead spirit monarchs below? And Suyu said coldly, "Don't force me, there are 3 dead spirit monarchs below, and even 2 of them are level 7 eternal realm experts. Do you want me to summon them out to kill you? Do you want to be used as a tool?" 3, and 2 level 7 eternal realm experts. As soon as these words came out, many invincible realm experts hesitated for an instant. And that Wisdom King couldn't help but chuckle. "Suyu, are you sure there are 3 dead spirit monarchs below?" Suyu gritted his teeth and suddenly roared, "Lord Xingyu, please help me." The next moment, the channel shook. After a while, Xingyu emerged. Not only Xingyu, but Dai Dai also came out, and not long after, he too also came out. Suyu laughed and said, "Come on. Kill me. The 3 of you have already reached an agreement with me and are willing to kill strong enemies for me. Wisdom King? Bullshit. So what if you are level 9 eternal realm experts? Come and kill me." The appearance of the 3 great dead spirit monarchs made the surrounding invincible realm experts stop in an instant, and each of them had a different expression. Suyu really summoned 3 dead spirit monarchs to help him. Moreover, they are very strong. Even if Xingyu is a little weaker, they are still middle stage eternal realm experts. The other 2 are real high-level eternal realm experts. Wisdom King frowned slightly, looked at the 3 dead spirit monarchs, and said slowly, "He too?" And he too also saw him, and after a while, he said calmly, "It's you. You didn't die, no wonder I haven't met you all these years. I remember that you were able to survive after I shattered your sea of will. You are really lucky." He was very calm. This was his enemy, but he also took revenge in the past, but it seemed that his luck was not bad, and he was still alive. With the appearance of the 3 dead spirit monarchs, so you seem to have a lot more confidence. Wan Tianxing was a little hesitant, and said with a voice transmission, "Won't we capsize? Are these people really willing to help us?" "Of course, don't worry," Suyu said, and quickly said with a voice transmission to Xingyu, "Lord, are there many down there?" "Many, more than 30. That is indeed enough. If I can't summon a monarch, wouldn't it seem like I have an ambush down there? What a joke. I have a monarch to help me. I have a monarch to help me. 3. They are all very powerful. When I can't beat these 3, I will run away, and that will be reasonable," Suyu quickly said with a voice transmission to Xingyu. And Xingyu frowned slightly, and wanted to curse, but she held back. At this moment, Xingyu said coldly, "How dare you bully my subjects and people? I have millions of dead spirit troops and dozens of dead spirit generals under my command. If you don't retreat, I will slaughter you all." Wisdom King smiled. Dead spirit general? He knew this, quasi-invincible realm. This dead spirit actually used the dead spirit general to threaten him, a 9th level eternal existence. Dead spirit, after all, was a dead spirit. Wisdom, too low. Did she not understand how many experts there were in this place? He too, the gap between you now and the past is too big. Wisdom King smiled, casually hit he too with a celestial light, and said with a faint smile, "If I were you, I would go down now, and still be able to keep my body of the dead spirit, otherwise. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to recover." He too said angrily, "Who do you think you are? Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he and I quickly rushed toward him. The aura of death was surging. "Kill this guy." Wisdom King, however, took a step back, waited for them to catch up, and then took another step back. Behind, Suyu glanced at them and cursed. The guys from the Immortal Clan were really shameless. They wanted to lure he too and the others to run around and release the dead energy everywhere, right? Once they went far away, the dead energy would spread, and there would be trouble. "Lord He too, don't chase anymore, it's best that he left, kill the others, he too and die, without nonsense," stopped chasing, and quickly rushed toward the people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, and around them, the invincible realm experts of the small clan scattered. They didn't want to fight just now, and only dared to fight when Wisdom King came. Now that Wisdom King ran away, they didn't dare to continue fighting, not to mention there were 3 powerful dead spirits, and Wisdom King frowned slightly. Sure enough, the small clan was really unreliable. He didn't run, he just wanted to lead the king of the dead spirit away. He knew that these kings of the dead spirit lacked wisdom, and they were easily angry and impulsive. However, he too was smarter than the other dead spirits, and he seemed to have a good relationship with Suyu, so he actually suppressed his anger. Even so, the invincible realm experts of the small clan shouldn't run so fast. This made Wisdom King helpless. Sure enough, not afraid of a godlike opponent, but afraid of a pig-like teammate. At this moment, if these people were obedient, not to mention 3 more kings, even 10 more would have a chance to take them down easily. He sighed in his heart and stopped thinking about it. "Forget it, let me do it." It was good that the dead spirits came out. Suyu's trump card was also exposed this time. He quickly returned and hit he too, causing he too to retreat dozens of steps. He punched Dai, and he too quickly followed. And Suyu and Wan Tianxing quickly rushed toward the 3 powerhouses of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, including Xingyu. As Suyu rushed forward, he transmitted his voice, "Lord, can those below be suppressed? If they don't come up, it will be troublesome. If they come up, people will know that there are a bunch of kings of the dead spirit hiding below. It's okay, we can suppress them for a while. I have told he too, but the world of life is very attractive to the dead spirits, and we can't suppress them for too long." So you knew what to do. "Lord, later, pretend to be injured and run back first. When you run back, say that you are going to invite friends to help. These guys won't give me too much time, and they won't give us a chance to recruit people. If I escape again, they will definitely chase me." "Okay." Xingyu was too lazy to say more. She would leave the matter of using her brain to her. As for the rest, it was the matter of fighting. After discussing everything, Suyu quickly erupted his battle prowess. However, with his eruption, Xingyu became a little weak. At this time, Wisdom King suppressed the 2 7th stage eternal undead spirits and still had some strength left. he suddenly said, kill that undead spirit. Suyu's eruption of death energy will weaken her strength. As soon as he said this, the North Tower Lord attacked Xianxia with his sword. He also felt it. Suyu's eruption of power seemed to be extracting the power of this sovereign. Suyu snorted and joined hands with Wan Tianxing to quickly attack the two division heads. Ignoring Xianxia, he gritted his teeth and said, Lord, hold on for a while, we will kill these two and then come to help you. Xianxia ignored him. At this moment, she was being defeated by the North Tower Lord. Wisdom King waited for a while. While fighting with Dai Dai, he sensed the situation of the dead spirit passage. No dead spirits appeared for a long time, so there were probably no other sovereigns below. This time, Wisdom King was relieved. Boom, a huge palm slapped out. At this moment, he exerted his true strength. With one slap, Dai Dai and he too flew backward, and their death chi was somewhat dispersed. He too sighed, the dead are still not as good as the living. When he was alive, he was stronger than this guy. Now that he was dead, he was far inferior. Wisdom King said lightly, only the loser will die, and the winner is the one who lives. Naturally, the winner is stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped out again, and the two division heads retreated step by step. At this moment, only on Suyu's side, he and Wan Tianxing suppressed the two division heads, making them retreat step by step. Wisdom King said coldly, others, attack. Don't run anymore. You can run today, but can you run tomorrow? So many invincible realm masters, what are they doing? Suyu and Wan Tianxing didn't care. They were extremely crazy, and they didn't care about injuries. They beat the two division heads until they kept vomiting blood. On the other side, Xianxia was also suppressed badly. Suddenly, the North Tower Lord pierced her throat with his sword. A large amount of death chi overflowed. Xianxia was extremely angry. She roared and wanted to kill, but soon, she remembered Suyu's words and roared, bastard, wait for me to go back and invite my friends, then I will kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, she instantly turned into death chi and escaped into the passage. Suyu's face changed, don't go. On the other side, he too also shouted, Suyu, it's not good to fight for a long time. Let's go down and call our friends to come back. You didn't say before that there were so many strong masters. Suyu hurriedly shouted, wait, hold on a little longer, Lord He too. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Wan Tianxing and didn't charge anymore. Instead, he quickly retreated and ran toward the dead spirit passage. At this moment, those small clans were full of spirit and confidence, and they pressed forward again, and Suyu shouted, how dare you? There are hundreds of dead spirit lords below. You dare to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at He too and found that the two division heads were suppressed to the point that they couldn't hold on anymore. Without saying anything, he gritted his teeth and shouted, I will retreat first. Lords, please hold on a little longer. We still have hundreds of dead spirit lords below. Before he finished speaking, with a bang, he too flew back. Suyu's face changed dramatically, and he pulled Wan Tianxing and ran toward the passage. They ran away. He too and the others couldn't hold on anymore. They couldn't stop Wisdom King. As for Wisdom King, he slapped Dai Dai away again. It was still a little difficult to kill them. Seeing that Suyu had run away, Dai Dai and he too also instantly turned into death chi and disappeared. At this moment, Suyu rushed into the dead spirit passage and quickly began to close it. His voice was still echoing, if you dare to come down, you will die. As he spoke, the dead spirit passage rapidly shrank, and at this moment, beside him, the sweat on Wan Tianxing's forehead was dripping down in big drops. He thought that Suyu was really joking, scaring people so that Wisdom King and the others wouldn't dare to chase after them. He thought that Suyu was talking nonsense and deliberately scaring people, but when he really came down with Suyu, that sweaty one, Wan Tianxing only felt that he was going to die, because there really were dozens of dead spirit lords nearby, and all of them were looking at him with red eyes. They seemed to be thinking about how to eat him. His heart was about to jump out. Kid, you're not joking. Even Wan Tianxing was frightened by this game of cat and mouse. At this moment, Xianxia was quickly transmitting her voice to the dead spirit lords. Wait, don't worry. The big fish is up there. It's Wisdom King of the Immortal Clan, a 9th stage Eternal Realm cultivator, a powerful cultivator of the first tide. He's definitely enough to be our main food. The dead spirit lords were a little impatient. They wanted to kill their way out. However, Xingyu was persuading them, wait a little longer, he will come down, and he will come down voluntarily. If he comes down, it will be easier for us to kill him, and he won't be able to escape. There are Dao integration stage cultivators up there, it will be easy for him to escape. Okay, the dead spirit lords reluctantly endured. One of the dead spirit lords looked at Wan Tianxing and said, do you want to eat this? This is too weak, wait until we kill Wisdom King. Then, wait a little longer, just a little longer, I can't wait anymore. Me too. The dead spirit lords were eagerly waiting. Still not coming down, I'm so anxious, and Suyu was also sweating. Come down, if you don't come down, old Wan and I may be in trouble. Can Xingyu and the others persuade these dead spirit lords? I'm scared to death. There are so many of them. Although he had expected this, he was also afraid of being stared at by dozens of dead spirit lords. Above, the dead spirit tunnel was constantly shrinking, which was a sign that it was closing. Wisdom King frowned slightly. Go down, it was still a little dangerous to go down. Soon, he looked at the others with cold eyes. Let's go down together. Don't worry, there are only a few dead spirit lords down there, we can quickly come out of the ancient city through the tunnel. After killing Suyu, we will come up immediately. There will be no danger as long as we don't go deep into the dead spirit realm. The invincible spirit lords were a little unwilling. Going to the dead spirit realm was too dangerous. Wisdom King said coldly, hurry up, do you want to be exterminated? I will go with you, are you still worried? The invincible spirit lords were still hesitant. This was really quite dangerous. What if they couldn't come up, or a large number of dead spirit lords were attracted? So you said that there are hundreds of dead spirit lords down there. Okay, even they didn't believe what they said. Wisdom King also shouted coldly, nonsense, if there are really so many dead spirit lords, they can directly summon them up and kill everyone. Will he run away? You have already made your move. Do you think that a person like Suyu will let you go if he escapes? Someone sighed helplessly. Soon, Wisdom King saw that the dead spirit tunnel was about to disappear completely, and his aura soared. He shouted, go in, don't go in. The battle is over, wait for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed down. Nearby, more than 10 invincible spirit lords hesitated for a moment, and soon, they all flew down one after another. There was no other way, it was very sad, however, they still had to go down. In the blink of an eye, including the 3 from the Skyhunter Pavilion, they all went down together. There were 15 invincible spirit lords from the small clan. Except for the one who died and didn't go down, the remaining 14, 3 from the Skyhunter Pavilion, plus Wisdom King, 18 invincible spirit lords all rushed down together. They had to go, and Wisdom King, it was purely because he was skilled and bold. What hundreds of dead spirit lords, what nonsense, whoever believed it was stupid. Wisdom King is here, Suyu sensed it and quickly began to seal the last bit of the entrance. When Ji Wang was the first to rush in, he realized that something was wrong, but he didn't shout, he didn't say anything, and he didn't run. Actually, he still had a small chance to stop the people outside from coming in. But there was none, because a thought flashed through Ji Wang's mind. If there are more people, I still have a chance. If there are less people, I will definitely die. Should they come in together or fight their way out, or should he bear it alone and wait for death? Between these two choices, he instantly made a decision. I don't want to die, so everyone else should come in as well. Soon, 17 invincible realm experts appeared behind him. As for Suyu, he took Wan Tianxing with him and quickly fled towards Xingyu, not daring to stay where he was. Rumble, a huge boom echoed out as the tunnel was sealed. He's here? Them? That's quite a lot. Quite a lot. Shall we start killing now? Of course. Then let's kill. Boom, in an instant, the deathly aura that blotted out the sky was unleashed to the extreme by the lords of the dead souls in the dead souls domain. He too, Dai, and Xingyu also made their moves. 36 ancient cities didn't mean that there were only 36 undead lords. For example, he too had 2 undead lords under his command. Dai was also an outsider. There were also some scattered undead lords who didn't actually guard the passage. Including Dai and the others, there were a total of 44 death spirit monarchs. There were strong and weak ones. He didn't see anyone at level 9 Eternal Realm because the river diagram didn't invite those top existences. In this area, there were very few such top existences. There was no need for anyone to say anything. The war broke out in an instant. In the inner circle, someone cursed. F***ck. Who was he cursing? I don't know. In all likelihood, it was not Suyu, but Wisdom King. This idiot had tricked them. Wisdom King didn't have the mood to fight to the end with these dead spirits. He didn't say a word and quickly rushed out. He wanted to leave this place. He was the strongest, even if he too, die, and the other two 7th phase monarchs joined forces to besiege him, he could still barely block them. The 4 great dead spirits kept retreating. He had to kill his way out, in the outer perimeter. On Suyu's side, Wan Tianxing was still sweating. Terrifying, he had to hand it to Suyu. How did you get so many undead monarchs? Dozens of them. Most importantly, no one cared about them now. He quickly transmitted his voice. Should we leave now? Suyu narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice. No, go to the passageway of Star Moon. In the vicinity, that path was the closest. Only one monarch could enter at a time, so someone would definitely run away from there. Even if he didn't run from there, the closest path was tens of thousands of miles away. Even if he was invincible, he would still need time to get there. As for living beings, they would attract the attention of the undead spirits. Even some of the undead spirit monarchs would quickly rush over. If they ran too far away, they would be courting death. Unless they can also become dead spirits. As long as the living creature was here, it could not escape. If he did not quickly find a way out, he would soon be finished. You want to run? Where can I run to? Not to mention that you aren't familiar with this place. Even if you are, the next passage might be tens of thousands of miles long. If you run around here, you won't even know how you died. As Suyu spoke, he added, Principal, go to the passageway and guard it first. Your aura as a living person is too strong, and it will easily attract hostility. I will stay here and find a chance to kill a few more. I'll go by myself? Wan Tianxing was a little afraid. Damn, there were dead spirits everywhere, and the air of death was everywhere. At this moment, he was already beginning to be corroded. In this battle, the living would become weaker and weaker. It's fine. Suyu said casually, you go first, or else these undead spirit monarchs will go crazy and won't care who you are. When you get there, if there are dead spirits attacking you, shout to the outside, or just go out and bring Lu Hong with you. As he spoke, Suyu urged, Principal, hurry up. Wan Tianxing hesitated no more and left quickly. He could already feel the madness of the undead spirit monarchs. These monarchs were really crazy, and they didn't care who you were, they didn't even know you, and Suyu also completely reversed his primordial chi, turned into a dead spirit, and sealed his heart. Soon, he summoned the nearby dead spirits. One by one, the quasi-invincible realm dead spirits came with a large number of dead spirits to greet this commander. Commander, several quasi-invincible realm dead spirits looked at Suyu, and then looked at the battle over there. Dozens of monarchs were fighting, and the sky of the dead spirits was about to collapse. At this moment, these quasi-invincible realm commanders were also a little scared. They didn't know what was going on. Suyu looked at the sun and moon dead spirits behind them, narrowed his eyes, and asked, Can I let these loyal soldiers blow themselves up? Yes. The commanders nodded. Of course, these dead spirits didn't have much intelligence, even the sun and moon, and they were all under their absolute control. Let them blow themselves up in groups and kill those creatures. After that, Suyu said again, You guys, find a chance to kill those creatures. Yes, sir. As soon as he said that, several quasi-invincible realm commanders quickly led a large number of dead spirits of the sun, moon, mountains, and seas to kill over there. They were very bold, and the dead spirits were actually very dull, without much fear. Since the commander said to kill, they naturally had to kill. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. An invincible realm expert screamed and was torn apart by several undead spirit monarchs. His body instantly collapsed, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and those dead spirits also devoured the flesh and blood. Very excited, dead spirits liked the blood of living people. In the ancient city, if you threw some living people's blood out, soon the dead spirits would smell it and come over. not to mention these monarchs, who also killed invincible realm experts. For them, the more people died, the more blood splattered, the more excited they were. An invincible realm sovereign grabbed a piece of flesh and swallowed it in one bite. He laughed and said, "Xianxia, Hichu, so the feast you mentioned is waiting here." "Ha ha ha, great. I like such a feast." He indeed liked it. This feast was very comfortable. Not just one, but one wasn't enough. There were so many here. When did these monarchs kill so many living beings and become invincible? No such thing, but today, there was, a great battle broke out. The 18 invincible realm experts were too far behind the enemy in terms of numbers. 2 against 1 was too few, and some were even killed by 3 or 4 invincible realm sovereigns, and this was the home field of the dead spirits. There was no primordial chi here, only death chi. So you could move freely here, but they couldn't. They were using their own primordial chi now. Once it was used up, even if they were invincible realm experts, they could only rely on their bodies to fight the dead spirits, and the dead spirits were strong here. A large amount of death chi swarmed over, corroding these invincible realm experts. They had the home field advantage, and they had the advantage in numbers, plus they were not afraid of death. Under such circumstances, the deaths started instantly. With one dead, the second one would be soon. This was a chain reaction. After one was killed, the undead spirit monarchs that besieged them would soon besiege others. In the end, the living had to face more and more dead spirits. "Suyu!" An expert screamed. "Let us go, let us go. We were wrong, but we had no choice. The celestial race forced us, we had no choice. We are just a small race, a weak race. Before you humans left the domain, the immortal fiend god dragon race had already ruled the heavenly battlefield. We had no choice, we even have their pawns in our domain. Suyu, spare us, if we die, our race will be finished," the invincible realm experts screamed. They didn't want to die, they were all ancestor-level existences in this domain. They were all the backers of their race. Once they died, their race would lose invincible realm, and would soon be annihilated in the long river of history. Outside, Suyu's face was cold. Spare them? What a joke, not to mention that he couldn't control these dead spirits now. Even if he could, he wouldn't let them go. He wasn't a big-hearted person. Since these people dared to come out, dared to listen to the celestial race, dared to attack him, why would he care about what they thought? It was too late to act pitiful now. The black robe on Suyu's body disappeared, and he turned into an ordinary undead spirit, mixing with those undead spirits who were participating in the battle. His explosive power was very strong. In this kind of situation, except for Wisdom King, the others who were hit by him were almost finished. Suyu quickly approached an invincible realm expert surrounded by 2 death spirit monarchs, rushed up, and punched. Boom, his body exploded. The 2 death spirit monarchs looked at him strangely. Suyu smiled. "You eat, I don't eat this thing. I just need to collect a little blood." With that, the record of civilization appeared, collecting some blood and minced meat. Soon, Suyu continued to shuttle through the nearby battlefield, punching from time to time, and people's bodies exploded. As for Suyu, he killed while looking at Wisdom King in the distance, so King strong. Now, it was not 4 invincible realm experts surrounding him, but 6. 6 invincible realm monarchs. 4 of them were at the 7th stage, and the remaining 2 were at the 6th stage. In the end, such a strong combination was continuously beaten back by him. The 2 weaker death spirit monarchs were beaten until death aura overflowed, and their bodies exploded. Very strong, Suyu even felt that he was not much weaker than the Great Qin King. The Great Qin King had fought with many invincible realm experts that day, but that was in the Starry Universe mansion, not the Dead Souls world. Moreover, only Blood Fire and Thunder God King were attacking the Great Qin King. What a strong guy. Suyu sighed. Even if this guy was weaker than the Great Qin King, he was definitely stronger than Blood Fire. As expected of an expert of the first tide. Want to run? Suyu took a look. This guy's target was the passage in the distance, the ancient city passage. That passageway was quite obvious here, Suyu did not care about this site anymore. There were more than 30 death spirit monarchs here, and they were attacking more than 10 injured and suppressed invincible realm experts. Sooner or later, they would all be killed. Only this guy had a chance of escaping. Just as Suyu was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Suyu, save me! I'm a human! I'm a human!" In the distance, an expert wearing a golden mask was screaming. It was the Minister of Earth. "He's a human." The Minister of Earth instantly shattered his mask, revealing his true appearance. He hurriedly said, "I'm a human of the ninth tide." "Suyu, I'm a human, you're not a human." Suyu looked at him and said indifferently, "You're not a human. If you were a human, you would have attacked when the West Pavilion Master attacked. Are you a human now?" Human, forget it, not to mention that they were not familiar, even if they were familiar, even if they knew each other, this person had not stood on his side. And when he attacked, he had not shown any mercy. "I don't care if you're a human or not," the Minister of Earth hurriedly shouted. "No, Suyu, I have no choice. The Heaven Supervisor is too strong. I wanted to find a chance to fight back. Suyu, really, don't kill me." Suyu hesitated, thought for a moment, and flew towards him. "Don't move, I can't control the Death Monarchs. Come close to me, I'll take you out." The Earth Division had hurriedly responded and roared, using all of his strength to drink milk. One slash forced a Death Monarch back, and he quickly approached Suyu. He was a bit hesitant, but he had no choice. He could only trust that Suyu would take him out. He quickly approached Suyu, about 100 meters away. Suyu suddenly passed through space, arriving in an instant, and punched. There was a loud boom, his head exploded. Suyu's expression was cold, and he instantly put away the corpse. Seeing the Death Monarchs rushing over, he smiled. "Don't worry, there are 2 more times. These people are good, I can kill them 3 times. 3 corpses, I'll take 1, you guys take the rest." At this moment, the 2 Death Monarchs were relieved. "So be it," the Minister of Earth, who had just revived, shouted, "Suyu, you harmed me." Suyu shrugged, without turning his head, "I didn't harm you, I'll take your body back to the world of life. Don't worry, I'll do what I say." "Human race? Haha," Suyu was too lazy to care. "If you don't say, so be it. If you do, I'll give you a few more punches." This time, the Minister of Earth's roar of despair resounded through the world. "I can't accept this." Unfortunately, the dead spirit did not care at all, and Suyu did not care either. "If I die, I die. It's as if I haven't killed humans before." At this time, Suyu's target was Wisdom King. He was thinking, kill Wisdom King, and use the will of civilization to swallow him. Not to mention how strong the will of civilization would be, the key was that an old antique like Wisdom King, a character of the first tide change, definitely knew some top-secret information. He too and the others were all dead. Moreover, their memories were incomplete, and they had forgotten many things. This person should know, right? Kill him, and you can have anything you want. Kill him, and you will definitely be rewarded. Suyu was just thinking that his Shenwen was not strong enough. If the reward was too much, he would have to advance all of Shenwen to the Sun-Moon realm. Soon, Suyu approached the battlefield. Wisdom King was also covered in blood, and his body was a little broken, but he did not make a sound, and continued to kill. Boom, Suyu suddenly attacked and punched out. Wisdom King was indeed powerful. Even if he was surrounded at this moment, he could still pull out his hand and slap towards Suyu. With a loud bang, Suyu flew backward, and Wisdom King's body also shook, and a hole appeared on his palm. His eyes were cold, but his heart was a little shocked. What a strong attack power! In this damn place, in the dead soul's domain, even the power of the law of time was somewhat suppressed, and he was besieged by several sovereigns. For a moment, there was no way for him to avoid Suyu's attack. As for Suyu, he once again charged over, bombarding him with attacks. "Want to leave? Where do you think you can go? Today, don't even think about escaping. I've wanted to escape for a long time, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance, and I don't want to catch a big fish. Wisdom King is the biggest fish I can catch this time. As for Dao integration, forget it, the risk is too great. So great that Dao integration may have a chance to kill his way out," just as Suyu and Wisdom King were fighting. Living Soul's domain. After Suyu and the others left the battlefield, many people looked toward the uninhabited area, curious and puzzled. What's the situation now? Those guys have killed their way into the dead soul's domain, and just as they were puzzled, suddenly, there was a small realm that shook violently. There were no blood clouds in the sky, nor was there blood rain. There was a gap between life and death. Those who died in the dead soul's domain didn't have much of a reaction here. However, some cultivators of small realms had proven their Tao in this realm, which was closely related to this realm. At this moment, although there were no abnormal signs, that small realm shook violently. Volcanoes erupted, the earth cracked, the sky split, and the realm shook violently. Smart people knew that the ruler of this realm was dead. Someone was shocked, dead, just as one died here, another realm shook. Countless people died in an instant. Rivers flowed backward, mountains shattered, and the sky cracked. Another one died. Not long after, this kind of situation continued to happen. Countless cultivators watched, and they were all extremely shocked. The dead soul's domain was indeed extremely dangerous. What had happened to them, the dead soul's monarch, but with Wisdom King and more than 10 invincible cultivators, even if they encountered more than 10 dead soul's monarchs, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Just as these people were shocked. A loud roar resounded through the world, a huge rod crashed down with a rumble, a loud bang resounded, a golden body was completely smashed, an illusory figure escaped into the air. And that ancient giant ape with the rod, bare one's teeth, grinned ferociously. He held the rod and quickly chased after Myriad treasures. Myriad treasures, kneel down and call me Grandpa. Otherwise, I won't rest until I kill you today. Sky Destroyer won. After fighting for a long time, he won. He had destroyed General Myriad Treasure's physical body. And at this moment, the resentful voice of Myriad Treasures came. This is a bit too much. How about this? I'll spend money to buy my life. I'll give you the record treasure to buy your life. How about it? Myriad Treasures shouted as he fled. Sky Destroyer didn't care about this at all. He wanted to kill him. What treasure was it? What use was it to him? Kill this grandson of Myriad Treasures. Did he really think he was amazing just because he was a titled general? I, Sky Destroyer, am too lazy to be one. Otherwise, what would you have done? At this moment, Old Turtle's voice came from afar. Myriad Treasures, hand over the record word, and Sky Destroyer can spare you. Boss. Be obedient. Although Sky Destroyer was dissatisfied, he could only roar. Hand it over, or I'll kill you with one strike. In the distance, Myriad Treasures quickly threw out a treasure. On the other side, Half-Emperor Heavenly Yuan's eyes flickered. He wanted to snatch it, but at this moment, a giant bamboo suddenly chopped down at him. The iron-eating beast king had finally finished eating the dragon. He looked at Bare One's teeth and said with a silly smile, "What are you doing?" Boom, Half-Emperor Heavenly Yuan dodged, but the void was shattered by the bamboo. His expression changed slightly. The iron-eating beast king said with a silly smile, "Stay here and don't move. If you move, I'll hit you." Even further away, Heaven Supervisor Marquis was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He looked over at the record word and coughed. Blood flowed down his face. He asked, "You want Sky Destroyer to take this to deal with me?" Old Turtle had an indifferent expression. "I don't have that intention. So you might need it. Let's see if it's useful." Cough, 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 Heaven Supervisor Marquis bitterly smiled. "Tao Brother Grand Mist, you're willing to pay a heavy price." Old Turtle ignored him. And in the distance, Sky Destroyer grabbed the record word and quickly suppressed it. After all, it was only a word and not the entire tome. Sky Destroyer put it away with some suspicion. He couldn't be bothered with Myriad Treasures any longer. He grasped his staff and rushed towards another void. "That damned Myriad Treasures, you've wasted too much of my time." At this moment, on the immortal world side, Ancient Heaven's expression changed. There was going to be a problem. Once Myriad Treasures was defeated, Sky Destroyer would join the battle elsewhere. His strength was incomparably strong. Soon, once he caused a ripple, the entire battlefield would change and there would be signs of defeat. He looked towards the god world and the demon world. Flames gradually lit up in his eyes. This time, the immortal race had paid a heavy price. 6 old antiques and 8 7th-stage Eternal Realm experts came out. A total of 14 high-level Eternal Realm experts. Such combat power was beyond imagination, but the god and demon races did not have as many high-level Eternal Realm experts as the immortal race. Not only did they not have, but they also had a lot fewer. Otherwise, 35 stone statues wouldn't need so many people to besiege them. Myriad Treasures was also invited by the immortal race to participate in the battle. Now that Sky Destroyer had been released, they would need to dispatch at least 1 or 2 Eternal Realm experts to deal with him. Did the immortal race have to use up all their resources? Also, there should be a problem with the dead spirit domain. Wisdom Monarch might be in trouble. Ancient Heaven's expression kept changing, and at this moment, he suddenly looked towards the human realm side. Over there, Great Joe King seemed to see through the void and looked at him, revealing a faint smile. Are you going out? If you go out, I'll bring people to kill them. Ancient Heaven's expression kept changing. The god race actually contributed a lot, but the demon race didn't contribute too much. The demon sovereign didn't make a move and kept hiding. Demon race, Ancient Heaven's eyes were cold. At this moment, the demon race was still unwilling to make a move. Taking a deep breath, Ancient Heaven said solemnly, Wind, Fire, Thunder, please recover for a moment. In the immortal transformation pool, 3 ancient existences gradually began to recover. A moment later, the 3 powerhouses, their auras somewhat decayed, flew towards Ancient Heaven's side. Ancient Heaven's expression didn't look too good. He also transmitted some scenes to the others and said solemnly, Go block Sky Destroyer. One of the ancient existences said weakly, My Emperor, our condition isn't too good. If we don't win for a long time, we might die. It's not that we're afraid of death, but, is this the final battle? They knew about Sky Destroyer. It wasn't easy to provoke them. These 3 powerhouses were all Eternal Realm experts. However, if they weren't seriously injured, then the Sea of Will was about to decay. It was useless to have a strong physical body. Too much time had passed. Unless the Sea of Will was strong, he would decay and die sooner or later. Sky Destroyer was very strong. If they didn't win for a long time, they might all die. Ancient Heaven's expression was also solemn. At this moment, he was also somewhat angry. The gods and demons aren't willing to send out too many powerhouses. This group of idiots, they all have their own plans. In fact, there was another point. The gods and demons wanted to consume the celestial race's strength. The celestial race hadn't participated in a war for too many years. The celestial race, demon race, and human race had fought for many years. Many invincible existences had died. Only the celestial race hadn't participated in the war all these years. The gods and demons were certain that the celestial race would continue to send out people. If they didn't come out, then everything they had invested in the early stages would be over. Compared to the human race, the other races also wanted to see how much strength the celestial race had, and Ancient Heaven, at this moment, was riding a tiger, unable to dismount. The celestial race had paid too much. Too many had died. If they couldn't win this battle, they would become mortal enemies with Ancient Heaven and the human race. Perhaps it would be even more troublesome than the gods and demons. Go. The 3 ancient existences didn't say anything else. They all flew out of the celestial world to meet Sky Destroyer. They had been asleep for too long. At this moment, their auras weren't too stable. And in the distance, Sky Destroyer was just about to join the battle when he suddenly felt 3 auras coming over. His eyes changed slightly. Again, celestial race again. There were so many experts in the celestial race. Sky Destroyer bare one's teeth. Good, if I don't beat you into submission, you think I, Sky Destroyer, am easy to mess with. Grandson, watch out. With an angry roar, he smashed his rod into the distance, causing the void to collapse. 3 powerful existences instantly appeared and attacked one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 4 great experts were fighting. And at this moment, in the distance, a fierce roar came out. The great Qin King once again smashed an invincible existence with a saber strike. Blood clouds gathered. The great Qin King looked towards the celestial world and said coldly, How many celestials have died? Another celestial king from the celestial race was killed. The great Qin King looked over there, looked at Ancient Heaven. He wanted to see how many celestials were prepared to die. Today, all sides wanted to kill the celestial race. Up until now, 4 or 5 celestial kings had died, including those who had died in the Starry Mansion. There should be more than 10, and near the great Qin King, the invincible existence's expressions all changed. The Tao King, the white-haired Divine King, and the others only had one thought, retreat. The 6-winged Divine King was strong, but he was only on par with the Daxia of Goguryeo. The great Qin king was free, and at this moment, he was slaughtering them. Some people looked towards the various realms, feeling somewhat helpless. There were still many invincible existences in the various realms, but now, it seemed that the various realms were unwilling to send any more invincible existences to battle. If this went on, could it be that they could only rely on the celestial race? The celestial race could not keep sending their experts into the battlefield. At this moment, ancient heaven's voice shook the heavens and earth. The primordial giant race, the phoenix race, the spirit race, the Tao unification race of the various races are all unwilling to fight? Silence. Sit and watch the human race grow stronger. In the past few battles, the human race was unharmed, while the various races suffered heavy losses, and countless Eternals fell. The more the human race fought, the more Eternals there were. Must they wait for the human race to grow stronger before slaughtering the heavens? Don't you all know how many experts died in the previous 9 tides? Most died at the hands of the human race. Was Tiangu also powerless, unwilling to make a move? At this moment, someone said faintly, "It's not that we are unwilling to make a move, Tiangu. If you go and kill the king of Great Zhou, we will definitely make a move." These words are definitely not false. Go and kill the king of Great Zhou, otherwise, they would not make a move. Once they left and the king of Great Zhou teleported over, regardless of the human realm, he would directly slaughter his way into their realm and slaughter an entire race. Could the celestial race bear this responsibility? Only Tiangu could kill the king of Great Zhou, only then would they be able to dispel their worries. Tiangu's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he suddenly snorted coldly and stepped out of the celestial world. I hope you can really think this through. With this step, he walked directly toward the Eastern Rift Valley. He could not wait any longer. Only by personally killing the king of Great Zhou would those Tao integration stage beings have no worries, and only then could they achieve a great victory in this battle. Otherwise, the casualties would be too heavy. In the direction of the Eastern Rift Valley, the king of Great Zhou sighed in his heart. This was what he was afraid of, trouble. Tiangu really came. Beside him, someone said solemnly, "Go around Tiangu, teleport to the celestial world, and slaughter the celestial race." It was easy to say, the king of Great Zhou could not be bothered. The celestial world was different from the dragon realm. Once they were teleported into the celestial world, Tiangu might wrap them up like dumplings, and at this moment, someone said indifferently, "I promised that kid." Tiangu, you can't do it. At this moment, the old turtle who was fighting with the heaven overseer also felt a bit helpless. Looks like I have to bleed a bit. In an instant, a turtle shell separated from his body. That turtle shell broke through the void and instantly transformed into an incomparably huge old turtle. This old turtle's eyes were dim and somewhat turbid, and it instantly appeared in front of Tiangu. The old turtle did not transform into human form and maintained his original form. He looked at Tiangu and said in an ancient voice, "Tiangu, go back." Tiangu's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, "Hongmeng, you even took out your Tao body. Aren't you afraid that your Tao body will be destroyed and completely perish?" The old turtle sighed. "There's no other way. I was arrogant before and promised Suyu that I will take care of you and the heaven overseer. Tiangu, you also don't want to perish in this generation, right?" Tiangu's face was livid. He looked at the heaven overseer in the distance, and the heaven overseer also had a strange expression. He looked at the old turtle and said, "Do you really want to do this? If we really fight, the chances of me and Tiangu dying are not as high as yours." The old turtle smiled. "I've lived for too long, so do as you please. Ho Yi doesn't know, but I calculate. I've lived for more than 200,000 years, a long time, right? I've lived since before the human sovereign unified the heavens. It's been too long. I'm indebted to Monarch Gong for thinking so highly of me. Regarding the matter of the river diagram, I couldn't protect his bloodline. This time, I thought about it and decided to put in a bit more effort. If you and Tiangu want to fight to the death, this old man doesn't mind." The heaven overseer's expression changed slightly. Were they really going to fight to the death? Was it worth it? A group of great figures from the ancient times. Even in the ancient times, they were not nameless people. Today, they were going to fight to the death. He hesitated. Yes, he hesitated. Not only him, but Tiangu also hesitated. If the two really fought to the death, the chances of killing the old turtle were relatively high. As for them, they would definitely be seriously injured, that was certain. Seriously injured at this critical moment, what would happen next? Hongmeng, no need to persuade me, I've really lived for too long. The old turtle smiled. If you want to fight, then do your best. If not, you and Tiangu can just wait for the result. The Heaven Overseer's eyes flickered. So you can't win. Humanity can't win either. You know better than I do. At the 9th tide, humanity has no more reserves. In the last tide, they used up almost everything. All hope is placed on the 100 Battle King. Once a 100 Battle King dies, humanity can survive another tide. That is the limit. This time, no one will help humanity. The 100 Battle King was the human king of the last tide. He was close to the level of the ancient human king, and had even reached it. But in the end, he still died. In the 9th tide, humanity was very strong. But still destroyed. The Heaven Overseer knew this, Tiangu knew this, and the old turtle knew this. The human race was most likely powerless. They had used up all their reserves. At this tide, the Great Qin monarch and the others still couldn't reach Dao integration because there was no one to support them. A human realm cultivator who hadn't even reached Dao integration was almost impossible to see in the previous 9 tides. The old turtle said calmly, the destruction of the human race is the human race's problem. I will only do what I should do. The Heaven Overseer's eyes flickered. Fine. Since you insist, then Tiangu and I will wait for you and the human race to be destroyed. Brother Hongmeng, you have lived for so many years, but there are some things you still can't see through. The old turtle said leisurely, so what if I see through? You see through it, but you are still trembling in fear, afraid that Monarch One will resurrect and come to settle the score with you. Living in discomfort is not necessarily better than dying. The Heaven Overseer was silent. Some things were hard to say. This time, Tiangu's expression also changed. He retreated back to the immortal realm with a livid expression. He had no intention of fighting to the death with the old turtle. This was a taboo. If they fought, it could cause big trouble, so he retreated. Over at the Eastern Rift Valley, Monarch Great Zhou also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, however, this old turtle was really strong. He forced 2 extremely powerful beings to not dare to come out and fight. Now, this old turtle wouldn't be number 1 in all the worlds, right? No matter how noisy the outside world was, so you couldn't see it. At this time, he joined forces with several monarchs and fought with the Wisdom Monarch for a long time. Both sides were heavily injured. And the Wisdom Monarch was getting closer to the passage. But it was very difficult for him to leave this place. The Wisdom Monarch knew that if this continued, there would be more and more monarchs surrounding him. Because invincible beings were constantly dying, more invincible beings were constantly joining the siege. He was being held up, seeing that he was almost at the passage. There were 7 or 8 invincible monarchs beside him. The Wisdom Monarch's expression changed. He had a token, but if he took it out, it might save his life, or it might make him die faster. He hadn't used it yet because he was worried that an accident would happen. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. If I don't take it out, I might not be able to leave this place. If that's the case, then take it out. The next moment, he threw out the token. It was a token with immortal chi mixed with immortal chi. As soon as the token appeared, it instantly floated in the air and trembled. As for the Wisdom Monarch, a drop of blood shot onto the token. With a loud voice, with some anticipation and respect, he murmured, unfilial descendant, descendant of the ancient immortal clan, Yunji, invites ancestor to descend. Kill the great enemy of the immortal clan. The token shook endlessly, immortal chi and death chi boiling, at the same time. Dead Soul's domain. In the huge palace of the ancient existence, in a large hall, a powerful existence who was cultivating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes and looked somewhere. Soon, he said coldly, come. A moment later, an invincible monarch entered and bowed, Lord. Did something happen near the East 30th District? I'll go and ask, no need. The powerful existence stood up, his eyes cold and fierce, with some indifference, looked into the distance. Maybe a living person entered the realm and encountered a crisis. It should be my bloodline when I was alive, Lord, I'll be right back. The powerful existence didn't say much. The invincible monarch couldn't help but say, Lord, you can't, General Zhenling is there. There was a big mess just now. If you go there, it will easily cause a conflict. Han Meng? The powerful existence slightly frowned. This old turtle has lived for a long time. But, if he dares to stop me this time, I won't be polite to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. At this time, on Suyu's side, the other invincible monarchs were almost all killed. When the wisdom monarch threw out that thing, Suyu's heart palpitated. What the hell? At this moment, a group of monarchs were besieging the wisdom monarch. There was a high chance that the wisdom monarch wouldn't live long enough to get out. But when the token appeared, Suyu's heart palpitated. It seemed like a great crisis was coming. The word tribulation in Shenwen also began to jump. What's going on? He didn't understand, and neither did the others. They didn't know what the token was used for. And at this moment, on the other side of the passage, there was one more person next to Wan Tianxing. Lu Hong knew that a great battle had broken out below, so he came to watch the show. At this moment, he saw the token and frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, Run, that's the dead spirit welcoming token. It's used to welcome the strong dead spirit of the ancient immortal clan. He's at least a marquis. If he's not a marquis, he can't make this thing. Suyu's expression changed dramatically. F*ck. It can even welcome the dead spirit of the ancient immortal clan. As for the wisdom monarch, his face was full of shock as he looked at Lu Hong in the distance. How did he know? One had to know that there were only a few people in the entire immortal clan who knew about this thing. In the distance, Lu Hong shouted again, Run. The dead spirit that can make this thing probably hasn't lost control and still remembers the past. It's specially left for its descendants to ask for help. It's not an ordinary dead spirit. Ordinary dead spirits, even those like he too, remembered the past, but not the past. He was a human, and when a human was killed, he didn't react. This was a dead spirit. Even if he too had a son here, he might not care too much. He cooperated with Suyu because he had the desire to be reborn. And this dead spirit that still had some emotions and could make the dead spirit welcoming token had most likely recovered some of its emotions. Of course, as time passed, it might regain its nature as a dead spirit again. So the wisdom monarch was also gambling. He was gambling that this dead spirit still had emotions. Otherwise, if it really did have no emotions, it would kill indiscriminately, and he would also be unlucky. Following Lu Hong's shout, he too and the others' expressions changed slightly. Marquis, ancient marquis, none of these beings were weak. They were all at least Dao integration. Dead, they were all Dao integration. Suyu was just about to say that they had the advantage in numbers and could even fight a marquis when he too's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Run, dead spirits have no emotions, but there's a level suppression. Don't count on these sovereigns to fight a marquis with you. They're fine if they're alive, but not if they're dead. They have a natural sense of fear toward marquis, and they don't have the heart to kill them. Count on them to surround and kill a marquis. Impossible. Only then did Suyu's expression change. His understanding of dead spirits was still lacking. At this moment, he saw that the wisdom monarch was about to die, but he smiled. It seemed like he knew that he had won the bet. Suyu was instantly enraged. What's the point of killing others? I just want to kill this guy, Marquis. The old turtle said that he didn't need to care about these things, but now, could he do it? The old turtle was being held back by the heaven supervisor Marquis. If another dead spirit marquis came, could the old turtle stop him? Then I'll kill him before that guy comes. Suyu gritted his teeth. Kill him first. I won't be satisfied if I don't kill him. He rushed forward in a frenzy and attacked the wisdom monarch, but the wisdom monarch kept dodging. He sneered. Why aren't you running? Are you waiting for death? Suyu, you can't kill me yet. This is an ancient immortal marquis token. He'll be here soon. Suyu ignored him. He hasn't arrived yet, right? My tribulation Shenwen hasn't reached its limit yet. It won't be too late to run when it reaches its limit. Even if I can't kill you, I'll injure you so badly that you won't have a chance to leave the passage. I'll wait for you outside, at the side of the passage. Lu Hong saw that Suyu was still not running and couldn't help but suck in a breath. This madman's killing intent was too strong. He was not even willing to run, he wanted to run and hurriedly shouted, "Wanfu Prefect, let's go out of the passage. That guy will be here soon. Suyu, this madman, is courting death." Wan Tianqing frowned and said in a low voice, "Since you know, do you have a way to deal with it?" Like hell, Lu Hong just cursed and suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, "It's hard to say." After saying that, he took a deep breath and looked at Suyu in the distance. He quickly said, "Principal, this grandson has been suppressing me recently. If I contribute, tell him to kowtow and apologize to me the next time he sees me. How about that?" Wan Tianqing said faintly, "Then you better pray that he dies." Lu Hong was speechless. Soon, he transmitted his voice, "I can't guarantee it. If Suyu is lying to me, there's nothing I can do. If he's not lying." With that, he took out the Wen King's token. "Principal, give this to him and let him stuff it into the tombkeeper's mouth. If the tombkeeper is not here, he'd better run. If he is, maybe there's a way." "Tombkeeper?" Wan Tianqing didn't have time to think and quickly flew towards Suyu. Suyu hurriedly shouted, "Go back." Wan Tianqing didn't care about him and quickly transmitted his voice. Lu Hong said that stuffing it into the tombkeeper's mouth might be useful. As for the rest, I'll go first and wait for you at the exit. If you're not confident, come up quickly." With that, he quickly threw the token to Suyu. And Suyu also hurriedly withdrew from the battle. Wisdom King didn't care about this and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Suyu's lethality was still very strong, and Suyu grabbed the token and immediately knew it was the Wen King's token. He was extremely surprised. "Give this thing to Dai Dai to eat, is it useful?" "Whatever." He hurriedly looked at Dai Dai, who was still attacking Wisdom King. He quickly flew back and grabbed Dai Dai. Dai Dai was already a little out of control. Even when he saw Suyu, he still wanted to kill him. "Senior Xia Chen!" Suyu shouted. Dai Dai was slightly startled. Seeing that he was still somewhat conscious, Suyu quickly stuffed the Wen King's token into his mouth, and Dai Dai woodenly swallowed the Wen King's token. After a moment, his body gradually overflowed with rays of light. His eyes were still woodenly, but gradually, some light appeared. After another moment, Dai Dai's eyes seemed to be much clearer, and his body's aura gradually became stronger. After another moment, Dai Dai's eyes completely regained clarity. At this moment, he seemed to be alive, but he was still surrounded by death aura. As if remembering something, he looked at Suyu and said with difficulty, "You, the Wen King's token." "Yes." Suyu hurriedly nodded and pointed at the token in the air. Dai Dai looked at it, and his eyes changed slightly. Marquis of Death, obviously, he knew. Dai Dai suddenly looked into the distance at the Dead Souls galaxy, and his aura became stronger and stronger. "You guys, kill him. I'll stop him. This is the Marquis of Death, a Marquis of Death who has regained his nature. Kill him, leave quickly." As soon as he finished, he tore open the Dead Soul space with a hum. The next moment, an angry roar came from the distant Dead Souls galaxy. "How dare you? Who dares to stop me? Suppress the mountain." A low roar resounded through the world. Between heaven and earth, a punch landed, and the entire Dead Souls galaxy shook. On the other side, he too and the others were dumbfounded. He too was extremely surprised. "Fuck, eating this thing can bring me back to life?" Dai Dai seems to have come back to life. He too was extremely regretful. "Is there more?" he roared. "Is there more? I want to eat it too." Dai Dai seems to have come back to life. His strength skyrocketed, and at this moment, he too felt that the punch was comparable to his peak strength when he was alive. "Let's kill him first," Suyu roared. "Too much nonsense, kill him first." As for Wisdom King, he was terrified. How could this be? Who is that dead soul? What did he eat? Why did he suddenly become so powerful that he went to the Dead Souls galaxy to stop a Marquis of Death? However, there was no time for him to think too much at this moment. The other sovereigns were slightly startled, but seeing that it seemed like nothing had happened, they quickly made their moves to kill the living person first. As for the Marquis of Death, wasn't he not here yet? What's there to be afraid of? Rumble, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Suyu's fist exploded, and with a loud bang, Wisdom King's body cracked. A group of autarchs attacked one after another. With so many experts, in the blink of an eye, Wisdom King's body was destroyed. His second body had just appeared, but not long after, it was destroyed again. Far away in the Dead Souls galaxy, two incredibly powerful existences were fighting fiercely. The entire Dead Souls galaxy was shaking. "Bastard, who are you?" The Marquis of Death King's angry roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Wisdom King was in a daze as he continued to attack. However, his strength was much stronger than before. Even against a Marquis, he was only at a slight disadvantage. After an unknown period of time, a mournful roar could be heard. "No! Ancestor, save me!" Wisdom King was dying. At this moment, he was filled with endless fear and terror. "I don't want to die. I don't have to die. Even the ancestor is here. Why am I suddenly being stopped by an expert?" Suyu, on the other hand, smashed his fist down with a cold expression. With a loud boom, his body exploded, and his head was crushed. At this moment, the clouds in the sky descended. Suyu's will of civilization swept over, but he did not absorb it. He quickly escaped. He ran toward the tunnel of the dead souls. The other sovereigns wanted to attack him, but after sensing the thick death aura around him, they felt that he was more like a dead soul than they were. For a moment, they hesitated. Suyu shouted, "Sovereigns, don't worry. Soon, I will bring you more blood and flesh." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu rushed up the passageway and rushed out. In the distance, an angry roar resounded through the world. "You bastards, you are provoking me." It was the angry Marquis. His descendant had been killed. The Marquis was already at his limit. He wanted to continue attacking, but suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. "Marquis Qishan, it's time to leave. Don't forget, this is the territory of the Guardian General. Do you really want to start a war with him? Damn it." Marquis Qishan was enraged, but he knew that if he stayed, he would be in trouble once the Guardian General attacked. "Bastard, just you wait." Marquis Qishan could not restrain his anger and quickly left, and Dai Dai did not chase. He was not the other's opponent. However, at this moment, there was a strange look in his eyes, as if he was recalling something. He floated motionlessly in the Dead Souls galaxy. At this moment, in the outside world, heaven and earth shook. The celestial world shook, violent shaking, volcanoes roared, the earth cracked, the wind blew, countless buildings exploded, and astral winds rose. Tiangu's expression was heavy. Dead? How could this be? Even if Wisdom Monarch was ambushed and used Marquis Qishan's welcoming token, he would not die so easily, unless Marquis Qishan had forgotten his nature. However, Marquis Qishan had already stabilized his nature. How could he suddenly forget? He still valued Wisdom Monarch, which was why he gave that thing to Wisdom Monarch. What happened? Tiangu's heart was heavy. The immortal world was in turmoil. A ninth-level eternal existence had a great connection with this world. At this moment, the death of Wisdom King caused the entire immortal world to experience a natural disaster. Today, the immortal world was in turmoil more than once. The death of every single immortal king represented the exhaustion of the resources, karmic luck, and energy of the region. If too many perished, it might even cause the region to weaken, causing formidable enemies to be able to slaughter their way into the immortal dimension from any part of the region. The three experts that were fighting with the Heavenly Annihilation suddenly paused. And at this moment, the Heavenly Annihilation smashed down with his cudgel. With a loud rumble, the Wind King spat out a mouthful of blood. He transformed into an astral wind and vanished from his original location. His blood splattered through the air. Soon, Fire King and Thunder King made their moves, blocking Heavenly Destroyer's pursuit. Thunder rose everywhere and flames illuminated the world, and at this moment, a loud shout resounded through the world. In the distance, Cloudy Sky rose up, his sword piercing Han Xiang's eye. He snorted, "Little hussy, who told you to hook up with my city lord?" Nearby, some stone statue guards had a toothache. So, you still remember it. They thought that Cloudy Sky was so angry, but now they remembered that the previous city lord had hooked up with this Han Xiang. This woman was too vengeful. Han Xiang retreated. Her pierced eye quickly recovered, but there was a bit more coldness in it. She looked at Cloudy Sky again, full of killing intent. Cloudy Sky had a proud look. "What are you looking at? Do you really think you can do anything to me?" don't provoke me. If you do, this old lady will break the seal and fight with you today. As soon as these words came out, Han Xiang's expression changed. Some unknown invincible experts were shocked. But Cloudy Sky didn't care about this. He sneered, a group of small fries, do you really think you're some powerful character? If I wasn't petrified, I would break the seal and fight again. In the distance, Heavenly Destroyer was crazily waving his big stick. He suddenly froze and murmured, that's right, break the seal. I forgot. At this moment, he suddenly turned into a stone statue. And the outer layer of the stone statue suddenly cracked. An incomparably powerful aura overflowed. In the distance, the old tortoise had a splitting headache. Stop. The old tortoise shouted, Heavenly Destroyer, stop. F***ck, just knowing that this thing came out isn't a good thing. Yun Xiao only said it, but you didn't even say it. I thought you knew your limits, but you forgot about it, that's right, it was too long ago. Sky Destroyer had probably forgotten that in order to guard the dead spirit channel, they had sealed themselves and petrified themselves. On one hand, it was to prolong their lifespan, and on the other hand, it was to resist the invasion of death energy. Now that you've unsealed it, you'll feel good. Once you're not dead, you can go back and suppress the passage. Then, you'll know how good you'll feel, no matter how strong you are. After being corroded by the death chi for 100,000 years, you will also become a dead spirit. The reason why they were fine was because of the petrification seal. As for Sky Destroyer, he didn't seem to care. It's fine. Isn't Suyu still alive? What if he dies? The old tortoise roared, if he's dead, won't we have to rely on ourselves to guard this place? That's right, Sky's Destroyer thought about it for a moment. Forget it, he wouldn't be able to unseal it. However, he did remember. He snorted and said, only now do I remember that I was sealed 100,000 years ago. No wonder it was so difficult to beat that bastard of many treasures. I knew something was wrong, I thought that many treasures had become stronger. It turns out that I've become weaker. I've been sealed. When the stone sculpture was no longer a stone sculpture, it was when these people were at their strongest. When the stone sculpture was no longer a stone sculpture, it was probably the arrival of the catastrophe of the myriad worlds. Because the stone sculpture might no longer suppress the passage, Sky Destroyer stopped unsealing. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Whether they knew it or not, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, they suddenly felt that once they unsealed it, something big might really happen today. A super big event might lead to the death of countless invincible realm experts. It might even lead to the appearance of some unbelievable existences. And at this moment, in the ancient city of Xinhong, Suyu's figure emerged. As soon as he appeared, the death chi overflowed extraordinarily. There was no other way. He bore too much death chi. Unbelievably much. Now, he didn't need the help of the moon and stars to fight. This death chi was enough to open the gate of heaven. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. One by one, the invincible realm experts looked at Suyu and the ancient city. Xinhong didn't take away the ancient city. The ancient city was still there. At this moment, Suyu's death chi was monstrous. In the blink of an eye, he attracted the attention of a large number of experts. It was difficult to hide. Suyu didn't care about Lu Hong, who was beside Wan Tianxing. Now was not the time. In an instant, Suyu flew out of the ancient city, and Wan Tianxing quickly followed. They didn't care about the passage of the dead spirits. They were all dead. The dead spirits couldn't come out of their own accord. There was no need to care. As soon as Suyu appeared, he immediately sneered. Wisdom King? A bunch of trash are all dead. Wisdom King? More like a retard. The celestial race really schemed well. Not bad, they even made arrangements in the dead spirits world. They made a Marquis Qishan. Haha, unfortunately, he was destroyed. You think a dead Marquis can kill me? What a joke. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings were shaken. The ancient existences were a little shaken. Marquis Qishan? At this moment, the void split open, and the projection of an ancient existence was projected. Suyu, you said that you met Marquis Qishan? Suyu looked at the shadow and said with a smile, who are you? Are you here to kill me or help me? Kill me? Are you a grandson? Why should I tell you? Help me, and we can have a good talk. At this moment, he was very arrogant. He had to be arrogant, and he had the right to be arrogant. 18 invincible realm experts had all died in his hands. Previously, he had joined forces with Wan Tianxing to kill a group. Together with the stone sculptures of the ancient city, they had also killed a group. It could be said that today, the number of invincible realm experts that died in the hands of Suyu was more than anyone present. Moreover, he had killed a group in the Starry Mansion. Last time, when Xiao Longwu and the others had proven their way, he had also killed a few. Although Suyu wasn't invincible realm, the number of invincible realm experts that had died because of him or had been killed by him had almost caught up to the total number of invincible realm experts in the human race. At this moment, as Suyu appeared again, even Tiangu and the others couldn't help but feel that it was an illusion. Suyu was difficult to kill, he couldn't be killed, a person with such great fortune was indomitable. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and the more he fought, unless he gathered the power of lightning and killed him instantly, otherwise, an existence like Suyu would be very difficult to kill. This wasn't something that Suyu had done alone. Since ancient times, many monstrous geniuses had done it. If these monstrous geniuses didn't die, they would become stronger and stronger, until they were strong enough to kill everyone, or until they met an even stronger, more valiant, and luckier expert who came to kill them. In the void, the projection was slightly taken aback and quickly said, I am the leader of the fated race. Oh. The leader of the fated race, a half-emperor of the fated race? Was that an enemy or a friend? It was hard to say. It was said that this race seemed to be related to the heavenly abyss race. They were probably enemies, although he had worked together with their Wu Xuanzi last time. This kind of conflict between races didn't have much effect on an individual. Suyu, the fated race has always been neutral, Suyu nodded. Neutral races either die the fastest, or they are so strong that we can't kill them no matter how hard we try. They have countless hidden experts, and there might be 3 to 5 Dao-fusing cultivators, or even hundreds of invincible realm experts. If you want to be neutral, then so be it. I don't dare to provoke you. Once he said this, although everyone knew that Suyu was talking nonsense, but there was some truth to it. A neutral race could survive from ancient times until now, and it had to be said that they definitely had some strength. This kind of neutral race would soon be destroyed if they were weak. The Fate Emperor was also speechless. He quickly said, You really met Marquis Qishan? Of course. Suyu laughed and said, The celestial race made some dead spirit's guidance plate and brought in a marquis. The retarded king thought that I was afraid. Who knew that in the dead soul's world, a human marquis also appeared? Ha ha ha, humans are so strong. They were defeated in an instant. I wonder if that Marquis Qishan can escape from this disaster. Human marquis. Marquis Lanshan? The Fate Emperor's projection was slightly taken aback. He quickly said, Is it Marquis Lanshan? Nonsense, what the hell? How would I know? I'm just making it up. Suyu was speechless. I'm just making it up. Can I say that Dai Dai did it? At this moment, the Fate Emperor asked. Suyu didn't want to offend this guy who said he was neutral. He wasn't strong enough now, so he had to keep a low profile. If he was strong enough, he would kill him with one punch if he said he was neutral. Suppressing these thoughts, Suyu smiled and said, I don't know him. I've never seen him before. I only know that Marquis Qishan appeared in the Dead Souls galaxy. In the end, he was defeated. I don't know whether it was a human marquis or not. The eastern region should be Marquis Lanshan. The Fate Emperor murmured. So you didn't know how he knew about the situation in the Dead Souls realm. He was just about to ignore him when the Fate Emperor suddenly transmitted his voice to him. The human race doesn't have any advantage in the eastern region. You've lured Marquis Lanshan into battle. Take care. Even if Marquis Qishan is slightly weaker than Marquis Lanshan, there's probably more than one immortal marquis in the eastern region. Sigh, the war has spread to the Dead Souls realm. The world is really going to change. With that, this guy's projection disappeared. At this moment, all the Dao integration stage cultivators and ancient beings were silently digesting this information. The war in the Dead Souls realm, the ancient marquis powerhouses had appeared. Although they were all dead, it seemed like a war between races was going on. The Celestials had lured an ancient Marquis Qishan, but in the end, they suffered a double loss. Even Wisdom King had been killed, at the entrance to the Celestial realm. At this moment, Tiangu suddenly felt a little dejected. Even the ancient Marquis of my race couldn't kill him. Marquis Qishan appeared. He thought that the Wisdom Monarch didn't succeed, but it turned out that the Wisdom Monarch had lured him and successfully called Marquis Qishan over. In the end, Marquis Qishan seemed to have been defeated, and the Wisdom Monarch was killed. He was still thinking. At this moment, Suyu seemed to be planning to open the Dead Souls Realm channel again. He laughed wildly and said, "Bastards, continue to kill me. If you don't kill me, you're all bastards. Tiangu, you come. If you can kill me, I'll admit defeat. If you can't kill me, come play with me in the Dead Souls realm." At this moment, Suyu was insufferably arrogant. "Come. Who can do anything to me? Do you think I'm he too? That I killed myself? I won't lure the dead souls out. I'll lure you in. Who dares to come? What Tiangu, Jiwu, you're all trash. If one of you comes, I'll kill one of you. If you're not convinced, come fight me." He was so arrogant, but no one said anything. Suyu seemed to be invincible in the Dead Souls realm. He killed a Marquis, killed Wisdom Monarch, and killed 17 other invincible beings. Not a single one survived. We can't kill him. At this moment, in the Demon realm, the Demon Emperor shook his head slightly. Beside him, the Demon King who had left earlier said in a low voice, "We can't kill him?" "Yes." The Demon Emperor said calmly, "We're not too sure about the Dead Souls realm. However, it's probably true that Marquis Qishan appeared, that he was forced to retreat, and that Wisdom Monarch was killed. So now, tell me, which Dao integration stage cultivator dares to go to the Dead Souls realm with Suyu?" The Demon King said indifferently, "No one dares. I don't dare. Tiangu doesn't dare. Jiwu doesn't dare. No one dares to go down with Suyu. If that's the case, how are we going to kill him? We don't even dare to Dao integration stage cultivators. Who do you expect to kill him? Unless we figure out what's going on in the Dead Souls realm and Suyu's trump cards, there's no need to fight again today. We'll just be throwing our lives away." At this point, who would dare to throw their lives away, unless Dao integration stage cultivators launched a sneak attack? However, everyone was watching today. Old Tortoise and the others were all there. Was it possible to launch a sneak attack? As long as Suyu had some time, he could open the Dead Souls realm passageway and hide inside. They wouldn't dare to go. The only way was to get rid of Suyu's trump cards in the Dead Souls realm. Now, no one knew what he had done in the Dead Souls realm. Did he suffer heavy losses, or was he completely unharmed? Or was there really an ancient Marquis of the human race waiting for Dao integration stage cultivators to attack, and obtaining information about the Dead Souls realm required time, opportunity, and luck? It wasn't that easy. At this moment, it was just as the Demon Emperor had said. Tiangu, Heaven Supervisor, Divine Emperor, Underworld Emperor, Dragon Emperor, many Dao integration stage cultivators were helpless. Did they believe Suyu's words? Not necessarily. However, which Dao integration stage cultivator would dare to chase after him all the way to the Dead Souls realm? Normally, they would dare, but now, they really didn't dare. What if there really was a Dead Soul Marquis of the human race down there? There was nowhere to run. However, this battle had greatly damaged Wan's vitality. On Suyu's side, he had killed 18 invincible beings in an instant. The Great Qin King had killed 2, the Great Zhou King had led his people to kill 2, Suyu and Wan Tianxing had killed 4, and He Xinghong and the others had killed 4. In fact, the other parties didn't have many casualties. Only on Suyu's side, their vitality had been greatly damaged. In this battle, 30 invincible beings had died, and before this, in the Starry Mansion, 30 invincible beings had entered. 5 of the human race, the 5 elements race, and the fated race had also come out. The others, including the Minister of Heaven, hadn't come out. Including the Minister of Heaven, there were 23 invincible beings less, and all this had happened in a month. Exactly a month. In a month, Wan had lost 53 invincible beings. At this moment, the powerful races had all suffered heavy losses. Their target had been Suyu, to kill Suyu. But in the end, not only had Suyu not died, he had instead become stronger. Now, to kill him, they had to fight their way into the dead soul's realm. Who would go? As long as no one dared to go, this battle was over. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. At this moment, Tiangu took a deep breath. His willpower vibrated. Some ancient beings, extremely powerful beings, all heard his voice. Stop fighting. There was no need to fight anymore. Even if they fought, they had to figure out the situation in the dead soul's realm, the East Rift Valley. The great Zhou King heaved an indiscernible sigh of relief. Stop fighting. Tiangu, who had the most resolute attitude, chose to stop fighting. In this way, this battle was considered over. The celestial race had chosen to stop fighting, and the other races would not persist. The next time they fought, they would definitely be when they had full confidence in killing Suyu. Otherwise, the celestial race and demon god would not easily fight again. The great Zhou King laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. The human race had been fighting for hundreds of years, but it was not as intimidating as Suyu's few battles. After a few battles, one had suffered heavy losses at the hands of Suyu. This guy was indeed a person of great providence. He had the support of many Dao integration cultivators and invincible beings. His power was incomparably huge and not weaker than any other race. Of course, the most important support was not from the human race, but from the ancient city. This was something that the great Zhou King and the others did not expect. The ancient city had so many guards, and all of them were willing to fight. These guys were too strong. Stop fighting? At this moment, Suyu also heard Old Turtle's voice transmission. It was time to stop fighting. Suyu had killed 18 invincible beings and shocked everyone. This battle could not continue, unless a few more Dao integration cultivators appeared and went down with Suyu to take a look. When Tiangu said stop fighting, Suyu sneered and his voice spread through the heavens. Stop fighting? Tiangu, dream on. Don't even think about it if you don't kill 10 immortal kings today. Don't think that I don't know the situation. I'm going to kill those old antiques out today. I'll also see how strong these old antiques are and whether they can kill me. As soon as these words came out, some of the ancient existence's expressions changed slightly. Suyu knew everything. At this moment, they realized that they seemed to have underestimated Suyu. Suyu knew everything. He knew everything. As for Suyu, his face was not red nor was he out of breath. His cold laughter shook the heavens. So be it. I don't believe that those old geezers won't pay a price when they come out. I also want to see how much price they have to pay to kill me. Once that balance is broken, I want to see if this tide flow upheaval is over. Let's have another tide flow. Are you all bullying me because I'm young and ignorant? Do you think I don't know anything? At this moment, some people looked at Old Turtle, who had an indifferent expression. Don't look at me, I really didn't say anything. There were some things that couldn't be said. How would I know how Suyu knew? In truth, Suyu didn't know, but Heaven Destroyer had said some things. Now, he was only speaking vaguely. Those who understood, and those who didn't understand. Suyu didn't understand either, but he pretended to. He wanted to let one know that he knew everything and had a trump card to deal with them. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. At this moment, even Tiangu no longer considered him a junior. His voice echoed out. Suyu, do you really want to start the decisive battle now? Do you really think you're stronger than the 100-battle king? If you insist, then I'll help you. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Don't, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. If an ancient antique really came, an existence like the King of Killers, then I definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Of course, he had to pretend, even if he died. Suyu said coldly, try me, Tiangu. Why don't you personally kill a few immortal kings for fun? Call those old fogies out to play. I want to see how they'll kill me. Do they really think I can't deal with them? Suyu gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. Then, facing the white jade door, his will fluctuated, and he shouted, Taishan. He didn't know if there would be a reaction. Let's see. If there's a reaction, then I'll scare you to death. No reaction, pretend I didn't say anything. And with this shout. Boom, the white jade door shook, and the void trembled. An enormous aura rose, but it seemed to be separated by something and didn't spread out. At this moment, Suyu's heart trembled, but his expression was overjoyed. He instantly floated near the white jade door and sneered. Tiangu, if you don't dare to call those old fogies out, then you're all my grandsons. Master Xianxia, everyone, find immortal kings to kill. Kill 10 of them. Today, I'm going to pierce the heavens of this world. Behind him, the white jade door trembled violently, as if responding to Suyu. At this moment, the expressions of some Dao integration stage cultivators changed. Suyu was able to control the terrifying existence within the starry mansion even when he was outside. At this moment, many people thought of what they had said before. Soon, some Dao integration stage cultivators sent messages to those who had survived. Jin Rue, tell me the truth. Just how powerful is that ancient existence? Wu Xuanzi, have you seen that ancient existence? One powerful cultivator after another inquired. This was an extremely terrifying matter. Neither Master Wu Xuanzi nor Jin Rue lied this time. We don't know how strong he is, they said. All we know is that with the power of will, all of the eternal experts who participated in the battle were either killed or crippled. Even King Bloodfire couldn't hold on, and was killed by Suyu. As for how powerful it is, it's hard to say. However, the origin returning saber was taken by the great Qin Emperor. It should be that existence that easily broke the rules and freed the origin returning saber. At this moment, all the powerful cultivators were shocked. Origin returning saber, they almost forgot that the great Qin Emperor was fighting with a saber. This meant that the rules of King Gong's divine weapon had been broken by someone. To be able to break the rules, it had to be at least a human monarch. There was at least a human monarch behind Suyu. At this moment, Suyu's heart was thumping violently. I'm going to put on a show in front of all the worlds, put on a show so that one won't dare to touch me for a while. Even if I'm confident, I have to think about it carefully and give myself time. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Want to stop fighting? Suyu actually wanted to as well, because if they continued fighting, they would really draw out old antique. He didn't dare to do that. This was a situation where even a human monarch had died. He didn't want to experience it, so he couldn't be afraid now. Once he agreed to stop fighting, there would be a lot of trouble. Suyu's expression was cold. He looked around and sneered, come and play. Laozi also wants to see who is stronger between the living and dead worlds. Suyu, even if you can summon that person, you will have to pay a huge price, right? Ancient Heaven's cold voice came. Price? Suyu laughed, you want to see? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The price is that this lord has lost his memory and likes to kill indiscriminately. I'm afraid that if I summon him, I will be the first to die, but you guys are forcing me, so, let's die together. Human monarch? You guys think he's a human monarch? No, no, no. I want to say that he's stronger than a human monarch. Do you believe me? Ancient Heaven, how about, we go crazy together? Ancient Heaven didn't speak. As for Suyu, his willpower once again covered the white jade door. He was also frightened, but he called out again, Taishan. Rumble. At this moment, a violent tremor seemed to resound through the 10,000 worlds. Old Zhou must be furious. Suyu didn't hear his roar, but he knew that Old Zhou must be very angry, rumble. The entire sea of stars trembled. At this moment, a lightning tribulation suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, the expressions of Ancient Heaven and the others changed. Rumble, the fluctuation continued, and that lightning tribulation suddenly struck towards the white jade door. Suyu was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged, and the lightning tribulation ignored him. This lightning tribulation was a bit too strong. Before it struck down, this part of the void turned into nothingness. Scram! At this moment, a thunderous roar resounded in everyone's ears. Explosion! Puff, Suyu vomited blood, not only him. At this moment, Old Tortoise, Heaven Supervisor Marquis also vomited blood. The stronger they were, the louder they heard this sound. All the Dao integration powerhouses vomited blood, and most of the invincible powerhouses also vomited blood. Those below the invincible realm had almost no reaction, and no sound was heard. Following this scram, that lightning tribulation was suddenly shattered by an invisible force. The heavens split open, the power of laws formed a huge net, and the blood-colored lightning tribulation appeared again, attacking the white jade door. Suyu was stunned, what was going on. I just shouted for old Zhou to intimidate him, and at this moment, the Fate Emperor's voice sounded with a sigh. Su Yu, why do you have to perish together with us? It hasn't reached that point yet. If you summon this uncontrollable existence now, the entire heavens might be destroyed. In the distance, Old Tortoise also had a shocked expression, and his voice reverberated. Su Yu, stop summoning. You're going to perish together with everyone. This existence has already exceeded the limit. When he appears, the laws cover the heavens. Su Yu was slightly taken aback. What did he mean, so complicated? On the immortal world side, Tiangu's expression fluctuated. Su Yu could really summon this existence to appear in the all-heavens battlefield. Tiangu said coldly, Su Yu, if you really want to perish together, you may not have the upper hand even if I live longer than you. Right now, the all-heavens battlefield can't accommodate such an existence. If you really want to fight, just wait. The 1,000-year limit is approaching, and the one behind you may not be truly invincible. Su Yu was even more confused, however, he didn't show it. He was also a smart person, and he quickly understood some things. The 1,000-year limit, unable to accommodate now, every time the all-heavens battlefield was closed, there seemed to be some kind of law, some kind of restriction. Tiangu meant that the all-heavens battlefield couldn't withstand the appearance of an existence like old Zhou. Once he appeared, the great tribulation of laws would appear, and Su Yu had previously made a fuss and asked him to lure out those old antiques, but Tiangu ignored him. So, there might be such a punishment? He didn't know how to pretend to know. Su Yu smiled. Whether he's truly invincible or not, you'll know once you try. What do you mean you don't lose out more than me? I've already killed dozens of Eternal Realm cultivators, so I didn't lose out at all. If you, Tiangu, aren't afraid of death, then I'll summon again to play. Do you want to try? When the third summon comes out, I won't be able to control it, and neither will you. Then let's see if this ancient existence that even King Wu couldn't suppress can kill all of you. Hearing this, some people were shocked. King Wu? Su Yu chuckled. Was there no record of it in the ancient times? It should be before the human emperor built the Starry Universe mansion. This was a peerless expert of that era, a human. He fought with King Wu, and in the end, King Wu barely suppressed him. But now that King Wu is gone, he's still here. I want to see if you so-called emperors of the all heavens can suppress him. The Dao integration stage cultivators were shocked again. They had been scared. It wasn't that they were stupid, but that they had really been scared. The scene just now had happened right in front of them. That existence should be more powerful than them, and in the Starry Universe mansion, Su Yu had summoned it. Only Su Yu seemed to have come into contact with this existence. Su Yu wouldn't make up King Wu for no reason. Perhaps such a thing really did exist. Someone looked at the Heaven Supervisor and the old turtle. They were the oldest group. Did they know the situation? The Heaven Supervisor frowned slightly as he recalled everything. As he thought about it, his expression changed slightly. When he looked at Su Yu again, his eyes revealed a hint of fear. The old turtle also fell into deep thought. Some memories were already blurred. Suppressed by King Wu. While he was thinking, in the distance, Tian Miao was following Su Yu's advice and beating up the 3 immortal kings. At this moment, seeing that the all heavens were silent, he couldn't help but roar, Su Yu, keep shouting. Today, break the heavens. Break the laws and destroy the myriad worlds. Ha ha ha, I'll open the dead spirits world again and release the dead spirits. I'll go all out and destroy all worlds. Letting those old guys come out is just a matter of collecting corpses. I'm going to unseal. Su Yu, kill these 3. That should be enough, right? Tian Miao laughed madly. He really wanted to kill these 3, but unsealing wasn't enough. If Su Yu wanted to destroy the world, then I'll unseal. It'll happen sooner or later. Then I'll unseal. He began to take the form of a stone statue again, laughing loudly. The stone statue began to collapse. He laughed loudly. Su Yu, hurry up, I know who you're talking about. Who else could it be? As for King Wu, I heard that his strongest battle before the human emperor split open the sky was when he killed Emperor Wu. Wu Wuxuang was the second. Only by killing Emperor Wu did he establish his title as King Wu. Ha ha ha, Emperor Wu must not have died. At this moment, the old turtle's expression changed. The heaven supervisor's heart palpitated. In the distance, many treasures was shaken. Impossible. Isn't he dead? Ha ha ha, what's impossible? It must be. So you said he's a human and was suppressed by King Wu. Who knows if he's dead or not? Ha ha ha, it's good to be alive, it's good to be crazy. Suyu, shout. I'm going to unseal. I'll kill these 3 fellows and draw out some old fogies. I'll slaughter my way through the myriad worlds. Xianxia seemed very interested in destroying the world, even if he died, he didn't care. The petrification on his body began to slowly dissolve. Suyu's head was about to explode. Don't, I'm just joking. Brother Mia, don't play around. You're playing me to death. I don't want to die with you, I'm just intimidating Tiangu and the others, so that they wouldn't dare act blindly without thinking. At this moment, the old turtle also exploded. He shouted angrily, Tianxia, stop. Scoundrel. He was about to explode. Did Suyu want to die with them? Of course not, he didn't want to either. Perhaps no one else wanted to. Only madman Tianxia wanted to do this. You really are crazy. At this moment, Tiangu was also shaken. After a moment, he sent a voice transmission. Suyu, what do you want? He was afraid that Suyu wouldn't be able to withstand Tianxia's provocation and would really summon that thing. Then today, rivers of blood would flow in the myriad worlds. Now was not the time yet. Once such a powerful being appeared, the myriad worlds wouldn't be able to stop him. It was very easy for a race to be wiped out. Suyu chuckled, but he heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart and said with a cold smile, nothing much. I don't want to die either, but since you're forcing my hand, then we'll die together. My request is very simple. I'm not an unreasonable person. God, demon, immortal, dragon, dark, heavenly abyss, and even the Sky Hunter Pavilion, 16 minor races attacked me. Destroy these 16 races, and today's matter will be written off. With so many Dao integration stage experts, it's not impossible. If you can't do it, then trash like you aren't worthy of fighting with me. Destroy 16 races. Hearing this, the expressions of the Dao integration stage experts of the various races changed slightly. At this moment, at the edge of the battlefield, the expression of a powerful being with 3 shattered bodies changed drastically. Further away, an invincible being who had escaped back to his realm also changed drastically. Destroy 16 races and end this battle. Meanwhile, Suyu said coldly, what? Are you afraid that killing them will cause a riot among the minor races? Not at all. This bunch of trash is actually not very useful. You see, 16 invincible beings are right beside me, but they don't dare to touch me at all. Now, 14 of them are dead, and there are 2 left. Exterminating them is very simple. Are the various races afraid of retaliation? Or do you think that a bunch of idiots from the minor races will dare to attack me next time? In any case, they're already disloyal. I might as well fulfill their wish and destroy them. I, Suyu, am not that easy to kill. Fence-sitters, go die. Tiangu was silent. Destroy 16 races and end this battle. 14 invincible beings died in battle, and only 2 remained. At this moment, the powerful being with 3 shattered bodies roared in a shrill voice, no, you can't do this. Lord Tiangu, the celestial race can't do this. We listened to your orders and participated in the battle. For this battle, I destroyed 3 bodies, and everyone else died. You can't burn bridges after crossing the river. You killed 16 races, how will the All-Heavens One look at you? No, he couldn't let the celestial race continue to consider the pros and cons. If they really agreed, it would be a disaster. So you said faintly, I won't force you. I'm easy to talk to. How about this, the human race will send out 14 invincible beings to slaughter all the mountain, sea, sun, moon powerful beings of the 14 races. As for the remaining 2 races, either the great Qin Emperor and the others will destroy them, or they will self-destruct. I won't slaughter the races. The powerful being who had lost 3 bodies suddenly looked toward Suyu and begged, Suyu, no, we're just a minor race. We didn't want to participate in the battle, we had no choice, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Suyu said faintly, if I don't kill you, anyone will dare to kill me. Think about it yourself. On the human race's side, is there an invincible being willing to be an executioner for me, Suyu? I think the other races won't stop the human race from killing them, right? It's just killing a bunch of ants. After this battle, everyone will return home. At this moment, on the human race's side, the great Zhou King looked around and said faintly, there's no need to go. The 14 eternal beings, the great Yuan King, Heavenly King Jin, Xiaolong Wu, Zhu Tianfeng, go and slaughter all the mountain sea sun moon of the 14 races. Bring back some treasures. When the 4 invincible beings heard the order, their eyes flickered, and without a word, they instantly disappeared. A moment later, in a small world, there was a loud rumble, and the great Yuan King killed his way in. In the blink of an eye, shrill roars resounded throughout that world. The sun and moon continued to fall in that world. No, Lord Celestial Emperor, Lord Divine Emperor, please, we're your subordinate races. The invincible being whose 3 bodies were destroyed kept begging. However, at this moment, no one answered. Tiangu and the others knew that if this continued, the smaller races probably wouldn't dare to fight for them anymore. But the one who attacked was the human race, and the smaller races wouldn't dare to fight for the human race. It could only be said that this time, both sides would suffer. If they really wanted to kill, then they would have to worry about some things. But now, the one who attacked was the human race. Let him be. At this moment, Suyu had his hands behind his back, his face calm and smiling. He looked around, then looked at the invincible being, and said with a smile, go back to your world. In this world, there's still some power to resist. The invincible being looked at Suyu, tears of blood flowing from his eyes. This was a race whose body was similar to that of a frog. At this moment, he kept gasping for breath, and after a long time, his voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness as he said, if I self-destruct, can you do as you said before, not destroy my race? Suyu said faintly, of course. Then if I'm willing to serve, no need. Suyu said faintly, I don't need grass that goes wherever the wind blows. I have to be on guard today, and I have to be on guard tomorrow. Tiring. Suyu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made you my enemy. Boom, a loud explosion echoed throughout the 3 worlds. This invincible being was forced to self-destruct by Suyu. Blood clouds gathered, the wand was silent. As for the other invincible being who had escaped, his giant shadow floated above the small world. He suddenly laughed bitterly, so vicious, so poisonous. Humans, immortals, demons, indeed, the 10,000 worlds, the one, are yours. We are nothing. With a bitter laugh, he looked at Suyu and said in a loud voice, can I give some of my treasures, some of my cultivation to my descendants? Suyu said faintly, up to you. I just want to see you die. Anything else, up to you. Take revenge on me, up to you. I'll be right here, ready to take revenge at any time. I don't dare, the giant shadow laughed bitterly. In the next moment, his aura dropped. He might be passing on his cultivation technique. Not long after, a loud explosion echoed in the small world. Blood clouds gathered, the small world shook. At this moment, the last invincible being chose to self-destruct for the sake of his race. At this moment, in the one, except for a few powerful races, even races like the 5 elemental race felt sad. The sorrow of a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. At the last moment, the small races were the most miserable. The big races could afford the loss, but the small races couldn't. Once the invincible was dead, they would be at the mercy of others, but Suyu revealed a smile and said with a smile, then everyone finished fighting, let's go back to our respective homes. Lord Sky Destroyer, don't unseal them. They are just 3 old guys. They aren't worth the price you have to pay. In the void, Sky Destroyer had a bored expression. Boring. Kid, you're such a coward. You should do something big this time. Suyu smiled and said, there's no rush. The chaos in the heavens is just the beginning. From today onwards, won't there be less than 100 races? I think there will be even fewer races soon. Suyu laughed. At this moment, he was like the #1 demon in the world. With just a few words, 16 races were wiped out, even if some were still alive. Without the invincible beings, they were like a lone boat that could capsize with a wave. Suyu waved his sleeves and laughed. He returned to the ancient city and floated above it. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Thank you, seniors, for your help today. If Suyu doesn't die, I will repay you generously." The few experts chuckled and disappeared in an instant. The iron-eating beast king, the old turtle, and the two angry god-eater ancient beasts all disappeared. There was no more fighting. Suyu's trump card was too strong. If they didn't figure it out, the Wan probably wouldn't dare to start a war in the next 1,000 years. One person dominated the Wan continent, although there were many factors involved. The fact that Suyu had forced 16 races to be wiped out and forced 2 invincible beings to self-destruct still terrified the powerful beings of the Wan continent. Except for the few powerful races, the invincible beings of the small races were all worried. The small races, even the so-called top 100 races, were just pawns in the eyes of the big races. At this moment, in the sky above the ancient city, Suyu's hands were shaking slightly. "Scared the hell out of me. If we continue to fight like this, where would we have any trump cards left? If another Dao integration stage cultivator came and chased us all the way to the Dead Souls realm, who could stop them?" As for old Zhou, Suyu felt that he probably wouldn't be able to come out. If he could come out so easily, the starry mansion would have been destroyed. "Scared the hell out of me," Suyu thought to himself, but he still maintained a calm and collected attitude, as if all lives were under his control. His hands were shaking, but he couldn't lose his momentum. He was just that confident. He was so confident that he wouldn't be afraid of a few Dao integration stage beings. At this moment, the stone statues returned one after another. They were all in a good mood after fighting. Although they didn't kill anyone, more than 1 or 2 of their 3 bodies had been destroyed, so these stone statues were still a bit apprehensive. It wasn't that they couldn't kill them, but that there was no need to kill them. It could easily lead to big trouble. Destroying their 3 bodies was enough. Because of this, almost all the stone statues didn't kill anyone. However, when the various races returned, they would probably want to cry. There were at least 20 to 30 more bachelors this time. Xinghong returned. He had just arrived when Sky Destroyer flew over. He looked at Suyu, then at the white jade gate, and laughed. "Is there really an old monster inside?" Suyu smiled. "Didn't Lord Sky Destroyer guess it already?" "I was just saying." Sky Destroyer laughed. "Martial Monarch, that was a long time ago. There are just some rumors that even we aren't too clear about. I can't just say that I didn't guess it, right? I think Boss and the others seem to have guessed it already, so I had to say it in advance." Suyu was speechless. Was that even possible? Sky Destroyer arrived, and not long after, Yunxiao also arrived. She said with a wretched expression, "That bitch, Han Xiang, is quite strong." Hearing this, it could only be someone on their side. Otherwise, it would be a villain, Suyu muttered in his heart. "Speaking of which, aren't we all villains? Look at how we scolded and forced her, forcing the invincible guardian race to death, scolding Han Xiang, stealing many treasures, colluding with dead spirits, releasing a martial king to suppress a powerful being, defying the rules. No matter how you looked at it, it was the behavior of a villain." Suyu rubbed his chin. After a while, he came back to his senses. "So, I'm the villain, those guys are the righteous sex." Thinking further, these guys also want to destroy the human race in order to resist the tyranny of the human race. So, the human race has always been the villain. How terrifying. What are you thinking about? Yunxiao looked at Suyu and suddenly felt that there was something wrong with Suyu's gaze. Suyu coughed lightly and said with a smile, "It's nothing, Your Highness is domineering. That bitch Han Xiang, rest assured, since I can kill Ji Wang, sooner or later, I will also kill her." Yunxiao beamed with joy. "That's more like it." Suyu exhaled and shouted, "Many thanks to the guardians for lending a hand this time. Suyu can't thank you enough, but there's nothing to repay you for. For the next 3 months, every guardian can go out and play for 3 days and 3 nights. Don't worry about the Death Chi tunnel, I can handle it. Just don't walk too much at once." "Ha ha ha, good, Suyu, we have been waiting for this." 3 days. That's a little short. Forget it, I'll make do. Sure. Not bad. Where are you going for 3 days? It's not easy to go to the divine, demon, and immortal realms. Why don't we go to the lesser realms to have some fun, or the human realm to have some fun? The group of guards also instantly became interested and went to play. 3 days was not too long, but for them, they had not gone out for 100,000 years. It was already very good to be able to go out for 3 days. As for so many people who had just died, they did not care. If they died, then so be it. Over the years, they had experienced 9 tide flows, and had seen too many of them. Every time a tide flow came to an end, great battles would break out, and invincible cultivators would fall like rain, waiting for the next tide flow to begin. As they chatted, in the distance, the invincible warriors also stopped fighting. At this moment, the great Qin king led a few people and flew towards Suyu. Without entering the city, the great Qin king stood outside the city and floated in the air. He looked at Suyu and said in a clear voice, "Do you want to go back to the human realm to take a look?" Suyu smiled, "My father is still there. If you want to go back, then go back." The great Qin king said in a clear voice, "When the lord of the holy city, Suyu, goes to the human realm, the human race will definitely treat you with respect. Let go of some trivial matters of the past if you can, and remember them in your heart if you can't. If one day you can suppress all realms, everything will naturally be decided by you." Suyu smiled and cupped his hands, "Your Majesty, you're too polite." The great Qin king did not say anything else and left in the air, his voice still echoing, "This time, you saved us. This is a personal favor. If you need anything, look for me at any time. I think I can still fight a few more battles." "Thank you." Suyu cupped his fists and watched them leave. This time, the great Qin king and the others did contribute. The other key was the great Zhou king who led the other human experts to serve as a deterrent, forcing several Dao integration experts who were about to attack to give up in the end. If not for that, the battle would not have ended so easily this time. The Dead Souls realm was also something that happened later. One expert after another left, going back to where they came from. In the distance, a figure appeared in the main hall of the Skyhunter Pavilion. However, compared to before, it was a bit more desolate. The Earth Department and Mystic Department heads were dead, the North Tower Master was dead, and so was the Law Enforcement Grand Elder. However, the West Tower Master and the South Tower Master had fought for a long time without a clear winner. At this moment, they separated. The Heaven Supervisor stood in front of the Skyhunter Pavilion. A moment later, the South Tower Master returned with injuries, looking a bit depressed. The East and West Pavilions, the North and South Towers, the Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow Departments, the Law Enforcement Hall, so many invincible experts, but now, only he and the Heaven Tower Master were left. In the distance, the West Tower Master looked at the Heaven Supervisor. The Heaven Supervisor also looked at him with a complicated expression. He sighed and said softly, "You don't need to look at me like that. We all have our own standpoints. It's the 10th tide. Victory or defeat might be decided by this tide." "That's fine, make your own choice," the West Tower Master said in a low voice. "Hou Yi is highly valued by King Wen. He should be part of the human race, but is it worth it for an incomplete Skyhunter list?" "Is it worth it?" The Heaven Supervisor smiled. There were some things that no one knew. He didn't say anything more and turned to look at Suyu. Suyu was also looking at him. The Heaven Supervisor's eyes were deep. He looked at Suyu for a while and then drove the Skyhunter Pavilion away. His voice came from afar, "King Wen isn't as flamboyant as you." With just these few words, the Heaven Supervisor left. Suyu looked at the Skyhunter Pavilion disappear. He didn't say anything but silently pondered the meaning of these words. King Wen isn't as flamboyant as me. Suyu thought about it and nodded, "So King Wen is a failure. He didn't fear you, otherwise, even if you died, you wouldn't dare to betray us." Suyu smiled, "Heaven Supervisor, I think if I were King Wen, I would be a little flamboyant and fear the heavens. You probably wouldn't dare to betray us for 1,000,000 years. So you are right, King Wen is a little weaker than me." The Heaven Supervisor who had already left trembled, almost unable to accept it. "I didn't say that. I didn't say King Wen was a little weaker than you. I said King Wen wasn't as flamboyant as you, not because he was a little weaker than you." "How did you understand that?" The old turtle who had just arrived couldn't help but cough. "This ability to understand, don't you feel embarrassed? You're so arrogant that you even dare to make things up about King Wen. Aren't you afraid that King Wen is still alive?" "Suyu, my lord." Suyu bowed slightly. The old turtle was really strong and very impressive. This time, the old turtle had deterred two Dao integration stage cultivators. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have ended so easily. The old turtle looked at the others and saw that the heavenly destroyer and the others were gathered together, unwilling to leave. He knew what they were thinking. They wanted to take this opportunity to make more waves and not go back. Forget it. Come to Hongmeng City when you have time. He originally wanted to say a few more words, but the heavenly destroyer and the others were not tactful and refused to leave. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. After saying this, he looked at the heavenly destroyer and shouted, "Heavenly destroyer, stop messing around." The heavenly destroyer nodded and looked at the old turtle seriously. The old turtle frowned slightly. "Next time, don't release the seal so easily." The heavenly destroyer nodded obediently. The old turtle was surprised, so obedient. Beside him, Xinghong chuckled. "Boss, if you scold the heavenly destroyer and call him AB***, he will also nod." The old turtle was taken aback. Then, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but curse. "Does this thing seal its hearing?" The heavenly destroyer nodded again. He saw the old turtle move his mouth. He couldn't be bothered to listen to such a cliché, so he just nodded to avoid annoyance. How nice it was now. "You say something, I nod." "Everyone is good, I'm good, everyone is good." The old turtle was so angry that he laughed. The heavenly destroyer nodded again. As long as the boss smiled, everything was fine. Xinghong chuckled and poked the heavenly destroyer. The heavenly destroyer turned to look at him. Xinghong laughed. "The boss said you're an idiot and said you have no brain." The heavenly destroyer saw him pointing at the old turtle and nodded. Xinghong was overjoyed. "Heavenly destroyer, to think you would have such a day." The heavenly destroyer, "You're an idiot, aren't you?" Xinghong tried to persuade the old turtle again. On the side, Xianxia yawned. Without batting an eyelid, she used her will to poke the heavenly destroyer's ear. Soon, Xinghong's voice entered the heavenly destroyer's ears. "The heavenly destroyer, are you an idiot? Look, you admitted it yourself. Besides being an idiot, you're also a fool." Boom, the heavenly destroyer punched out and sent Xinghong flying. His face was filled with anger. "You think I can't hear you?" On the side, Suyu was speechless. "You guys are too bored, a group of old antiques playing such a childish game." The old turtle was helpless and sighed. "After being locked up for so many years, I've gone crazy." It was rare for them to come out. These guards all released their natural instincts. They were all happy. The old turtle didn't find it strange. Seeing that the heavenly destroyer could hear them, he snorted. "If you cause any more trouble, see how I'll deal with you." This time, the heavenly destroyer heard it and said with some indignation, "How did I cause trouble? Do I have Suyu to cause trouble? Isn't everything done by Suyu? How did it become me? Just because I chimed in, it's my fault?" The boss doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. Sure enough, he heard the voice and was annoyed. The old turtle was also helpless. "Forget it, it's useless to lock this guy up for 100,000 years. I'm going back first. The dead soul domain is a mess." The old turtle didn't say anything more and quickly returned to the ancient Grand Mist City. He still had things to do. Now, it was a mess down there. Not only were there dead spirit monarchs, there were even more. They were attracted by the aura of the living and rushed over from all directions. If he didn't disperse them, once they all came to attack the Great Star Ancient City or the ancient Grand Mist City, it would be big trouble. He had to disperse these dead spirit monarchs and return to their homes. Also, the Marquis Qishan that Suyu mentioned, he wasn't too clear about this matter. Previously, he had things to do and didn't have time to deal with it. This time, the crisis was resolved, but he was indeed too careless. He still had to solve this problem. The old turtle quickly returned to the seabed and the ancient city appeared. The ancient Grand Mist City appeared. The old turtle pondered for a moment. Soon, the stone statue of the old turtle disappeared, entering the dead soul domain. In the dead soul domain, there weren't many dead spirits left on his side. They had all been taken away by He Tuesday. A group of dead spirits were still in the starry moon domain. The old turtle glanced into the distance. There was a thick aura of death there. After a while, he didn't pay much attention to it and flew toward the Dead Soul Galaxy at high speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Dead Soul Galaxy. Above the galaxy, a dead spirit floated, its body overflowing with faint white light. The old turtle's eyes glowed as he looked at the dead spirit. The dead spirit opened its eyes and looked at the old turtle as if it recognized him. It bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, General. You're too kind. Marquis Showen is of a higher rank than me." The dead spirit bowed again and said, "I dare not. I'm already dead and no longer Marquis Showen. In my bloodline, only the current tomb keeper is Marquis Showen." The old turtle didn't say much. He looked at the dead spirit again and said, "You've recovered your memory? 60 to 70%. That's good." The old turtle added, "Were you the one who repelled Marquis Chi-shan?" "I barely managed to, but someone called him away." "Did he cross the Dead Soul Galaxy?" "He did, got it." The old turtle didn't say much. He took a step forward and entered the Dead Soul Galaxy. A claw reached out from the galaxy and grabbed at him, but the old turtle crushed it with a stomp. The old turtle crossed the Dead Soul Galaxy. Despite the countless dangers, it was a piece of cake for him. After crossing the Dead Soul Galaxy, the sky wasn't as dark. There was a hint of white light mixed in with the brightness. The old turtle didn't waste time. His aura changed and so did his attire. He looked like a general. The old turtle wasn't as gentle as before. He glared angrily. In an instant, he tore through the void and his aura erupted. He appeared in front of a huge hall. Eastern Sky King. A low growl resounded through the world, the old turtle's aura soared and a huge seal appeared in his hand. Guardian General Hongmeng requests an audience with Eastern Sky King. In a side hall in the huge hall, Marquis Chi-shan frowned. The other side halls also had experts frowning. Soon, someone said, "Guardian General, Eastern Sky King isn't here. He went out to do something." The old turtle said coldly, "Is that so? Does that mean that Marquis Chi-shan was the one who crossed the border and barged into the 30 eastern districts? Audacious Marquis Chi-shan, come out and accept your death. Be ****, how dare you invade my territory?" In the void, a powerful figure appeared. It was Marquis Chi-shan. Marquis Chi-shan said coldly, "Hongmeng, this is the Dead Soul Domain." "Dead Soul Domain?" The old turtle said coldly, "This is under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Court. Heaven and earth, the two worlds of life and death, all belong to the Imperial Court. If no one unifies the heavens, then the heavens will still be the ancient heavens. The heavens of the Imperial Court. I am a general conferred by the Imperial Court, a guardian general. Marquis Chi-shan, how dare you trespass into my territory?" Marquis Chi-shan frowned, "What do you want?" "Slash my Dao body 3 times and I will let this matter rest." What a joke. Hong, there was a giant explosion as the old turtle tossed out the seal. With one strike, it broke through heaven and earth. Right as Marquis Chi-shan wanted to resist, a power of laws covered him and suppressed the area. It was as if it was specifically targeting dead spirits. Ah! Marquis Chi-shan's body was burned by the power of laws. He cried out in pain and the old turtle said coldly, "A small marquis dares to rebel? You have already gone against the laws and you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you want to rebel?" The moment he said this, an even brighter light exploded from the seal and covered heaven and earth. All around, a bunch of dead spirit lords and a few marquises retreated. The white light burned and even Marquis found it hard to bear. As for Marquis Chi-shan, he hollered and death energy shook heaven and earth. Hong, the old tortoise punched out, causing him to spit out blood continuously, but he was unable to resist. The old tortoise punched again and again, and in the end, an illusory figure appeared on Marquis Chi-shan's body. The old tortoise was delighted when he saw this, and instantly transformed into a blade. With a hum, he slashed out 3 times with the power of rules. With a poochie, the image shattered and 3 drops of blood flowed out. Death's blood, yes, the death's blood that Tsuyu saw last time was carried by Moto. And this time, each drop of blood seemed to be stronger than the previous one. The old turtle slashed out 3 drops of blood and quickly retracted the seal. As for Marquis Chi-shan, his aura was weak and his eyes were filled with hatred. "Hongmeng, you destroyed my Dao body. The old turtle said indifferently, you asked for it. Cross-border invasion, making your own decisions, violating the laws, and still daring to resist and refuse to admit your mistakes, you should be punished. Marquis Xian, don't forget that the laws are still here. On this day, you have to defend them. Even if you die, you have to defend them. The others are the same. The old turtle looked at the other experts. I am only responsible for suppressing the 30th East District. The 28th and 29th East Districts were originally under King Gong's control. Now that King Gong is not here and the origin returning blade was taken away by the great Qin King, I will temporarily take over the defense of these 2 districts. I hope that everyone can cooperate with this old man. After saying this, the old turtle floated away. Just as he was about to leave, laughter came from afar. Hong Meng, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since you are here, why don't you come to my mansion for a drink? The old turtle's expression changed slightly. Without turning his head, he said, I have official business to attend to. Thank you for your hospitality, Heavenly King. Next time when I have time, I will come and disturb Heavenly King. That's true, then forget it. The laughter was still there, and he was not annoyed. Right, when will he too come to report? He should come to the East King Mansion to report. Your place is not a place where he should stay. The old turtle's expression changed, and he quickly smiled. Soon, I will supervise him as soon as possible. You have supervised him for many years, right? The old turtle raised his eyebrows and said without turning his head, then I will supervise him again. Don't worry, Eastern Sky King. He too's identity is special after all. He is the descendant of King Gong and the descendant of my superior. I have to be careful. Then I understand. Actually, Marquis Xian crossed the border to find He Tuesday. He wanted He to report as soon as possible. It seems that there was a misunderstanding. Eastern Sky King was still laughing. Brother Hong Meng, look, you should return those few drops of death blood to Marquis Xian. The old turtle quickly flew into the distance, and his voice was filled with laughter. Marquis Xian entered the country, he should at least give a greeting and a document or something. He came uninvited, and I am not wrong in punishing him. Brother Hong Meng, you mean, you won't return it? The old turtle quickly tore the void and left. His voice was no longer filled with laughter. Yes, I won't return it. Eastern Sky King, I can come to your territory. I am the sole suppressing general conferred by the imperial court. As for my territory, Marquis Xian cannot come because he is not qualified. Eastern Sky King's voice was cold. Hong Meng, you have gone too far, Heavenly King, please calm down. Everything I have done is within the rules. If I violate the rules, the imperial court will naturally punish me. As I said, the rules are the most important. If Marquis Xian dares to come again, I will teach him a lesson. After the old turtle finished speaking, he disappeared. In the sky above the huge palace, an ancient existence appeared. The death aura on his body was not heavy, and it was almost indistinct. On the side, Marquis Xian had a weak expression. He bowed and said, Heavenly King, he cut off 3 drops of my Dao body's blood. Eastern Sky King said calmly, why did you have to humiliate yourself by crossing the realm to go to his territory? You are a Marquis of the East King Mansion. It is normal for him to come looking for you if you rashly go to his territory. But, Eastern Sky King said calmly, forget it this time. Hong Meng uses the rules and laws as a benchmark. Do you still want to kill him? As he said, this sky is still the sky of the imperial court. Can you bear the responsibility for killing a guardian general? After saying that, he said indifferently, issue an official order to urge him to quickly send He to report. He too's identity is special, and he cannot stay in the outer realm for long. In addition, I learned from the Tianhe Bureau that there have been high-level eternal dead spirits awakening recently. Send a letter and send someone to confirm their identity. Those who meet the standards must also come to the East King Mansion to report. Although Marquis Xian was still a little unwilling, he quickly said, yes, Heavenly King, don't worry. I will take care of it. Go. Marquis Xian flew down unwillingly. He was a little angry. Hong Meng, I am not done with you, you can only use the rules to suppress me, Eastern Sky King did not care about this. He looked into the distance and flew back to the main hall a moment later. In the void, a few Marquis appeared. One of them laughed lightly and said, "Mist Mountain, I heard that the changes in the 30 eastern districts this time seem to be caused by your human race." In the crowd, an expert said indifferently, "So what if it is? That is Hong Meng's territory. Whether it is or not, Hong Meng and the others are in charge. Why should we meddle? Marquis Qishan is too meddlesome. He is already dead, why should we meddle?" "That's true." The Marquis smiled and dispersed, not saying anything more. This matter would not end even if they died. However, the outer realm was not under their control. Old Turtle was there, so it was not good for them to interfere. On Suyu's side, Suyu was still chatting with the guards. Soon, the death aura on Suyu's body fluctuated. He was slightly startled. Soon, he looked at the guards and said, "Lords, the dead spirits have returned." The dead soul's world's rules fluctuated violently. There are signs of punishment. Those dead spirit monarchs have all returned. If there is nothing else, you should go back and guard. Burn the bridge after crossing the river. Sky Destroyer cursed and quickly said, "The rules fluctuated? Boss went down?" It was probably Boss who dispersed these guys. Suyu was surprised. Lord Sky Destroyer means nothing. Sky Destroyer was too lazy to say more. Suyu was a little surprised. Old Turtle of Hong Meng, in the dead soul's world, could he control some rules? Xingyu had sent him a message, saying that some dead spirit monarchs were controlled by the rules and had already left. This was done by the Old Turtle, so powerful? At this moment, Suyu also knew that he knew too little about some things. Previously, he felt that he had already grasped many secrets. Now, it seemed, he was far from it. The ancient era was said to be destroyed, but it had always affected the heavens. Every time the tide changed, there seemed to be some old guy intervening. Suyu suddenly set his eyes on Sky Destroyer. When the others talked about this, they all seemed a bit fearful. Only Sky Destroyer spoke vaguely a few times, but Suyu was able to make out the gist of it. Sky Destroyer was about to leave when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Looking back, he saw Suyu looking at him with a bright smile, as if he was sending him off respectfully. Sky Destroyer slightly raised his eyebrows. "Did I sense wrongly? Strange, forget it, let's go back first." After everyone left, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. He gradually reversed the death aura. It wasn't a good thing to have too much death aura. This time, it was very exciting. But the harvest wasn't small either, not to mention other things. At this moment, his civilization will had advanced to 131 golden patterns. This was a high-level heavenly soldier. When it reached 136 golden patterns, it would be the peak of heavenly soldier. Moreover, these were real patterns. There were also void patterns, which had reached 155. After killing so many people and devouring so much flesh and blood, even though some of the flesh and blood were not complete, the will of civilization had obtained many benefits. There were 155 void patterns, which meant that the will of civilization could raise it to 155 golden patterns without paying too much of a price. There's also Wisdom King's essence blood and some of his memories, and Lu Hong sighed. And Xia Chen. It wasn't that Suyu didn't know, but he knew that he had a lot of things to do next. Too many things had been exposed in this war. In addition, he had to find time to go to the human race. His father was there. Also, there was the matter of the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. He had to see if he could borrow it from Xianxia. There's also the bearing capacity of the All Heavens battlefield. Suyu's heart stirred. This was the key. Old Tortoise and the others meant that now wasn't the right time. When would be the right time for a large number of top experts to appear? Where were these fellows? Were there any survivors of the human race? After 9 tide flows, the human race seemed to have retreated in the end. Was it a crushing defeat, a complete and utter defeat? With endless doubts, Suyu returned to the ancient city. In the city lord's residence, Wan Tianxing was drinking tea. Seeing him return, he smiled. "I'll be going first." "Sir, wait." Suyu shouted. "What's the hurry? Blue sky is waiting for you." Wan Tianxing glanced at him and smiled. "You've gotten stronger, and you've gotten bolder." Suyu laughed dryly. Let's not talk about this. Sir, you saw the dead spirit who attacked. He used the mountain-suppressing fist. I'm guessing he's the first-generation Xiachen. Do you know anything about him? The first-generation Xiachen? Wan Tianxing frowned. I didn't pay much attention to it. Is that dead spirit Xiachen? Probably. Wan Tianxing was silent for a while. After some thought, he said, Xiachen is a rather mysterious person. He's Daxia of Goguryu's cousin. When the war broke out and the All Heavens invaded, Daxia of Goguryu and the others were lucky enough to obtain the ruins. Xiachen also obtained the ruins. Unfortunately, he couldn't prove his Dao. After that, he founded the Great Xia Civilization University. Relying on the Shenwen combat technique steel, he founded the Shenwen Dao. After that, he allied with some experts and founded the Quest Sacred Land. His idea was probably to pass on the Shenwen Dao to the human realm. In the end, you can say that he succeeded, but also failed. About 30 years after the founding, he died in the All Heavens battlefield, so you was surprised. Died in battle? How did he die? Who killed him? An invincible realm expert who passed by. As for who? I'm not sure. Not sure? Suyu was surprised. Was he not sure? Everyone was fighting then. There were many battles in the early stages of the founding, Suyu suddenly thought of Lu Hong's words. He asked hurriedly, when that generation died in battle, did any invincible realm experts of the human race fall during that period? Wan Tianxing thought about it and nodded. Yes. 320 years ago, during the period when the first generation died in battle, the king of the founding, the Dawei king, died in battle. Suyu asked, who killed him? I'm not sure. It's not recorded. It's just that he was surrounded and killed by an invincible realm expert. The records at that time were a little messy because the war had not ended. There were battles everywhere. Some invincible realm experts would go deep into the enemy's territory. After they fell, we can only know from the phenomenon. Alright, Wan Tianxing glanced at him. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about whether the Dawei king is strong. If he is, did he kill the first generation? Wan Tianxing frowned. Did you hear something? I'm not sure. We'll find out later. Suyu smiled. Ask the person involved. If Dai Dai is really the first generation, I think he might have recovered some of his memories. I'll go look for him. Also, Dai Dai is very strong. If he is the first generation, then he must have hidden his strength when he was alive. Civilizator. None of them are honest. Suyu sighed, none of them were honest, Xia Chen. Tomb Keeper. First generation, perhaps before Daxia of Goguryu and the others, he was already invincible. No one knew that he was invincible. Nonsense. When he was invincible, you might not even know what it meant to be invincible. Tomb Keeper, also, the problem with the relics. They all appeared suddenly and were inherited by humans. Coincidentally, at that time. Was it really a coincidence? The more he understood, the more Suyu realized that there were many problems. Were there really no strong cultivators who survived the ninth tide? Was Xiachen really Daxia of Goguryu's cousin? For such a strong cultivator, it was easy to replace someone. Also, he said that the Wen tombstone was an ominous object. What was so ominous about it? Perhaps all of this would be known very soon. Of course, he had to bring Lu Hong along. This guy seemed to know a lot, even about the dead soul's domain. He knew more than he did. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, Principal, I always thought that Lu Hong was your pawn, your man, wasn't that right? Wan Tianxing chuckled. How could that be? I didn't place him in the Shan Shenwen faction. He wouldn't be of much use. That's good. Suyu was speechless. He had guessed so before, but it turned out that he was wrong. Principal, if you don't mind, shall we go together to find out more about the situation and learn more about some gossip? Wan Tianxing laughed. Aren't you going to rest? No. I'm very interested in these things right now. Suyu stood up. Let's go. The dead spirit monarch has left. Only Xingyu and the others are here. With them here, it's my territory. It's not that dangerous. Wan Tianxing also stood up and chuckled. You've got that monarch in your bag. Aren't you afraid that she'll counter you? She's very stupid. She doesn't have the ability to counter me. Wan Tianxing didn't say anything else. As long as you're confident. It's better not to get too entangled with the dead spirits. It's easy to cause problems, such as the river map. So you didn't say much. Soon, he saw Lu Hong. He knocked him out and took him away, dragging Lu Hong and Wan Tianxing. So you stepped into the dead soul's domain again. He had to find Dai Dai and ask about the situation. Perhaps, the other traitor of the human race would be exposed this time. In the world of dead souls. So you came down again. Several quasi-invincible realm of dead souls were guarding the passage. A few died before, and the one named Xingda by Suyu was still alive. Seeing Suyu, Xingda was a little hesitant. Looking at Wan Tianxing and Lu Hong behind him, he said hesitantly, Commander, this. Living creatures can't enter the world of dead souls, Suyu said with a smile, it doesn't matter. I'll leave soon. Then. Commander, you have to leave as soon as possible. The aura of living creatures is too strong. If you stay for too long, you will easily cause some trouble and cause the dead souls to riot. Got it. Suyu didn't say much and quickly walked towards the ancient castle in the distance. During the great battle, the ancient castle had been damaged quite a bit. However, this ancient castle was somewhat similar to the ancient city. After being damaged, it actually recovered on its own. In the castle. Only Xingyu was here. Before Suyu came in, she had already sensed it. She said coldly, who allowed you to bring living people in? Suyu threw Lu Hong aside, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, Your Excellency, please see Dai Dai. I'll leave soon. I won't cause you any trouble. Xingyu snorted. He too went to find that guy. She didn't want to say more. She got up and was about to leave. Suyu hurriedly said, Your Excellency, have the other kings of dead souls left? Yes. Xingyu said impatiently, Are you still going to have a meeting here? You've killed him and tasted his power. Why don't you leave? Are you waiting for the rules to come? When will he too and the others come back? I don't know. As soon as Xingyu said that, her eyes moved slightly. She looked toward the outside and said in a low voice, They seem to be back. Soon after she said that, Suyu saw two figures appear outside the castle. One was he too, and the other was Dai Dai, whose aura was a little weaker than before. The two figures soon landed. Dai Dai, or Xiachen, glanced at Suyu, then at Wan Tianxing, and finally at Lu Hong who was thrown on the ground. It was not as difficult to speak as before. He said a little hoarsely, Are you waiting for me? Yes. Suyu nodded and cupped his fists. May I know if you are the first mansion master, Mr. Xiachen? First generation. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm Xiachen. The principal you mentioned. Do you mean the Great Xia Civilization University? Suyu nodded. At the side, Wan Tianxing took a deep breath and bowed slightly. The sixth-generation principal of the Great Xia Civilization University, Wan Tianxing, greets the first-generation principal. Sixth generation, Suyu quickly said, Senior Xiachen, don't think about it anymore. You'll lose your memory again if you think about it. Dai Dai suddenly laughed. Not so fast. Now that I've recovered some of my memory, the Wen King token is still useful. After saying that, he looked at Lu Hong, pointed at him, and said, King Wen's token, he brought it here? N. Suyu nodded. Senior Xiachen knows him? I don't know. Dai Dai shook his head. But some things should have been left behind by me, and he got them. He's quite lucky. Suyu nodded and said, Teacher Lu, it's time to wake up. Lu Hong did not move. Suyu said calmly, Men, drag him away and eat him. Don't. Lu Hong quickly rose to his feet with an awkward expression on his face. He quickly recovered his smile and looked at Xiachen, saying, Junior Lu Hong pays respect to the first mansion head. The legacy that mansion head left behind has been of great help to me. Mansion head is like a teacher to me, a second parent, Suyu said calmly, Teacher, calm down. Senior Xiachen doesn't know you, so don't try to get close to him. Lu Hong was embarrassed. What are you saying? I picked up his treasure, so how can I not know him? We can be considered master and disciple. As they chatted, he too said in surprise, it's really Xiachen? He looked at Dai Dai and said in surprise, Dai Dai, we met before you were alive, right? Xiachen thought for a moment and shook his head, I don't remember. He too sneered. Good answer. It looks like I'm a dispensable existence in your memory. Xiachen was telling the truth, he really didn't remember much. He didn't waste time and looked at Suyu and Wan Tianxing, you should have a lot of things to ask me. I left in a hurry back then and didn't have time to say much, or rather, some things can't be said. Now, I have less scruples. This is the dead soul's domain. If you want to ask something, ask while I'm still awake. Suyu thought for a moment and looked at Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing didn't stand on ceremony, asking directly, Senior, weren't you at the 9th layer of Sun Moon when you were alive? Xiachen shook his head, no, I've proven my Tao a long time ago. At the end of the last tide, there was a great war and no one paid attention to me. I successfully proved my Tao at that time. After that, the All Heavens battlefield was closed and the ruins were sealed. I lived in the ruins. It wasn't until the All Heavens battlefield reopened that I gradually woke up. So you asked hurriedly, Senior is someone from the 9th tide? Yes. Xiachen didn't hide it, indeed. But you don't know that after the tide changes, the human realm will enter a period of recovery. During that time, even if there are survivors, it's difficult for them to come out. They either die or wait until the heavens connect again before coming out. Xiachen took the initiative to explain, however, I am indeed a member of the Xia clan. The Xia clan is the sovereign personage's bloodline. My bloodline has a very good relationship with King Wen. After King Wen disappeared, the ancestors of my bloodline erected the King Wen tomb for him. Wan Tianxing hesitated, Xiaojia is from the human king bloodline. Which human king? The Battle King bloodline. Xiachen explained, you might not know this, but in ancient times, he was one of the top human kings. Xiao Wushan is probably dozens of generations younger than me. But at the time of the defeat of the 9th tide, I didn't dare to say that I was from the previous tide. I could only blend in with Xiaojia, find Xiao Wushan, and open the ruins for him. Xiachen continued, when the 9th tide ended, I thought I had no more chances. Who would have thought that the 10th tide would open? But when the 10th tide began, the human race was too weak, it was probably the weakest in history. Xiachen said bitterly, in the previous few tides, there were some seniors who survived. They taught us, so our heritage was not broken. But when the 9th tide was destroyed, the Battle King died in battle, the human race was wiped out, and the eternal race was almost wiped out. The All Heavens battlefield was closed for 5,000 years, and the remaining suns and moons died of old age or sickness. I was lucky that I succeeded in proving my Tao at the last moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lived until 5,000 years later when the All Heavens battlefield reopened. According to him, the previous tide flows all had invincible existences, so the human race's heritage was not broken. When the 9th tide was destroyed, almost all of the human race's experts died in battle, causing the heritage to be broken. No one could inherit it, and in the end, the human race was absolutely weak in the early stages. Suyu was interested in this, but not too much. He went straight to the point. Senior Xia, did the Xunwen bloodline only appear after the 10th tide? You could say that. Xiachen explained. Not all of them. There were some before this, but they weren't the authentic Wen King's heritage. Only the inscribed tombstone battle skill can be considered Wen King's heritage. I came out to pass on Wen King's heritage. What's so ominous about the inscribed tombstone? Xia Chen's eyes showed a hint of struggle. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but that he had a splitting headache. However, he quickly said, the appearance of this thing represents the appearance of Wen King's heritage. Since ancient times, people have been eyeing this thing. In order to protect it, Xiao Jia fought generation after generation, and countless people died. My death in battle was also related to this thing. As long as this thing exists, it's ominous. With that, he panted violently. Don't ask these crucial questions. I should have sealed my memories when I was alive. If you ask now, I'll easily lose control. Ask some simple questions first, some top secrets, especially ancient ones. At the end, even if I lose control, I can still tell you something. The Great Wei King was a traitor? A traitor? Xiaochen thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, the Great Wei King saw something he shouldn't have and was killed. At that time, I fought with that guy and he saw it. The Great Wei King tried to escape, but he killed him. Who was he? Xiaochen said bitterly, a powerful being who was close to Dao integration. He could be considered a half-human. You don't know, but I secretly killed him. However, I was too heavily injured and could only make some hurried arrangements. In the end, I died. Suyu asked, a half-human. Does he have the Hell King bloodline? Xiaochen looked at him. You know more than I thought. Yes, he does have the Hell King bloodline. He has descendants? I think so, but I don't know the specifics. Did he achieve Dao at that time? No. This time, he gave an affirmative answer. I know and recognize all those who have attained Dao in the early stages of the human race. I can still tell if they have attained Dao through the bloodline of the ancient human king. There's no such person. With that, Xiaochen quickly said, later on, the Xinwen faction was targeted again, right? Yes. Suyu nodded. So I suspect that the person you killed has descendants who achieved Dao and continued to target us. Definitely. Xiaochen explained, this is a spy left behind by King Wen's enemies in the ancient times. As for who it is, it might involve some of King Wen's secrets. I'm not too sure, but I know that someone is watching King Wen's tomb. It might have something to do with the Hell King. In ancient times, the Hell King was severely punished by King Wen. So it's not strange that he has the Hell King bloodline. Before Senior died, he hadn't achieved Dao? That's right. So you understood and looked at Wan Tianxing. That guy wasn't invincible when he opened his mansion. He proved his Dao between 320 years ago and now. This range has been reduced by a lot. Wan Tianxing also took a deep breath. It's much smaller. There aren't many people left. There were only a few candidates. After the opening of the palace, there were only a few invincible beings who achieved Dao 50 years ago. Zhu Tianfeng, Zhou Tianyuan, Heavenly Weapon Monarch, Silkworm Monarch, Wan Tianxing counted them one by one and exhaled. It's them. Suyu was silent. He didn't say much, but Wan Tianxing knew that there was another traitor in the human race. Xiaochen also said, that's about it. I'm not too familiar with it. Those I'm familiar with shouldn't have the Hell King bloodline. Suyu, did you find the symbol of the Hell King bloodline? Yes. Suyu briefly explained some of the things he had seen, and finally, he copied the pattern. Xiaochen had the human monarch bloodline and was a powerhouse of the ninth tide. He said at a glance, the Hell Hibiscus is indeed the symbol of the Hell King bloodline. The interweaving flame patterns. He thought for a moment. Flame patterns should be related to fire. The other party isn't a pure-blooded human, but to be able to leave some of his symbols in the human monarch inheritance means he's very strong. He might not be weaker than the Hell King. The heavenly fire of the five elements race, the blood fire of the demon race, the flame fire of the god race, the fire immortal of the immortal race, and the phoenix fire of the phoenix race are all possible. He looked at Suyu. You still haven't found the other party, right? Yes. That's simple. Xiaochen quickly said, the other party must be proficient in the Tao of Fire. Burning Sea King? But he's dead. Suyu was surprised. Wan Tianxing said softly, don't forget, there's another person who's proficient in the Tao of Fire. Heavenly Forging King? Suyu was stunned. It couldn't be, there was no blacksmith who didn't know how to play with fire. Xiaochen continued, that might not be the case. Let me finish. The other party is a combination of the Hell King and the Tao of Fire, and the Hell King is proficient in the Tao of Sealing. The name of the Hell King is because he's proficient in the Tao of Endless Hell, imprisoning his enemies. Heavenly King Jin. Wan Tianxing's voice was low. Suyu's heart stirred. Heavenly King Jin, Heavenly Forging King, both of them met Xiaochen's standards. Xiaochen continued, I can only provide you with some clues. I'm not too sure about the specifics. This person's target isn't the human race, but the Shenwen sect. He's a spy and also an assassin. Suyu said in a deep voice, the inscribed tombstone has always been in Dexia province. Why didn't he come to snatch it? Xiao Wushan is watching. Xiaochen explained, the inscribed tombstone has never left Dexia province. Unless the other party can deal with Xiao Wushan, he wouldn't dare to snatch it. Furthermore, not just anyone can snatch the inscribed tombstone. Unless it's a direct descendant of Shenwen, it won't be easy to take it away. Is that so? Alright, so you really didn't know. Whether it was him or Chen Yong, it was very easy for them to take this thing. What's the use of the inscribed tombstone? Is it just a simple outline of Shenwen's battle skills? Of course not. Xiaochen explained, the inscribed tombstone has many uses. The biggest one is actually one. The core of the inscribed tombstone is actually forged from King Wen's core, the Shenwen. After that, hundreds and thousands of King Wen's descendants used their entire lives to seal their Shenwen's battle skills inside. On one hand, it's for the inheritance, and on the other hand, it's to wait for King Wen's resurrection. I don't know the specifics, but I know that King Wen might really be resurrected. He might not necessarily be dead. That's why our Xiaojia has been guarding his tomb all this time. Suyu was speechless. Is there a need for that? Alright, even if there's a need for it, the ominous thing you said is because someone is watching this? More than that. Xiaochen sighed. King Wen's greatest enemy is watching. That's one thing. Secondly, the inscribed tombstone is also the key to a treasure trove. Some old fellows know that the treasure is related to the imperial palace on the 9th floor of the Starry Mansion. King Wen also has his own mansion in the imperial palace. It's said that he left many treasures there. The inscribed tombstone was forged by his core, the Shenwen. Therefore, with the Shenwen around, it should be possible to open it. It can even walk freely in the imperial palace. Because of King Wen's lofty status, there are no restrictions in the imperial palace. Suyu was surprised. There's such an ability? Wasn't the human emperor still alive when King Wen died? Xiaochen smiled. Do you think the human emperor would covet King Wen's treasures? The human emperor didn't live in the imperial palace much later on, so he didn't care about this. Fine, Suyu hesitated and said, so, holding this thing is actually a target, and countless people want to kill you? Yes. That's why it's ominous? You can say that. Xiaochen sighed. Actually, just the first one is troublesome enough. The other party should have a way to find out where the inscribed tombstone is. So, whoever holds the inscribed tombstone is unlucky. Is there? Suyu shook his head. I've held it for so long. Logically speaking, if the other party really knew where I was and who I am, I would have had it back in the mortal realm. No, it was taken away by Old Wan when I created the fake ruins. Old Wan only gave it to me after the war, and my identity was exposed. Wan Tianqing said faintly, you might be covered by the death aura. Be careful. Suyu was surprised. What should I be careful about? That thing isn't with me. F*CK, he's lying through his teeth. Wan Tianqing was also speechless. This kid, this expression, this tone, if I hadn't given it to you myself, I would have suspected it. Am I wrong? The point is, I gave it to you myself, okay? Xiaochen didn't care about that. That's all there is to the inscribed tombstone. As for the specifics, I don't know, and I can't say. What else do you want to ask? Suyu asked hurriedly, every time there's a war, there are old antiques who appear? Yes. Xiaochen quickly said, that's true. He too should know about it too. He too said lazily, so what if he knows? Let's put it this way. In an area unknown to us, there's a group of old antiques fighting and killing each other, in a higher dimension. The All Heavens battlefield is a place for prodigies to train. It's actually not very high level, but because prodigies are highly valued here, the Starry Palace was built here. It can be considered an extremely important place in the infinite worlds. Geniuses also have a time to mature. Once they mature, then every time the All Heavens battlefield opens, there will be old monsters entering. 1,000 years is a threshold. Let's open it for about 1,000 years, then it will be able to accommodate even stronger experts. Above Dao integration? Suyu was surprised. Is that so? That's not it. He too said with a smile, to put it simply, Dao integration is a top-notch existence anywhere. However, it's easy for a Dao integration cultivator to leave, but difficult to return. For example, in the infinite worlds, in the all-heavens battlefield, it's fine if a Dao integration cultivator doesn't leave. They can stay here forever and do whatever they want, but once they leave, it's difficult to return as they'll be restricted by some rules. Those old geezers like Ancient Heaven have always been unwilling to leave. They've been guarding this place, and they can be considered the rulers of this place. Suyu was in a daze. So, during the last tide, all the powerful beings of the human race died? Many died. Xianxia sighed. The 100 Battle King was too freakish back then. Over the countless years, very few people have been able to reach the level of the primordial human monarch. During the 9th tide, the 100 Battle King was the first truly powerful being to reach that level. Thus, during the 9th tide, some of the old monsters of the human race placed their bets on the 100 Battle King. In the final moments, countless powerful beings of the human race, whether they were survivors of the ancient times or survivors of the previous 8 tides, all chose to bet everything on the 100 Battle King. They bet that the 100 Battle King would be able to unify the heavens again. The result was obvious. They had lost, the human race had lost, the 100 Battle King had died, thus, the human race had suffered a crushing defeat. In the end, they had been beaten during the 10th tide. The 100 Battle King was so powerful, but who killed him? Wasn't he the first powerful being to reach the primordial human monarch level? How could he have been killed when he was so powerful? Were there even primordial human monarchs among the old monsters? Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. There's a high chance that there wasn't one. It's more likely that he was a marquis. As for monarchs, only the human race can be crowned monarchs. The other races don't have them. How did the 100 Battle King die? He was either surrounded or killed. I hadn't reached Dao validation back then, so I don't know. Later, when I reached Dao validation, the war was over. He had reached Dao validation. The final battle had been too intense, and he had been too weak to participate. When the Dao validation was over, the war was over. The human experts were all dead, and the all-heavens battlefield was sealed. Only then did he come to his senses. At a glance, he was the only one in the human realm who was invincible. What was there to fight? Just lock himself in the ruins and wait. Alright, Suyu was speechless. The 100 Battle King was so powerful, but he had been killed, causing the human race to fall short. This guy was really useless, forget it, I won't bother with him. The traitor of the human clan that Suyu wanted to know about did have some clues. Right now, his main targets were locked onto 2 people, the Heavenly Forging King and the Heavenly King. Speaking of which, Suyu had some relationship with both of them. The weapon forging technique he had learned in the 100 Dao Pavilion was actually the legacy of the Heavenly Forging King. And the 26th Shunwen that he had outlined was actually the Shunwen of the Heavenly King Jin. Suyu hadn't used this Shunwen much because his opponents were too strong. This kind of sealed Shunwen was not convenient for him to use, but it could be considered that he had the other party's legacy. He didn't continue asking, but Wan Tianxing started asking, Senior Xia, are there only 3 movement techniques in the ancient Dao validation technique? That's not it. But after the ancient times, other than the 3 movement techniques, it was very difficult for other techniques to prove the Dao. Xianxia explained, the rules are restricted. No one knows whether it was set by the human emperor or the parliament. It's very difficult to break the rules, but if you can break them and use other methods to prove the Dao, you will be stronger. Do I still have hope of proving the Dao? Yes, he hadn't proved the Dao, but he had killed Invincible, not just one person. Xianxia looked at him and said hesitantly, your Dao. I can't say. I only used the 3 movement techniques to prove the Dao. He wasn't an ancient expert either, so you suddenly thought of something. Is there a suppression in the human realm? Yes, but it can't be opened. Xianxia knew about this. This restriction was set up by King Wen. But it was rarely used. Later on, King Wen disappeared. No one knew how to activate it except for King Wen. Maybe there was, but no one paid attention at the time. In the first few tides, there were people who wanted to open the restriction, but it was hopeless. Later on, there were some rumors that only by walking the Tao of King Wen and proving the Tao to be eternal would there be any hope of opening this restriction. Suyu exhaled. There really was, and it really had something to do with the Shenwen faction. Yi Baishan's death wasn't unjust. Senior Xia, you're the first generation. Do you know how to use the Shenwen to prove the Tao? Wan Tianxing only asked about things related to cultivation. He didn't seem to care about anything else. Xiachen smiled bitterly. I don't know. I'm just a dabbler. The Shenwen was stuck at the peak of the 9th level, unable to advance. I gave up in the end and chose the 3 movement techniques to prove the Tao to be eternal. Xiachen didn't use this path to advance either. Wan Tianxing was a little disappointed. I thought the first generation would take the Shenwen path if they really wanted to prove the Tao. Xiachen was helpless. After King Wen disappeared, almost no one could prove the Tao. The Shenwen path, humans are different from Wan. Strictly speaking, Wan can only be considered a 3-movement technique to prove the Tao. They just made Shenwen a little stronger and called it the master of civilization. Deep down, it's still the 3-body techniques to prove the Tao. Humans are even more miserable. The 9th level of the sun and moon is the limit for the Shenwen. They can't even forge the eternal Shenwen. That's why they're a little different from Wan. Suyu and Wan Tianxing looked at each other helplessly. It looked like Xiachen couldn't prove the Tao in Shenwen. How tragic. Senior Xia, do you know the 360 divine orifices cultivation method? Suyu asked. Xiachen smiled. Don't you know where it is? If you miss it this time, you'll naturally find it in 10 years. Forget it. I might as well derive it myself. How arrogant, Xiachen didn't say much. So you might really be able to derive it, but that was if he was still alive after the derivation. If he couldn't, then he could wait 10 years, or when he was stronger, and forcibly activate the transportation formation himself. So you lost interest in Xiachen. He knew too little. Everything he asked was half-baked. Wan Tianxing knew what he was thinking. Speechless, he quickly said, Senior Xia, does the human race really have no foundation at all? Foundation, Xiachen thought for a moment, and then said, it's hard to say. The 9th tide flow has pretty much wiped them out, but the fact that the humans are able to start the 10th tide flow shows that they have some sort of backup plan. Otherwise, if the 100 battle kings had failed, the humans would have been wiped out. Since they hadn't been wiped out, it meant there was still a chance. The real failure was the disappearance of the human race from the All Heavens One. At this point, Suyu didn't say more. He looked at Lu Hong, who had been listening all this time. Teacher, do you have anything to say? Lu Hong was surprised. Me? Senior Xiachen has already told me everything I know. Suyu smiled. Senior Xia, did you tell him that eating the Wen King's medallion can restore your memory after you die? Did you tell him what the death spirit welcoming medallion is like? Xiachen thought about it, then shook his head. Lu Hong said awkwardly, I read about it in an ancient book. Where's the ancient book? I lost it. Used up the latrine? Suyu said with a half-smile, Teacher, don't use this excuse next time. Just say that an old grandpa passed on the Tao to you in your dreams. That's more reliable. Lu Hong said helplessly, Fine, I'll tell you. You're right, there really was an old grandpa passing on the Tao to me in my dreams. He taught me a few things, that's how I know. I thought about it. Maybe some human powerhouses are unwilling to fail and are still thinking of ways to train me. Suyu was speechless. If it weren't for you, teacher, believe me, I'd have the dead spirits eat you right now. Dead spirits rarely eat people. He too said faintly, You're talking like they're gluttons. They're only interested in blood. The blood of powerhouses has no interest in flesh. Don't always use dead spirits to scare people. Suyu was speechless. What does that have to do with you? Lu Hong said helplessly, See, you don't believe me no matter what I say. In any case, you're determined not to believe me. What can I do? Didn't you say that King Wen has a mansion in the Dead Soul realm? Where is it? Not here. Lu Hong explained, and he has to bring the Wen King's medallion. Now that the first generation's principal ate it, no one else can find it except for him. This time, Xiaochen nodded slightly. This Wen King's medallion was indeed left by me. It's related to King Wen's mansion. I don't remember the specifics, but I'll try my best to investigate. Lu Hong spread his hands. You heard it. It has nothing to do with me. Suyu smiled. Where did Marquis Qishan come from? Do you know? Lu Hong didn't say anything. Xiaochen rubbed his head while he too said uncertainly, crossed the Dead Soul Galaxy? I'm not too sure, I rarely go there. I've been there a few times, but I was stopped every time. The old tortoise would always cause trouble at the crucial moment. Whenever I went there, he would pick a fight with me. I've been there a few times, but I didn't go there because I couldn't cross the Dead Soul Galaxy. General Hongmeng is doing this for your own good. Xiaochen said, there might be danger after crossing the Dead Soul Galaxy. When I was fighting Marquis Qishan, I already felt the danger. There might be a peerless expert there. Xiaochen added, in ancient times, the human sovereign also conferred titles to the Dead Soul world, so there might be many ancient dead spirits there. Suyu asked curiously, if there was a title, that means the Dead Soul world was under the jurisdiction of the ancient times. Why is there a general of soul suppressing? Before he too could say anything, Xiaochen said, it's normal. After all, not all dead spirits are obedient. For example, the place where you store your money, you said you won't let others rob it, but if you don't watch over it, there will still be people who take the risk. So you understood, you mean, the purpose of these guardians is to prevent impulsive dead spirits from invading the Dead Soul world, not to suppress the entire Dead Soul realm. Yes, it's also hard to suppress. Xiaochen said again, people are dying and people are being guided here. This place isn't that easy to suppress. The Guardian's mission is to prevent the dead spirits from leaving. They don't care about the Dead Soul realm, but there are experts conferred by the human sovereign to do so. It's just that after the destruction of the ancient times, the Guardians couldn't leave and could only stay here to suppress the dead spirits. After countless years, the current stalemate has formed. At this point, Suyu had no more questions. Xiaochen might not know the answer to the other questions, and even if he knew, he might not be able to answer. He was fine. Wan Tianqing hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior Xiaochen and Senior He too, have you seen a resurrected dead spirit in the vicinity? He wasn't too strong when he was alive, about the same as me now. If he were to be resurrected, he might directly advance to the Eternal Realm. He might even have the strength of a level 5 or 6 Eternal Realm expert. Yubadian? He too smiled, you're looking for him? Xiaochen didn't know him. He had just recovered, how could he know Yubadian? Wan Tianqing nodded, yes, it's him. Have you seen him, Senior? No. He too smiled, it's hard to find him. You don't know where he revived, maybe he hasn't, maybe he's still in the Dead Soul Galaxy, maybe, he hasn't been guided at all. Of course, he's a genius, so the chances of him being guided are not small. Geniuses are welcomed and treated with courtesy in the heavenly battlefield. Most of them can be revived after death. But without memories, who knows who is who? Maybe he was killed by someone. Yubadian? Xiaochen looked at the others, and Wan Tianqing explained, Manor Head Nan's disciple. Wu Zheng's disciple? Xiaochen said in a daze, Yunchen? He seemed to remember that he had seen Yunchen in the Starry Universe mansion. No, it's the youngest disciple. I don't know him, Wan Tianqing smiled, Senior probably doesn't know him, you only accepted him later. He's very talented, and even before confirming his Dao, he killed a 3rd or 4th level Eternal Realm expert. Unfortunately, he was killed later. That's very strong. Xiaochen was also surprised. This was very powerful, very talented. The traitor you're looking for killed him? More or less, he schemed to death. Xiaochen sighed, unfortunately, I couldn't kill him back then. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Then he looked at Wan Tianqing, then, you're also from Shenwen? Yes, senior brother Yunchen accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master. Xiaochen was surprised, this was also a genius, he looked at Suyu again, and Suyu shrugged, I'm the 5th generation Yubation's disciple's disciple. There was no problem with this, it was calculated according to Bai Feng. Xiaochen was a little stunned, so they were all from Xinwen. He had some judgment before, but now he was still a little shocked, and could not help but say, is King Wen's bloodline really going to revive? A bunch of monsters, Suyu shrugged again, it's hard to say, I'm strong in my body, but Xinwen is average. King Wen's bloodline doesn't feel like much, not even 1/10 as strong as my body. He was speechless. In the end, Suyu said, Senior, do you still need that secret realm of your sea of consciousness? If not, give it to me, I'll extract some willpower. Okay. Xiaochen did not think much of it, he was already dead, why would he need it? You need it? Then you can take it. That Xinwen was given to Xia Wushan after I was seriously injured, and he brought it back to Xia province? Yes. Then let him give it to you. Suyu smiled, okay, Senior, but words alone are no proof, you should at least have some proof, right? Otherwise, Daxia of Goguryeo would not give it to me so easily. Xiaochen thought about it and hesitated for a moment before saying, he can't come here either. I'm all alone now. How about this, you tell him that when he was young, he carved 10 words on his saber, Xia Wushan, the most handsome man in the world. Only he and I know about this, and he'll believe it. He destroyed that saber when he was 16, so there shouldn't be anyone else who knows about this. Oh. Suyu nodded, now everyone knew, he was used to it, Xia Wushan was someone who could split the sky open countless times, it was not strange for him to be like a Chunibyu when he was young. Alright, the owner of the Knowledge Sea secret realm has given it to me, now, that thing is mine. Receiving Xiaochen's promise to take away the secret realm, Suyu thought of something and asked again, Senior Xia, will your memories still disappear? Not for now. With the protection of King Wen's token, it won't be a problem. Xiaochen said. Suyu was delighted, then can Senior stay with Xingyu? Humph. Above, Xingyu sat on her throne with a cold expression. Her curiosity from listening to the gossip vanished instantly. She said coldly, my territory does not allow foreign sovereigns to enter. We're family, Xingyu snorted again. That won't do either, Xiaochen smiled and said, probably not. I'm afraid I'll have to leave. Leave? Suyu was surprised, to King Wen's mansion? No. Xiaochen shook his head and thought for a moment, people are coming. From the other side of Dead Souls Galaxy. I have a feeling, they'll be here soon. I have to go. As far as I know, the Dead Soul domain is divided into inner and outer domains. I might have to go to the other side. He too said disapprovingly, what's there to be afraid of? We'll attack the old tortoise's territory. It doesn't matter who comes. If there's trouble, go to the old tortoise's territory. This was his experience after so many years. When old tortoise was enraged, it would sweep through all directions. Perhaps even its own enemies would be killed. He too had such experience. Xiaochen smiled, it's hard to say. Senior Primordial Chaos is on King Gong's side, I'm different. He too wanted to say something but didn't. As for old tortoise, although he was not a good guy these years, he had helped he too a few times. He too sometimes wondered if old tortoise was forced to kill him back then, but some things had passed. He was an undead spirit, after all, his murderous nature still prevailed. Thinking of this, he too narrowed his eyes and looked at Suyu, be careful, don't open the dead spirit channel for no reason. I have some ideas now. Back then, when I summoned the King of the Dead, it might be the bastard on the other side of the dead spirit galaxy. Now that I know you can open it too, if you open it again and there's no one down there to receive you, be careful. Then, he added, your death aura is too dense. Be careful. Even if you don't want to open it, you might still open it. The major races won't let you go so easily. If nothing goes wrong, they will probably contact the Dead Souls domain. Since they were able to obtain the Dead Souls guiding token, it meant that they had a way to communicate with the Dead Souls domain. Once they forced you to open the Dead Souls channel, it might be the time of your death. Not only yours, but also Old Tortoise and the others. Just like him in the past, Old Tortoise only had two choices, kill him, or let the Guardians be killed. Now, Suyu was difficult to kill, and the Guardian was difficult to kill. Replaying the scene from 100,000 years ago was the best choice. The old tortoise could only make the same choice as before. To kill Suyu, who had violated the rules, or to endure the calamity of the rules together with Suyu and wait for the rules to annihilate them all. As soon as he said this, Wan Tianqing also reminded, the possibility is not small. Suyu, this time you've exposed all your cards. Once they find a chance to assassinate you and force you to use a large amount of death aura, even if you don't open the channel on your own, it will be passively opened. Once the channel is opened, a few dead souls will come out and start killing. At that time, you will be in big trouble. Suyu nodded, that's true. After all, there is a lesson to be learned. This word made a certain undead spirit a little unhappy. What did it mean? Who was it? Suyu didn't care too much. In truth, there was indeed a lesson to be learned here. He still had to be careful. Be careful of being ambushed, assassinated, besieged, blocked, and forced to open the dead soul's channel. When he wanted to run, he would find that he didn't know the dead souls down there. Not only that, the dead souls would come to kill him, or simply run out and kill indiscriminately. He would be finished. If the gods and demons really schemed, they might not only scheme against Suyu, but also the guardians. After all, these guardians made them feel threatened this time. Once the dead souls were in chaos, if the culprit Suyu didn't die, the dead souls could not be controlled. Then what about the old tortoise and the others? Suyu was slightly startled. He suddenly said, Lord He too, if you didn't die back then, and Lord Hongming didn't kill you, what trouble would there be? Trouble? He too thought about it. They didn't guard well, so the rules punished them. When the parliament's calamity came, the old tortoise probably couldn't handle it, right? Suyu, so, once I open the dead soul's channel and find a place to hide, Lord Hongmeng and the others won't be able to find me. The dead souls will flood and they will be punished. Then, will I be punished too? Probably both. Suyu took a deep breath, damn. That means I'm the key. Once I'm captured alive and open the dead soul's channel, the dead souls will flood uncontrollably. Doesn't that mean the guardians and I will be finished? Yes. He too nodded, there are pros and cons. Everything has a price. Then if Lord Hongmeng and the others are dead, will someone continue to guard? Yes. He too said casually, the big clans of the gods, demons, and immortals will send people to guard. They aren't willing now because the guardian general is the old tortoise. If the old tortoise dies, the guardian position will be very convenient. Suyu's heart shook slightly at these words. Now that they reminded him, Suyu suddenly realized that he was very important. If he opened the channel randomly, many people might die. Once the dead souls went out of control, he wouldn't be the only one to die. Phew. Exhaling, Suyu said in a low voice, don't say, I think the clans might really have such a plan. That's normal. He too didn't think so. Wan Tianqing also said softly, there must be such a plan. Once you leave the ancient city, there will be countless people watching you. The guardians can come to the heavenly battlefield, but what if it's in a small realm? Or the human realm? At that time, the guardians may not be able to go over. Even if they go, the channel won't be easy to suppress. If you are besieged again, and you open the channel and get caught again, the dead spirits will continue to kill, you will be in trouble. Of course, it won't happen now. Wan Tianqing added, they haven't figured out the situation yet, so they won't dare to act rashly. Once they figure out the situation of the dead soul's domain, it's hard to say. Suyu hesitated, the channels are all under my control. Even if they had someone as the city lord before, it's all under my control now. The guardians won't let people enter and leave the channel casually. With that, Suyu narrowed his eyes, Heavenly Abyss. Suyu took a deep breath, the Heavenly Abyss clan. I know this clan, they can contact the dead soul's domain. The Heavenly Abyss domain is even above the barrier between the dead soul's domain and the living domain. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Abyss clan is really the barrier between hell and the human world. The Abyss. There are even some weak dead spirits that can come out and communicate with each other. He was starting to understand how the major clans could contact the dead soul's domain. It must be related to the Heavenly Abyss clan. He too also said, yes, the Heavenly Abyss clan. In this one, there are two domains that are quite mysterious. One is the Heavenly Abyss domain, and the other is the life domain. The Heavenly Abyss clan is connected to the dead spirits and the Heavenly Abyss clan. These two clans are actually connected. As far as I know, the Heavenly Abyss clan is actually a branch clan of the ancient fated clan that rebelled, but later became the Heavenly Abyss clan. So you interrupted the Heavenly Abyss clan? He too smiled. Do you understand? So you took a deep breath. I understand. Where did the old guys come from? Sort of. He too was vague. Some things couldn't be said too much. On one hand, he was worried about the suppression of the rules, and on the other hand, if he said too much, it could easily lead to some inexplicable trouble. The Heavenly Abyss clan, the fated clan, in this infinite world, there were too many things he didn't know. As expected, what he knew was only a very small part of it. No wonder the fated clan and the Heavenly Abyss clan hadn't been destroyed after so many years. He too continued, this infinite world is much more complicated than you think. Do you think this is a joke? He too smiled. Let's not talk about the others, just the Five Elements clan. The Five Elements clan used to be a major clan, and they had a half-emperor, but now they don't. The main reason is that the five elements are separated, and then they can no longer fuse. Five elements separated? So you asked curiously, how do they separate? One person into five parts? After saying that, he laughed. He too nodded. Yes, the five elements ancestor was split into five parts. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were separated, and the five elements clan that was born later all had a single attribute. You have to know, the Five Elements clan used to be one clan, and one clan controlled the five elements. Then they were separated, and the rules restricted them, so the five elements could no longer fuse. Siyu was dumbfounded. F*ck, I was just kidding, and you took it seriously. He too laughed. What, you don't believe me? It's true, my father said. In the distance, Xingyu sneered, false rumors. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The Five Elements clan's problem is related to the Five Elements ancestor, but not absolutely. It's because the source of the Five Elements world was split into five parts by a powerhouse, and it can no longer fuse. What Five Elements ancestor was cut into five parts? What a joke! The Five Elements ancestor was just separated from the source of the Five Elements. He too looked at her, opened his mouth, and after a while, he said sullenly, my father said it. Do you know? My father said it. He is the fourth-generation grandson of King Gong, and he lived in the mansion of the ancient universe. What do you know? Xingyu sneered, a group of nobodies, and you believe in false rumors. Bastard. He too was angry. I am the descendant of King Gong, the direct descendant of the human king. This Xiachen is at least a few hundred generations of King Battle's grandson, and I am the fifth generation, and you dare to say I am a nobody? Xingyu was disdainful, too lazy to pay attention to him. So you didn't care about their quarrel, and he gossiped, separation of the source? What do you mean? Xingyu said faintly, the Five Elements clan was born in a special way, and it was nurtured by heaven and earth. The Five Elements world was suitable for the birth of these creatures, but because it was nurtured by heaven and earth, it relied on the source of the world's power and elemental energy, the source of the Five Elements world's source. In the past, the Five Elements ancestor offended a great figure, and his source of the Five Elements was separated. It's the same reason as your Shenwen combat technique or your 360 orifices being sealed. The Five Elements ancestor was crippled, and the Five Elements world source was split, and only creatures of one element could be born. Thus, the Five Elements clan was divided into five clans. Before this, the Five Elements clan wasn't weaker than the Dragon clan, and they were even better at fighting than the Dragon clan. Siyu was surprised, is the Five Elements ancestor powerful? Demi-Emperor. Xingyu said faintly, definitely more powerful than the current Demi-Emperor. Then why was he crippled? Who crippled him? Siyu thought of something. The cultivation method they used was the Five Elements divine technique? Yes. Xingyu said calmly. Later, the Five Elements divine technique was listed as a forbidden book, and the council seemed to have a rule that no one could cultivate the Five Elements divine technique, or there would be punishment. So you understood. Yes, I've encountered it before, and the Thunder Tribulation wasn't strong, but it was weak. To be honest, only so you could. Otherwise, a fellow who had just stepped into Soar would have died. That thing could even kill an average Ling Yun. Suyu was old, so he didn't feel much, but he could imagine that once the Five Elements clan cultivated it, once they succeeded. 99 out of 100 would be killed, the remaining one would also be half crippled, perhaps only 1 out of 1,000 would be able to withstand it, and that was already overestimating them. Suyu thought for a moment, and said, "That's not right, I know a fellow who seems to be fusing the 5 elements, and can even use the power of the 5 elements. Xingyu was surprised, and so was he too. Why don't I know? Nobody, a young fellow, floating earth spirit. Nobody, he too was relieved, but soon said, the 5 elements clan was separated by the power of rules, and can use the power of the 5 elements. It can't be, right? Unless they could resist the rules, Xingyu thought for a moment, but said, not necessarily, there are 2 possibilities. First, the 5 Elements clan was born near the source of the 5 Elements realm, and after absorbing the power of the 5 Elements, they may be able to use the power of the 5 Elements. Second, it has something to do with the 5 Elements ancestor. The 5 Elements ancestor was stripped of the 5 Elements origin. The stripped 5 Elements origin didn't seem to be taken away, but left in the 5 Elements realm. Then he may be born from the 5 Elements origin, and can be considered as the 5 Elements ancestor's rebirth. What did she mean? Suyu said hurriedly, is the 5 Elements ancestor dead? He didn't die at first, but now, he's probably dead. Xingyu said casually, the 5 Elements origin was stripped, and he didn't die at first, but his strength declined. After so many years, he's probably dead. If he's dead, then it's possible for the 5 Elements origin to be reborn. Reborn from destruction. Suyu's eyes flickered. Reborn from destruction, floating earth spirit. So the floating earth spirit might be the 5 Elements ancestor? Xingyu said coldly, dead is dead, what 5 Elements ancestor is he? Probably, son? Or daughter? The 5 Elements clan doesn't have gender, they're born and raised by the earth, it's all the same. Suyu drew a cold breath, even if that's the case, he's the first generation of the 5 Elements ancestor's bloodline, the bloodline of an ancient semi-sovereign? Sort of. Suyu was speechless. What a noble identity, no wonder the floating earth spirit, this grandson of the 5 Elements clan, had such a high status. When something happened, all the invincible ones came to help. And several invincible divine talismans, whether this guy was born near the source of the 5 Elements realm, or reborn from the 5 Elements ancestor's power of the origin, he was the hope of the 5 Elements clan, no wonder. It wasn't like Suyu didn't know the floating earth spirit was hidden in Jean Rue's heavenly soldiers. But that grandson was tactful. Jean Rue was the first outsider to participate in the battle, so Suyu couldn't be bothered with the floating earth spirit. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Lu Hong and said, Teacher Lu, if I remember correctly, you tricked the floating earth spirit with the 5 Elements divine technique, right? Lu Hong said blankly, what's wrong? Suyu said with a smile, you really know a lot. I didn't know the 5 Elements clan desired the 5 Elements divine technique the most, but you did. No, the 5 Elements clan definitely wants the 5 Elements divine technique, Lu Hong said aggrievedly, you know it just from the name. Suyu said with a smile, is that so? I named the 5 Elements divine technique myself. Lu Hong was speechless. This name is very common. Even if I make it up, it should be the 5 Elements divine technique, not the 6 Elements divine technique. Fine, Su. Yu was too lazy to say more. He felt that this guy knew, so he deliberately tricked the floating earth spirit with this name. That was why the floating earth spirit fell for it so easily. Then the 5 Elements divine technique was lost to the 5 Elements clan? Yes. Xingyu answered. Most likely, no one from the 5 Elements clan cultivated this technique after that. Who did the 5 Elements clan offend? The human sovereign? Doesn't seem like it, Xingyu thought for a while and said, I don't have many memories of this. It seems to be related to the 5 Elements. Maybe the 5 Elements' old ancestor was too arrogant and offended a powerhouse who specialized in the power of the 5 Elements. As for who it is, it's hard to say. Suyu nodded. If the Lord doesn't know, the 5 Elements clan probably doesn't know either. I know, the Celestial clan. The ancient Celestial Emperor is too evil. huh? Xingyu was confused. Celestial Emperor, why don't I know? He too was confused at first, then relieved. Wan Tiansheng, on the other hand, looked indifferent. There was no need to ask, this kid had bad intentions, Suyu said angrily. The five elements' old ancestor offended the ancient celestial emperor because he displayed the power of the five elements. The celestial emperor was also skilled in the five elements Dao technique. In the end, the five elements' old ancestor was too arrogant and provoked the celestial emperor, saying that the five elements Dao technique of the celestial clan was a joke. After that, the celestial emperor was furious and defeated the five elements' old ancestor, stripping him of the five elements' origin. After that, he still couldn't calm down and used the power of the ancient parliament to kick the five elements clan out of the parliament. He even stripped the power of the five elements realm of the five elements realm. After that, he set a rule that the five elements divine technique could not appear in the world again. In ancient times, all the powerhouses who knew the five elements divine technique were killed by lightning tribulations. In the end, the five elements divine technique was lost. Xingyu was in a trance, he too shook his head. Xiachen fell into deep thought. Wan Tianxing rubbed his chin and pondered. Lu Hong clapped and cheered. Perfect. The logic is smooth and flawless. As long as it wasn't someone who knew the inside story back then, they definitely wouldn't know it was fake. It's too perfect. He gave Suyu a thumbs up. In just an instant, you filled in a secret that had been lost since ancient times. You filled in the beginning and the end, and it wasn't abrupt at all. An expert. Suyu's expression was calm. The Five Elements clan has more than 10 invincible realm experts. I don't know if there are any hidden ones. If there are, there might be 20 invincible realm experts. This is a great force. To be honest, it might not be much less than the Dragon Clan. Revenge for the ancient times? Even Lord He too doesn't know. Obviously, no one knew about the situation during the first tide. And Lord He too's father was the great-great-grandson of King Gong back then. He was also a noble from ancient times. Even he didn't know the specific situation. Ancient Heaven and the others might not know either. This involves the secrets of ancient half-emperors. I think only some human kings or half-emperors know, and they're all gone. So, no one can expose us, right? Suyu smiled. The Five Elements clan. Floating Earth Spirit. Interesting. If it was an ordinary Five Elements clan, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. I'm familiar with the Floating Earth Spirit. Smart people, flexible, and prosperous. I'm familiar with the Floating Earth Spirit. This clan was still very strong. And the Five Elements clan, the Floating Earth Spirit was the key. It could connect the five races. He didn't expect that he would hear a secret here, so you thought of this and said, right, do you have any secrets about other races? Let's see if we can make use of them. He had only heard gossip today, but it felt good and useful. Xiachen had talked for a long time, and only the trader's information was useful. Xingyue and he too were old enough. Thinking of this, Suyu was a little curious about Xingyue's identity. Lord Xingyue, you really don't remember your identity from ancient times? Xingyue said coldly, what's there to remember? But even if I don't remember, I'm definitely nobler than He Tuesday. He's just a low-level character. He too sneered. You're so arrogant. I've been alive since the first tide, and I've seen you in Great Star Ancient City. You're still here, and you still have this strength. How dare you? Xingyue looked at him coldly. Was he mocking this seat's strength? When I died, you were still alive. Now you're about to die for the second time. Xingyue snorted. She didn't like to go hunting. The so-called hunting was naturally to kill other death spirit monarchs and devour their death spirit marks. But she rarely devoured them. Suyu had given her a level 7 Eternal Realm Death Spirit mark. If she devoured it, her strength should improve, Suyu didn't want to listen to these two quarreling. He just hoped they could talk about some gossip when they quarreled. Since they didn't say anything, Suyu had to ask himself, do you know about the God-Eater clan? God-Eater clan, he too frowned slightly and shook his head. I'm not sure. This clan is not a clan. I've only vaguely heard about it. It might be related to Qingwen. Xingyue also said, this is not very clear. I only remember that the bean bun should be from King Wen's mansion. They didn't know, but Xiaochen knew a little. He added, bean bun? Speaking of this, our Tomb Keeper clan has some records. At first, I thought it was food. Listening to you, it's the God-Eater Demi-Emperor? Yes. Xiaochen quickly said, then I do have some impression. Bean bun. Bean bun is indeed related to King Wen. Bean bun might very well be like the five elemental race, an existence born from the heavens and the earth. It might even be a mutated divine character of King Wen. Nonsense. As soon as he finished, the little fur ball suddenly popped up. Impossible. My lord is so powerful. How can a King Wen Shenwen be so powerful? Also, if my lord is Shenwen, then what am I? Xiaochen glanced at it, a little curious. This is a little God-Eater clan? I'm not little. Furball was angry. You're the little one. Xiaochen became even more curious. He looked at Suyu. Your Shenwen also mutated? Suyu was speechless. What are you saying? Xiaochen smiled. Your lord. You mean Bean Bun Demi-Emperor? If it mutated from Shenwen, then you must be too. But according to the era, it might treat you as a descendant. Impossible, I was born by my lord. Furball was angry. No, I was born by my lord. Suyu suddenly remembered some of the rumors he had heard and said with a strange expression, I heard that Harry Ball, your mama went to guard ancient heaven and has been guarding it for several hundred years. Harry Ball, how old did you say you were last time? Furball thought about it and calculated again. He said dejectedly, I'm 12 years old. According to human time, it was 12 years old. It was not convinced and said angrily, I was born by my lord. Suyu was also a little puzzled. How do you know you have mama? Isn't your mama outside? I just know. Furball was angry. It was a little angry. Suyu comforted him. Then there's no mistake. You were born by your lord. Your mama gave birth to you, so she came back to give birth. Soon, she left to guard ancient heaven. There's no problem. Furball thought about it and nodded. Indeed, she could come back to give birth, no problem. Now, it was much more at ease. It hit again. The group watched Suyu trick Furball like a fool. They were speechless. Are you serious? Go back to give birth? Fine, you win. There's no way to refute it. Unless you ask the person involved, no one will know what's going on. After chatting for so long, Suyu had asked everything he wanted to ask. Wan Tianqing couldn't stay here for too long. Soon, Suyu got up and said, then we'll leave first. Senior Xia, you cultivate here first. If there are any problems, call Lord Xinghong or Lord Xingyue to send a message to me. Xiaochen nodded slightly. He too said, you should improve yourself first. I have nothing else to ask for, I just want to be reborn. There are two major difficulties in rebirth. First, reverse all of my death energy. Second, resist the laws. Rebirth from the dead will definitely be punished by the laws. This is not tolerated by heaven and earth. He too said coldly. Don't die too quickly. I was close to Dao integration when I was alive. If you want to resurrect me, you'll probably face a Dao integration tribulation. If I don't warn you, you'll bring harm to others and yourself. Dao integration tribulation. Suyu took a deep breath. This was not going to be easy. What about the resurrected Lord Xingyue? There'll be at least a crisis of stage 8 or 9 eternal realm. You can deal with it first. Besides, you can't reverse it instantly. Suyu, all conspiracies and schemes actually depend on strength in the end. When he too said this, he felt a little emotional. He was too weak in the first tide. Although he was close to Dao integration, he wasn't, so he was easily killed. He killed many people and even defeated Dao integration cultivators. However, he wasn't at that level yet, so he was still killed. If he had the power of Dao integration, he would have been able to cause even greater waves back then. Suyu smiled. Of course I understand that. My physical body will soon reach the sun-moon stage. As for my willpower, it won't be difficult to reach the peak of the mountain sea stage. However, if I don't reach the sun-moon stage properly, The group of people talked about invincibility, Tao integration, human monarchs, human emperors, Suyu said, and he quickly entered the Mountain Sea Sun Moon. In an instant, the group of people was a little dazed. Mountain Sea, Sun Moon, what a distant title, Suyu continued with a smile. I have my own path now. In terms of physical body, my path is clear for now. I'll continue to strengthen it. As for Shenwen, I'll first strengthen all Shenwen to the Sun Moon stage. Then, I'll outline a new Shenwen to form the Shenwen battle technique. My current Shenwen is not very reliable. Xiachen was surprised. You haven't formed the Shenwen battle technique? No. Then how are you considered the Shenwen battle technique? Suyu smiled. Principal, you're a bit behind the times. My teacher once deduced a method to split Shenwen battle technique. Even if the Shenwen battle technique is incomplete before Soar battle technique, it can still be supplemented and split. Your teacher? Xiachen was confused. What power? Eternal? No, Lingyun battle technique. Silence. Xiachen was confused. Lingyun battle technique, that worked? Then how many Shenwen battle techniques have you outlined now? 30. Then why haven't you outlined the Shenwen battle technique? Suyu shrugged. The Shenwen battle technique has too many Shenwen battle techniques. Too many? Yes, too many. More than 30? Of course. Xiachen took a light breath. I was wondering why the Shenwen battle technique is so weak when you're so talented. It's because you haven't completed the Shenwen battle technique. Xiachen quickly said, then you'd better hurry up. Once the Shenwen battle technique is formed, its combat power will be much stronger. According to some of my guesses in the past, if I completely outline the Shenwen battle technique. Suyu continued, that's old news. Everyone knows that only by completely outlining the Shenwen battle technique can we smoothly advance to the Sun and Moon realm, or even the Invincible realm. That's why I'm still the Shenwen battle technique. Xiachen was helpless. Have I been dead for a long time? I feel like I can't keep up with the times, Suyu continued. My teacher once speculated that humans have innate skills. If the Shenwen battle technique is fused into one, there might be an innate skill. Senior Xia, do you know about this? Innate skill? Xiachen frowned. He too was surprised. Where did humans get innate skills? Suyu was even more surprised. Not even in the ancient times? But if the Wan battle technique has it, why don't we humans have it? This doesn't make sense, does it? He was still thinking about when the Shenwen battle technique would appear, and a powerful innate skill would appear. This was Bai Feng's speculation back then. Now, Bai Feng did not study this too much. The main reason was that it was very difficult to fuse them into one. Now, he followed Wu Lan to study things related to blood essence and willpower. His teacher's talent in research was really amazing. The key was that he would soon put down something he was researching and run off to study something else. He was the kind of half-baked person, he too said blankly, the ancient humans didn't have innate skills either. The human race didn't have them in the first place. Suyu instantly looked at Xingyu. He too was also half-baked, so he had to rely on the older Xingyu to explain. Xingyu frowned and looked at him. After a while, she said uncertainly, the human race's innate skill. The human race might really not have innate skills. If there really is one. I vaguely remember a rumor. Every time the Time Master appears, he can travel through the past and the future. He can walk in time. This might be a kind of innate skill. Xingyu hesitated and said, I'm not sure if it's true or not. Besides, the effect of this innate skill might be related to time and space. Can it penetrate the barrier of time and space? I only vaguely remember someone mentioning it, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Related to time and space? Damn, that's amazing, Suyu thought to himself. Soon, he said, forget it. I don't care. I'll know when my Shenwen battle technique is fused. This concept was proposed by Bai Feng. In the past, someone seemed to have studied it, and the final conclusion was that the human race did not have innate skills. Only Bai Feng said that when the human race and Shenwen battle technique were fused, it might give birth to innate skills. This was something that no one had done before, at least not yet. On the side, Wan Tianqing said, "You are very strong now. Xinwen battle technique is not enough. Also, the power of rules is not enough. If you don't understand the rules, you can't escape. If you really encounter an unbeatable powerhouse, you won't even have the chance to escape. Your strength can defeat a level 7 Eternal Realm expert, but if you really fight alone, you won't be able to kill the other party. Instead, you will be killed in the end, slowly weakened, and slowly killed." Suyu nodded and said gloomily, "I don't want to, but I really don't understand." Wan Tianqing thought for a moment and said, "We'll talk when we get up. I'll see if I can give you a pointer or two. You should be able to see the river of time now, right?" "I can see a little, that's enough." Wan Tianqing smiled and said, "It's a good thing that you can see it. It means that your strength has reached that level. You have absolute power, and your comprehension is stronger. Maybe you will soon be able to grasp the power of laws of time and space." "I hope so," Suyu did not say anything else. Before leaving, he saw Lu Hong quietly leaning towards Xia Chen. Suyu grabbed him, and Lu Hong instantly cried out, "Suyu, I helped you and saved you. You've gone too far. I'm not going to kill you." Suyu snorted, "I want to discuss something with you. I'm going to make a big deal, but I'm afraid the plan is not perfect. Help me perfect it." "What?" "Selling 9-leaf sky lotuses," Suyu said as he walked, "the kind that sells dozens or hundreds of them. You see, I just offended one of the all heavens, so it's not easy to sell them. One doesn't believe that I'll support the enemy." "How many?" "More than 100. "Why? 9-leaf sky lotuses?" Lu Hong was shocked. Suyu nodded and took out a 9-leaf sky lotus. Lu Hongyi looked at it, and even though he had never seen it before, he felt dizzy and said, "Is it really a 9-leaf sky lotus?" Behind, he too and the others were also surprised and looked in Suyu's direction. He too said in surprise, "It really is." Xia Chen also said curiously, "Where did you get so many? Duke Gong's residence only has 9. Even if you took them all, you wouldn't have so many." Xingyu seemed to think of something and said hesitantly, "Smiling lotus?" Suyu smiled and said, 9-leaf sky lotus. "Smiling lotus." Xingyu snorted coldly. Others could believe their words, but Suyu was definitely lying. As for he too, he vaguely thought of something and said with a frown, "Smiling lotus? I seem to have some impression of it, but this thing seems to have disappeared. Where did you find it?" 3 layers. "Good luck." He too nodded. "But you've offended all the experts. Do you want to sell it to the Iron Eaters and humans? Otherwise, why would the other races believe that you, Suyu, would sell it to them?" Suyu nodded and sighed, "Yes, so it's not easy to sell it now. If it's expensive, no one will want it, and if it's cheap, no one will believe it. Everyone knows that it's in my hands, but it's not easy to deal with now." He said regretfully, "If we didn't fight before, maybe I could sell it. It's fine to trick them, but now it's difficult." He said it was difficult, but Lu Hong sneered, "What's so difficult about it? Everyone in the world comes for profit. Let's talk about the human realm. Wanzhou even did business with the human government before, and they're mortal enemies. As long as there's profit to be made, there's naturally a possibility of a deal. However, it has to be sold separately, one petal at a time. One petal is not reliable. One petal can give birth to a Dao integration cultivator, and one petal doesn't matter. At most, I'll just repair 3 bodies. Right now, there's a long queue of experts who lack 3 bodies." Lu Hong said quickly, "It's not too difficult. As long as you're brave enough, it's possible to do big or small business." "What do you mean?" Suyu looked at him. Sometimes, he might not be able to come up with good ideas, but it was good to have someone to remind him. "Big business is simple." Lu Hong said with a smile, "We need Lord Hong Meng's help to hunt down the Heaven Supervisor Marquis until he can't come out of the endless void. We can pretend to be the Heaven Supervisor Marquis and use the Sky Hunter Pavilion's reputation to directly contact the big shots to auction." Suyu frowned, "If I fall out with him, will the Sky Hunter Pavilion auction my things?" Lu Hong said with a smile, "Why not? The Sky Hunter Pavilion has given you what you need, and there's nothing impossible about a deal. What do you need the most now?" Su thought for a moment, then said, nothing, just the heavenly cycle divine aperture circulation method. Does the heaven supervisor Marquis have it? How would I know? Does King Wen have it? Civilization master, King Wen, most likely. Su said, his eyes moving slightly, he's King Wen's subordinate, so he has it? Impossible, why would King Wen pass it on to him? That might not be the case. Even you aren't sure, does Wan know? If that's the case, the deal can be done. Su still shook his head, even if the heaven supervisor Marquis has it, he won't sell it to me. That's true. Lu Hong said with a smile, but as long as we plan for a long time, we can still do it. Su shook his head, that won't do, it's too long, I can't delay it. I'll think of a way myself. If it doesn't work, you're right, we can still make use of people. Su touched his chin, find an enemy to cooperate with, to make use of, the floating earth spirit? Or Zhan Wushuang and Moto? No one will believe my words, but if they spread it, it's hard to say. Of course, we still have to take advantage of the time difference. With that, Su's eyes flashed, let's wait and see. Besides the heavenly cycle divine aperture circulation method, I still lack one more thing, carriers. Not just lacking, but very lacking, I'm lacking too much, I've only fused 20 carriers into the book. Wan Tianxing was puzzled, you still lack carriers? Doesn't this guy have a lot? Su thought of this and hurriedly looked at Xingyu, my lord, you've killed so many invincible experts this time, do you have any carriers left? Xingyu said indifferently, yes, others don't care, I've kept them. If you have meritorious service, I'll reward you later on. The undead spirit didn't care too much about these things. Xingyu knew that Su wanted them, so she collected some. My lord, how many? 9, the rest are broken. What a pity, 18 invincible experts, at least 36 of them, but so many were broken, only 9 were left. The undead spirit really didn't cherish these, some might have fallen out, but they still broke them, 9, not a small number. As for those invincible experts killed outside, Su also collected a few, not many, just 3. There was no time to collect these before the big battle, in total, there were 12. 27 were fused, so there were less than 40. Su thought of this and sighed, there's a long way to go. My civilization will, including this time, has only fused less than 40 carriers, and I'm going to collect 10,000. Wan Tianxing looked at him blankly, and next to him, Lu Hongyi said nothing. 40, what a beast, one invincible expert needed 2, and it was enough for 20 invincible experts to prove the way. Beast, Blue Sky was just talking about it, but you really did it. Wan Tianxing was also speechless. Su, ignoring them, quickly said to Xingyu, my lord, I'll come to get it when I have time. You can reward me first, and I'll bring delicious food for you next time. Xingyu looked at him coldly, make meritorious service first. Su thought for a moment and nodded, no problem, I'll go kill a few undead spirits later and exchange the mark of the undead spirit with you. Xingyu ignored him. Yes, Wan Tianxing actually wanted to interrupt, give me those 9 carriers, and I can help you kill the undead. Forget it, he didn't want to compete with this kid, besides, this undead spirit might not pay attention to him. Su smiled and said nothing more. The harvest was good, let's go, make myself stronger, look at Wisdom King's memory, and find a way to cheat again. Walking out of the dead spirit domain, the sky outside was already dark. The blood cloud had dissipated. So many invincible realm experts had died, but it seemed like it was nothing. The myriad worlds could still survive and operate as usual without anyone. No matter how strong an expert was, once they died, they were nothing. Xing Hong also returned to his original position. At this moment, Elder Wang shouted outside the hall, City Lord. Come in. Soon, Elder Wang walked into the hall and reported, City Lord, outside the city, the West Pavilion Master of the Hunting Sky Pavilion asks for an audience. West Pavilion Master? Su raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought that this person had left, or simply went to the human race, but he did not expect that he would come here to find him. Invite him into the city. The West Pavilion Master was also a top expert, with the strength of a level 7 Eternal Realm expert. Previously, he stopped the South Pavilion Master. Otherwise, Su Yu and Wan Tianxing would have to face 2 more level 7 Eternal Realm experts. Su Yu and Wan Tianxing could not match these two. At that time, they could only open the dead spirit channel. And if it was opened at that time, later Wisdom King would not appear. If Wisdom King did not die, even if he killed the people of the Hunting Sky Pavilion, the immortal race would not let it go. Therefore, this person played a big role in the battle. On the side, Wan Tianxing said in a low voice, I will go out first, you be careful, although the possibility of a fake rebellion is not high, but we still have to be careful. He is very strong, be careful of a surprise attack by him. This point, they still had to be careful. Su Yu nodded. At this stage, if a level 7 Eternal Realm expert really wanted to sneak attack him, he had not opened the Heavenly Gate, and the probability of being killed by a sneak attack was still very high. I will be careful. Su Yu smiled, and just wanted to say a few more words. Wan Tianxing said in a low voice, don't believe everything in Xinwen, I know you have a premonition of danger in Xinwen, but don't rely too much on it. Xinwen can prevent crises, naturally, it can also block crises, you should understand. Xinwen was not omnipotent, any Xinwen might have a corresponding Xinwen. For example, Tribulation and Tranquility. Su Yu sometimes thought that if these two Xinwen appeared on different people, could the Tranquility Xinwen block the perception of the Tribulation Xinwen? At that moment, Su Yu nodded. I know. I didn't dare to be careless. I can't not trust Xinwen, but I can't completely rely on Xinwen. It's good that you understand. Wan Tianxing didn't say anything else and quickly disappeared from the hall. As for Su Yu, after making some preparations, he strode out of the hall. Outside the main hall, an expert wearing a golden mask walked over with Elder Wang. From a distance, Su Yu smiled and said, pardon my rudeness. Elder Xianxia of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's Xian Division greets the West Pavilion's Pavilion Master. I'm no longer the master of the West Pavilion. City Lord Su must see a joke. The West Pavilion Master's voice was cold. Su Yu smiled and said, Pavilion Master's words are wrong. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is the territory of King Wen of the human race. We are not traitors. The traitor is the Heaven Supervisor. If we are talking about the Orthodox Heaven Hunter Pavilion, it is naturally us. The Pavilion Master is still the Pavilion Master, and I am naturally an elder. The West Pavilion Master was shocked by his words, he had never thought of it that way. The Heaven Supervisor had been in charge of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion for 100,000 years. For 100,000 years, everyone had tacitly agreed that the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was his. But now that Su Yu said it, it seemed to make sense. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion belongs to the human race, the West Pavilion Master murmured. Su Yu smiled and said, of course. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is famous because of the Heaven Hunter list, and even the Heaven Hunter list was left behind by King Wen. The Heaven Supervisor is just a gatekeeper, and now he dares to rebel. The West Pavilion Master thought for a moment and said, some things can't be said like that. According to what you said, the world actually belongs to the human race. Because in ancient times, this was the territory of the human race. That's right. So you said matter-of-factly, isn't that so? The West Pavilion Master felt that he was a little out of place with Su Yu. As soon as he said that, Su Yu really answered him seriously. He was not arguing for the Heaven Supervisor Marquis, he just felt that it was better to be fair. The ancient times had been destroyed, and for 100,000 years, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion had been in charge of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. If the Heaven Supervisor Marquis was a traitor, then the entire world, except for the human race, was a traitor. Perhaps the West Pavilion Master was frowning. He stood in front of Su Yu and did not take another step forward. He said solemnly, City Lord Su is very strong, talented, and blessed, but, if City Lord wants to unify the world and restore the glory of the ancient times as your duty, then forgive me for offending you. At least for now, I don't see any hope. Unify the world? Glory of the ancient times? Su Yu smiled and said, Pavilion Master, please don't laugh at me. I don't have such thoughts for now. My only thought is that those who oppose me must die. Was there any difference between this and what he said before? Many people have offended you, even the big races have offended you. If you kill them all, you can probably unify the world. Pavilion Master, please come in. It is rude to exchange pleasantries outside. Su Yu greeted him respectfully. The West Pavilion master was silent for a while before stepping into the hall. And Suyu also walked in, not standing on ceremony. Soon, he sat on the host's seat. Elder Wang poured tea for the West Pavilion master. A moment later, Suyu took the initiative to speak. Pavilion master, did you come to see me for something, or do you need help? Suyu is very grateful for Pavilion master's help before. Pavilion master, please speak your mind. The West Pavilion master was silent for a while, then slowly said, I just want to talk to you about the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, and save some people. Save people? Yes. The West Pavilion master said solemnly, save people. There are still quite a few humans in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. The Eternal is gone, but there are still humans who snuck in through the tide flow. This time, I chose to betray the Heaven Overseer. He'll definitely wipe them out. Are there many? In fact, Suyu also knew that there seemed to be many humans in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, but he did not know the exact number. There should be many. The West Pavilion master said solemnly, I am in charge of the West Pavilion. As far as I know, there are no less than 100 humans in the West Pavilion. I think the North and South Pavilions, the Heaven and Earth Pavilions, there should be many humans, no less than 1,000. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, can he find them? The Heaven Hunter Pavilion system is one level after another, and each level only controls one level of subordinates. Yes. The West Pavilion master explained, he is the Heaven Supervisor, his authority is different from ours. Any faction, if its master does not know how many people there are under him, then the organization has lost its original purpose. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is an organization under Lord Wen, and only Lord Wen has the authority to know all the people, but the Heaven Supervisor has been refining the Heaven Hunter list for many years. The mask all originates from the Heaven Hunter list. Once he refines the Heaven Hunter list, he will know everyone's name list. The Pavilion Master of the West Pavilion continued, he knows everyone's name list. Firstly, the human race will be unlucky. Secondly, he will know the identities of some of the other races that have snuck into the human race. He might use this to do something. Then you mean, he has not completely refined the Heaven Hunter list? Probably not. The West Pavilion Master explained, after all, that is Lord Wen's treasure, not his. It is Lord Wen's imprint, but after so many years, he should have polished it. This time, before you came out, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion temporarily integrated the word catalog. If I am not wrong, it has accelerated his refining speed. How long will it take? I'm not sure. The West Pavilion Master shook his head, then said, also, even if he has not refined it, he will probably gather all the elders and forcefully identify them. He can do it. After capturing the human elders, he will investigate further down the ranks, and he will definitely find many humans. Suyu nodded, then said, what did the humans who sneaked in do? Did they make any contributions? Suyu asked. If they did not make any contributions, sneaking in would mean committing murder and arson, all for the sake of becoming stronger. They had to think of a way to get in. Could they purposely find the Heaven Supervisor to fight for these people? Of course there are contributions, a lot. The West Pavilion Master said in a low voice, in the early stages of the human realm's establishment, when the humans killed their way into the realms, the distribution of experts and defense systems were all provided by the Heaven Hunter Pavilion for the humans. Otherwise, do you think it would be so easy to kill their way into the realms? In the middle stages, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was the human realm's largest trading partner. With the Heaven Supervisor's intentions, he might not be willing to trade with the humans. This was also the result of some people's efforts. In the later stages, when the major human prefectures waged war against the heavens, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion also served as a mouthpiece for information. Many times when the humans were besieged and surrounded, it was some Heaven Hunter Pavilion members who investigated and passed the information to the humans, allowing the humans to escape from danger. At this point, Suyu's interest was piqued. So, many people are contributors? That's right. Of course, there are some people who joined the Heaven Hunter Pavilion purely to fish in troubled waters. He looked at Suyu, such as, you, yes, Suyu joined the Heaven Hunter Pavilion just to fish in troubled waters. He did not have much of a goal. Suyu smiled, not embarrassed, and asked, Pavilion Master, you want me to save them? The West Pavilion Master was silent for a while, then nodded. Why not the humans? The West Pavilion Master said in a low voice, the humans have no choice, the Heaven Supervisor is not afraid of them, and does not need their treasures. Then what's the use of looking for me? Useful. Of course, I know it may not be worth it to you, but if you are willing to exchange the record character with the Heaven Supervisor, he will definitely be willing to give up on killing some humans below the Eternal Realm. It will not affect him at all. Record? So you did not know about this. The West Pavilion Master explained, General Many Treasures gave it to Senior Heaven Supervisor in exchange for his life. This is also an important part of the Heaven Hunter list, and to the Heaven Supervisor, this is more important than anything. Of course, this is very precious, maybe you will feel that it is not worth it to exchange for some humans below the Eternal Realm. I came here to give it a try, I hope you can. So you asked doubtfully, can't humans leave and return to the human race? The West Pavilion Master was silent for a while, some of them may not be willing to leave. Because they feel that they have not been exposed, there is still hope, and they can continue to stay. After hiding for so many years, some of them are already elders, in charge of intelligence and even large amounts of resources. Once they leave, all of this will be gone. He sighed, including the 2 human elders under me, I have already sent a message to them to leave. But, they are not willing. The West Pavilion controls a large amount of wealth and intelligence, including a large number of people planted in the various worlds. Once they give up this position, everything will be gone. Intelligence and manpower from various worlds? Suyu rubbed his chin, this is quite useful, for example, infiltrating the various worlds, we can't just have one more person appear silently, maybe we need the cooperation of the locals, right? The West Pavilion Master was speechless, your first thought is to infiltrate, Suyu smiled, he said, let me think about it, how about this, Pavilion Master first contact the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, tell the Heaven Supervisor not to rush to cleanse the human race, I am willing to exchange with him. It is not a big deal. But first, let me look at the word record, could it be King Wen Shunwen? Let him wait, 8 to 10 years is nothing to him, right? The West Pavilion Master said in a low voice, he may not be willing to wait that long, it is too long, we can arrange for the humans to evacuate. Suyu smiled and said, all right, 1 month. 1 month later, if I want to exchange, I will give it to him, if not, then let him do as he pleases. The West Pavilion Master said no more, he only came with a glimmer of hope, since Suyu said so, at least there was still hope. He stood up to leave, his goal this time was to find Suyu for help, there was no need to stay long after the discussion was over. Suyu smiled, Pavilion Master, are you going to the human race now, or somewhere else? I probably won't go to the human race, and even if I did, I might not be trusted. Rather than that, I might as well go to the All Heavens battlefield or a small world to roam. After saying this, the West Pavilion Master added, City Lord probably doesn't need my help, after all, there are so many guards. Clearly, he was also informing him in advance that he would not come to the ancient city. So you did not care about this, he smiled, I won't force it, it is just that I have a small matter that I need Pavilion Master's help with. Tell me about it. Pavilion Master has been the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's Pavilion Master for countless years, I think you should have some hidden strength, some connections. Suyu smiled, it is a very simple matter, saying this, Suyu took out a book, he smiled, Pavilion Master, do you know what this is? The West Pavilion Master glanced at it, the Wenbing that you forged last time. Yes. Suyu smiled, is it powerful? Very. Then do you know why this weapon is so powerful? The West Pavilion Master frowned, Suyu said again, do you know, I merged 30 vessels into it, in addition to the essence blood of countless experts? Evil weapon. On one hand, he was shocked by Suyu's generosity, merging 30 vessels, on the other hand, he was shocked that he used the essence blood of experts to upgrade a heaven-grade weapon. This was an evil weapon, Suyu smiled, yes, evil weapon. Therefore, I killed countless people, killed Invincible, all to obtain their essence blood and vessels. I hope Pavilion Master can spread the news of this weapon. The West Pavilion Master could not help but look at Suyu, spread the news? Yes. Suyu smiled, in all the worlds, I think Pavilion Master should be able to spread the news, but not everyone knows, I hope to see only a few top experts know. What do you want to do? The West Pavilion Master said in a deep voice, this will bring trouble to yourself. Suyu laughed, is there a difference? Am I not troublesome enough now? There is no difference at all. The West Pavilion Master was also slightly startled. Yes, there seemed to be no difference. Now, those who wanted to kill Suyu all wanted to kill him, those who did not want to kill him would not kill him because of the weapon. Suyu smiled and said, Heavenly Soldier, it's just a heavenly soldier. It's just a heavenly soldier, and it's not even at its peak. I still want to make a divine soldier. I really want to erupt into another great battle, kill some unrivaled, and merge them into my book. The West Pavilion Master said in a deep voice, you want to spread this? Of course. Suyu said with a smile, I need these things, urgently, very urgently. Because these things are related to the increase of my strength, I urgently need them. The West Pavilion Master still did not understand, but since Suyu said so, he thought for a moment, then said, all right, but if you want to do it quietly, it will take some time. This is not a problem. With that, Suyu cupped his hands, smiled, and said, then I will have to trouble Pavilion Master. It's my pleasure. The West Pavilion Master did not say anything more, and quickly left. After he left, Wan Tianxing walked out, glanced at him, and then looked at Suyu. What are you up to now? Suyu said with a smile, nothing, I am selling things. You do not urgently need treasures, so who would believe you selling 9-leaf sky lotuses? Suyu chuckled, before doing business, first build momentum. I urgently need vessels, I urgently need blood essence, a large amount of blood essence. The blood essence of experts. This time, I think some of the experts should have some savings on hand. They say that I, Suyu, am evil and forge evil weapons, but if I use 9-leaf sky lotuses to exchange for treasures to upgrade evil weapons, they will be happy. Although they scold me, in their hearts, they think, what does evil weapons have to do with me? I can strengthen myself, how delicious. How is it delicious? Little fur ball hurriedly popped its head out from Suyu's head. It heard that it was delicious. Suyu slapped his own head, smacking that fellow into it. Wan Tianxing did not mind, and said with a smile, you are quite daring, building momentum. That's right, you have to tell everyone what you lack, it is indeed necessary. With that said, he asked, about the record word. Heavenly annihilation may not give it to you, that is a treasure, one of the components of a divine weapon, even in normal times, it can be used as a heavenly weapon. Also, if I give it to you, are you really going to give it to the Heaven Supervisor? Once he refines the Sky Hunter Pavilion, his strength will definitely increase. This is just looking for trouble for yourself. Let's see. Suyu said with a smile, I have not seen it yet, I will go find Lord Heavenly Annihilation in a bit, moreover. I feel that thing may be related to me. With you? Suyu smiled and said, yes, it's mine. Yours? Wan Tianxing was speechless, why do all the treasures belong to you? All the worlds are also yours, all the treasures are also yours. This kid, the stronger he is, the more greedy he is. Suyu did not care so much, only now did he know that Heavenly Annihilation had actually seized a part of the Sky Hunter list, catalog, all of this, Suyu also knew at this moment. The picture word was with half-sovereign heaven yuan, and the record word was with many treasures, but now it was taken away by Heavenly Annihilation. Catalog, countless thoughts appeared in Suyu's mind, catalog, Sky Hunter list, the golden book in his mind. He had previously wondered if the Sky Hunter list was a list of people to kill according to the picture. The facts proved that it was. Connecting this to his own civilization, Suyu even had the idea to create such a catalog, but the difficulty should not be small. Now he was even more certain. Perhaps, these few things were really a single entity. This might be the civilization of the previous generation of Time Masters. If so, then King Wen should be the Time Master. King Wu is called Tai Shan, King Wen and the Time Master are the same person. Old Zhou might be the martial emperor. Suyu felt that he seemed to have grasped more and more things. And the golden book. Why did the golden book appear in my mind? Strange. Is this the inheritance of King Wen or the Time Master? At this moment, Suyu was even more certain that the thing in his mind might be the civilization of the previous generation. Before long, Suyu arrived at the Sky Destroyer ancient city. And in the ancient city, he actually saw Tianhe. Yes, Tianhe had returned. Previously, Suyu had also seen it, but he did not pay much attention. Now, he was interested. Once he saw Tianhe, he was no longer in a hurry to find heavenly annihilation. He smiled and said, Tianhe City Lord, I did not see you at the Starry Mansion. Where did you go? Tianhe looked at Suyu with a face full of melancholy. He sighed and said, don't mention it. The saying entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed is probably referring to me. You don't even know what I found. With a mysterious expression, he transmitted his voice and said, you won't believe it. I was actually transported to a treasure land that no one has ever recorded. That place is incomparably huge, but this is not the point. The point is that there is no one there. It's fine if there is no one there. You can't imagine that there is a divine weapon there. It's really a divine weapon. Several of them. At first, I thought it was a mountain range. Later, I discovered that it was not. It was an incomparably huge mountain range that stretched across the heaven and earth. In fact, it was a divine weapon. He said in shock, a real divine weapon. I punched it, but there was no reaction at all. I flew along the mountain range and flew for a long time. Finally, I came to a conclusion. Tianhe said with a face full of shock, that is an incomparably powerful divine weapon. It is similar to a bone. It might be a divine weapon forged by primitive experts during the early ancient times. At that time, they might have been more accustomed to using bones as weapons. It is simply unimaginable. What bone? So you seem to have understood a little and asked, what does it look like? Tianhe quickly copied the appearance. Suyu looked and shrank it a little. It was probably a humerus. Did it enter the arm? Suyu touched his chin and added, then, you continued to move forward and found another divine weapon. It was a little smaller than this divine weapon, but it was not much different. It was still very long. Then, you continued to move forward. Maybe you found 5 more divine weapons, like whips with links, right? Tianhe said in shock, you also went in? Why didn't I meet you? Suyu shrugged. Sure enough, it really entered the space in the arm. Suyu was a little surprised. How on earth did this thing teleport? The dead souls entered the basement, and the half-dead souls entered the space in the arm. By the way, what about the other half-dead souls? This time, many half-dead souls went in. The Waterman, Shadow, and the others all went. However, Suyu did not have time to care about them during the previous battle. Some of them were taken away by the human clan. Suyu was also not sure whether Xiao Long Wu and the others took those guys away. If they did not, they were probably finished. If they met them, they could still take them away. After all, Hong Tan knew them. They were all caught by him. Tianhe was strong, but he came back by himself. At this moment, Tianhe was really shocked and said, Suyu, did you also go there? Did you dig out a divine weapon? It was definitely a divine weapon. It was terrifyingly powerful. Dig? Suyu was speechless. If you really dug it, you would break old Zhou's bones. If he didn't beat you to death, I would change my surname to yours. No, don't think about it. You should be glad that you can't dig it. You can dig it? Look at you, you really want to break old Zhou's bones. You are really brave. Suyu, that is a divine weapon, absolutely. You can't think about a divine weapon, and neither can I. Suyu asked, besides these, is there anything else? I think you haven't proved the way yet, but you have stepped into the quasi-invincible realm. Don't you have a second carrier? Tianhe sighed and said, don't mention it. There are so many treasures, but I can't get any of them. If I could get one, I wouldn't have to worry about these things. He sighed, full of helplessness. It was really like entering a treasure mountain and coming back empty-handed. In that place, a carrier was nothing. Even a divine weapon could be a carrier, let alone a divine weapon. Then you can continue to worry. If I have an extra one later, or if you have made some contributions, I will give you one. Now that you have no contributions, I will use it myself. It's my duty. Tianhe didn't care about this and continued to sigh. This time, he suffered a great blow and impact. He saw countless treasures but couldn't take them away. After a month of suffering, he almost vomited blood. His willpower was strong enough that he didn't go crazy. There were so many divine weapons. You probably couldn't find so many divine weapons in the whole world. He saw them, but he couldn't take them away. He was so heartbroken. He was so heartbroken that Taimi scolded him several times, but he was too lazy to respond. He was too lazy to reply. Anyway, now that Suyu was the deputy city lord, he didn't have to bear the death aura. He was happy to relax. It was just a pity that he lost his treasures. That guy is crazy. Once Suyu arrived, Taimi sighed and said, he used to be very afraid of me, but now he's crazy. I called him several times, but he actually ignored me. Heavens, Taimi didn't dare to believe that Tianhe would be so daring. Suyu laughed and said, it's normal. If a normal person saw so many treasures and couldn't take them away, and even stayed with them for a month, they would explode when they came out. Is what he said true? Probably true. Suyu said with a smile, it's not a divine weapon. It's probably the hand bone of a martial emperor. He used it as a divine weapon, but it's not much different. Taimi murmured, I thought he was lying, dreaming, and entering an illusion. You mean, you really met it? Yes. Then it's not strange that he's crazy. Taimi also shook his head, yes, he's crazy. I want to snatch a divine weapon when I see it, let alone him. Then, he said in a low voice, bone. Teleportation. Mortal plane. Your words give me some ideas. Suyu said with a smile, what's there to think about? It's obvious. Taimi was speechless. After a while, he said, if it's true, then Martial King is too ruthless. How could he still be alive? Maybe he's alive. That Martial King. Not only Martial King, at least Mortal King, and when King knew when he built it. These people are really ruthless. Taimi roughly guessed it, but he was also speechless. To build a star mansion for a peerless expert, and he was still alive for countless years, this was much more miserable than them. The star mansion was built even earlier than the heavenly battlefield, it was more than 100,000 years, Taimi quickly said, then, his head was facing down. Then, he recalled and suddenly laughed, then, where is Prince Gong's mansion? Suyu shrugged his shoulders, don't ask me, I don't know. He. Taimi laughed uncontrollably, that Prince Gong is not a good person. He scolded me many times in the past. He, so that guy is living in someone else's. Ha. He was extremely happy, it was like 100,000 years of pain was completely dissolved at this moment. That bastard Prince Gong sent them here. He said it would be 1,000 years, but it turned into 100,000 years. If not for Prince Gong's death, Taimi would have smashed his head. Thinking of this, he immediately became happy. Suyu was also helpless. Alright, my lord, don't be happy first. Can you give me that record character? Ah? Taimi remembered what he said after a while and quickly said, you want this thing? Let's take a look first. If it's good, I want it. If it's bad, then forget it. Ah. Taimi sneered, that is my spoils of war. What are you thinking? My lord can go out and play for 3 to 5 days. Ah, 3 to 5 days? Taimi sneered, this thing is a supreme treasure. 7 to 8 days. He, so you turned around and left, I don't want it. My lord, keep it for yourself. Don't. Taimi coughed and shouted, come back. In addition to the 3 days from before, there is a total of half a month. I want to go out together and play for half a month. No problem. Suyu happily agreed. How big of a deal was this? In the distance, Wan Tianxing, who hadn't approached, cast his gaze over at this moment. His eyes were filled with sorrow and bewilderment. It turned out that in Taimi's eyes, the treasure that Heaven's supervisor Marquis was pursuing was only worth 12 days of vacation. Pitiful, lamentable. As for Suyu, this boy's heart was truly black. Suyu didn't care about this. Taimi didn't have much use for it. In truth, the others didn't have much use for it. Otherwise, abundant treasure wouldn't have lost this thing to save his life. 12 days of vacation was more or less enough. What else could he ask for? Very soon, he received the item. It was a light golden fragment-shaped object. It was very large, and in the center of the fragment was inlaid a word, record. It was the rune of will. Was this the thing? As soon as Suyu held it in his hand, the golden color in his mind trembled slightly. There seemed to be some reaction, and the fragment also overflowed with a faint radiance. The originally deathly still fragment seemed to have some reviving effect at this moment. As for Suyu, his vision was a bit dazzled. He looked at the record word again. Images, figures, and wisps of auras seemed to appear in his eyes. Record, it had the effect of recording, collecting, recording, and carrying. At this moment, figures appeared in Suyu's eyes. He seemed to see Wan Tianxing, 9 moons, and Heaven Swallower. Suyu was slightly absent-minded. This was a catalogue, yes, it had to be a catalogue. And this catalogue had some special effects, even the effect of monitoring the heavens. All geniuses would be captured in one fell swoop and recorded. However, this wasn't complete. It was just a fragment. It's broken, Suyu murmured. How could such a powerful thing shatter? Was the master dead, or was it broken by someone? He had heard that this thing had always been in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, so it was unlikely that it had been broken by someone. Otherwise, the Heaven Supervisor would have died long ago. In that case, it was very likely that the master had died. Shenwen had exploded? No, this record word should be Shenwen. Shenwen was still there, but the catalogue had shattered. Could it be that Kingwen had done this on purpose? He couldn't return, or he was about to die. He didn't want the Heaven Supervisor to obtain the complete catalogue. Without his control, what would he do with this catalogue page? So Kingwen had deliberately shattered it. This was the most likely possibility. At this moment, this thought appeared in Suyu's mind. Otherwise, it should be Shenwen that had shattered, not the catalogue page. This didn't make sense. Kingwen shattered it himself. Then did he shatter the entire civilization's will at that moment, and a part of it had entered his head? Strange. Countless thoughts rose up in Suyu's mind. Why didn't he pass it on in its entirety? Why did he have to divide it into several parts? This was something he didn't understand, and at this moment, he continued to look and seemed to see even more things. He saw the Heaven Supervisor. Yes, the Heaven Supervisor, or rather, through the record word, Suyu saw the Heaven Hunter list and indirectly saw the Heaven Supervisor marquee. Oh? Suyu was surprised. Was this a current recording or an image from the past? If so, could the Heaven Supervisor marquee also see him? Then didn't Myriad Treasures and the others always monitor the Heaven Supervisor marquee? Countless questions appeared in Suyu's mind. Without much time to think, Suyu looked at the record fragment. The Heaven Supervisor marquee seemed to be in some hall, possibly in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. He could vaguely see the Heaven Supervisor marquee's appearance, but it wasn't very clear. Suyu didn't know if this was an image that existed. Was it recorded on a certain day? Strange. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a voice. Is there any news about Tianyue? Pavilion Master, not yet. He disappeared, but I don't think he's dead. Do you think he'll betray me? I don't know. Forget it. Summon the elders. All the elders must come to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion headquarters to participate in the Elder Feast in 10 days. Yes, sir. The outsider's voice quickly disappeared. At this moment, Suyu vaguely felt that the Heaven Supervisor marquee was touching the Heaven Hunter list. Soon, you'll be mine soon. Suyu. Suyu was cursed by Heaven Abyss, but he didn't die. There must be a great treasure in the Sea of Will. Lord Wen King, is it your inheritance, or, the Master of Time? Murmuring sounded. A moment later, Suyu suddenly woke up and automatically withdrew from the image. His willpower was exhausted, his forehead covered in sweat and his face pale. As for the record fragment in front of him, it went from glowing faintly to becoming dim once more. It was like it had just been activated and was now sleeping again. On the side, Heaven Destroyer asked curiously, "What did you do just now?" "This thing didn't change in my hands." "Why did it light up in your hands?" Suyu took a deep breath. "Lord, did you see that?" "What? What did I just see?" Sky Destroyer had a blank look on his face. Suyu understood. If that was the case, then he was the only one who had seen it. At that moment, he seemed to have activated this thing. What he saw was not the Heaven Supervisor, but the Heaven Hunter list. Because they were one body, he was just looking at the Heaven Supervisor. Suyu took a deep breath. He didn't say anything or think about it. Soon, he picked up the fragment and rubbed it. Is this Shunwen? If it was Shunwen, then it should be an eternal Shunwen, right? He had never seen eternal Shunwen. Does this count? However, if it was Shunwen, it would be impossible to open it. Otherwise, if it was broken and used for cultivation, well, just as this thought came to mind, the word record in Shunwen seemed to tremble. Did this mean that the divine text had a spiritual nature? Did he sense my thoughts? I wonder if this was written by Shunwen or King Wen himself. Suyu looked at Sky Destroyer. Your Excellency, what do you think? Sky Destroyer didn't think much of it. At King Wen's level, even if it's just something he wrote, he must have written it seriously. Even if this thing isn't Shunwen, it's still stronger than an ordinary Shunwen. The catalog might not be Shunwen, but it was definitely strong. This was true. Suyu nodded. That was true. Your Excellency, can you shatter this thing? Are you sure? Sky Destroyer chuckled. Are you sure you want me to try and see if I can shatter it? Suyu nodded. I'll give it a try. Perhaps I can get rid of the things on the outside and reveal the words inside. Whether or not it's Shunwen, let's see it. Sky Destroyer was speechless. How bold, fine, I'll give it a try. He didn't say anything else. He gripped the fragment tightly and let out a roar. Rumbling sounds could be heard, but the fragment didn't shatter. Instead, the Heavenly Annihilation's hand was pierced a bit, causing blood to ooze out. Sky Destroyer tossed the fragment out. Bare One's teeth said, what a good treasure, and it's very sturdy. How did you shatter this thing in the past? You need at least Dao integration stage power. You can't shatter it, Your Excellency? Sky Destroyer snapped, Boolsh *T. If I really did use my full strength, everything would shatter with one strike of my staff. But are you sure you want me to do that? Must I shatter it? Suyu thought for a moment. Forget it, he'll think about it next time. This thing seemed to be a little useful now. At least it could monitor the Heaven Supervisor, who didn't seem to have discovered it yet. Does it have a connection to the golden book in my head? Suyu thought to himself, can I put it in your head? I'm just afraid that something will go wrong. If I put it in and it suddenly explodes and destroys my Sea of Will, then I'll be done for. I still have to think twice before putting things in my head. Right, Furball, a thought occurred to Suyu, and he quickly squeezed Furball out of his head. He looked at the dazed Furball and asked, does it smell good? Is this a treasure of the same origin as the book? If so, it should also be very attractive to Furball. Furball took a whiff and said hesitantly, it's a little fragrant, just a little? Do you want to eat it? Can I eat it? Suyu stroked his chin. Is this fragrance the same as the one you usually smell? More or less. More or less? Furball said in a daze, more or less. Then why don't you pounce on it and eat it? It's not as fragrant as you. At the side, Sky Destroyer was having a headache. What fragrant? As for Suyu, he frowned slightly and looked at Sky Destroyer again. He asked, my lord, which expert did Many Treasures work for back then? Which clan was he from? Many Treasures? Sky Destroyer didn't know why his attention had suddenly shifted to Many Treasures. He thought for a moment and said, Many Treasures. Let me think, he was a titled general. What was his position back then? He thought for a moment and said, he was in charge of the Imperial Court's Heavenly Treasure Division. Above him was the Heavenly Treasure Marquis. He was mainly in charge of the distribution of treasures. It could be considered a lucrative position in the logistics department, much more comfortable than us. Which clan was Many Treasures from? Sky Destroyer thought for a moment and said, the treasure-sensing rat clan. Yes, that's the clan. They've already been destroyed. Now, this fellow is probably the only one left. This fellow likes to collect treasures. He fought with me and destroyed at least 100 Earth-rank weapons and 3 to 4 Heaven-rank weapons. Quite rich. Suyu smiled and picked up the fragment. He hesitated for a moment and said, my lord, do you think this thing is real or fake? What? Sky Destroyer was confused. What did he mean? Suyu said solemnly, it's nothing. I just feel that, it shouldn't be like this. The main thing is that little Furball thought it was fragrant but didn't pounce over to eat it. Little Furball was confused. So what if it didn't eat it? It wasn't that hungry recently, how strange, it was quite fragrant. So you put down the fragment and said, "My lord, how strong is the so-called Houyi?" What about the human monarch? Sky Destroyer said with a strange expression. Houyi stepped into the Dao integration stage. Most of them can be conferred the title of Marquis. At the very least, they can be conferred the title of General. Conferred the title of Marquis usually represents the Dao integration stage. Suyu said with a smile, so, there are Dao integration stage cultivators who haven't been conferred the title of Marquis? There are some, for example, our big boss. Sky Destroyer grinned. Big boss didn't become a Marquis. In fact, he had already reached the Dao integration stage. However, if he wanted to become a Marquis, he would have to stay at Monarch Gong's residence. Big boss wasn't very willing, so he didn't take that responsibility. In fact, even if he didn't stay at Monarch Gong's residence, after that mission, Big Boss should have already become a Marquis. Monarch Gong was already asking the human emperor for permission, but it was delayed by Monarch Wen's matter. After that, there was no after that. Suyu nodded with a smile. If Master Sky Destroyer completed the mission and reached the Dao integration stage, you would probably also become a Marquis, right? Sky Destroyer pursed his lips. More or less. At that time, they were going to confer a title on me. After that, I thought that since Big Boss is still a Marquis, why don't I wait for him to become a Marquis first? Who knew that there would be no after that? Why are you asking about this? Sky Destroyer asked curiously. There's no point in knowing about this. It's just some ancient gossip. Suyu smiled. I'm just asking, which tribe is the Heaven Supervisor Marquis from? The Heaven Supervisor Marquis, Sky Destroyer scratched his head. Normal people probably don't know about this. However, I played quite well with a few of Monarch Wen's disciples back then, and I occasionally heard people say that the Heaven Supervisor Marquis is from a relatively rare tribe. It can't even be considered a tribe. It's called something like Luck Spirit. What's that? How would I know? I only heard it from others. Do I have to get to the bottom of it? I have no interest in the Heaven Supervisor Marquis. He is quite valued and has always been entrusted with important tasks by Monarch Wen. He is also from Monarch Wen's residence. Speaking of which, that one. He pointed at Little Furball. That one should know the Heaven Supervisor Marquis back then, and their relationship might be quite good. That one also came from Monarch Wen's residence. Little Furball was confused. Is that so? Then can I go to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion and eat without paying? Little Furball asked. It had wanted to rob the Heaven Hunter Pavilion for a long time. Could it eat without paying? Sky Destroyer chuckled. You can try. Little Furball pouted. It didn't dare to go. It was afraid of being beaten to death. If it was beaten to death, it wouldn't be able to see the fragrant smell again. As for Suyu, he gently stroked the fragment of the record word. Thoughts arose in his mind. As a master of counterfeiting, he was thinking of a question at this moment. Was this thing really real, or could it be that someone had counterfeited it? What was the point of counterfeiting? What was the ultimate goal? The reason why he had such doubts was that, on the one hand, he was a counterfeiter, so he naturally had some doubts. On the other hand, when Suyu observed this record word, it actually didn't give birth to innate Shenwen. Bad review. Under normal circumstances, Suyu could give birth to Shenwen after comprehending some things. When Old One wrote something, Suyu even gave birth to civilization Shenwen. This is Monarch Wen's treasure. With my, Suyu's, talent, you actually didn't give birth to Shenwen? What is the meaning of this? Also, easily observing the Heaven Supervisor. The Heaven Supervisor didn't seem to know anything. How could the Heaven Supervisor be observed so easily? Little Furball said it smelled fragrant, but it didn't have the urgency it had for the Golden Album. Back then, Little Furball was so weak. When it smelled the fragrance, it immediately flew towards the Golden Album. Today, it only smelled the fragrance, but didn't have the desire to eat it. Taking a deep breath, Suyu grabbed the fragment tightly. I suddenly feel that I might have been schemed against. Heaven Supervisor, many treasures, money to buy my life. Suyu thought for a while and asked, My lord, was many treasures heavily injured this time? Quite heavily. I destroyed his golden body. You might not understand golden bodies, but just treat it as one of his 3 bodies being destroyed by me. Back then, if you continued to chase after him, could you kill him? Sky Destroyer sneered, are you looking down on me? No. Suyu smiled, of course I believe in Milord's strength. I mean, does many treasures know Milord's strength? He was the first to intercept Milord, and it went so smoothly. Is that Immortal Emperor tablet very useful to him? I'm not sure about that. That grandson probably knows how strong I am. Humph, he's courting death. If it was back then, I would have smashed him to death with a stick. So you're saying that he was inferior to Milord back then? Why not consider his strength back then? Of course. Then has his strength improved now? I don't think so. Sky Destroyer was confused. What was the point of asking so many questions? Suyu said, if Milord chased after him back then and he kept running, would Milord continue to chase after him if you couldn't kill him? Definitely not. Sky Destroyer gritted his teeth. At the time, he kept running into the endless void. It would be difficult to kill him. Then I would chase after him for a while, and if I really couldn't do it, I would go fight someone else. Just beat him away, Suyu nodded. Then this record fragment, is it a treasure to Milord? Of course, it is a supreme treasure. This is one of the fragments of King Wen's divine weapon. If combined with the Heaven Hunter list, it would be very powerful. Although he had given it to Suyu, he also knew that it was a treasure. Suyu nodded once more. It wasn't a death trap, and he was willing to spend money to buy his life, so he gave it to Sky Destroyer. Normally speaking, there wasn't a problem. But if he looked at it with suspicion, then he felt that there was a problem. In the distance, Wan Tianxing was walking through the air. Sky Destroyer glanced at him, you've come again. Wan Tianxing smiled and bowed, greetings, Defender Sky Destroyer. Sky Destroyer couldn't be bothered with him, and Wan Tianxing didn't care either. He looked at Suyu, what is it? Suyu tossed the fragment to Wan Tianxing, man or head, take a look. Insert your willpower and see if you find anything. Wan Tianxing inserted some willpower, but soon he shook his head, I didn't find anything. It's a very mysterious treasure, but I can vaguely see the images of some people, including me. This should be the embryonic form of the Tao confirmation list. The All Heavens Myriad Treasure Pagoda of the past should have used this to introduce the Tao confirmation list, but it wasn't as intuitive as after combining it, so the rankings were a bit messy. Suyu nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly took out something. Wan Tianxing frowned slightly. Suyu smiled, man or head, take this and look again. King Wen's tombstone? To the side, Sky Destroyer said curiously, this thing is in your hands again. Suyu smiled and nodded. He had heard last time that Sky Destroyer knew about this. As expected, he recognized it. As for Wan Tianxing, he took the inscribed tombstone and inserted some willpower again to check it. Soon, he threw the inscribed tombstone to Suyu and shook his head, it's still some images, nothing else. What do you want me to see? Did you see the Heaven Supervisor? No. Wan Tianxing was surprised, you saw it? Yes. Suyu smiled, I saw it, and it has nothing to do with the inscribed tombstone. Then it really had something to do with the Golden Atlas. Am I thinking too much, or is the Heaven Supervisor's goal is the Golden Atlas? Does he know that the Heaven Hunting list isn't complete? Plots and schemes formed in Suyu's mind. Holding the fragment in his hand again, Suyu thought, maybe I can find out some extremely important information through this. Suyu smiled and said, manner. Head, do you think that a person who has been alone for 100,000 years will talk to himself about some of the deepest secrets in his heart? Wan Tianxing shook his head, I don't know, maybe he will. After being alone for so long, maybe he likes to talk to someone. Principal has been in Xianxia for so many years, do you also like to talk to yourself? A little. Wan Tianxing smiled, why, is there something wrong? Then do you still have the energy to talk about it after 100,000 years? Probably not. Let's talk about it after I live for 100,000 years. Suyu sighed, I hope I'm just being paranoid. If I'm not paranoid, then doesn't that mean the Heaven Supervisor has been scheming against me from the beginning? That's not right. Many treasures throughout this life-saving treasure after I lured people into the dead soul's domain. Then, after someone died, I was still alive, and many treasures was defeated and throughout the treasure. Maybe it was just a precaution at first, but it was later officially implemented. Many treasures and the heaven supervisor might be in cahoots. Suyu thought. All of this was based on his suspicions. If his suspicions weren't established, then his speculations wouldn't be established. Their goal might not be just me. Maybe they were targeting half-step sovereign heaven Yuan from the beginning? This is possible, and the other possibility is that they are on the side of half-step sovereign heaven Yuan. In truth, the one who desired to seize this treasure the most wasn't me at first, but half-step sovereign heaven Yuan. Many treasures was weaker than him, so it's normal for it to be taken away. It's just that I killed a large number of people on my side, and Xianxia is very strong. This treasure fell into my hands. It wasn't too difficult to judge that it fell into his hands. Xianxia didn't care about this, but Suyu knew that if it was related to King Wen or the Time Master, he would come to take a look no matter what. It wouldn't be strange if he discovered some secret and obtained it. I wonder if it can detect me. It shouldn't be. Otherwise, it's easy to alert others. Suyu smiled and tossed the treasure in his hand. Alright, it doesn't matter if it's real or fake. I'll take it first. I'll naturally judge later. Alright, then there's nothing else. Lord Xianxia, we're leaving. Suyu thought about it as he spoke. West Pavilion Master, I didn't pay attention to this before, but the West Pavilion Master specifically came to remind me that the word fragment is with Xianxia. Is he afraid that I don't know about this? Am I overthinking things? The West Pavilion Master helped me a lot. Without his help, I would have been in great danger when the Skyhunter Pavilion attacked. Strange, am I being too paranoid? Suyu thought to himself, maybe I'm too paranoid. The West Pavilion's Pavilion Master stood up for the human race without any hesitation. At the crucial moment, he blocked the South Pavilion's Tower Master. How could there be a problem? But what if there was? At that time, the Skyhunter Pavilion had several invincible experts. Although it was a sure kill opportunity, I hadn't opened the Dead Spirit channel yet. The immortal race's Wisdom King knew that I could open it, but what about the Heaven Supervisor? He must also know. Since he knew, he should know that these invincible experts couldn't kill me so easily. If I didn't open the Dead Spirit channel, that meant I had a backup plan. At this time, the West Pavilion Master had turned the tables and attacked in front of everyone, returning to the human race. This would not arouse any suspicions. They would even think that the West Pavilion Master had played a huge role. If it weren't for him, the enemy would have had 2 more 7th stage Eternal Realm experts, but the reality was that even if he didn't come out, even if he continued to chase me, at the critical moment, he and the South Pavilion Master would have been killed by Suyu, and now, he and the South Pavilion Master were both alive. The West Pavilion Master was so righteous, returned to the human race at the critical moment to help the human race find me. Then he wanted to save people, save those humans in the 10th tide. The Skyhunter Pavilion has several old antiques, the Earth Department Head, Heaven Department Head, and West Pavilion Master. The Heaven Department Head is so powerful, but because of the Heaven Supervisor and King Wen's ideals, he couldn't straighten them out. He went crazy. The Earth Department Head walked the path of darkness, and never thought of returning to the human race. Only the Pavilion Master of the West Pavilion quickly chose the most correct path. Suyu looked over at Wan Tianxing and said, Prefect, the first-generation prefect said that during the 9th tide flow, virtually all of the old-timers were killed. Is that true? That's right. Why didn't the Heaven Department Head and the West Pavilion Master fight back in the 9th tide? You're asking me? Wan Tianxing laughed. Either they had a more important mission, or they didn't think it was necessary. But the Heaven Department Head was in conflict with himself, causing his 3 bodies to split apart. I think he must have had a similar conflict at the time, so why didn't he fight back in the end? Maybe they had a more important mission? Or maybe they didn't know about the battle? Wan Tianxing could only speculate. If he hadn't personally experienced it, how could he possibly know? Well, Suyu didn't ask any more questions. Wan Tianxing transmitted back, did you find something wrong? A little suspicious. Suyu transmitted back, I'll tell you in a few days. Wan Tianxing didn't ask any more questions. As he escorted Suyu back to the ancient city, he asked, "Are we going back to the human race? The first generation has narrowed down our targets. If we only investigate 2, I think we should be able to." He actually wanted to go back, but it was difficult to do so now. Besides, he'd killed so many before, and the other invincibles might not believe him or pay him any attention. But Suyu might be more trustworthy. People like the Great Qin King and the Dasha of Goguryeo might be willing to listen to Wan Tianqing. If the Great Qin King believed the human devil, then the other invincibles would probably try to stop him, and the only people who knew the truth were him and Suyu. Lu Hong, needless to say, had no right to investigate the invincibles. I'll have to go sooner or later." Suyu nodded. "No matter what, I have to get the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness. I have a use for it. My willpower has to be improved and quickly enter the 9th tier of the Mountain Sea realm." Then, he added, "As for the traitor, I'll think of a way to find out. If I can't, I'll bring dozens of guards to threaten the human race." "Don't act recklessly." Wan Tianqing was speechless. "If you do this, the Great Qin King and the others won't support you no matter what. They won't give you a chance to forcefully investigate. The Eternals who were originally on your side will probably be forced to the other side by you. Even if you're just investigating the traitor, if you bring the guards to threaten. If you find out, everyone will probably be unhappy. This is the dignity of the race. Don't mess around, kid." Some of the older invincibles were very concerned about these things. They could investigate the traitor, and even Suyu himself had the strength to beat them until they were convinced. After all, they were humans. If you bring a group of non-human experts to threaten them, even if it's to investigate the traitor, the final result would probably not be ideal. Today, Suyu could bring outsiders to casually investigate the invincibles. Tomorrow, if a human came to attack the human race with immortals and demons, wouldn't they have to surrender? Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right, Principal. I didn't consider it enough. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to be too strong. It's good that you understand." Wan Tianqing didn't say anything else. The two quickly landed in Xinghong Ancient City. Wan Tianqing said, "In the next few days, I'll teach you some simple rules. I won't say much else. I'll give you a start, a door, and the rest will depend on your own comprehension. Also, all treasures and external support are not as good as becoming stronger yourself." He looked at Suyu and said seriously, "Your foundation is very good, terrifyingly good. However, you're improving too fast, and you don't have much time to accumulate, digest, and comprehend some things. In terms of physical strength alone, you should be comparable to some 6th or 7th level eternal cultivators. You've opened the so-called primordial spirit orifice, and you're even comparable to some 8th or 9th level. In all of this, you're stronger than me. But to put it bluntly, Suyu, believe it or not, if we fight to the death, it's more likely that I'll kill you." Suyu nodded. "No matter how strong my physical body is, it's useless if I can't hit Principal. Sooner or later, I'll be cut to death. But if I run to the dead soul's domain, Principal can't do anything to me." Wan Tianqing was speechless. Of course, that was for sure. Suyu bare one's teeth laughed. "And even if Principal is strong, you can't kill me in one blow. You can't kill me without 1,000 or 800 strikes." "Huh." Wan Tianqing sneered. "What you think is just what you think. You have a strong physical body, but is your willpower strong? Ordinary civilization masters can't deal with you, but do you think I can't? Your vitality is strong, but I have a way to deal with it. Avoid vitality and focus on willpower." Suyu shrugged. "Fine, I won't argue with you. The two of us can't decide the outcome of this verbal battle." Wan Tianqing did not continue, but he cursed in his heart. "You don't give me face. People like you don't deserve to have a teacher." Soon, Wan Tianqing's small class began. There were a few students: Suyu, Little Furball, Elder Wang, the Bai family's old man, and Lu Hong. Yes, they were all here. Wan Tianqing did not hide anything. It was just the application of rules. Moreover, he was essentially a teacher. He was in charge of the Civilization Academy. In fact, he taught in the beginning, but he stopped teaching later. I won't talk about the basics. Wan Tianxing was straightforward and said, today, we'll talk about the river of time. The so-called river of time, what do you think it is? Suyu said directly, it's a passage that shuttles through time and space. Nonsense. Wan Tianxing said solemnly, most people probably think the same way, but in my opinion, it's wrong. It's possible to travel through space, but traveling through time is nonsense. Huh? The group was surprised. The river of time could travel through time. The so-called time travel is a joke. Wan Tianxing said indifferently, have any of you ever seen someone come from the past and kill someone? Is the human sovereign powerful? He traveled through time from the past to the present. Who can defeat him? But, Suyu immediately said, I've seen it. I even came with you to meet Lord Xinghong. Also, the one from the Furball family traveled through time and entrusted Lord Xinghong to them. This has all happened. Wan Tianxing shook his head. This is not called traveling through time. This is just the use of one's thoughts. For example, I brought you to Xinghong ancient city. In fact, it's just our thoughts descending at a certain moment. And Senior Xinghong is powerful enough. He can capture the will at this moment, so he can receive this information. Actually, normal people can't receive it. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, have you seen a weakling say that you've seen an expert in the river of spacetime? I don't know. Suyu shook his head. Wan Tianxing didn't say much. Perhaps I haven't figured it out myself, but I'll only teach you some of my own insights. Perhaps in the future, you will have some insights of your own. In my opinion, the river of time is actually a simple spatial passageway. If you step on it, you might be able to see some of the past, but that's just some of your own memories. It's very difficult to see the past of others, and the future you see is most likely an illusory future, just one of the millions of futures in your mind. Of course, with time reversal, you might be able to see the past of others, but that's just the reproduction of some memories. It's actually another method. King Silkworm Annihilation is good at this, so I won't talk about this. Today, I'll talk about how to use this to fight, to speed up, to escape, and to deal with attacks from other people in different dimensions. Suyu was interested in this. Suyu wasn't interested in going to the past to kill him, going to the future to kill him. He was only interested in how to escape and how to hit his opponent. Actually, it's still a matter of the mind. Wan Tianxing's core was the mind. What was the mind? He explained for a while, and Suyu listened for a while, frowning slightly. After Wan Tianxing finished, Suyu said, Principal, you mean that invincible killing, the so-called past and future are actually all illusions? Or in other words, real illusions. You can understand it that way. Wan Tianxing smiled. You believe that I'm in the past now, and I'm in the past to kill you. The other party also believes that I'm in the past, and my past has been killed by you. A person's will can kill himself. Suyu said, then I'm 100% sure that others can't kill my past and future. Can it be that as long as you're confident, you won't die? That also depends on strength. You might not believe it, but if the other party pulls you into a certain scene in the past or future, you'll naturally believe it. If you die, you die. The two of them continued to talk. Wan Tianxing had his own understanding of the rules, and he didn't force everyone to believe him. Everyone's understanding of these things might be different. He was only imparting what he knew and what he had comprehended to everyone as a reference. As for Suyu, he directly activated the legacy fire, causing the few people beside him to gain some insights. It had to be said that the effects of Suyu's technique were very good. It stimulated one's mind and made one's mind active. Some forgotten knowledge was recalled. Wan Tianxing could not help but laugh as he continued sharing some of his insights. In the end, Suyu attempted to tear apart the river of spacetime. He actually opened up a river of spacetime that wasn't too big, and some nomological powers revolved around his body. The others more or less gained some insights. Not far away, Lu Hong was also listening attentively. After a long while, Lu Hong suddenly said, actually, Shenwen is the beginning of a kind of nomological comprehension. Is that right, Principal? Wan Tianxing couldn't help but look at him. Lu Hong said dryly, I just thought of Suyu's Shenwen in blood. It has some illusions, and I also thought of the realistic illusions that Suyu mentioned. Therefore, I'm wondering if it's easier for a civilization master to comprehend some laws. And Xinwen is actually a simplified version of the laws. Lu Hong continued, therefore, in my opinion, a civilization master's Dao validation is more difficult than a warrior's. The reason is this. This is because the Xinwen you comprehend is a kind of nomological power. The more you comprehend, the harder it will be for you to validate your Dao. As for the fusion of the divine runes that Suyu spoke of, I think that it's a kind of perfection in the laws that he has comprehended. He has fused some of the laws that he has comprehended together to form his innate skill. Previously, he was also present when Suyu spoke and heard it. At this moment, he gave his own opinion. As for the difficulty of proving the Dao as a civilization master, I think it might be a kind of setting of the laws. The ceiling is too high. Perhaps if you really do prove the Dao as a civilization master, you will reach the level of some of the top ancient powerhouses. Lu Hong continued, now, there are still some ancient laws. What are these laws? I think it might be the addition of the ancient powerhouse's own laws. Simply put, when you prove the Dao as a civilization master, you will also have the strength to add your own nomological power to the existing net of laws. Wan Tianqing's eyes were bright. Beside him, Suyu's eyes also moved slightly. Xinwen, the laws, adding one's own nomological power to the power of the laws, this was the setting of the laws. Therefore, if more Xinwen and Xinwen teachers proved the Dao, they could activate the power of the restrictions of the human race, because it violated the laws set by Qingwen. Suppression was also a kind of rule setting. At this moment, many things that they did not understand suddenly became clear. Suyu suddenly looked at Lu Hongyi. Lu Hongyi smiled sheepishly and said, I'm just saying casually, some of my own understanding. Don't look at me like that. Everyone has their own ideas. Please allow me to express some of my views. This is an academic discussion. You won't deny me a chance to speak, right? Suyu ignored him. He was only thinking that this was really just a casual understanding and not something that he had known for a long time. Nearby, Wan Tianqing fell into deep thought. After a long time, his eyes lit up and he said, maybe I have some understanding of my future Dao. Suyu took a deep breath and suppressed his desire to kill Lu Hong. Forget it, I won't argue with you, this guy must have more secrets. A civilization master attaining the Dao, augmenting the power of rules. Suyu's eyes flickered as he quickly said, I've only heard of unification of the Dao, but I don't know what it is. Teacher Lu, speculate again, what does unification of the Dao mean? Lu Hong laughed dryly. You ask those unification of the Dao powerhouses. How would I know? Suyu smiled. Teacher, you're too humble. If you can make such a connection, how would a smart person not know? You said that establishing rules is to add a line to the net. We'll call rules Dao for now. Then, is unification of the Dao also a process of establishing Dao? Or is it a process of being in the middle between the eternal and the true Dao? And after establishing rules, if I call it the great Dao realm, what do you think, teacher? Suyu's eyes flickered. So, a civilization master outlining Xinwen and strengthening Xinwen is actually a process of establishing Dao. It's the same process as a warrior's physical strengthening and comprehension of rules. So, a civilization master might not exist in the eternal realm, but in the great Dao realm? No, it might exist. A civilization master's comprehension of rules lies in Xinwen. Does that mean that Xinwen can continue to be strengthened until one day it surpasses rules? Then, why can't it continue to be strengthened at the sun and moon realm? Suyu quickly said, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about the three movement techniques, past, present, and future. The three movement techniques are actually based on the comprehension of rules. Does the appearance of the three bodies represent the comprehension of the past, present, and future, and finally merge to become the Great Dao Realm? Does that mean that if the Great Dao Realm really exists, there's no such thing as three bodies, regardless of whether one cultivates the three movement techniques? At the side, Wan Tianqing said in a low voice, Lu Hong said that Xinwen is the embryonic form of rules, which makes me feel a little emotional. If the so-called Great Dao Realm Suyu mentioned really exists, then Xinwen's civilization master might really be able to transcend everything and become a great Dao powerhouse. However, since Xinwen is the embryonic form of rules, it's hard to continue to improve at the sun and moon realm. Maybe it's because we've come into contact with too little Tao. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, then we might need to come into contact with more rules. Xiu nodded, so, whether it's violating the rule or the rule reward, in fact, we need to capture more rule force to comprehend and understand. I'm starting to understand. Why is it so difficult to become a master in Shenwen? It's because they lack the punishment and rewards of the rules. I understand this. Xiu rubbed his chin. Do more treacherous things and let the rules punish you. You can even comprehend Shenwen from the rules. If Shenwen is the rule, then the rule is Shenwen. Interesting. The two of them chatted. Beside them, Old Wang could be considered a civilization master, but he was a bit of a dabbler. Still, he could understand some of what they were saying. As for Master Bai, he could understand most of it except for one thing. Xiu was digging his own grave. He wanted to use the Thunder Tribulation or the rewards to comprehend Shenwen and raise his level as a civilization master. This lunatic, not far away, Lu Hong sighed. These two lunatics, I'm just saying. Don't misunderstand. You too, please don't mess around. I'm really just saying. Lu Hongyi looked sincere. Xiu nodded, I know, I understand. It has nothing to do with you. Now, it's our own deduction. I think this deduction is very reasonable. Actually, I neglected it before. Previously, when I absorbed the rule force, I improved very quickly. Now that I think about it, it's normal. It's not that I improved quickly, but it's more in line with the rules. Xiu sighed, I haven't done research for a long time. Principal, I suggest that we establish a research institute to capture the rules and conduct research. Of course, it's not convenient for me to do it, but I think that my teachers are experts in this field. It's best to research which punishment corresponds to which rule corresponds to which Shenwen corresponds to which great Tao. Xiu added, also, I have some ideas. Principal, you better collect some information. I want to know, after all these years, whether the reward rules are more than the punishment rules, or the punishment rules are more than the reward rules. More reward rules? Xianxia hesitated, is there a need to investigate? There are rewards for killing people in the All-Heavens battlefield, so of course the reward rules are more. Then, are the rules set by the Parliament or the human emperor? Xiu smiled, it's said that the human emperor only rewards and not punishes, and the Parliament only punishes and not rewards. That's not necessarily the case. The rewards in the All-Heavens battlefield are not only for humans, but also for one. Isn't this set by the Parliament? Could it be the human emperor? You mean, Xiu smiled, I'm thinking about a question. Is it because humans haven't been able to produce eternal Shenwen because there aren't enough human rules, and Wan rules appear more? That's why Wan can produce eternal Shenwen, but humans can't. It's caused by the subtle influence of the rules. Lu Hong looked at them again and sighed, good, you people are so imaginative. Xiu didn't care about what he thought. Lu Hong starting the conversation was enough. Civilizationists love to explore and research. A civilizationist who didn't explore was not a real civilizationist. Xiu continued, I'm curious about one thing now. Fusing the Tao. How do you fuse the Tao? Do you merge yourself with the Grand Tao? Or do you start anew and create another Tao? Do you build on the foundation of your predecessors, or do you find another way? Also, I think I know what the 9-leaf sky lotus is used for. It's the addition of the rules. What kind of Tao is it? There are strong and weak Taos. Xiu rubbed his chin and said, I don't know much about Tao fusing, but I'll make a simple analogy. The rules are the lines on the net. Countless lines represent countless rules. Fusing the Tao is to merge one's own line with the original line. If someone's line overlaps 50% with the line on the net, I think he can use 50% of the rule power on the line. If it overlaps 30%, he can only use 30%. If someone starts anew, he can weave his own line through some holes in the line on the net. Xiu continued, Human monarch. Human monarch. I think he might have surpassed Tao integration and reached the great Tao realm. Or he might have merged with someone else's great Tao, or he might have started his own path and broken away from the net we're currently in. And the human sovereign and king one are extremely powerful. I think it might be because there are more lines, but everyone is in the same realm, and they are all on the same grid. For example, the human sovereign weaved 8 lines. His power is definitely much stronger than one line, but they are still on the same plane. And we are all under the grid. Suyu's bare one's teeth smiled. Interesting. Yes, we are all under the grid, so the rules can punish us. If you don't listen, the net will fall, and the rule power will turn into a whip and whip you. If you listen, this line will turn into an itch, a scratch, and you will feel good. Vulgar. Wan Tianxing was speechless. The last analogy was too vulgar. Finally, Suyu concluded, so, this world can be divided into 2 layers. Within the grid, and outside the net. Some people from the primordial age jumped out of this net and turned into this net. Now, it's very difficult for us to escape this net. Wan Tianxing said softly, then, do you think there are stronger existences outside the grid? I don't know about that. Suyu smiled. Everything is just speculation. Wan Tianxing nodded slightly. Now that you said that, I have some more thoughts. I need to get in touch with this net, understand more, strengthen my own line, and strive to have my own line on this net. Suyu nodded. Then, Bear One's teeth grinned. I know Senior Blue Sky's Dao. He is the kind of person who spreads a wide net. Huh? Suyu chuckled. He is in the Myriad Dao. He is just casting a wide net, casting a net everywhere, to see if he can catch any line. If he is lucky and catches one, he may be able to exert great strength. If he is unlucky and his clone doesn't catch that line, he will be a quasi-invincible realm expert. Speaking of this, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Teacher Blue Sky, I think that sometimes his strength may fluctuate a little. If his clone catches the Great Dao well, he must be very strong. If his strength is not good, his clone dies, or he doesn't catch that Great Dao, then it won't work. As for the carrier, at this moment, Suyu thought for a moment and said, it is to carry the power of rules. Under normal circumstances, it needs some ancient objects, or something from some experts. For example, hair, or scales, because these things may have been washed by the power of rules. So, the choice of carrier is likely to determine which rules and Great Dao you are compatible with. Suyu gave an example. For example, I've seen a dragon clam before. It used a dragon's reverse scale to carry it. The owner of this reverse scale should have come into contact with the Great Dao. This dragon used this to prove its Dao. It's a bit simpler and more in line with the Dao of an ancient dragon clan. Another example, I got some carriers in the Star Mansion. Once I use them, I may be more compatible with Old Zhou's Dao. Old Zhou? Lu Hong asked in confusion, who is Old Zhou? Martial Emperor? Suyu smiled casually and said, I don't know, I just gave him a random name. So, in these years, if someone used the dragonwood as a carrier, I think they may be more compatible with Old Zhou's Dao. Those who use the dragonwood to prove their Dao can achieve eternity, but I don't think they can transcend and become a great Dao expert. If there is information, I think we can check it. The Star Mansion existed in the ancient times. I think those who use the materials in the Star Mansion can't become great Dao experts. Old Wan frowned and said, the ancient times did not use the 3 movement techniques, and did not need a carrier. Wrong. Suyu shook his head, I think it is needed too. But it may only need one, a carrier that belongs to you. To accept the power of rules, such as. Suyu pointed at the ancient city below him, this is the carrier, Lord Xinghong's carrier. At this moment, a figure appeared. Xinghong appeared, he looked at Suyu with a complicated expression, and after a while, he said softly, yes, this is my carrier. This was one of the more common ancient methods, but it was definitely not a weak method of proving one's Dao. The moment I pick up the weapon, my strength is much stronger because I am using my Dao. Suyu, you are a genius. Suyu smiled and said, you flatter me, I am just expanding on Teacher Lu's foundation. Since an ancient expert came, Suyu said bluntly, Lord Xinghong, the ancient times may not have cultivated the 3 bodies, but I think the cost of cultivating such a weapon may be greater than the 3 bodies, right? Yes. Xinghong nodded slightly, although the 3 movement techniques are rubbish, to be honest, we can't say too much about the ancient rules, but the 3 movement techniques should be a relatively cheap cultivation method. Suyu, I see that you forged your civilization will. Your Tao is more similar to our Tao. Using the civilization will to carry the power of rules, but you also know how much it costs. Very much, terrifyingly much, Suyu nodded, I understand. The appearance of the three movement techniques may not be to restrict anyone, but perhaps there really is no other way. Taking another path is too wasteful of resources. The three movement techniques are good, 2 garbage carriers are enough, but once they take the path of Xinghong and the others, if nothing unexpected happens, the value of this ancient city will exceed the value of 5 carriers. Xinghong smiled bitterly, more than that. Double the cost. Wan Tianqing and the others all sucked in a breath. This consumption was really unbearable for ordinary people, Xinghong said again, but our strength is indeed much stronger than the three movement techniques. Let's not talk about other things, we are actually all sealed and do not use weapons, but you can see that those of the same level as the three movement techniques are almost all suppressed by us. I am an eternal stage 8, but I am petrified, so my strength has declined, and I do not use weapons. It is equivalent to the three movement techniques not using 2 bodies, but I can still beat those of the same level. This was a different Tao confirmation method, so you asked, this Tao confirmation method, what is it called? Art of War Fusion. Xinghong explained, forging a powerful weapon, man and weapon as one, art of weapon fusion. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, I think of someone. Zhao Li. Wan Tianqing nodded, is it Zhao Li? Yes. Suyu smiled, it's him. Xinghong had also seen Zhao Li last time. He thought for a moment, nodded, and said, that person also has some tendency of art of war fusion, which is actually considered an orthodox cultivation method. In addition, there are several other orthodox cultivation methods in ancient times. So you said again, sir, then your eternal cultivation, is it close to a certain kind of rule power? Xinghong hesitated, this is hard to say, I have not reached that point, but what you said may be generally correct. Tao unification is most likely to be more compatible with a certain Tao. You can ask the boss about this, he should know. He glanced at the people in the field, and for a moment, his mood was complicated. When a group of people who did not even have eternal cultivation were discussing how to Tao unification, how to surpass Tao unification and step into the great Tao, he was very confused, very lost. Cultivation, is this the way to cultivate? Cultivation, isn't it a matter of which realm to cultivate to? Why is a group of people who have not reached eternal cultivation deducing how to Tao unification, how to surpass this Tao unification? Is this the human race? Is it because of this belief and spirit that the human race produced so many powerhouses? He did not quite understand, so at this moment, he was a little confused. And Suyu was also a practical person, he quickly said, then sir, please escort me, I want to see Lord Hongmeng, if my guess can be confirmed, then I will know how to cultivate in Shenwen. Rules, yes, rules, first, I have to confirm whether this is correct, if it is correct, then Suyu discovered the best cultivation method in Shenwen, of course, only suitable for powerhouses and geniuses, the weak are not worthy, the weak are not afraid of being killed by the rules, go ahead and try. Xinghong was very touched, he nodded, okay, I will escort you there. Without further words, he quickly left with Suyu. After they left, Wan Tianqing looked at Lu Hong, saying meaningfully, Researcher Lu, you are really knowledgeable. Lu Hong said dryly, Principal, you are not suspecting anything, are you? I really did not, I just deduced it normally. Believe it or not, if Bai Feng was here, he would also be able to deduce it. As researchers, how can we not even have this little deduction ability? Heh. Wan Tianqing smiled. Do whatever you want. You are a smart person, your Wen King token helped Suyu survive, so Suyu probably won't really cause trouble for you. He is a person who holds grudges, but he also remembers kindness. He didn't say it, just because he doesn't want to say it, so he probably won't do anything to you, don't worry. Lu Hong said in distress, alright, I really didn't do anything. Sigh, forget it, Principal, you can think whatever you want, I am so wronged. Wan Tianqing couldn't be bothered to say anything more. If you say so, then so be it. At the same time, Suyu soon arrived at ancient Hongmeng City. Old Tortoise's figure also quickly appeared. With a smile, just as he was about to speak, Suyu said, Sir, I have a question, after unification, is it the Great Tao Realm? Of course, I named it, but the meaning is similar. Old Tortoise was slightly startled. What are you trying to say? So you did not waste any time. He quickly said, it's like this. I'm wondering if Tao integration is compatible with a type of nomological power. Did you create your own nomological power, or did you follow the nomological power of your predecessors? Saying that, Suyu said again, yes, Sir should be following his own rule, because Sir is very ancient, there might not be rules at that time. Old Tortoise looked at Xinghong. Xinghong looked up at the sky. Don't look at me, I didn't say, I don't know either, you want me to say, I don't know what to say either. Suyu said to himself, so, there are strong and weak Daos. Maybe I guessed wrong, in fact, eternity is the beginning of Tao, the whole realm is Tao, including eternity. However, eternity is only considered true unification when it reaches a certain stage, right? Old Tortoise was speechless. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. I understand a little, yes, Tao validation is the beginning of Tao unification. I understand, rules, yes, eternity can use rules. From the first stage to the 9th stage. I'm starting to understand how to divide them. For example, a great Tao, your first stage may be compatible with 10%, second stage within 20%, third stage within 30%. So you suddenly sucked in a breath of air and said in shock, I understand now why Tao verification in small realms is the weakest. Tao validation in small realms, eternity, because they are the least compatible with rules, they may be at the bottom of the rules. Great realms are usually around second stage, because great realms are more compatible with rules. As for the All Heavens battlefield, I understand, because there is more power of rules here, more compatibility, Tao validation in the All Heavens battlefield is stronger, because the moment of Tao validation, there is more compatibility. As for powerhouses from small realms, if they don't come out, I suspect they will be stuck at eternity for the rest of their lives, but after a long time, I guess their strength will also improve, there is not much difference. Old Tortoise was dumbfounded. You are the one talking, I didn't say a word, you understand one principle a moment, then understand another, then why are you still asking me, you have figured it out from the beginning to the end, are you here to play with me, are you kidding me? Suyu murmured that eternity might be below 90% in the Tao of rules. As for Tao unification, more than 91%? So, strictly speaking, Tao unification should also have several levels. In fact, Tao unification should be a competition of power of rules, who can control more power of rules, who is better. Of course, it is also related to one's own Tao. Suyu murmured, yes, it's also related to some other things. For example, if there are 3 Tao integration experts in one rule, and the 3 Tao integration experts share the power of one rule, then the 3 Tao integration experts will definitely not be as powerful as the expert who has one rule alone. So, in order to become stronger, I think it is best to open up one's own Tao and enjoy it alone. No, it should start from eternity. From the moment you attain Tao validation, you should start to find your own Tao, instead of attaching to someone else's Tao. Old Tortoise was tired, placed a tea table in front of him, poured a cup of tea, but did not drink it himself. Suyu is probably thirsty, you should drink some, he handed the cup to Suyu, who drank it in one gulp, not minding it, and said quickly, so, the more difficult the Tao, the more powerful it will be. Because you might be the only one who can enjoy this Tao. And if the rules are too simple, then the people born under such rules are all very weak, even Tao integration cultivators are the same. Also, there is almost only one Tao integration cultivator in each race now. Is this because the more Tao integration cultivators there are, the more power of other Tao integration cultivators will be divided? So, there are a bunch of old antiques in the immortal tribe, but no one has reached Tao integration. Is it because no one has found a suitable Tao to integrate? Suyu stroked his chin as he spoke. That's a possibility. Perhaps there is a limit to Tao integration. For example, one Tao integration can only be integrated by 10 people at most, but if there are 9 hidden Tao integration cultivators, then perhaps no one will be able to Tao integration anymore, because there is already one here, unless they find another Tao. Suyu continued, in the human race, the great Qin Emperor and the others can't Tao integration. Suyu murmured, there are 2 possibilities. There are too many people in the human race who are walking the same Tao integration path, and the old antiques have taken up the spots, so the great Qin Emperor and the others can't do anything. That's the first possibility. The second possibility is that the human race's Tao has been damaged. This is because there are too many Tao integration cultivators, and too many of them have died. With each death, the Tao will be damaged. Perhaps there is something wrong with this Tao, so it can't Tao integration anymore. In order to Tao integration, the only way is to open up a new Tao or find a new Tao to integrate? Suyu thought for a moment before continuing, no, there's another possibility. For example, the battle monarch of the ninth tide is so powerful, and he might really be close to transcending. However, he hasn't. Perhaps this old bastard isn't dead yet. He's too powerful, and he's taking up all the spots, making it impossible for others to Tao integration. That's right. Last time, the human tribe of the ninth tide flow bet everything on the 100 battle monarch. I think I understand now. Could it be that some of the old-timers voluntarily withdrew from the Tao integration stage and gave the 100 battle monarch the power to defeat the monarch? The old turtle also drank a cup of tea to calm himself down. Suyu, During the last tide, many Tao integration stage super mighty figures did indeed die. It feels like they're trying to die. An excited expression appeared on Suyu's face. As expected, my speculation does make sense. Suyu turned to the old turtle with excitement in his eyes. Master, perhaps the people of your tribe will walk the same path as you. If you kill all of your tribe members, perhaps you'll be able to reach the pinnacle of Tao integration stage with a 99% success rate. Close to the primordial human monarch level, provided that your aptitude is high enough. The old turtle's mouth gaped open. I didn't kill my tribe members. Suyu faltered upon hearing this. The old turtle spoke with a gloomy expression. Why are you looking at me? I really didn't kill them. Some of them died of old age, and some of them died during the ancient times. I didn't kill my own tribe members. Suyu replied in a dry voice, no. I'm not talking about that. What I mean is, I said that you've reached the pinnacle of Tao integration stage with a 99% success rate. What do you mean by that? Have you really reached that level? The old turtle faltered upon hearing this. Of course not. If what you're saying is true, then I'm one of the worst Tao integration stage super mighty figures. A thoughtful expression appeared on Suyu's face. The old turtle's reaction was abnormal. Xinghong couldn't help but interject, Big boss, could this little brat be right? He's just making a wild guess. Are you really one of those powerful beings who are close to the primordial human monarch level? I don't really believe it. The old turtle was speechless. After a long while, he said, cut the crap. Suyu, to be honest, some of your guesses are actually beyond our understanding. When we cultivate, we pay particular attention to letting nature take its course. We rarely get to the bottom of things. That would make cultivation very boring. Thus, he didn't say whether Suyu's guess was correct or not. All he said was that when it came to cultivation, one should just let nature take its course. Towards his negative attitude, Suyu was very dissatisfied and said, Your Excellency, cultivation is a rigorous matter. It's not something that should be allowed to take its course. If you let nature take its course, then you shouldn't cultivate. That's the most natural thing. Since you've started cultivating, you must get to the bottom of things. The old turtle was speechless. I've been reprimanded by a 20-year-old young man. I'm 200,000 years old. Am I treating 10,000 years as a year? At this moment, the old turtle sighed. He looked at Suyu and said in exasperation, When I cultivate, I'm most afraid of people analyzing this and that. Just focus on cultivating. Why do you always ask so many questions? No, I'm thinking about how to cultivate faster. Suyu explained, Master, let me ask you something. Do some of the rules in the current world sometimes coincide with the rules that you've grasped? Coincide? The old turtle said thoughtfully, What do you mean by coincide? For example, there was a lightning tribulation that descended. You went to withstand the lightning tribulation and found that the lightning tribulation couldn't hurt you. Then, I think this is a type of coincide. In other words, when you use the power that you've grasped, it's equivalent to the descent of the rules. This is also a type of coincide. The old turtle nodded thoughtfully. That should be the case. All Tao integration stage cultivators should have this feeling. I understand. Suyu was enlightened, as expected. I'm a genius. I know how to cultivate from now on, how to comprehend the Shenwen Dao, how to strengthen the Shenwen Dao. Everything is settled. Today is my lucky day. I seem to have grasped the true essence of the Shenwen Dao. Lu Hong's words had opened a new window for him. As Suyu thought about it, his face twitched. No, I have 99 Shenwen Dao. Don't tell me that I want to coincide with 99 great Daos. Then, if I want to Dao integration stage, the difficulty will be as high as the heavens. However, if I really succeed in Dao integration stage and take the crucial step to become the great Dao powerhouse that I mentioned, then I'll control the power of 99 rules. Even if the ancient human king is reborn, he'll be killed by me. He was still thinking about it. The old turtle and Xinghong looked at each other helplessly. Xinghong didn't want to think about it anymore. The old turtle was a little powerless. It was as if someone had peeled off his shell and he was not wearing it. Suyu was the one who peeled off his shell. When Dao integration stage was extremely mysterious and powerful to others, someone was peeling off their secrets. It was very uncomfortable. As for Suyu, he quickly came to his senses and said with a smile, "Master, you asked me to come to Hongmeng City last time. Did you have something to tell me?" The old turtle wanted to say something but hesitated. After a while, he said dryly, "It's nothing. I just wanted you to be careful and not run around." He actually wanted to tell Suyu that it was very difficult for the human race to step out of the Dao integration stage. "Suyu, if you want to become a true powerhouse, you have to establish your own path from now on," and so on and so forth. The old turtle had thought about how to explain it to Suyu countless times. He didn't know much about the human race's Dao, but he knew that no Dao integration stage cultivator had appeared in this tide. Either it couldn't appear, or they had taken a completely different path. In the end, before he could say anything, Suyu ran over and told him everything. Suyu nodded. He was speechless. "That's all, I'm going to faint. Of course I know I have to be careful." "Forget it, he's an old man. It's normal for him to be long-winded." But soon, Suyu said, "Master, according to my speculation, doesn't that mean that the human race can't produce a Dao integration stage cultivator in this tide?" The old tortoise said tiredly, "You can. Think about your own speculations. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the Dao of the physical body is probably very difficult. The Shenwen Dao, I'm not sure about that." Not even the Shenwen Dao, Suyu thought. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that someone was powerful enough to achieve the Shenwen Dao and comprehend their own Shenwen Dao. However, they didn't take the final step to transcend and become a great Dao powerhouse. King of Great Zhou? Suyu suddenly thought of this person. No way, probably not. Forget it, he reminded again. "Master, if there's someone else in your race who's at the Dao integration stage, I think you should either kill him or open up your own path. At your level, opening a path might be easy. Otherwise, I think it'll be very difficult for you to take that step." How exhausting, the old turtle thought to himself and said softly, "I'm at the Dao integration stage, you're the mountain sea. I don't need you to teach me, kid, don't be too arrogant." A kind reminder. Suyu's bare one's teeth smiled and soon said, "I now understand why you said that once Master Xinghong and the others are freed and receive the reward, they'll be able to reach the Dao integration stage. Because almost all of their race members have died, the reward should be their corresponding nomological powers. Therefore, they have a very high chance of reaching the Dao integration stage." The old turtle didn't say anything. "Don't tell me, I don't know, I'm just judging based on experience." Thinking of this, the old turtle suddenly said, "Then let me ask you something. Why is there a difference even though we're both at the Dao integration pinnacle stage?" "The difference in power. For example, I'm at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, the 99% Dao integration stage you mentioned. Similarly, there's someone who's also at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Then why is my control and strength inferior to him?" Suyu smiled. "There are too many possibilities. First, the other party's Dao is very powerful. For example, you might have the Dao of the founder of the primordial chaos turtle tribe, while he might have the Dao of the ancient human emperor. There's no comparison. His Dao is thick and big, and your Dao is too small, so there's naturally no comparison. Second, he's too timing, and perhaps he's fused a second Dao. Third, there's a conflict between your Daos, and he's targeting you. Fourth, the purpose of the Dao integration stage is to make this Dao your own. Don't think that they're both at 99%. Maybe he's a bit too much, and he's about to make this Dao his own, but you're still using someone else's Dao. Fifth, say no more. The old turtle interrupted him and fell into deep thought. So that's how it is. So this is the difference between me and the Eastern Heavenly King. Is it because of targeting, or is his Dao a bit thicker? The old turtle fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Suyu transmitted his voice to Xinghong. Master Hong Meng is so powerful. What? Master, you don't even understand this? Generally speaking, for example, I have a friend, most of the time, they're talking about themselves. Master Hong Meng is most likely at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and now he's met an opponent who's also at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but his opponent is a head above him. He can't do anything about it, but he doesn't understand the situation and doesn't know how to catch up. Now that he's at the end of this Dao, there's no point in cultivating, so he's probably too lazy to cultivate now. Suyu continued, so now Master Hong Meng is worried about how to solve this problem. If nothing goes wrong, he'll have to ask me. He had just finished speaking when the old turtle coughed lightly. What are you two whispering about? Let's not talk about it for now. Suyu, let me ask you, if, and I say if, my Dao is targeted by him, or not as thick as his, how can I solve this problem? He added, this Dao has reached the end. As for transcending, don't even think about it. On the side, Xinghong bit down on his petrified tongue. The old turtle scolded, what are you doing? How old are you? Don't you have any composure? Xinghong nodded dryly. After a long while, his eyes widened as he stared at the old turtle. My boss might be a Dao integration pinnacle stage super mighty figure. Most importantly, who could defeat my boss? Xinghong hurriedly asked. Boss, who's your opponent? Dong. Cough cough cough. The old turtle suddenly coughed. It's not good to get physical. What opponent? I've been in this city for 100,000 years, and my opponent is already dead. On the side, Suyu glanced at Xinghong. Xinghong was in a daze. My boss really does have an opponent, a very powerful opponent. Dong. Dong, what the hell was that? My boss's opponent is dead. After thinking for a long while, his mouth suddenly gaped open. For heavenly kings of dead spirits, what? Suyu faltered momentarily. Xinghong's expression suddenly shifted, and he quickly flew away. I'll go get you some food. With that, he had already disappeared. The old turtle was displeased, but he quickly chuckled. Ignore him. He's already so old. Suyu, what do you think we should do if we encounter such a situation? Suyu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I can't say. I'm just saying. If I really try, someone will die. I'm very strict in my cultivation, I'm not joking. He thought to himself, what am I going to do if you die? I don't have anyone to protect me. How great it is now. I know, you old man, are awesome. You might be the most powerful person in all worlds, at least for now. The old turtle might really be the most powerful person in all worlds. Of course, from what Xinghong said, the old turtle's opponent might be in the dead spirit realm, whatever. In any case, Suyu felt that he couldn't speak blindly. Everything he said was just a random guess and a random deduction. If the old turtle really believed him, although he wouldn't be that stupid, what if he was really cornered and believed him? He would play himself to death. When that time came, Suyu wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. The old turtle nodded slightly. Maybe what you said is right. Suyu, in the end, humans are still humans. Humans are the most intelligent and intelligent. Originally, I was worried that you'd let your victory get to your head. But now, I feel like, the myriad worlds, the many heavens, will have an exciting future. Only with you will it be exciting. Only with you will it be exciting. Suyu looked shy. Your Excellency, you're too kind. I just like to speak blindly. It's actually a small matter. My master, my friend, they can easily make some similar deductions. It's too simple. Who are you implying? Too simple, too simple. Why do I feel that I have gained something today? I have some enlightenment. The old turtle cursed in his heart. On the opposite side, Suyu's heart was beating fast. He felt that the old turtle was cursing him in his heart. Because the word tribulation Shenwen had just jumped, looking very scary, but it quickly returned to normal. Was this interfering with the rules? How terrifying. After chatting about this, the old turtle didn't want to say anything else. In the end, he said, "You said the Great Tao Realm, but that's not how it should be called. Of course, it's up to you. At that level, no one cares about these things anymore. Most of the powerful beings back then were indeed at this level. But you're right about one thing. Those who can make rules are all supreme powerful beings. As for me, I haven't reached this level." He couldn't make rules, he couldn't make his words the law. And the current All Heavens battlefield also can't accommodate such an existence. Because it will cause a conflict between the rules. No matter how powerful you are, and no matter how powerful that person behind you is, the rules of one person are not as powerful as those of 100 people. Suyu nodded thoughtfully. In his heart, he understood. The old turtle was saying that he was really at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. How impressive. After bidding farewell to Old Tortoise and waiting for Xinghong's return, Suyu quickly returned to Xinghong ancient city with Xinghong. This trip was not in vain, but it laid the foundation for Suyu's next step. In the ancient city, Wan Tianxing continued his small class. Talk about rules, talk about laws. Only by knowing the heart can one understand the path. After listening to Wan Tianxing talk about these, one could generally understand some things, including why Wan Tianxing's rule force was so strong. There was also an explanation. Because this Shenwen had many, and it must be very strong, Shenwen was the rule, and Suyu was not idle. While listening to the class, he digested the previous battle. Before killing Wisdom King, including killing several invincible realm experts, he had a lot of heaven and earth rewards, but he did not absorb and digest them. He took them away with the civilization record. But now that he knew that this was the power of the laws, and cultivating the divine runes was also cultivating the power of the laws, Suyu had more thoughts. In the next few days, Suyu mainly studied these rule forces. At the same time, in the outside world, some things about Suyu also spread in the upper circle. For example, his evil weapon needed to absorb countless blood essences and carriers to strengthen. Suyu even wanted to set off another great war between the heavens and 10,000 worlds, killing more invincible realm experts to satisfy his wish. All of this shocked some people, and also made many people more determined to kill Suyu. If this person did not die, it would inevitably cause a great disaster. Xinghong ancient city. Wan Tianxing was ready to leave. This was the 9th day he stayed. City Lord residence. Wan Tianxing had nothing to say. He looked at Suyu and smiled. "Then I will leave. In this ancient city, every move is monitored. It's not very good. The eyes of the heavens and 10,000 worlds are here." Suyu nodded. "Be careful, principal. If you go out, someone might think that you're me in disguise. They might try to test you or even ambush you. It's fine. I'll call you if there's any danger. They won't dare to launch a sneak attack on me." Suyu didn't say much, nor did he try to persuade him. Experts wouldn't always live under the wings of others. Suyu had no choice now, he was forced by the All Heavens to not go out. Wan Tianxing asked, "There are rumors in the outside world that you need a large amount of blood essence to strengthen your evil weapon. Which one are you going to sell now?" Suyu smiled and said, "No, not for sale. Sell this." He took out the fragment of the word record. Wan Tianxing was slightly stunned. Suyu smiled and said, "Sell it to Duobao. Go back to where you came from. If that doesn't work, you can sell it to Half-Emperor Heaven Yuan." Wan Tianxing looked at him, speechless for a long time. Suyu smiled again and said, "The one who wants it the most should be the Heaven Supervisor. If he wants to buy it, that's fine too." Then, those humans from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, Suyu smiled and said, "I won't save them. I'm a cold-blooded person. Compared to those humans, it's more important for me to improve my strength." Wan Tianxing looked at him meaningfully and said, "You really want to sell it?" Suyu grinned and said, "We'll talk about it later." In any case, he wasn't going to sell the Smiling Lotus now. Otherwise, it would be too obvious when he made a comparison. Even if the Smiling Lotus was going to be sold, it would be sold inadvertently. Wan Tianxing didn't say much. Suyu had his own plans. Suyu wasn't a young man who had never been beaten by society. He had killed his way from the human realm to the all heavens, from the all heavens to the dead soul's domain, and back again. He had killed his way through. In terms of experience, the current Suyu was not inferior to any old fox. Then you be careful. Wan Tianxing didn't say anything else. Soon, he floated away and disappeared from the spot. And Suyu was also floating in the air, watching. As soon as Wan Tianxing left, Suyu felt that some of the surrounding fluctuations disappeared, and at the same time, other fluctuations existed. And at this moment, Suyu suddenly left the city and instantly punched the void. Boom, with a loud noise, a sun and moon were shattered by the punch. A book appeared, covering the world and instantly absorbing the sun and moon. But the book didn't stop, continuing to enlarge. Page after page unfolded as if someone was flipping the pages. In the void, space was torn apart, and phantoms appeared, instantly attacking. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 suns and moons were swallowed by countless phantoms. And the book continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire ancient city. It continued to fall, falling into the sea. In the star sea, some of the monster race and water race outside the city, regardless of their strength, were killed. At this moment, Suyu was like a demon. Saint Path Demon, in the sky above the ancient city, Suyu's expression was calm, his hands behind his back, his robes whiter than snow. Watching the book devour countless lives, Suyu's voice was calm, but it reverberated in all directions. Great Star Holy City, no life is allowed within a radius of 100 miles. If you want to find me, report, don't come close. There is no exception for all races in the one. In the distance, a powerhouse in the void said angrily, Suyu, you slaughtered without saying a word, aren't you afraid that the one will kill you? Suyu's face was indifferent. How many times has the one tried to kill me? Why are you still saying these ridiculous words? If you could kill me, you would have done it long ago. You think ancient heaven, Ji Wu, and the others don't want to kill me? Ridiculous. Scram far away. If you don't scram, when my holy city descends, I will kill you as a sacrifice. I will start the war again. In the distance, that powerhouse was incomparably angry, but he didn't dare to say anything and flew away. In the surroundings, some lurking powerhouses also moved further away. These people were watching Suyu, watching his every move, watching him to see if he would leave the city, and if he would go somewhere. At this moment, all the worlds were watching Suyu. He slaughtered creatures within a radius of 100 miles in an instant, and it was soon known by all races, and they also saw his Wenbing blotting out the sky, incomparably evil, devouring living beings. For a moment, Suyu's evil name was known by all worlds. This was the real butcher. Compared to Suyu, Xiaolong Wu, Qin Zhen, and the others were considered people with a conscience, but Suyu was the real butcher, slaughtering without end, and yet they couldn't do anything to him. He was terrifyingly powerful. East Rift Valley. Nowadays, there were a large number of invincible beings guarding the East Rift Valley. The war had already broken out, and the war had arrived. It was different from the previous peace. In the East Rift Valley, the Vanguard camp had become the gathering point of all invincible beings. Not long after Suyu's massacre, in the main hall, a soldier quickly came to report, Your Majesties, Wanfu Prefect has left the city, and City Lord Su took the opportunity to clean up the surrounding spies, killing 7 of the sun and moon, and countless under the sun and moon. No living beings are allowed to approach within a radius of 100 miles around the ancient city of Great Star. Anyone who violates will be killed. What Wanfu Prefect? Someone snorted, Wan Tianxing is no longer a principal, he betrayed the human race, just call him by his name. The soldier who reported didn't say much. He didn't refute, but he didn't change his words either. Justice was in everyone's heart. Wan Tianxing killed traitors, killed invincible beings, rescued Xiaolong Wu, participated in the previous War of the Heavens, and killed many invincible beings. Such an existence was regarded as an enemy by the invincible beings of the human race, and the key was that he destroyed the 2 holy lands and killed a large number of invincible beings' descendants. However, for ordinary soldiers, Wan Tianxing was a saint. Whether he was a demon or not, they had their own judgment. Humph. Seeing that the soldier was silent, how could an invincible being not know what he was thinking? An invincible being snorted and said discontentedly, "Get out." "Yes." The soldier didn't say much. He quickly got up and turned to leave. In the crowd, someone chuckled and said, "Well, don't be angry with a frontline soldier. If you really don't like Wan Tianxing, go and settle the score with him yourself. Didn't he just kill one of your sons and 2 grandsons?" As soon as these words came out, it added fuel to the fire. The previously angry invincible being said angrily, "This old man has been fighting on the front line for many years. Even if I really raised a few spoiled brats, so what?" He, Wan Tianxing, didn't even say a word and went up to kill them. Why? Even if my few spoiled brats were greedy for life and afraid of death, what did they get in the way of Wan Tianxing? After so many years of meritorious service, can't my children and grandchildren enjoy a good life? When this was said, the group of invincible beings didn't say anything more. Although they were not rough. Invincible beings fighting in the all heavens naturally had the thought of letting their children and grandchildren enjoy a good life. In front, the great Qin king said lightly, "Enough." Wan Tianxing killed people because the sun and moon realms didn't abide by military orders. During the military period, those who were killed were not those who enjoyed a good life, but those who disobeyed military orders. "Don't confuse us." Humph. The invincible did not say anything more. Wan Tianxing used this as an excuse to kill them for disobeying military orders. Otherwise, there would definitely be invincible beings looking for Wan Tianxing to settle the score. The great Qin king also didn't want to get entangled in Wan Tianxing's matter. He said solemnly, "We're not talking about Wan Tianxing now, but about Suyu. Although the last war ended, it doesn't mean it's over. It's just the beginning. Everyone has seen the foundation of the All Heavens Wan, especially the immortal race. They easily sent out many 9th stage Eternal Realm experts, and countless high stage experts. There are probably more than 100 Eternal Realm experts. Just the immortal race alone is enough to crush our human race. Moreover, there are all the major races with countless powerful beings. The human race's strength has not been affected in the past few years. Instead, it has improved a bit, and there are a few more new Eternal Realm experts. However, it's still not enough, far from enough. Without Dao integration stage powerful beings, there is no way to intimidate everyone." The great Qin king enunciated each word. At the end, he said in a low voice, "Right now, the myriad races are not targeting the human race, not because the human race is strong, but because the myriad races want to split the human race into 2 factions, the human race and Suyu. With Suyu's death, the human race will definitely be besieged by Wan." Before Wan reached an agreement, the godfiends were worried that the immortal race would take advantage of them if they besieged the human race. Now that the immortal race has suffered heavy losses, they are determined to become enemies with the human race. As a result, all the powerful races have reached an agreement. Now, their target is Suyu. Suyu has intimidated everyone with the Dead Souls Realm and Starry Universe Mansion, but the powerful races will not give up, and they will definitely find an opportunity to kill him. The great Qin king spoke for a while and finally said, "So, Suyu cannot die. Once he dies, the human race's wall of defense will be broken. Everyone must understand that this time, a large part of the reason why Suyu is standing up is for me, for the human race's Eternal Realm experts." After saying this, the great Qin king looked around, and someone said in a low voice, "Old Qin, what do you mean?" "Be on standby, rescue, and fight at any time." The great Qin king said in a low voice, "If there is any danger on Suyu's side, be on standby at the human realm. Prepare 10 Eternal Realm experts to keep an eye on the ancient city, just in case. There are not many human realm Eternal Realm experts to begin with, and now we have to mobilize forces to protect Suyu? Not to protect, but to cooperate." The great Qin king frowned and said, "Do you understand?" "I think you all understand. After living for so many years, there is no way you don't understand what I mean. If the lips die, the teeth will feel the cold. Don't you understand this? He has the ancient city guard's help, so why would he need our help?" The great Qin king frowned again. After all, the ancient city guard is not a human. At a critical moment, he might not wholeheartedly save Suyu. "Suyu doesn't recognize the human race," the great Qin king breathed out and said coldly, "Then according to everyone's opinion, is it best to not care and not ask?" That's not what I mean. What I mean is that now that Suyu can hold on by himself, let him hold on for now. The human race should take advantage of this rare period of peace to let more people prove their Tao. Now, it will be very difficult for Wan to gather a second large-scale force to stop the human race from proving their Tao. This is the best opportunity. The human race still has so many Eternals. Can Wan mobilize 50 or 60 Eternals to stop them? It's best not to interfere with Suyu's matters. Let one realize that the human race's threat has not reached its peak yet, and that Suyu's threat is the number one, the great Qin King said coldly. That's a good idea. Indeed, this is a good opportunity to strengthen the human race. Then, I have a suggestion. What does everyone think? Great Qin King, just say it. The great Qin King looked around for a long time before saying calmly, the human realm's 2 holy lands have been destroyed, and it is impossible to rebuild them now. Recently, some people have been negligent and stopped researching. I thought about it and asked Lu City's people to return to the human realm and reopen another holy land. Just like during Xia Chen's reign, we will open the Seeker realm. Lu Wenyan will be in charge of the new holy land, and Nan Wujiang and Yun Chen will be in charge. We will invite Suyu to be the leader of the new holy land and strengthen the relationship between the human realm and the ancient city. Suyu will be the middleman and let the human realm and the ancient city form an alliance. Just as he said this, someone said unhappily, Great Qin King, you mean to let Suyu come back to be the leader of the only holy land in the human realm? That's right. No. Someone quickly objected, Suyu is extremely arrogant and has killed countless people. He has not only killed one, but also many humans. He does not have a saint's heart and does not have a strong sense of belonging to the human race. How can he take on this responsibility? Some of the invincible experts were shocked. This time, when the great Qin King returned from the Starry Universe mansion, he actually wanted to recommend Suyu to be the leader of the Holy Land in the human realm, and the only holy land at that. At this moment, this signal was too strong. Without a proper name, it would not be justified. Once Suyu really became the leader of the only holy land in the human realm, what would happen next? Once something happened to the great Qin King, or if he retreated, who would be the leader of the human realm? Someone retorted, Great Qin King, I'm afraid this is only your wishful thinking. Suyu himself may not be willing. Moreover, Suyu is strong, but no matter how strong he is only below the eternal realm. He is too young. Is the great Qin King going to let a 20-year-old youth take charge of the Holy Land? Why not? The great Qin King said calmly, if it all depends on age, Tiangu and the others have lived for a long time. Why not invite them to be the leaders of the Holy Land? Great Qin King, the great Qin King interrupted, opening another holy land is my idea. So you may not be willing. Whether he is willing or not, I have expressed my thoughts. Whether he is willing or not, it is only in name. He is not willing to let his teacher or father be in name. The great Qin King said indifferently, as for whether to open a holy land or not, since you all disagree, then vote to decide. This is my idea. I will not force anyone, but I agree. Right now, there were exactly 50 invincible beings in the human race, including Yun Chen. In reality, there were still a few who had their 3 bodies severed and were recovering. The great Qin King would choose to vote to decide. He felt that it should not be a big problem. The great Qin King's idea was simple. Right now, in their generation, even though Xiao Longwu and the others were talented and powerful, they could not lead the human race to battle the heavens and face the 10th tidal wave. As for himself, his 3 bodies had been severed, and his future was uncertain. As for old Zhou and the others, they had no hope of Dao integration. Right now, the human race needed a powerful genius who had a chance of Dao integration to lead and unify the human race. Suyu, he felt that this was a suitable candidate. Of course, Suyu's relationship with the human race was not very harmonious, but this time, the great Qin King felt that Suyu still had a strong sense of race, and that was enough. Otherwise, there was no need for him to take such a risk in the Starry Mansion. After that, there was no need for him to go to war. Now that Suyu had exposed all of his trump cards, he was in much more danger than before. Someone said in a low voice, vote to decide? Great Qin King, even if we vote to open another holy land, isn't the great Qin King afraid that not only will the appearance of the holy land be useless, but it will also intensify the competition between the various prefectures? It was not like the Holy Land had never been opened before. What happened in the end? Last time, it was them, and now it was Suyu. Then who would be the next one? Xianxia, the great Qin king said in a low voice. At least in the short term, those things will not happen again. That is enough. Now, the war between the heavens is imminent. I don't want to say anything more. First, I want to pull Suyu's heart back to the human race. Opening a new Holy Land is one of them. Second, the new Holy Land will be led by Lu City, and all the prefectures will contribute money and manpower. All the invincible beings had strange looks in their eyes. The great Qin king had made up his mind. Someone said, then, we should at least ask for Suyu's opinion and Lu City's side, right? We've set up a Holy Land, but no one comes. Suyu doesn't agree, and Lu City doesn't return. Won't we become a joke? That's right. Now that we've set up a new Holy Land, it will become a joke. To the great Qin king, it will be a huge blow to your dignity. I think we should wait and see. The great Qin king looked at them and did not say anything else. Then, I will ask for Suyu's opinion. I hope that the matter of opening a Holy Land will not be obstructed. He got up and left. Beside him, the great Zhou king smiled and said, everyone, calm down. Old Qin has been in a bad mood recently, so I'll go and say a few words. We'll talk about the Holy Land later. Soon, the great Zhou king walked out. Soon, he caught up to the great Qin king and sighed, you're too anxious. Anxious? The great Qin king turned around, old Zhou, if I don't pull him back now, do you think he can be pulled back in the future? He made the wrong choice once, made the wrong choice twice. There will be no third time. This is the most difficult time for him. Too many people are watching him. Once he gets through this, he will be able to fly as high as a bird in the future. If he resolves this crisis, he won't need to rely on the human race at all. This time, you ambushed the dragon realm and won a round, but it's not enough. The great Qin king looked at him. How can it be possible to just think about the gains and not the losses? At this juncture, there are still people who think that Suyu can hold the fort first, and we can develop silently. Let me ask you, how long do you think you can give us? The great Zhou king was silent for a while, then said slowly, a few years or a few decades. Roughly like this. Develop silently for a few years or a few decades. How many eternal realms can we produce? How many Dao integration cultivators can we produce? Can we match Tiangu and the others? Or can we get rid of Jiwu? The great Qin king looked into the distance and walked up to the peak of the east-splitting mountain. Old Zhou, there's no time. There's no chance. I originally wanted to take a gamble and reach Dao integration, but I failed. If I don't reach Dao integration, even if you do, you won't be able to do anything alone. Some things, you think too much, you're too cautious, and you always think about perfection. How can that be possible? The great Qin king looked into the distance as if he could see the ancient city of Great Star. He said in a low voice, so, at this critical moment, when Suyu is facing the encirclement of tens of thousands of races, the human race should stand up and tell him that we are by his side. Only then can we let bygones be bygones and let him be at ease. Otherwise, will there be a next time? The great Zhou king nodded lightly. I understand what you're thinking. Actually, we're not objecting for the sake of objecting. We're just worried about what? The great Qin king turned to look at him. Worried that Suyu will become the next 100-battle monarch like the ninth tide? Or worried that Suyu won't even be able to reach Dao integration, and the human race will invest too much in him and become a joke in the end? Both. The great Zhou king sighed. The human race's foundation is not as deep as it used to be. They only have so much, and they'll be gone after the battle. Suyu was talented and good at fighting, but he lacked the heart to tolerate others. He's domineering, and he can't stand being bullied. That's why he's in such a difficult situation now. You're wrong. The great Qin king said, he can't stand being bullied by outsiders. If you want to talk about his weakness, the only weakness is that he's too clear-minded. He sees too clearly. He's either an enemy or a friend. If he's not a friend, he'll make him an enemy. That's his weakness. You said that he's domineering, can't stand being bullied, and can't stand being bullied. These are all strengths in my eyes. The great Zhou King laughed. You. Never mind, I don't have much of an opinion. I'm just a little worried. I asked him last time and you know what he said. He said that if he really comes back and becomes the leader, he'll kill a few people to make an example out of them. The great Qin King was silent for a while. If we really kill a few people to make an example out of them, why not? Old Qin. After all, we've been comrades for hundreds of years. The great Zhou King sighed. When that time comes, do you think you can bear it? Can others bear it? Instead, you'll have a belly full of anger. The great Qin King frowned and his eyes suddenly turned cold. That's simple. We'll be the knife for him and chop off some branches first. The new king ascends the throne and goes into battle lightly. Naturally, no one will object. The great Zhou King smiled bitterly. You, the great Qin King snorted coldly. There's always a way. It's not like I haven't killed people to make an example out of them. Also, in these few battles, the human race did not suffer any losses. Some people were thinking that this was good. They did not suffer losses and they even gained advantages. Anyway, Suyu is definitely going to be the vanguard. He can do it even if he doesn't want to. They felt that they had Suyu in the bag. Why didn't they think about why Suyu would be in the bag? You're a smart person. You should understand. The great Zhou King nodded slightly. Of course I understand. Suyu is actually still willing to be this wall, an impenetrable wall in front of the human race. It's just that he's not willing to say it. It's good that you understand. If you understand, the other races will naturally understand as well. The great Qin King shook his head. Suyu is thinking too much. People will die in a great battle. A great battle with no deaths is not a war. A war with no deaths will have problems sooner or later. A proud army will be defeated. A war with no deaths will make everyone feel that the Wan race is just SOSO. Finishing, he said coldly, in the near future, find a chance to start a war. I'll tell Suyu that he doesn't need to make a move. He doesn't need these fellows outside of the human race to make a move. Let the human race fight on their own. Let the human race see what a life and death battle is. If they don't die for 3 to 5 eternity, they won't know pain. The great Zhou King hesitated. In the near future? In the near future. The great Qin King said solemnly, the human race has no resources. They lack vessels, lack blood essence, lack treasures, lack weapons, lack everything. Was he just going to stay here all day? Was he just sitting around and eating away his resources? Waiting for death? I've thought about it, Dragon Realm. You, I, and old Xia will work together to ambush the Dragon Emperor, kill our way into Dragon Realm, and slaughter it. Let everyone fight with their lives on the line. Seize resources. Don't dream about beautiful things all day long. When we rose back then, who didn't spend their time in battle? The great Zhou King took a deep breath, his heart trembling. Even he was shocked by it, the great Qin King wanted to bring people to Dragon Realm. You and I don't even know how many Eternals there are in the Dragon race. If we really kill too many and draw out the old antiques of Dragon Realm, Old Qin, it will be too dangerous. It will happen sooner or later. The great Qin King said calmly, if they don't come out now, they will come out sooner or later. If they come out now, at least there are rules to restrict them. Once they come out in the late stage, the human race will have no old antiques. Are you sure there are still old antiques alive? Once they are gone, there will be no checks and balances. Now that everyone is arrogant, without pressure, how long do you think we can live? Be prepared for danger in times of peace. It is not yet safe, and some people have forgotten the danger. Laughable. The great Qin King said solemnly, I've made up my mind. Then, tell them? No. We'll talk when the time comes. The great Zhou King was silent for a while, then rather than choosing Dragon Realm, I think we should change it. Change it? The great Qin King said doubtfully, gods and demons are not easy to deal with. No. Heaven Abyss. The great Zhou King said faintly, Dragon Realm is not easy to take down. If we really want to gamble, we will fight Heaven Abyss Realm. First, there aren't many Eternals. Second, near the Dead Souls realm, maybe we can enter the Dead Souls realm. Third, we have enmity with the Shinwen faction. Suyu and the rest are more willing to see them slaughtered. Fourth, Half-Emperor Heaven Abyss sneak attacked Suyu in the name of revenge for Suyu. Fifth, he has the diagram table of contents, that is very important. The great Zhou King smiled leisurely, if we really want to fight, we will fight this realm. Heaven's fate is at stake, dead souls are at stake. Heaven Abyss realm is the best place. One does not dare to rashly break Heaven Abyss realm in case the dead souls rush out. Therefore, when the Myriad races come to attack, we should first enter the Tianyuan realm and then fight. Even if we are trapped inside, we still have a way out and attack the Dragon Domain. Once we are surrounded and the Dragon Domain is destroyed, that will be a big problem. This way, not only can we share the pressure for Suyu, he will definitely be grateful. Also, we can control a realm and use it as a way out. Other realms are not suitable. No matter how strong a realm was, it was not suitable as a way out. On the contrary, Heaven Abyss realm was quite suitable. The barrier almost overlapped with the Dead Souls realm. Once this realm was broken and the Dead Souls realm was broken, dead souls would flood and they would die, the great Zhou King said faintly. Also, if we are really surrounded, the human race is in danger, we are in danger. At this moment, if Suyu can really stand out and turn the tide, no one will object to his ascension. Heaven Abyss realm is far from the ancient city. It is understandable that Suyu did not rescue in time. Dragon realm is too close. If he does not rescue, in the end, even if he does, some people will blame him. Why not rescue in time? Hearing the great Zhou King's words, the great Jin King immediately came to his senses. That's right, old Zhou, you're still so cunning. Not bad, attacking Dragon Realm is not as suitable as Heaven Abyss Realm. But it is too far, can you teleport over? Otherwise, with so many people moving, it will be too easy to be exposed. Heaven Abyss Realm was further than Dragon Realm. The human realm was in the east, while the Dragon Realm was in the west, near the Divine Realm. But it was not there, but at the end, almost at the end of the battlefield. From the east to the west. One time definitely won't do, the great Zhou King shook his head, 2 or 3 times, there is still hope. Then if you really want to fight, I can still hold on. The great Zhou King looked at him, I just want to know, are you sure you want to fight? You destroyed 2 of your 3 bodies, and the Heaven Abyss Half-Emperor is powerful, even more so in this realm. Even if you, old Xia, and old Zhu join forces, we may not be able to defeat him. After teleporting, I may not have much energy left, and I can still continue fighting. The great Qin King exhaled, fight. We have to fight. If we don't fight, how long do you think we can last in our current situation? This is a good opportunity while everyone is still wary and Dao integration stage beings do not dare to move out easily. Suyu is hooked up with a few Dao integration stage beings, this is also a good thing. Which Dao integration stage being dares to come out rashly now? In the past, they dared, otherwise, the Demon Emperor would not have come out. In the end, 2 furballs appeared. Now, many Dao integration stage beings did not dare to come out rashly. If they were careless and got eaten, there would be no one to blame, the great Zhou King also smiled. That's right, this is indeed an opportunity. However, this is not a small matter, one careless mistake could easily cause big trouble. We have to find an opportunity. The great Zhou King said softly, at least find an opportunity where one does not dare to attack our human realm. For example, inviting Suyu back to the human realm and overseeing it for a period of time. Even Suyu himself does not know that he is overseeing the human realm. We will focus Wan's attention on the human realm, on Suyu, and we will leave under their noses. It was dark under the light, this was also an extremely daring idea, inviting Suyu back to the human realm, making Suyu the focus of attention, allowing the other invincible humans to escape from this spotlight, and then have a chance to quickly attack the Heaven Abyss realm. The great Qin King glanced at him and laughed, if I say you are timid, you are the most timid. If I say you are bold, you are also the most bold. Only you dare to think of this idea. Inviting Suyu back to the human realm, and then, while everyone is watching, the invincible humans will attack the Heaven Abyss realm. Just the thought of it was exciting. If one attacks the human realm, won't Suyu cry? The great Qin king laughed, and so did the great Zhou king. This is also the reason why he cannot help. It is reasonable. As for other things, Suyu will not die so easily. I don't know about other places, but if the human realm opens the dead spirit channel, the immortals, demons, and gods will most likely not be able to predict it. Aren't you afraid that below the human realm are the dead spirits of the human king and human emperor? If it really doesn't work, then open the channel. The great Qin king took a light breath. Old Zhou was still as crazy as ever, no, calm crazy. When he was calm, he was frighteningly calm. In terms of madness, there were not many people crazier than him. The great Qin king was silent for a while, then nodded, all right, I have left some clues. Since that is the case, I will invite him to the human realm again. Announce to the public that we will discuss the ancient city and the human realm alliance, and then leak the news of the new sacred land. That way, there will not be too many speculations. The great Zhou king nodded and smiled, no, there is another reason. Invite Suyu to come back to celebrate his father's birthday. His father is 50 years old this year. 50 is also considered a birthday. The great Zhou king smiled, he can reject other reasons, but can he reject this one? He is not coming back for his father's birthday? That is too much. The great Qin king smiled, 50, is considered a birthday? Alright, forget it, he did not know if the outside world would want to laugh if they knew this reason. Probably not. Suyu's father was 50 years old. Perhaps when he returned, he would have to celebrate Suyu's 20th birthday, 20 years old, killing tens of thousands of years old antiques in fear. They probably could not laugh out loud. Once Suyu comes, the human realm will be in a turbulent state. The great Qin king exhaled, we still have to be careful. If not, old Xiao will stay. We will see. The two of them reached an agreement and made a decision. They did not tell anyone else. The great Qin king and the great Zhou king's thoughts were too shocking. Soon, in the East Rift Valley, Xia Huyu, who had just returned, brought the invitation letter and led the team to the ancient city. Inviting Suyu to his father's 50th birthday, this reason had already spread before Xia Huyu left the East Rift Valley. For a moment, all eyes were instantly focused on the human realm, on Suyu, the East Rift Valley, and Su Long who was having a birthday, 50 years old, was like a joke. For those antiques who were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years old, what was 50 years old? Was this considered a birthday celebration? No matter what, he had to be 100 years old to be considered a birthday celebration. However, this was Suyu's father, his only relative in the mortal realm. Needless to say, Suyu would most likely go back. Even if it was dangerous, he would most likely go back. This was something that all the races knew. For a moment, a storm was brewing again. What kind of storm would Suyu's return to the human realm cause? This time, did the human clan simply want to form an alliance with Suyu or something else, or simply become one with Suyu? For a moment, all the deities, demons, and dragons focused their attention on the birthday celebration. Dexiao province again. Great Star Ancient City. Xia Huyu entered the city with great fanfare and sent an invitation. Suyu was stunned. My father's 50th birthday, do I need you to organize it? Sending an invitation to me, your son, you really did it. City Lord's Residence Hall. Xia Huyu looked around. After sending the invitation, he was not in a hurry. He sipped his tea and smiled. Going back? Suyu sat on the city lord's throne, looking at him. Who asked you to send it? My father. City Lord Xia? Of course, otherwise what father would there be? Xia Huyu chuckled. Your father's birthday, you won't be going back, right? Suyu asked. You want me to enter the human realm? Of course, or do you want to hold a banquet in the All Heavens battlefield? Suyu was silent. He looked at him for a while. Anything else? Nothing. Suyu said majestically, then you can go. Are you going back? Is that something you can ask? What do you want to do by tracking me? Xia Huyu was speechless. Who's tracking you? He thought for a while and said, all right, there's something else I want to discuss with you. The great Qin king and the others proposed at the Invincible Assembly that they want to build another holy land. This time, it's different from before. There's only one. You make the decision and be the leader. I think there's a good chance of success. What do you think? Go back and be the leader. Actually, I can see that the great Qin king wants to groom you as his successor. Suyu snorted. Successor? The great Qin king will take down the human race first. Until now, the human race is still a pile of loose sand. Is he looking for a successor? You know what I mean. I don't know. You just have to argue. Xiaohuyu was helpless. Although the great Qin king can't be the leader of the entire human race, he can at least make half of it. With the support of Xia province and Ming constabulary, to be honest, if you come back, 2/3 of the human race will support you. 2/3. Suyu smiled and said, why should I go back and take over the mess of the human race? I'm very free right now, and once experts are restricted, they become schemers. Even someone as powerful as the great Qin emperor is tied down by the human race. He hadn't progressed to the Dao integration stage for so many years, and he didn't even dare to attempt a new Dao. Did he have no aptitude? No, I don't have the time and I don't dare to try. I'm afraid that I'll cripple myself. Suyu sneered, this is not an authority, this is a restriction. What's more, I, Suyu, have monstrous authority now. Your so-called leader of the human race, the human king, is worthless in my eyes. I roamed the world alone, and I could still conquer the great rivers and mountains. Why go back to the human race and suffer the injustice? A bunch of scoundrels. Perhaps they still want to embarrass me, Suyu, create chaos, or even plot to assassinate me, Suyu. Anything is possible. Why should I go back to the human realm, lower my head, and become a lackey? Here, I, Suyu, have the final say. Xiaohuyu was speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, however, if the great Qin emperor and the others die in battle, there will be no one to inherit the human race. Are you, Suyu, going to watch as the human race is destroyed? Suyu replied coldly, no, I'm not that cruel. I can save my father and my friends. As for the others, what does that have to do with me? Xiaohuyu stood up. Suyu, some things are already in the past. Really, which human race hasn't suffered casualties in all these years? Don't always think about the evil of the human race. You have to think about it. There are many people in the human race who are willing to work for you. To work for you. Xiaohuyu said in a deep voice, let's not talk about other things. When you, Suyu, left Xia province, how many people in Xia province raised their arms and rallied for you? Even Xiajia was surrounded. My second grandfather was scolded so badly that it almost caused chaos. Tell me, if it wasn't for you, would these people stand up for you? Southern Yuan was invaded by the outer mansion, and the people of Southern Yuan were guarding your door. They would rather die than take a step back. In the end, Southern Yuan was turned into dust. Countless people in Southern Yuan are rebuilding their hometown. Do these people also have a grudge against you? The Ming constabulary besieged and killed Wanzhou for you. The constabulary master of the Ming constabulary went to the Seeker realm to question Wu Di. Was it also for himself? Xiaohuyu said word by word. He looked at Suyu and said, yes, I admit that there are a bunch of despicable people in the human race. They are a bunch of vermin, a bunch of bastards who only know how to get benefits and are not willing to pay. But you, Suyu, always like to kill everyone with one blow. Have they ever done anything for you? I think they have. Xiaohuyu said seriously, I won't use righteousness to pressure you. That would be meaningless. But I still want to say that the human race is not as dirty as you think. The great Qin emperor who has been guarding the front lines for more than 400 years, the great Qin emperor who has 3 bodies destroyed and has gone into hiding. He is an invincible expert who is only waiting for the last battle. Zhu Tianfeng who has been lying low in the hunting sky pavilion. In my opinion, they are not as bad as you think. Suyu looked at him silently. Xiaohuyu also looked at Suyu. Deep down, you still care about the human race. Since you feel that the human race is not right, why don't you step forward and solve these problems? The great Qin emperor and the others can't solve it, so they look for you. If they could solve it, they would have done it long ago. They care about many things, and they are also part of it. So, they are people in the game. And you are an outsider. If you feel that it's not right, you have the ability to do so. Then, you can completely change it yourself. On what basis? So you said, on what basis should I change it? On what basis? On the basis that you are a human, on the basis that you have lived peacefully in the human race for 18 years, on the basis that your ancestors are humans, and on the basis that you, Suyu, are a human. On the basis that you are still hot-blooded. Tell me, on what basis? Xiaohu said angrily, you feel that the human race is unbearable, but you are not willing to solve this unbearable problem. In this way, how are you different from those who only know how to complain about the injustice of society and are not willing to change themselves? Suyu sneered, alright, fatty, you have learned how to be eloquent. Xiaohu gritted his teeth, I did not learn how to be eloquent, but I do. Today, I only want to say that when you return, Dixia province will support you and will definitely stand behind you. No matter how difficult it is, millions of soldiers in Dixia province will stand behind you. Millions of people in Dixia will stand behind you. If there is a need, Xia Dao is willing to fight for you. With that, Xiaohu took out a saber and half-knelt on the ground. He raised the saber and shouted, if you accept this saber, Dixia province is willing to fight for you. Suyu was stunned for a moment. He looked at Xiaohu, then looked at the slightly broken saber. After a long time, he exhaled, don't play this game, I won't fall for it. No, this is not a game. Xiaohu said in a deep voice, this is my, Xiajia's, will. Xiajia's saber is not sharp enough. I can't kill all the enemies, I can't kill all the enemies. My great-grandfather, my second-grandfather, my father, they all agree. If you return, Xiajia's saber is willing to fight for you, for this race. Suyu looked at him coldly, I said, I won't fall for it. Xiaohu raised the saber with both hands, City Lord Su, this saber is the will of Xiajia, and also the will of Dixia province. Dixia province is proud of you. If you accept it, you will bear the lives of millions of people in Dixia province. Suyu snorted, stop acting with me. Put away the saber. Are you trying to put on an act of bitterness? Xiaohu suddenly laughed. He stood up, put away the saber, and said with a smile, how's the acting? Now the emotions are in place, right? Suyu, give me some face, go back and celebrate uncle's birthday. He put away the broken Xia Dao. His face regained its previous smile, but he sighed in his heart. Suyu, he wasn't willing to accept this saber. Qin Chang and Xia Dao, Qin Chang was willing to hand it over to him, and so was Xia Dao. Unfortunately, Suyu wasn't willing. This was the true inheritance of the human race, however, Suyu seemed to know something. He didn't want to bear such a heavy responsibility. Perhaps, he wasn't prepared, or he really wasn't willing. Xiaohu didn't know what Suyu was thinking, but he was somewhat disappointed. Indeed, it was like what his father had said, Suyu wouldn't accept this saber. Because the current Suyu wasn't moved by the human race, only dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction with the current situation, dissatisfaction with the past. He didn't see much more. He only lived in Dixia province for 18 years, and then his journey was bumpy. He killed his way to the heavens and became the master of the ancient city. In Suyu's eyes, what he saw was darkness. On the throne, Suyu watched Xiaohu go from scolding, to solemn, to serious, and finally to smiling mischievously. Suyu was a smart person. Everyone gave each other a way out, and things would be over after they left. The scene just now wasn't what he wanted to see. He wouldn't accept Xiajia's saber. He couldn't, he wasn't willing to accept it either. Accepting this saber meant that he was willing to accept the heavy burden, and the lives of millions of people. All of this wasn't something Suyu could bear. This was a shackle, at least for now, it was a shackle. Suyu was very clear about this, so he refused. Suyu walked down the high platform, kicked Xiaohu, and said with a smile, don't do that next time, I don't like it. Xiaohu also laughed and said, I know. Don't worry. Isn't it because you're so majestic, so I'm letting you relax? Ha ha ha, do you want girls? If you do, I brought a few hundred wives over, you can pick a few. Scram. Suyu scolded jokingly. Xiaohu also laughed and said, why? I'm just saying. They're all a bunch of beasts, forget it, I won't send them. To you. With that said, Xiaohu smiled and said, alright, I'll stop joking. This time, I called you back, not to mention other things, but the matter of the Holy Land is still somewhat serious. Accept it first. It's fine if you don't want it, you can take on the title. If you want to do it, it's only logical. At the very least, you can take on the title of the only Holy Land Master in the human realm. You have to know, before this, there was no Holy Land Master in the human realm. The Great Qin King and the Great Zhou King were only in name, and they weren't the only ones. It's different now, the Holy Land is the only one. With that said, Xiaohu laughed and said, in addition, the Great Qin King and the others want to send all the descendants of Wudi there. In the future, whoever inherits the position of prefecture master will have to first go to the Holy Land to learn. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Xiaohu chuckled and said, I don't count, I've already taken on the position. I'm talking about the other big matters, like the Great Qin Mansion. Now that Prefecture Master Qin Zhen has reached Wudi, it's either Qin Feng or General Qin Hao who will take over. Whoever takes over will go to the Holy Land to further their studies. He looked at Suyu and said, they're quite serious, and the Great Qin King even mentioned that the position of Prefecture Master can only be taken over by the Holy Land's permission. Suyu was stunned and looked at him. Xiaohu nodded and said, it's just a suggestion, but it's true. The Holy Land will centralize power. Xiaohu bare one's teeth said, on the Holy Land side, the Great Qin King also suggested that they have the right to dismiss the prefecture master. Of course, this requires a certain procedure, but this is the first time since the establishment of the mansion. Xiaohu exhaled and said, this is very difficult, but the Great Qin King and the others are fighting for it. Once it succeeds, the Holy Land will be the center, the core, and even the key of the human realm. A big mansion, 3 important positions, all of which need the Holy Land's signature to take over. First, the Director of the Education and Welfare Administration. Second, the General of the Army stationed at the Heavenly Battlefield. Third, the Director of the Administrative Bureau. Take Dixia Province as an example, the first was Ji Hong, the second was the Demon Subduing Army or General Long Wuwei, and the third was Chief Hu. Chief Hu was just a verbal title, but the official title was the Director of the Administrative Bureau. To put it bluntly, other than the military, he was the kind who meddled in everything else. Suyu said, will anyone agree to this? The military, government, education, reserve, and even the prefecture master will be handed over to the Holy Land to decide. Xiaohu smiled and said, it's hard to say in the past, but not in the future. So, some things still need to be fought for. Once it succeeds, the human realm, the Holy Land will rule. As long as the upper echelons suppress those Wudi, the unification of the human realm will not be a joke. Obviously, the Great Qin King and the others hoped to change this situation. However, Suyu knew the difficulty of this. It was very, very difficult, Suyu didn't ask more and said, other than the Holy Land? I can't be bothered about this. Apart from my father, is there no other reason to invite me to the human realm? That's it? Xiaohu said uncertainly, probably not. They should also know that it's very dangerous for me to go out now. There are too many people watching me. Suyu said in a deep voice, especially inside the human realm, the guards can't go there easily. As for me, I can't release too much deathly aura. Otherwise, it's very easy to open the dead spirit channel. Once the channel is opened, there's no way to close it, and you guys will suffer. So, in the human realm, my strength is greatly suppressed. Xiaohu nodded, as for your safety, I've mentioned it before. My great-grandfather said that this time, he will protect you all the way. You know his strength. If you want to surpass him to deal with you, you need to be at least at Dao integration. If you don't think it's appropriate, you can add the Great Bright Lord. The two of them will protect you. Even if a Dao integration stage cultivator comes, it will be difficult to defeat you in a short time. Suyu smiled, so, you're still sincere? The former second-in-command of the civil and military affairs was willing to join hands to protect Suyu this time, which showed their sincerity. But the more it was so, the more Suyu felt that this invitation might not be simple. Such a lineup, to be honest, it was somewhat unnecessary. Previously, Suyu was prepared to go to the human realm, but even if he went, he probably wouldn't go deep into the human realm. Instead, he would go to the East Rift Valley, near the channel. His main purpose was to take back the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness. As for the traitor, the human race might not believe him. Now, the human realm invited him with great fanfare. Nominally, it was to celebrate a birthday, but in fact, it was hard to say. Although it was called the Holy Land, the affairs of the Holy Land were not decided by Suyu. The requirements put forward by the great Qin King and the others were very high. Based on this situation, Suyu felt that even some unambitious invincible experts might not agree. This was like handing over their country to others. The power was handed over to the Holy Land to decide. Suyu fell into deep thought. The invitation was either the great Qin King's intention or the great Zhou King's intention. Anyway, it would not be the intention of the Daxia of Goguryeo. Even if the Daxia of Goguryeo invited him, he would only ask him to go to Daxia province, and would not talk about the Holy Land. Xiaohu knew that he was weighing the pros and cons. He thought about it and said, I think, if you are really worried, you can invite the two of them to go with you. What? Yes, yes. Xiaohu winked and looked at his head. Suyu was startled and quickly said, don't joke around. He knew who he was talking about. The key is, do I want to die? This big furball and female furball found me, and the first thing they did was to eat me. Xiaohu winked and said, I'm not joking, what are you afraid of? To be honest, if I really bring these two with me, I'm not afraid anywhere. The guards have their own rules, but these two don't. Suyu sneered. One of them loses control, the human realm is gone. Xiaohu was speechless. That's true, these two were Dao integration cultivators. If they really entered the human realm and no one stopped them, the human realm would probably be finished. Other Dao integration cultivators would be fine, but these two. If they were to swallow them, the Sea of Will would be gone. Xiaohu shuddered at the thought of this. Ahem, I was just joking. Suyu stroked his chin. That's true, I have never visited these two before. If I really went to meet them, I wouldn't be afraid of sneak attacks from Dao integration cultivators even if I brought one of them with me. I might really be in a lot of trouble from now on. Bringing along Dao integration cultivators would be much safer. Old Tortoise was very strong, but he had duties and couldn't stay for long. If he stayed for long, it would be easy for problems to arise. What I'm afraid of is that I'll go meet them and greet them. Hello, big boss, hello, whoa. Then, there was no then, Suyu was also afraid and shuddered. This was the impression these two powerhouses gave him. Eat, 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 he shook his head. I'm a little scared, I'm not at ease, but I'm still tempted. If I can bring these two with me, I don't care what schemes you have. As long as there are more than 3 Dao integration cultivators, I'm not afraid of you at all. This suggestion can be considered. Seeing that he was silent, Xiaohu said again, then it's settled? You can go to the human realm and take a look at the rebuilt Southern Yuan. After all, it's your hometown. It was destroyed last time. What do you think of the rebuilt Southern Yuan? Suyu smiled. Every time something happens to the human race, they send you to me. How daring. Fatty, aren't you afraid that I'll be suspicious? Xiaohu shrugged and shook the fat on his body. It's easy for something to happen if someone else comes. If I come, I won't be killed by you, right? He chuckled. This also shows that I have good taste. The first time I saw you, I knew that you would definitely become rich. See, I was right. In the blink of an eye, you've become the overlord of the ancient city. Suyu smiled. Xiaohu said, by the way, do you have any requests for your father's birthday celebration? Do you want to hold a big celebration in the human realm or in the heavens? Invite some powerful beings from the heavens to participate. Suyu laughed. Your idea? Or whose? Powerful beings from the heavens who are not at the Dao integration stage dare to participate? Aren't you afraid that I, Suyu, will kill them all in one go? You can't say that. Xiaohu chuckled. Sometimes, when 2 armies fight, they don't even kill the envoys. Invite some powerful beings from the heavens to express your opinion and ease everyone's tension. See, I've already invited all of you to my father's birthday celebration to show that you're a pacifist. Also, don't invite those who are too powerful. Invite some prodigies like Zhang Wushuang and Madonna. Do they dare to come? Suyu chuckled. Xiaohu also chuckled. Why not? They are indeed prodigies, but what's the point of killing them now apart from infuriating the major tribes? They pose no threat to you at all. Killing them will only make the major tribes more hostile toward you and the human race. Then, he added, and at a critical moment, it can be used as a bargaining chip. Why would they come? Suyu chuckled. What do you think? Xiaohu said nonchalantly, to investigate your situation at close range and find a chance to understand the negotiations with the human race. It's all very important information. Suyu glanced at him. Your idea? No, the great Qin emperor's. Xiaohu smiled and said, he hopes that you can invite more of your good friends from the various races over. Don't just fight and kill all day long. This time, if you really want to offer your birthday congratulations, give them face. All 36 prefectures must send important figures to attend. Suyu fell into deep thought. The great Qin emperor would hold a birthday celebration for his father. What a joke, this old man, he was already a few hundred years old. He probably didn't even remember. Suyu exhaled. Making such a big scene, aren't they afraid of something happening? I'm not sure about that. Xiaohu explained. I'm really not sure about that. You can do as you see fit. As for Uncle's safety, it's also guaranteed. My father and the others want you to go back first and see the real one. On the day of the birthday celebration, there will be a fake one. Damn, you even made a fake one for my father. Suyu was speechless. What are the great Qin emperor and the others trying to do? Could it be that they want to cause trouble at the banquet and fight? Fight who? Suyu was puzzled. Are they prepared to fight? Fight the traitor? The human race traitor? The traitor other than the Burning Sea Emperor? Or fight me? I don't know. These are all top secrets. They won't tell me even if they know. What I've told you is all I know. All right. Suyu exhaled. He kept thinking. After a long time, he said, I might not go. Also, my father's birthday is a few months away, cough cough. The birthday celebration will be held in half a month. Suyu was speechless. Even my father's birthday was changed, that's great. Let me think about it. Suyu thought to himself. If he really wanted to go, he had to be fully prepared. If it really doesn't work, Suyu, will take the risk and meet those two scary big shots. I'll talk to them about raising a child and raising a baby. Those two were concerned about the golden booklet. Perhaps, he might even know something. They had helped him a few times. It was normal for him to pay them a visit and thank them. Suyu kept saying in his mind. So be it, if I can trick a Dao integration stage cultivator to protect me, I'll go. Otherwise, I'll secretly find an opportunity to go. I won't go now. It's too dangerous. On Xiaohu's side, Suyu did not give a clear answer. Meanwhile, all the worlds were still watching Suyu. They wanted to see if Suyu would go to the human realm. If he went, how would they deal with it? Would they go to the human realm to kill Suyu, or what? Suyu could not be bothered with these things. At this moment, he was looking at Little Furball. Little Furball looked at Suyu pitifully. Meanwhile, Suyu stroked his chin and stared at Little Furball thoughtfully. After staring for a long time, Little Furball could not help but say, I didn't steal it. I'll be embarrassed if I keep looking, Suyu smiled. I didn't say you stole it. Besides, we're family. So what if you eat a little? How can you call it stealing it? Little Furball was dumbfounded. So what if it smelled good? Suyu smiled. Furball, just tell me, does Big Brother Su treat you well? Furball was dumbfounded. After a long time, tears welled up in its eyes. I vomited it all last time. I don't have any storage now. Don't be like this. You're always squeezing it. Suyu sighed. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Yes. You don't know how to talk at all. Suyu curled his lips and soon chuckled. Let me ask you something. Do you think they're fierce? Not fierce. Little Furball quickly said, they're all good balls. Don't say balls. You have to say that you're a god-eater. How could he say he was a ball? That was not good. He added, I won't call you Furball anymore. I'll call you God-Eater Crown Prince. Don't let it slip. You're not a ball. You're a crown prince. Furball blinked. Are you trying to deceive me? Suyu sighed and rubbed its head. Little kids really did not know how to talk. I'm not deceiving you. It's a courtesy visit. You've saved us several times. Don't you think we should thank you? N. Then should I bring some gifts and visit? N. Also, you've been away from home for so long. Don't you miss home? A little, then I'll take you home to visit your family, okay? Furball looked at Suyu. I'm not stupid. You're trying to deceive me. No home. You're definitely going to deceive me, this child is disobedient. Suyu rubbed it and said with a smile, you're so powerful. How can I deceive you? I heard that your family is related to King Wen. Think about it, I'm also related to King Wen. Many divine characters were passed down from King Wen. As for me, I might be the Time Master, and the Time Master might also be passed down from King Wen. In that case, I'm King Wen's direct descendant. In that case, aren't we all on the same side? Little Furball was confused. It nodded. That made sense. So, if I go to your house, will you eat me? I don't know, Suyu was tired. Then if you eat me, will you stop me? Jump out and say, if you dare to eat Brother Su, I'll explode. Furball. No, Your Highness, how about this? Furball was conflicted, this was not good, Suyu patiently said, Furball. Your Highness. Since you followed me, how much delicious food have you eaten? Xianxia is trash. Willpower is a pile. Shenwen has eaten quite a lot. Even the rule force has been eaten. Can you eat it at home? If I'm eaten by you, what do you call it? Furball thought. For a moment, drain the pond to catch the fish? Yes, smart. Your Highness has learned to use idioms. Suyu applauded for it, well said, Suyu laughed, think about it, am I the most troublemaker in this world? N. Then think about it again. If I die, will you drag me home to sleep? N. Are you willing to kill all over the world with me and eat all kinds of delicious food, or are you willing to go home and sleep with me? I'll follow you. Suyu applauded for it again and laughed, so, if you want to eat me, what will you do? Shut up, if you dare to eat me, I'll explode. Right. Suyu laughed, that's it. Be decisive, be firm. I'll make you believe that if it really wants to eat me, you'll explode. Furball nodded. I'll remember it, after thinking about it, he said, then. I'll help you act, will you give me any benefits? Damn you, you already know how to act, and you even know how to ask for remuneration. Suyu was tired, fine, I'll let you have a taste when there's something good later. Let's find a chance to go to your house. Right, what gifts do you and the rest like? Ancient heaven? Furball was not sure, but it should like this, Suyu was speechless. Nonsense, I know, but where the hell am I going to get an ancient heaven as a gift? After thinking about it, Suyu gritted his teeth and said, forget it, I can't catch the wolf if I don't give up. You should like to eat Skyuan fruit. Finished talking, Suyu suddenly took out an incomparably large round ball, it was all Skyuan chi. I'll make a huge Skyuan fruit for you, how about it? No, give your mama one too. Suyu thought about it, this would save money. After thinking about it again, they had seen too many small ones, they did not care, fine, I have an idea. I'll make 2 big balls with a diameter of 100 meters. Big Skyuan fruit, such a big one, you've never seen it before, right? I'll make it, this is cheaper, otherwise, I won't be able to give it away. Little Furball did not care. What was so good about Skyuan chi? It had eaten too much, it was not interested at all, stingy. After cursing Suyu in his heart, Furball was too lazy to say anything more, continuing to hide in the sea of will to lick Shenwen. It was better to give a few Shenwen to me, this kind of natural gift was the best. Unfortunately, Xianxia was too stingy, she would definitely not give it away, Suyu prepared to go to the god-devouring realm. As for Xinghong, he repeatedly warned, "Be careful when you go, these two are not to be trifled with. They have no worries, they are all alone in the world, they will eat you if they want to." Suyu was a little scared by her words, however, he still had to meet them. Without these two, some things would not be easy to do. These two had helped him several times, and he had even abducted their child. It would not be appropriate not to meet them. "Don't worry, my lord." Suyu could only comfort himself like this, and quickly said, "My lord, once my city lord token is activated, you have to come and save me." Xinghong was speechless. "If you were really eaten inside, it would be very difficult for me to save you." He told Suyu about the entrance to the god-devouring realm and did not say anything more. It was probably not a big problem. Those two furballs would have eaten Suyu long ago. Why would they wait until now? Being Bun and King Wen had a special relationship, Suyu was also considered King Wen's direct descendant. He should still give him face. And Suyu did not have time to think too much, quickly moved the ancient city and disappeared. The ancient city was quickly moved by him to 7 or 8 places, and in the blink of an eye, Suyu was out of the ancient city, while Xinghong continued to move the ancient city. After a while, some people who were following Suyu lost track of his whereabouts. Many people guessed that it was related to the previous visit of the human race. Was the human race conspiring with Suyu again? At this moment, all heavens were watching Suyu's every move. And Suyu had quickly stepped into the territory of the god-devouring realm. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of the god-devouring ancient realm, and his voice spread out in a special frequency. "Demi-Emperor of the god-devouring realm, Junior Suyu requests an audience." "Da-da, I'm home." Little Furball shouted after him. In the god-devouring ancient realm. On a huge Tianyuan fruit tree, Bean Bun was snoring, and suddenly opened his eyes, looking a little confused. Soon, he squeezed the ball beside him and asked, "Is someone calling us?" "Is there?" The ball was also dozing off. After a fight a few days ago, they were both tired. As the two balls spoke, they looked outside, and Bean Bun's nose twitched. "It's a little fragrant, and there seems to be the smell of our little guy. That human is here." "Oh, oh." The two balls looked at each other, and their noses twitched. They could smell the fragrance in the air, and they really wanted to eat it. After a while, Bean Bun opened a passage, and they saw Suyu and the little furball on his head. Little furball flew over excitedly, and Bean Bun also went to greet it excitedly. They brushed shoulders, and in an instant, Bean Bun appeared on top of Suyu's head. Smelling it, he was intoxicated. So fragrant, Harry Ball had a dejected look on his face, but very quickly, he flew towards the cue ball with a smile on his face. The cue ball also welcomed him with a smile on its face. It brushed past Suyu and landed on top of his head, smelling him together with the Bean Bun, so fragrant. Intoxicated, and at this moment, Suyu's sweat dripped down. Damn, these two kids don't want them anymore. This welcoming ceremony has caught me off guard. In front, Furball had a sad expression. Dada and Mommy don't want me anymore. So sad. The next moment, Furball flew back dejectedly, forcefully inserting himself between the couple, and also squatting on top of Suyu's head. He twitched his nose, smelling the fragrance, and said in an intoxicated tone, "The whole family is smelling it, and it seems to be even more fragrant." This was just like eating. The more people there were, the more fragrant it was. Furball suddenly felt that the fragrance was even more fragrant than usual. Suyu was sweating. Drip, drip. Furball, that's so unreliable. I actually believed it. What happened to self-destruct? Have you forgotten all about it? At this moment, Suyu was like a wooden man, not daring to move for fear of angering this family. What a terrifying family. Two seniors. Suyu finally spoke. If he didn't speak, he felt like this family would really eat him up. Your Highness, wake up. Suyu emphasized. Furball, it's time to get to work. Oh, Furball woke up and jumped up. Big Daddy, I'm back. Oh. Big Furball nodded. So what if you're back? It's not like I don't know where you are. Is it strange to come back? Little Furball was depressed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Big Daddy, this is my fruit garden, Suyu was startled. He suddenly looked at Furball with a dangerous expression. I'm your fruit garden, fine, very powerful, little Furball blinked. I'm just lying. Big Daddy, don't mind me. Suyu cursed. Who are you trying to fool? That's probably what you're thinking. Big Furball ignored him. He took a deep breath of Suyu and sighed. Smells so good. I want to eat. Big Daddy, Senior. Big Furball only took a breath and mumbled, say, it seems to be the inheritance of the Time Master. I can't eat it. If I eat it, what if that person comes back from time and collects my corpse? Time Master? Cutie was puzzled. He looked at Big Furball. Big Furball sighed. Time Master, don't you know? He's very powerful. He controls the river of time and space and travels through the heavens. Whenever he sees someone, he says, your time is up. I'm here to collect your corpse. Shaking his head, he sighed emotionally and sighed. Such a peerless powerhouse, in the end, he still ended up missing or dead. Even Kingwen said that the world has one less ultimate opponent. Suyu was startled. He hurriedly said, the Time Master and Kingwen aren't the same person? Aren't they? Big Furball looked at him strangely. How can that be? Kingwen is Kingwen, Time Master is Time Master. Little guy, why do you think so? Suyu was stunned. No, how could that be? But the Heaven Hunter list and the inheritance of the Time Master. Oh. You mean the Heaven Hunter list? Big Hairy Ball sighed with emotion. That is a divine weapon forged by Kingwen by imitating the Time Master's Book of Time. It is extremely powerful. I just didn't get the essence. Suyu was completely stunned. The Time Master and Kingwen weren't the same person, and the Heaven Hunting list was just an imitation of the divine weapon, not the real Book of Time. This was completely different from what he had expected. Big Hairy Ball asked strangely, you think it's the same person? I thought so. Big Hairy Ball asked curiously, why do you think so? Kingwen doesn't have anything in common with the Time Master. Oh, they're the same as you, they both like to wear white. Could it be that they're the same person? The Time Master appeared several times, and it was always a female. Kingwen is a male. How could it be the same person? Suyu was stunned again. He had only just arrived, but Big Furball's words had already caused him to freeze up several times. A woman, the temporal summoner was a woman, holy shit, it can't be, right? Big Hairy Ball said again, the people outside are just guessing. Anyway, I've seen the Time Master and even chatted with Kingwen. It's been a long, long time, but the last time I saw her, I haven't seen her since. Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. Soon, he said hurriedly, well, let's go in and chat. I've also brought gifts for the two seniors. Gifts? Food? Yes, yes, yes. Suyu quickly entered the passage. Go in first, don't chat at the entrance. It's not good if someone sees us. Soon, he entered the God-Eater ancient realm. The dense vital energy shocked Suyu. So dense, the entire God-Eater ancient realm wasn't too big, but it was densely packed with heavenly essence fruit trees. Suyu suddenly thought of something and said, Senior, there are so many heavenly essence fruit trees here. I heard that the heavenly essence energy is produced after the death of some experts, yes. Big Hairy Ball said matter-of-factly, when I eat, I only eat Shenwen, and my wife only eats Sea of Will. The rest of the corpses are buried, and then trees grow. His hair stood on end. Ferocious beasts, no wonder the vital energy here was so dense, and there were so many heavenly essence fruit trees. So they ate people and left the corpses to plant trees. Terrifying, he knew the God-Eater ancient clan wasn't ordinary. Little Hairy Ball, too, was merciless when it devoured people. It had no intention of not killing. As expected, this clan was full of ferocious beasts. Suyu suppressed his pounding and hurriedly took out two giant heavenly essence fruits. Big Hairy Ball was interested. What a big fruit, but it's a pity it's fake. If it really grows this big, it'll have to be buried at least a half emperor. Go ahead and bury it. The ball happily took the fruit that belonged to it and took a bite. It didn't hold back at all. Such a big fruit, sleeping in it and eating it was very satisfying. As for whether it was real or fake, it didn't matter. It tasted pretty much the same anyway. At this moment, Big Hairy Ball's family of 3 flew toward the largest heavenly essence fruit tree. Suyu took a glance at it. It really was huge. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. There were also giant heavenly essence fruits on it, Big Hairy Ball and the others looked to be about the size of fruits. As for Little Hairy Ball, he wasn't even as big as those fruits. Soon, the family of 3 flew to the top of the tree. There were layers upon layers of golden leaves on the top of the tree, forming a nest. Those golden leaves were very soft, but they were also very tough. Suyu stepped lightly on one of the leaves, and he felt a burst of rich vital energy flow into his body from the leaves. What rich vital energy? Senior. Below this tree, Big Hairy Ball knew what he was going to ask, and it replied casually, "Oh, I buried a very powerful marquis. I didn't eat him, but Monarch Wen killed him. I saw that he was still breathing, so I brought him back to eat Shinwen before burying him." What a powerful marquis! How powerful was it? Even De Hairy Ball said that he was powerful, and that he might be at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Suyu was speechless. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Then a few years ago, Empress." Senior Empress, the mother ball popped its head out of the great heavenly yuan fruit. "Are you calling me?" Big Hairy Ball casually said. "You can call her Chao Bing." "My wife calls her Chao Bing." Suyu was stunned and a little embarrassed. "Ahem, I mean, a few years ago, Senior Cooking killed an invincible celestial race. Why didn't you bring the corpse back to plant trees?" He remembered that someone had mentioned this before. The great bright prince had even picked up a complete corpse of a divine king before. On the other side, the mother ball was bouncing around on the great heavenly yuan fruit. When it heard this, it said casually, "Oh, I remember. That day, I was in a hurry to eat the ancient sky fruit and happened to see a humanoid monarch vein, so I threw it to him." Sovereign bloodline? Suyu was slightly taken aback as he hurriedly said, "Hell King bloodline? No way." The mother ball said in surprise, "It's not Hell King, it doesn't seem like it." Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid to hear the word sovereign bloodline now. He immediately said, "Is the great bright prince of the sovereign bloodline?" "Oh, then is it the great bright prince?" The mother ball seemed to have just learned of this and said casually, "There are a few eternals of the human race. They are all of the sovereign bloodline." It was easier for a sovereign bloodline to rise. Xiaojia was one, and now the Zhu family seemed to be one as well. In addition to the hidden Hell King bloodline, there were many sovereign bloodlines. Then am I of the sovereign bloodline? Suyu was curious. "You can tell, but can you tell me, also, if the mother ball can tell, doesn't that mean it can directly see who has the sovereign bloodline, who has the Hell King bloodline?" As he was thinking, the mother ball said, "Punch with all your strength. You can only see it when your bloodline is activated." Suyu's heart stirred slightly. That seemed to be true. Last time, the old tortoise seemed to have said that the bloodline imprints would only be exposed when it was activated with all its strength. What he saw was a deliberate act by the other party to show off his bloodline. Suyu went all out and punched. The 3 balls looked at him in unison. The large hairy ball looked for a while and shook its head. "I can't see the power of an ancient bloodline. It's not the sovereign bloodline." Suyu was puzzled. "Am I not? Then am I so talented?" He was really talented. Whether it was his physical body or his Shinwen, his talent was excellent. Suyu thought he also had some powerful bloodline. Since it wasn't, could it be that the Golden Atlas had modified him? Suyu thought for a while and suddenly said, "Could it be? I have the sovereign bloodline?" The large hairy ball looked at him like he was an idiot. After a while, it said, "The sovereign bloodline doesn't have a bloodline inheritance." What was this guy thinking? Suyu was speechless. He didn't. The sovereign bloodline was an old bachelor. It was rare for Suyu to meet such an old antique. Moreover, it was an old antique that had a close relationship with Monarch Wen. Suyu felt a little relieved. At least this guy didn't say he was going to eat him. Suyu was a little curious. He respectfully said, "Senior, you said that Monarch Wen and the Time Master weren't the same person. Monarch Wen copied the Book of Time and created the Heaven Hunter list. Does that mean that the Heaven Hunter list is actually a complete weapon?" "Of course." The large hairy ball casually plucked a big Heaven Origin fruit and gave it to the small hairy ball. He then plucked an even bigger one. The family of 3 ate the Heaven Origin fruit while replying, "That was a complete weapon." However, it was later broken and scattered everywhere. Suyu thought of something and took out the record fragment. Senior, is this part of the Heaven Hunter list? The large hairy ball smelled it and thought for a while. The smell is about the same. Probably. Probably? Suyu softly said, Senior, are you sure? The large hairy ball perfunctorily said, I haven't eaten the Heaven Hunter list before, so how would I know? It's probably this smell. Suyu thoughtfully said, Senior, I suspect that this is fake. Do you think it's possible? Is that so? The large hairy ball didn't care. Then it's fake. If it's fake, then so be it. Suyu quickly said, Senior, do you think that since this thing is made by imitating the Book of Time, can the real Book of Time be controlled? Can it? The large hairy ball said with uncertainty, it's like a father beating his son. It should be controllable. You see, our young man, I can beat him. Bang, it stretched out its hand and slapped the small hairy ball into a pancake. It casually said, so the Book of Time can probably hunt the Heaven Hunter list like this. It was a very vivid metaphor, so you instantly understood. As for the small hairy ball, it pitifully turned itself into a ball and was no longer a pancake. It distanced itself slightly from the large hairy ball. It was very violent. At this moment, Suyu exhaled softly. The first thing he learned after coming here was that King Wen and the Time Master weren't the same person. They were a man and a woman. The Heaven Hunter list was actually the son of the Book of Time and not a part of it. Then, the thing in his head was the Book of Time. In other words, he thought that the Golden Book was incomplete, but it might not be. It might be complete, since it was an imitation. It meant that the Book of Time also had the function of the Heaven Hunter list. It was just that Suyu hadn't discovered it yet. This made Suyu a little more interested in the Golden Book. Actually, Suyu still had many questions he wanted to ask, but he was afraid that he would annoy this person. Soon, he stopped asking and tried to get closer. Senior, have you been to the mortal realm these years? Nope. Bean Bun swayed. Nope, there's no point in going. Besides, I just woke up not long ago. He didn't even have time to go. Then does Senior know that the mortal realm is completely different from before? Is that so? Bean Bun asked curiously, how is it different? Could it be that Shenwen can be planted? Grown on trees? Suyu was embarrassed, but his eyes flickered. Actually, it's possible. Indeed possible. Suyu seemed to have heard that Dazhou Prefecture might really be researching this. Really? Bean Bun's interest was instantly piqued. Can Shenwen really be planted? Is the farmed Shenwen delicious? Well, I'm not sure. Who in Shenwen cares if it's delicious or not? Suyu thought for a while and said, from the perspective of farmed and wild, the farmed one might not taste as good, but I think the difference in taste is not that big. A bubble appeared beside Bean Bun. It was a big hairy ball. Underneath it was a tree, about the same size as the Heaven Origin fruit tree, but it bore Shenwen. Hairy Ball was eating Shenwen, 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Soon, the bubble burst. Suyu was speechless. What is this? I'm convinced. Is this possible? Was Bean Bun dreaming just now? Hairy Ball woke up quickly, looked at Suyu, and said absent-mindedly, is that tree big? How do you plant trees in Shenwen? Can you teach me? On the other side, the ball shouted, I'm sick of Shenwen. Is there a seeable tree? Suyu hurriedly said, I really don't know if it's a tree. I've only heard that there are farmed Shenwen. I'm not sure if it's true or not. Not sure? Bean Bun seemed dissatisfied. Suyu immediately said, actually, Senior can go and take a look. Go to the human realm. Bean Bun shook his head. No. The human realm is definitely not as fun as before. There will always be fun places. That won't do. I can't go in the human realm. Suyu smiled. If Senior really wants to go in, I can think of a way. As long as Senior doesn't run around and kill, I can bring Senior to tour the rivers and mountains of the human realm and taste all the delicacies. Liar, you're trying to trick me into becoming your fighter. Bean Bun muttered. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, Senior, you've misunderstood. There's no misunderstanding. Bean Bun said disdainfully, I've lived for countless years, and I'm used to liars like you. You only know how to lie, and you don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. Suyu was depressed. I thought you were easy to talk to, but now, it's too embarrassing. Senior, that's not what I meant. Oh, then I won't be your fighter. Senior, I'm inviting Senior to help me rebuild the human realm and restore the glory of King Wen. Bean Bun nodded. Sure, you want to be King Wen? That, cough cough, Senior can think of me as King Wen. I'm King Wen's successor, and Shen Wen is King Wen's successor. If you're King Wen, then King Wen promised me 100 Dao integration Shen Wen pills. Do you have them? So you wanted to cry. I don't even have eternal Shen Wen pills, let alone Dao integration. You're just messing with me. Little guy, be more sincere. Bean Bun hinted with his eyes that I've eaten more Shen Wen pills than you've seen in Shen Wen. Shen Wen is intelligent, and this little guy is too stupid, and you're even trying to trick me, Suyu smiled wryly. It's like this. I want to go to the human realm, but I'm afraid I'll be killed and someone is plotting against me, so I want Senior to accompany me there. That's what I want. Bean Bun nodded. Speak simply. That's for young people. We're old, and old people like to speak simply. Suyu nodded. All right. Sure enough, people become sly with age. Ball becomes sly with age. Compared to Furball, Bean Bun was much harder to trick. Big Furball yawned. I'm old, and I'm too lazy to move. I've fought a few times, and I'm hungry, so I don't want to move. Suyu was dejected. It seemed like he had come for nothing. At this moment, little Furball suddenly said, Big Boss, let's go together. It smells good, and we might be able to catch something to eat. Big Furball continued to yawn. What can he catch to eat? Heavenly Ancient or Solitary Nothingness? If that doesn't work, then that Heaven Supervisor is fine too. Then, it added, that Old Turtle is fine too. Old Turtle is delicious too, so you felt awkward. Forget it, I can't let you eat these experts. They're too powerful. It seems like it'll be very difficult to bring a Dao integration expert to protect me. Big Furball was lazy, but the cub asked curiously, are there no trees in Shenwen? Also, what's the human realm like now? Yes, Big Furball was not interested, but the cub liked to run around. Big Furball was a shut-in, but the cub wasn't. Cooking Biscuit was very patient. It could guard Heavenly Ancient for hundreds of years outside the immortal realm. It also liked to run around. Otherwise, it wouldn't have killed a divine monarch and had his corpse picked up by the Great Light Monarch. Suyu's eyes flickered. Big Furball knew what he was thinking and said lazily, Little fellow, you have to think this through. My wife has a very bad temper. Husband, I have a very good temper. Very good. Why do you still eat so much? I don't eat much. Nonsense. You almost ate me. That's because I'm too hungry. Suyu was frightened by this couple's quarrel. What did this mean? The cub had a bad temper and ate people casually. Big Furball was almost eaten. Just as he was hesitating, the cub said, Little fellow, you want to find someone to help you fight? I'll go. I'll accompany you to the human realm. Are there many people in Shenwen who cultivate in the human realm? Suyu felt helpless. That. Senior cooking, I think we should forget about it. How can we forget about it? The cub seemed to have a bad temper. It said angrily, I'm here if you want to find someone to fight. Why don't you find me? Suyu wanted to cry. He was scared witless. You don't look as reliable as Big Furball. Big Furball should at least be more reliable. Therefore, even though this Dao integration cultivator had recommended himself, Suyu was still worried that there would be problems. He could not control it at all. If it really started a massacre in the human realm, he would not be able to stop it. Of course, he did not dare to say these words. He could only make up an excuse. I'm afraid that senior cooking is too tired. I might encounter big trouble when I return to the human realm this time. Then you need to fight. You can eat your fill by fighting. No, The cub was angry. Do you think I'm not as strong as the husband? No. The cub snorted. I'm not as strong as the husband. You liar. Tired, they were all balls. Females were more difficult to deal with than males. Big Furball thought for a moment and said, then let cooking cake go with you. My wife is still very strong. But I think you're worried about cooking cake killing people, Suyu nodded silently. Yes, that's right. You don't have to worry too much about that. Cooking cake won't be interested in ordinary fellows. Those who are too powerful are all enemies. Anyway, your human race does not have many powerful cultivators. These words did not seem to be wrong. Didn't even the great bright prince not take a fancy to the flatbread? He didn't even eat it, then he probably wouldn't be interested in ordinary invincible cultivators. Suyu thought for a moment and said, Senior cooking, then, if you want to go to the human realm with me, can you tell me who you want to eat? Sure, I'll eat after I tell you. No. I mean, some people can't be eaten. If I say I can't eat them, can Senior not eat them? The cub was displeased. Isn't that very aggrieving? No, no. I mean, if I don't eat them now, I can eat better ones in the future. What do you think, Senior? Cooking cake thought for a moment and said reluctantly, just barely. Seeing how you've raised my little one to be so fat, I'll believe you this once. Fat, 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 Suyu glanced at the little furball. Really, why do I feel that it's the same as when I first saw it? If cooking cake was really obedient, his safety would be guaranteed if he brought it to the human realm. Mainly, he was afraid that it would be disobedient, and he could not restrain it. If it really followed him into the human realm and started a massacre, then it would be a sinner. Bean Bun yawned at the side, feeling extremely sleepy. He said casually, if it's not a big deal, cooking cake won't kill randomly, just like you. Do you have nothing better to do, so you step on ants everywhere? The little furball interrupted, he will. Suyu was speechless. When did I do such a thing? This fellow was talking nonsense. Bean Bun was also speechless. He patted the little furball again and looked at Suyu. You came for this? Yes. Then let cooking cake go with you. Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. Then he said hesitantly, Senior, can I ask a question? Go ahead. Little furball, cough cough, Her Highness is with me. Senior knows that. Why don't you take her away? This was also something he was confused about. Why not? Bean Bun said casually, why should I bring her back? It'll be very difficult for her to grow. My race is somewhat dependent. It's best to find a companion cultivator of Xinwen and grow together. Back then, I grew up with Qingwen. Suyu was puzzled. Senior, are you really formed from Qingwen Xinwen? Bean Bun looked at him. Suyu's heart palpitated. What, did he ask something he shouldn't? Bean Bun hesitated for a moment and said, if you want to say it, you can say that. But in reality, it's not. Let's put it this way. Forget it, you might not understand. I'm actually a kind of rule. Do you understand rules? Then, I was nurtured by Qingwen. Suyu understood, he nodded. I understand. The innate Xinwen is a rule. Xinwen is a rule, and Senior is nurtured by this rule. However, according to my previous inference, if Senior is like this, you should be in the Great Tao realm, which is the level of human king. Why is it only Tao integration? Bean Bun looked at him strangely. He really understood. You're quite smart. That's indeed the case. I can be considered an innate Xinwen, nurtured by the rule. Later, Qingwen met me, and after a long period of nurturing, I gained spirituality. Qingwen didn't destroy my spirituality. Instead, he stripped me of my spirituality. After that, the heavens had Bean Bun. Why is it Tao integration? Bean Bun thought for a moment and said, because I'm not complete. I can't be considered a complete rule. Suyu's heart suddenly stirred. Out of the corner of his eye, Bean Bun glanced at the biscuit and furball. As if it knew what he was thinking, it explained, my wife and my boy are both rules that I created myself. It's not to supplement my own rules, they're independent rules. They're the kind of independent rules, you know? I'm too lonely, Bean Bun sighed with emotion. So, after Qingwen disappeared, I nurtured my wife. Then, my wife went out and also disappeared. I was too lazy to look for her, so I nurtured my young boy. At this moment, Suyu completely understood, this was the embodiment of 3 rules, he understood now, be it Bean Bun, Steamed Bun, or even Furball, they could be said to be a family, but in reality, they were 3 different rules, Suyu suddenly said. So, you guys love to eat Shinwen and the Sea of Will, but it's actually to supplement the rules. Little Furball also likes to lick Shinwen because Shinwen contains some power of the rule. It feels that licking it can help it perfect its power of the rule? Bean Bun nodded. You're very smart. It's not tiring to talk to someone like you. If it were others, it would be very difficult to understand. They're all very stupid. They always say that we only like to eat, like to kill. No, we only like to eat things that can perfect us, like the power of the rule, like the power of the rule in Shinwen. So you really understood this time, what they needed was the power of the rule, it wasn't some divine text, Yuan Qi, or anything like that. It was the laws. So, Little Furball can absorb some of the power of the rule in my Shinwen by following me? Big Furball nodded. Yes, it won't hurt your Shinwen because your Shinwen will take the initiative to release some power of the rule it doesn't need. It's like breathing, and this little guy can absorb this power. The purer the Shinwen, the more it likes it. Suyu nodded. He understood now, no wonder Little Furball liked those natural Shinwen. It should be because the power of the rule is purer. At this moment, Little Furball rubbed its teary eyes. Big Daddy, am I not your child? Bean Bun laughed. It's all the same. You are an unconscious power of the rule. I was the one who nurtured you, so of course, you're considered my child. Suyu interrupted. Senior, can't you advance? Not really, but the power of the rule I need is too strong. It's best if it's an unconscious, pure, and powerful power of the rule to supplement me. If Kingwen didn't disappear, I might be able to advance under his nurturing. But now that he's gone, no one has such a powerful Shinwen to nurture me. From this, one could see how powerful Kingwen was. He could nurture Bean Bun and raise it to the human monarch level. Unfortunately, Kingwen disappeared. It was actually very difficult for Bean Bun to obtain such intense nurturing. It would probably be very difficult to perfect its power of the rule and advance to the next level by itself. It was only today that Suyu understood what this race meant. This was pure power of the rule, it was just that it wasn't powerful enough. This race might be able to advance to Dao integration easily, but after Dao integration, perfecting the complete power of the rule would be difficult. Little Furball could probably advance to Dao integration, but after that, it would be very difficult. It would need to constantly perfect its power of the rule, Suyu sighed ruefully. There were all sorts of strange things in this boundless world. It turned out that the rule could also be transformed into a living being. What a terrifying existence. This race's foundation was too solid. But it seemed like there were only 3 of them. Kingwen was also a man of great talent and bold vision. Back then, he had nurtured a spirit of the rule, but he didn't destroy it. Instead, he allowed it to transform into a living being. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. If it was destroyed, Kingwen might have grasped an additional rule. Bean Bun was quite honest. Or rather, it didn't mind that Suyu knew about this. If Suyu asked, it would answer. If not, it probably couldn't be bothered to talk about this. Senior, I heard that the Heaven Supervisor Marquis obtained the Dao through luck spirits. Is he in existence like you? Could it be that he also obtained the Dao through a type of rule? Him? Bean Bun shook its head. He's not. Luck spirits can be considered a natural living being. He relies on absorbing some providence to strengthen himself. Providence is actually very ethereal. It's very difficult for us to see it. We can only sense it. Who is great providence? But luck spirits can be seen. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis relies on devouring providence to grow. Therefore, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis is determined to obtain the Heaven Hunter list. Back then, Kingwen gave him control of the Heaven Hunter list for this purpose. Because geniuses whose auras are collected by the Heaven Hunter list will have their providence fall into the list once they die. This is also the easiest way for the Heaven Supervisor Marquis to strengthen himself. Bean Bun had a good understanding of the Heaven Supervisor Marquis. Therefore, ever since Kingwen disappeared, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis has always wanted to take this for himself. However, he was afraid that Kingwen would return, so he didn't dare. However, he secretly created some chaos and made geniuses fight each other. All these years, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion has been walking this path to strengthen himself and also swallow the Heaven Hunter list. Suyu was enlightened, so that was how it was. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion had always created chaos. This was the purpose of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. 'Cause trouble, they couldn't wait for the geniuses on the Heaven Hunter list to fight each other, so all of this was deliberately done by the Heaven Supervisor Marquis to strengthen himself. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion, in ancient times, was the Heaven Supervisor Pavilion that monitored the heavens. Later, it became the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, transporting spirits. As Suyu thought, Bean Bun said, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis is actually very difficult to deal with. He swallows providence and has great providence. This kind of person is very difficult to kill. He has always been active outside, but he hasn't died. This is because he is very strong and very lucky. Otherwise, all the experts active in the heavens battlefield like him would have died except for him. The other experts wouldn't be active in every tide, and they wouldn't stay in the heavens battlefield for every tide. Only the Heaven Supervisor Marquis was always there, but he didn't die. Very lucky? Suyu murmured, my luck is also very good. Bean Bun said casually, so, he must want to kill you. Suyu nodded slightly, then is Senior his match? Bean Bun thought about it and shook his head, probably not. In the heavens, the only one who can beat him now is probably that old turtle. In the current Myriad worlds, the strongest is probably the old turtle, then the Heaven Supervisor Marquis, and then Ancient Heaven. Suyu was startled for a moment. Isn't Heaven ancient even later than Senior? He didn't seem very strong in the last years of the ancient era. Yes, but he is very talented. Bean Bun explained, his talent is very strong. Even though he wasn't very strong in ancient times, he was very famous. He sparred with Wen King and Wu King's disciples and in the end he won. That's why we know about him. Indeed, Bean Bun and the others knew about Ancient Heaven, and Ancient Heaven didn't even reach Dao during the last years of the ancient era. Clearly, he was also a genius. As for the old turtle, last time he said 1 against 2. Sure enough, first ranked against second and third. Amazing, so you previously thought that Ancient Heaven wasn't very strong. At least not as strong as Bean Bun. Now he knew that Bean Bun was inferior to Ancient Heaven. Then Senior is fourth? Fourth? Bean Bun shook his head, I don't know. Some guys are also very powerful, such as that old man from the Fated Kin. He's very powerful. I once asked his grandfather to tell my fortune. His grandfather said that I could eat Ancient Heaven, but I didn't. Bean Bun was a little disappointed. Ancient Heaven is actually very fragrant. Clearly, at their level, it was difficult to judge who was strong and who was weak without fighting. The cue ball should be a bit weaker than Bean Bun. He didn't know if it could deal with some powerful Dao integration stage super mighty figures. After asking this, Suyu had nothing else to ask. It was already very good that he could hook up with the cue ball. He was just thinking about how to leave this place when Bean Bun suddenly said, if you want to leave, then leave early. I want to sleep, I like to dream, and I like to eat when I dream. Suyu, you smell very good. I might eat you when I fall asleep. Suyu was speechless. Fine, no need for me to find excuses, then I'm leaving. Suyu looked at the cue ball. Senior cooking, then why are you leaving with me? My sea of will might not be able to withstand it. The cue ball yawned disapprovingly and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, Suyu's mind sank. In the next instant, a book appeared in his hand. On the page of the book, there was a slightly larger ball in the center of the word civilization. The cue ball entered the book of civilization, and the small fur ball also instantly disappeared. In Suyu's mind, there was also a ball above the word tribulation Shenwen. This family really knows how to find a place. Bean Bun didn't care about this. He glanced at Suyu's book of civilization and said lazily, you also want to create a book of time? The book of time is very powerful. King Wen said that the Time Master wanted to create a book of 10,000 techniques, but if he killed too many people, something would happen to the Time Master sooner or later. As expected, something happened. Book of 10,000 techniques. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. What book of 10,000 techniques? Just as he was thinking about it, he felt dizzy and instantly disappeared. He had been thrown out by the big fur ball. After throwing him out, the big furball heaved a sigh of relief and muttered, "I can finally have a good sleep." After his wife came back, she was shouting about eating tiangu every day. She was so annoyed. Finally, she left. Suyu was really a good person. The big furball was secretly grateful. He took away his wife and the little fellow that was causing trouble every day. There was no way he would pick them up. Pick them up? How was he going to sleep after picking them up? It was fine to play with them when he was bored, but to keep bringing them along was too annoying. The big furball happily sent off the two furballs and began to sleep happily. He could finally have a good dream. Spatial fluctuations. Suyu appeared in the depths of the sea. Big furball had actually teleported him out. His control over the laws is too strong. Suyu was slightly shocked. Teleporting out of a realm was not something an ordinary person could do. Of course, Big Furball was powerful to begin with. Outside the ancient God-Eater realm, there was actually a passageway that led directly to the human realm. However, it had been opened once before. There should be some forces guarding the human realm here now, and without Big Furball, it would be difficult to open it. Last time, Suyu had used Little Furball's power to open this passageway. Suyu did not take this path. There was no need. This time, the human race had officially invited him back to take a look. There was no point in sneaking back. Now I feel much more at ease. Suyu was indeed much more at ease. Although the ball did not seem very reliable, it was still at the Dao integration stage. Suyu looked up at the ancient God-Eater realm that had disappeared. He was still thinking about what he had just learned. Big Furball's words had allowed him to understand many things. King Wen and the Time Master were not the same person. The Heaven Hunting List and the Book of Time were not the same. Then why could he see the Heaven Supervisor after obtaining the record fragment, and Wan Tianxing could not, even if he obtained the Tombstone of Wen? Is it because of the golden book in my head? I can also use it as the daddy of the Heaven Hunting List? Little Furball found it fragrant and did not want to eat it. Is it because this thing is not as good as the golden book? Does that mean that this fragment is real? At this time, Suyu suddenly could not determine whether it was real or fake. If it was real, then it was really luck that I saw the Heaven Supervisor. Speaking of the Heaven Supervisor, Suyu remembered something. The last time the Heaven Supervisor said that the elders would have a meeting in 10 days. It was almost time. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. He quickly escaped into the depths of the sea and found a place where there was no one. He took out the record fragment and quickly inserted his willpower. It seemed to be time today. Was the Heaven Supervisor in a meeting? Heaven Hunting Pavilion's main hall. The elders of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion were only considered elders at the 7th tier of the Sun-Moon realm and above. Those at the 7th tier of the Sun-Moon realm were all top-notch experts, the kind that could prove their Dao at any time. At this moment, more than 40 faceless elders were gathered in the large hall. There were quite a number of people. Almost every invincible realm expert controlled 10 elders. According to the calculation of 10 elders per invincible realm expert, there were 90 elders in the Skyhunter Pavilion. However, many had died last time, and after several upheavals, there were only these few people left. Not only that, there were still a few elders who had not returned. For example, Suyu occupied the dark armor slot, while the yellow armor slot was empty. In the main hall, the head of the south building was sitting on the side, facing several quasi-invincible realm law-enforcing elders. In the front, the only one who didn't wear a mask was the scholar. The Heaven Supervisor was reading a book as if he was waiting silently. They were waiting for the elders to gather. After an unknown period of time, the scholar slowly raised his head and said softly, "Is everyone here?" The South Tower's Tower Master stood up, bowed and said, replying to the Tower Master, "There are 64 elders who should be here, 48 elders who are actually here. There are still 16 elders who can't be contacted or notified. I don't know if it's because of their special identities that they can't leave, or they have betrayed us. A group of people didn't come, for example, people like Suyu wouldn't come even if he received the message. Moreover, Suyu had left the dark armor mask in the ancient city and didn't look at it, so he couldn't receive the message." 48 elders, the scholar murmured. Soon, he looked at the 48 people in front of him and said softly, "You are the most elite group of experts of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. Recently, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion has been in turmoil, and many human experts don't want to be with me. I don't blame them. Today, I gathered everyone here to say that if you don't want to, please leave. There should be humans among all of you present here. The Heaven Supervisor smiled and said, the other 16 elders who didn't come, in the future, will no longer be elders of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. Those who came are humans. If you leave now, I won't pursue the past. Otherwise, you won't be able to hide it from me. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. The Heaven Supervisor looked at the crowd, and the elders were slightly restless. A faceless elder said in a low voice, Pavilion Master, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion's aim is not to pursue the past, only to look at the future. Could it be that you want to investigate our identities one by one? Those who spoke might not be humans. However, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion's system determined that this faction was a mix of good and bad. Once everyone's identity was revealed, the Myriad worlds would probably be shocked. Perhaps many of the great bandits that were being hunted by the Myriad worlds were among them. The scholar smiled and said, that won't happen, but I have my own way of determining whether you are human or not. Don't worry, I will only investigate humans. Don't worry about the rest. The person who spoke did not say anything else. As for the Heaven Supervisor, he glanced at the crowd and sighed, still not repenting? Some people think that staying might be of great use, but you overestimate yourselves. With that, the Heaven Supervisor waved his hand, and invisible auras circled around the crowd. These auras seemed to be alive. After roaming for a while, they stopped in front of the 4 faceless elders. At this moment, the 4 elders' bodies trembled slightly. The scholar said lightly, Sigh, I told you, I want to determine whether you are human or not. It's very simple, not too difficult. Why bother? With that said, without needing him to do anything, the South House Lord instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elders rose up, but they were quickly suppressed by the scholar. It was too easy for a level 7 Eternal Realm expert to deal with these sun and moons. The rest of you can go back. After this, you can apply for some resources as a return fee. The scholar smiled and said, Everyone, don't worry. In the Hunting Heaven Pavilion, you will have everything you want. Although there is a small problem now, everything will soon calm down. Yes. The group of elders did not say much and quickly left. They joined the Hunting Heaven Pavilion because the other party was strong. As long as the scholar was alive, this ancient marquis would be a peerless expert. As for the other invincible experts dying, it wouldn't affect anything. Unless the scholar died one day, otherwise, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion would still be a towering tree. And the scholar glanced at the several faceless elders and chuckled, You guys, why bother? If you really didn't come, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you. Why walk into the trap? One of the captured elders hurriedly said, Pavilion Master, although I am a human, I have not considered myself one since a long time ago. My loyalty is to the Skyhunter Pavilion, to the Pavilion Master, not to the human race. Pavilion Master is wise. This time, I came here to prove my loyalty, and I have no ill intentions. Pavilion Master, me too. Pavilion Master, I am also loyal to the Pavilion Master. The few of them spoke one after another, and no one knew whether they were telling the truth or not. Perhaps it was their true thoughts, or perhaps it was just that they were found out and had temporarily come up with an idea to fool their way through. Deep under the sea. This was the scene that Suyu saw. He frowned slightly and did not say anything, continuing to watch. His willpower was also constantly being depleted. Soon, Suyu's willpower was exhausted, and he withdrew from the fragment. These humans, are they really loyal to the Hunting Heaven Pavilion, or are they pretending? Suyu muttered. Forget it, he would not care about this. He played with the fragment and fell into deep thought, continuing to recover his willpower. After a while, Suyu thought about it and probed his willpower again. He wanted to see the result. When he probed it again, the scene changed. At this moment, in another hall, the South House Lord said softly, Pavilion Master, are we not going to kill them? They might not be telling the truth. These people control a large amount of intelligence resources, or they are simply the people in charge of the trade routes, often conducting large-scale transactions with the human race. The heaven supervisor chuckled, there is no hurry. Whether it is true or false, don't kill them first. Do you know that the West Pavilion sent someone to pass a message? Yes, he said that Suyu is willing to use the record fragment to exchange for their lives. At this point, the South House Lord hesitated. Pavilion Master, this heaven hunting list, how many fragments are there? The scholar smiled and said slowly, there aren't many large fragments. The catalogue is the two largest fragments. In addition, there is a relatively important fragment that was taken by someone. These three fragments, combined with the current heaven hunting list, can be considered the complete heaven hunting list. The South House Lord said solemnly, Lord, of these three fragments, one is in the heavenly abyss race, one is in Suyu's hands, then the last one. The scholar smiled, why? You want to take it from me? This subordinate will do his best. The scholar smiled and shook his head, forget it, you are not that person's match. Even I cannot easily take it. These fragments are in the hands of these people, and I have not been able to take them back. There is naturally a reason. Sir, those three fragments are outside. Will your side be affected? Don't worry, if the three fragments are not combined, it won't affect me much. The scholar smiled, it is also very difficult to combine them. Even if it is two, it won't affect me too much. As long as it is not three, it won't affect me too much. Don't worry, think of a way to take back the fragment in Suyu's hands, then the remaining two fragments won't affect me. Pavilion Master, you mean to use these people to exchange for Suyu's fragment? Let's see. The scholar smiled, Suyu may not agree. Then, this subordinate will tell the public that the traitor has been captured. Deep under the sea, Suyu retreated from the fragment again. 3 fragments in one? There was still one fragment left. If the 3 fragments were combined, it would affect the heaven supervisor's refining of the heaven hunting list. Then where is the last fragment? One is with me, one is with Half-Emperor Heavenly Abyss, where is the last fragment? Suyu fell into deep thought. Forget it, it's not easy to judge. The heaven supervisor might know, but from what he said, even if he knew, it would be a little difficult to snatch it. Could it be in the hands of a Dao integration cultivator? If that was the case, it would indeed be difficult to deal with. I heard a secret, a useless secret. Suyu thought to himself. As for exchanging the fragment for those people, exchange my *s, I'm not going to do it. I'll drag it out until the end. With the heaven supervisor hanging, he won't kill those people easily. Perhaps I can even exchange for the fragment. Maybe, he's putting on a show for me so that I don't go and exchange. This thought rose in Suyu's mind, but he vaguely felt that it was inappropriate and quickly suppressed it. There's not much point in putting on a show for me, is there? Suyu exhaled. Forget it, look again. Now that the ball was with him, Suyu was not afraid of the heaven supervisor playing any tricks. Suyu snuck all the way and left the bottom of the sea. Not long after, the huge Xinghong ancient city whistled past. Xinghong sensed Suyu's location and quickly came over. Suyu also instantly entered the city. The huge ancient city wandered in the all-heavens battlefield again. This made some of the people following him speechless. Is he too bored, was he too free, or could it be that Suyu wanted to do something? And soon, the huge ancient city appeared near the entrance of the demon realm. Near the demon realm, several invincible beings instantly appeared, extremely vigilant. And Suyu's figure appeared, and he laughed. Is Madonna here? In a few days, it's my father's birthday. I'm here to invite Madonna to participate in my father's birthday banquet. This is the invitation, please give it to Madonna. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden invitation was shot out by Suyu. An invincible being quickly caught it, opened it with some vigilance. It really was an invitation, inviting Madonna to participate in Suyu's father's 50th anniversary banquet. 50th anniversary banquet, yes. This invincible being glanced at it, his eyelids twitched, and he said in a muffled voice, I'll pass it on. Is City Lord Su here for this? Suyu laughed. Of course. Also, tell Madonna that if he comes to my father's birthday, he doesn't have to come empty-handed. He still wants a gift. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient city disappeared. The huge ancient city traveled through the void. After a while, at the entrance of the divine realm, several invincible beings had already appeared outside. So you didn't say much and threw out an invitation. Zhang Wushuang to participate in my father's birthday banquet. Is Zhang Wushuang still alive? Then, Suyu laughed. The other Protoss must be alive, right? This is all my credit, Suyu. You have to thank me. Outside the divine realm, an invincible being said in a deep voice, City Lord Su invites Wushuang. Of course, I will go. It's just that Wushuang's Sea of Will is injured, and so are the others. City Lord Su, I wonder if you can be magnanimous and help solve this? Suyu laughed. I told you not to interfere in the last battle, but you didn't listen. It's just an injury to the Sea of Will. It's just a small problem. This time I'll help Zhang Wushuang recover. It's just some simple Shenwen methods. Your race's experts can directly invade his Sea of Will. It's easy to solve. Nonsense, Zhang Wushuang wasn't willing. If he was willing, he could naturally solve this problem. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Su. That invincible didn't say much. Zhang Wushuang's Sea of Will was injured. If he went to the human realm, it was fine. If he didn't go, he would be crippled. If he went, there might be a chance of survival, and Suyu continued to wander around. Dragon Realm. Several invincible beings looked at Suyu angrily. Suyu laughed. I'll invite Brother Long Wuyo to my father's birthday banquet. After all, we've interacted before. Suyu ran around. Soon, 5 Elements Realm received Suyu's invitation. Not only 5 Elements Realm, Suyu invited all the fellows on the heaven list. For example, Nether Realm, Shirzun from the Stone Golem race. Suyu even sent invitations to Celestial World. A few random invitations could kill most of Celestial World's geniuses. What is he going to do? At this moment, many experts were guessing. What was Suyu going to do? What did he want to do? His father was 50 years old. What banquet? Inviting all the geniuses? Did this guy really think he was the ruler of the heavens? East War Zone. East Rift Valley. Great Qin King said solemnly, won't it cause too much of a commotion? Great Zhou King said softly, big is good. Big, only then will everyone keep an eye on him. If the commotion isn't big, it won't attract people. The bigger the better. So you really went to invite him? What is he thinking? Great Qin King was surprised. He thought that Suyu might not invite him, but he really went. Great Zhou King smiled, what is he thinking? He definitely doesn't know what we are thinking, but he definitely has his own goal. Let him do as he pleases, as long as he doesn't disturb us. Then we won't tell him? Great Qin King said solemnly, once there is a deviation, there will be trouble. Great Zhou King thought for a moment and said, we will tell him after we teleport away. All right. As the Great Qin Emperor spoke, he asked, how long can your fake divine runes last? Not long, only 10 minutes. Very soon, the energy will be used up and extinguished. 10 minutes, Great Qin King thought for a moment and nodded, it's about time. If it's not enough, such a long time is enough for us to do many things. Then, he said solemnly, don't leak the news, no one. Only you and I know. I know. Great Zhou King nodded slightly and looked at Great Qin King. After a while, he said, who do you think it is? Great Qin King was silent. Great Zhou King said again, although Tiangu had the intention to sow discord, but, did you really not suspect it? Great Qin King said solemnly, so what if I suspect it? We have to find him. Great Zhou King said calmly, we can't be on guard every time. That person's goal is simple, it's Shenwen. His only goal is Shenwen, and if I'm not wrong, he might be related to King Wen. Otherwise, I can't guess why he would always target Shenwen. Great Qin King looked at him and said, you don't know? You should have a few guesses, and this person might even be your supporter. Otherwise, Dazhou Prefecture wouldn't have become the vanguard to target Shenwen so easily. Even if it wasn't Great Zhou King, there was a high chance that it was one of those invincible people who supported Great Zhou King. Great Zhou King said solemnly, I have a few guesses, but we can't easily investigate or say it. We can't admit that there's a second one. Even if we really find him, we have to kill him in secret. It's best if we can kill him in this operation and leave him with the title of a hero. but we can't say it. Let him die in silence. Even if it was a glorious death, it was best not to make it known to everyone. If one appeared and a second appeared, then everyone would naturally think that there was a third. Great Qin King nodded. Great Zhou King hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, if not, my few suspects, all died there in battle. Great Qin King was slightly stunned and looked at him. You. Old Zhou. Great Zhou King quickly recovered his smile. You can't bear to? No, but, some people are innocent. I don't want to die with traitors without a name. Great Qin King said solemnly, a few dying in battle is nothing, but to be stabbed in the back and killed by our own people, I can't accept it. Once this gets out, everyone will be indignant. Old Zhou, either we don't know who the other party is, or, just leave it be. I know that your suggestion might be a good choice, but I'm still not willing. After all, there are our comrades there. Great Zhou King sighed and did not say anything else. Perhaps this was the charm of the Great Qin King, even though his suggestion was not bad. Since they were going to die in battle, why not let those few suspects die in battle as well, ending all troubles once and for all? Cutting it in one fell swoop was the fastest. But the Great Qin King was not willing to let a hero and a traitor die together, nor was he willing to let a hero bear the infamy of a traitor and die just like that. Great Zhou King was also thinking about how to lure that guy out and expose something. If Suyu came this time round, could he cause some changes in the other party? Suyu was currently the strongest expert of the Shenwen faction. He was even stronger than Wan Tianxing. His talent was frighteningly strong and he had a huge backing behind him. Great Qin King even said bluntly that he wanted Suyu to return to the human race and inherit the Great Qin King's current position as leader. That way, the other party might do something to Suyu's return this time round. Many thoughts rose in Great Zhou King's mind and soon, he said, everything will wait for Suyu to come. Since he sent out an invitation, he will most likely come. If he comes, let's discuss this matter with him. Perhaps he still needed Suyu's cooperation to find that guy. Once he found him, there was no need to alert him. When he reached the Tianyuan realm, he just had to let that guy die in battle. No one knew, that was the best way to deal with it. Otherwise, if it blew up, it would be another huge storm. Great Qin King nodded. This matter might indeed require Suyu's cooperation. Great Qin King thought for a while and said, let the 36 prefectures congratulate him. Gather everyone together and don't let the human race have any chaos. We can also suppress it at any time. Great Zhou King smiled, with this. I'm afraid many people will curse you in their hearts. Saying that, Great Zhou King smiled, I'll go look for him. Don't worry, it will be done. Saying that, he hesitated for a while before saying, he rejected Xia Dao probably because he doesn't want to accept it. That's normal. Great Qin King nodded, it's a very normal decision. What I want is not for him to accept it now, but for him to have such preparation and mentality. Let the various experts of the human race also have such mentality. At the crucial moment, if he returns and appears again, everyone will have one thought. Suyu, Great Qin King mentioned to let him take charge of the human realm. This way, it won't be abrupt and there will be less trouble. It didn't matter whether he accepted it now or not. The key was in the future. They couldn't let someone suddenly appear and become the crown prince. If that happened, everyone would be unconvinced and unwilling. It would be very troublesome. Now, it was just to create momentum, to let Suyu and some people in the human realm have some mental preparation. After a few years, oh, so it was Suyu who returned to be the human king, then it wouldn't be strange. Back then, there was a group of invincible experts who supported Suyu. This was Great Qin King's thoughts. As for now, on one hand, Suyu wasn't strong enough. On the other hand, Great Qin King and the others were still around and the human realm hadn't met with a disaster. At this juncture, forcefully pushing Suyu up was meaningless. Harming Suyu would easily cause estrangement in the human realm. However, he had to create momentum. Great Zhou King laughed when he heard that. I say, old Qin, you've learned how to play schemes now. Great Qin King said indifferently. Scheme? What scheme? This is an open scheme. I'm doing it openly. I want him to be prepared. It doesn't matter if he isn't willing now, he will be willing sooner or later. It doesn't matter if he doesn't agree now, he will agree sooner or later. Planting some seedlings now, they will grow sooner or later. Great Zhou King laughed. Alright, it's good that you have such thoughts. I thought you were really going to quit. Not so fast. Great Qin King said, thinking for a moment, but it won't be too long. Great Zhou King's heart stirred. He glanced at him and didn't ask, but countless thoughts rose in his mind. Human realm. Dexia province. In recent days, Dexia province was bustling with activity. News of Su Long's birthday spread throughout the heavens. The ancient city's overlord, Su Yu, invited geniuses to the human realm to celebrate Su Long's birthday, 50th birthday. As for Su Yu, he would also return this time. Su Yu, almost everyone in Dexia province knew of him. Back then, Su Yu escaped from Dexia province and entered the Ming constabulary, causing a commotion. Countless people of Dexia were incomparably angry and attacked Dexia province. In the end, it caused Xiahou Yi to be furious, and he killed several Mountain Sea realm cultivators, putting an end to this matter. And that killing also put an end to the Dexia province's competition. From then on, the competition was no longer mentioned. After that, Su Yu returned as Xianxia and killed countless powerful enemies. In southern Yuan, he fought fiercely against geniuses, killing in all directions, and in the end, his name also became famous, resounding in the human realm. However, Su Yu became a half-dead and joined the ancient city's forces, which also caused many people to criticize him. However, soon, news spread that Su Yu was besieged in the battlefield of the heavens and had no choice but to become a half-dead. This caused people to sigh. He was originally a peerless genius of the human race, but because he was besieged, he was powerless to resist, and had no choice but to become a resident of the ancient city. What a pity! And Su Yu soon told the heavens that it was not a pity at all. In the last battle, Su Yu had used unparalleled strength and power to kill dozens of invincible experts, causing turmoil in the heavens. The gods, demons, immortals, dragons, and other races were frightened, and he truly suppressed the heavens alone. Now, Su Yu's father was celebrating his birthday. This expert who had killed so many people in one was going to return to Dexia province. For a time, Dexia province was also in turmoil. Some were excited, some were agitated, and some were nervous. Of course, most of them were curious, just how strong was Su Yu. They all said that he had killed people like flies, and that he had killed more people than the Xia clan lord. They all knew that Xiao Longwu was known as the Bloody Slaughter King. Then, did Su Yu kill more experts than Xiao Longwu? For many people, the realms after the sun and moon realms were unfathomable. Dexia province. Su residence. Yes, the Su family also had a residence here, which was given to them by Xiajia. At this moment, the Su family. Su Long had a helpless look on his face. He looked at the smiling Xiahou Yi and whispered, "Hou Yi, it's not my birthday." Besides, it's not that day. Xiahou Yi smiled and said, "How could it be? Your birthday is that day." "It's really not, it's really not." Su Long said helplessly, "Hou Yi, this is too big of a commotion. At most, I'll call Su Yu back, and we can have a secret gathering." "That won't do." Xiahou Yi smiled and said, "Su Long, you should know that Su Yu is not an ordinary person now. He is the master of the ancient city, the overlord of the 36 cities, with dozens of invincible realm experts behind him, and even a demi-emperor. If he came back, could he sneak back? Not returning home after becoming rich is like walking at night in brocade clothes. Since he is rich, he should come back openly and with great fanfare, don't you think so?" Su Long looked conflicted. On one hand, this was because the ancestors of the Su family had shown themselves, it was unimaginable. But on the other hand, Su Long still hesitated and said, "Will he be assassinated when he comes back? I know that even Wan wants to kill him now." "No, he won't dare to." Xiahou Yi smiled and said, "My father and the great bright lord will protect him personally. He is also very powerful, so it's not a big problem." "But, no buts," Xiahou Yi said with a smile. "Do you want to hold the birthday banquet here or in southern Yuan?" "Southern Yuan is still under reconstruction. If it is held in southern Yuan, I will speed up the construction there as soon as possible and finish it immediately." Su Long said awkwardly, If we have to hold it, it's better to go to southern Yuan. I'm not familiar with this place, and I don't know many people. In southern Yuan, there are still many friends and acquaintances." Xiahou Yi nodded with a smile. "It's no big deal." Besides the friends in southern Yuan, do you want to invite your friends in the army? Is it appropriate? Of course it's appropriate. Xia province, including the demon-subduing army, has withdrawn from the front line and is camping in the rear. They are all idle. Then, can all my old brothers come? Qianlong and the others? Yes. Yes. Su Long was overjoyed and quickly said, yes, and my brothers who joined the army later, especially that old Liu, Centurion Liu. Even if others don't come, he must come. Xiaohou didn't know him and asked doubtfully, good friends? Su Long's bare one's teeth said, yes, good friends. We almost became in-laws good friends. Xiaohou was slightly stunned. Is there such a thing? Su Long didn't say much. He cursed in his heart. That old Liu, I didn't believe anything he said in the past. When I said I would introduce his daughter to Suyu, old Liu was so arrogant. Now, continue to be arrogant. Xiaohou didn't bother to ask more. He said with a smile, is there anything else? Su Long, if you have any requests, just tell me. Su Long thought for a while and said, one more thing. Can my house in my hometown be rebuilt? I still want to live in a familiar place. Of course, no problem. These were all trivial matters. However, there was a relic there that hadn't been closed until now. He had to think of a way to move it away. Xiaohou thought and suddenly said, Su Long, Suyu's talent is so strong. On your side. I also checked, your talent seems to be, Su Long said awkwardly, my talent is not good, but my son is smart and talented. Then do you know why? Xiaohou said with a smile, it has something to do with his mother? Su Long shook his head, his mother is an ordinary person. It has nothing to do with his mother. Xiaohou glanced at him. So sure, Su Long didn't say much. He said with a silly smile, Xiaohou, Suyu's mother and I are ordinary people. My son's talent is strong because he cultivated hard. It has nothing to do with us. Don't think too much about it. Alright, I won't ask any more. Xiaohou smiled and didn't ask any more. He just reminded him, then be careful. You must pay attention to the hair that falls off. Including the blood, be careful not to be taken away and used by others. Su Long nodded. He understood this. Don't worry, Xiaohou. I will pay attention. After Xiaohou left, scenes flashed in Su Long's mind. He quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He knew that the strong could often probe what the weak were thinking. Don't think about it, wait until my son comes back. It was good that Suyu came back. If he didn't come back, I also want to find him. Come back soon. I, your old man, can be considered to have lived a glorious life. Su Long sighed with emotion. The old Su family was really glorious now. In the ancient city. Suyu sent the invitation letter. The ancient city didn't move anymore and stood quietly on the Star Sea. At this moment, Suyu no longer thought about anything else. Instead, he focused on strengthening his own strength. Strengthening Shenwen, the rule force that he absorbed last time, was all in the record of civilization. These days, he had been strengthening Shenwen. Suyu wanted to strengthen his Shenwen to the Sun and Moon realm. Rule force, the last time he killed Wisdom King, the reward was almost all rule force. At this moment, Suyu was thinking about a question. Reward rule force. Is it because Wisdom King is dead, and the part of rule force that he fused is ownerless, so it was rewarded to me? Previously, when I killed geniuses, there was no reward of rule force. Only when I killed an invincible expert, the reward seemed to be rule force. Previously, when Suyu killed geniuses and Sun and Moon realm, there was no reward of rule force. Only when he killed an invincible expert, there was a reward of rule force. So, Suyu was thinking, where did these rule force come from? If it was a reward from the ancient powerhouses, then wasn't the ancient powerhouses too generous? Or could it be that the ancient powerhouses only rewarded a part of the power, and the rest was pocketed by them, or simply maintained the operation of rule force? Pocketed, Suyu was stunned for a moment. Heaven battlefield. At this moment, a vague thought emerged. Pocketed, after killing an invincible expert, some of the rule force that was fused with the invincible expert would overflow and be absorbed by heaven and earth. Did that mean that this world was actually controlled by someone, and someone pocketed a part of the rule force, then the rest would be rewarded to the killer, allowing the killer to continue killing. So you quickly suppressed this thought. This wasn't a good idea. But, the rule force. Ancient Parliament. Those guys from the Ancient Parliament, could it be that they deliberately created this punishment just to kill those who violated their rules and then obtain rule force? The ancient era is getting more and more interesting. Suyu smiled. It was getting more and more interesting. He didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he tried to let different Shenwen absorb some rule force. Wisdom King was the king of the Celestials. Suyu was wondering if there was a Shenwen that would be more in line with the characteristics of the Celestials. Then, would it be easier for him to absorb the rule power? After experimenting for a while, he found that it was about the same. However, Suyu also had some insights. The power of rule force was absorbed faster by the innate Shenwen. Shenwen, on the other hand, was not born naturally, so its absorption speed was slower. Innate Shenwen might have a more complete set of rules within it. It wasn't just Shenwen who was improving. Suyu's civilization master cultivation base was also rapidly improving. His divine apertures were naturally merging together, and when all 40 apertures were combined, Suyu had entered the mountain sea realm in the starry sky mansion. Now, thanks to the tempering he had undergone over the past few days, he was now a master civilization, much like Qinyong had been. After stepping into the mountain and sea realm, he quickly reached the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Right now, Suyu had already entered the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm. All 280 divine apertures had been combined, forming 7 divine apertures. The rest would be done soon. At this rate, his civilization master cultivation base would soon reach the peak of the mountain and sea realm. As for his physical body, it would also be done soon. Suyu felt that he had probably reached his limit in the 9 tiers of Lingyun. He just needed to combine the mountain and sea realm. All of this was something that would happen sooner or later. The key was not this, but the gate of heaven. At this moment, Suyu was thinking. The gate of heaven connected the divine apertures and origin apertures. This was the origin spirit aperture that he had defined. Suyu had been thinking about how to combine the divine apertures and origin apertures and cultivate them together. That way, he wouldn't need the willpower of the secret realm in his sea of knowledge to complete the improvement of his willpower. Divine apertures, origin apertures. Old Joe has opened them, so he should know. Do I need to link them together? After linking them together, it might be a new cultivation system, which is the heavenly cycle I mentioned. However, Suyu didn't dare to open the gate of heaven. It was easy to get into trouble, opening the gate of heaven, absorbing death aura, and increasing battle prowess. Suyu dared to do all of these. However, opening the gate of heaven and connecting the 2 apertures of the origin spirit. Suyu didn't dare to do it. It was easy to get himself killed. Old Joe, Suyu thought of the starry mansion. He really wanted to have a talk with Old Joe. Unfortunately, this person was a lunatic and only had resentment. Otherwise, he really wanted to ask if Old Joe had cultivated with the unity of the origin spirit. Unity of the origin spirit. It's a pity that I don't have a cultivation technique or experience. Suyu had absorbed most of the power of the rules. In Shenwen, Suyu now mainly cultivated penetration and slow. These few Shenwens were mainly used to deal with invincibility. These 2 rules were similar to the power of time and space. This time, killing Wisdom King had given him a lot of power of the rules. With Suyu's advancement this time, many Shenwen had advanced to the Sun-Moon tier. Blood, civilization, tribulation, tranquility, penetration, slow, change, and death. These 10 Shenwens, Suyu had advanced to the Sun-Moon tier. The other Shenwens were almost all at the peak of the Mountain Sea tier. Perhaps they didn't need to absorb anything and would soon naturally transform. The Death Shenwens was mainly used by Suyu to absorb death aura. Now, he didn't open the gate of heaven, but he could also use the Death Shenwens to absorb the death aura provided by the stars and moons, lest there was too much death aura and he needed to reverse it. The other Shenwens that had advanced to the Sun-Moon tier were useful to Suyu. Suyu actually wanted to improve the flame of inheritance, but he didn't have enough power of the rules, so he could only wait for the next opportunity. 10 Sun-Moon Shenwens. If I can get my hands on the Sea of Consciousness mystery realm and have enough willpower, I can also forcibly upgrade the Shenwens. If I upgrade all 30 of my Shinwens, the Shinwen's willpower will reach the 9th tier of the Mountain Sea tier. The 9th tier of the Mountain Sea tier is only the conforming orifices. Compared to the physical body, it lacks the process of body forging and origin chi transformation. As expected, the Shinwen's Great Tao is directly connected to the rules. Since Lu Hong had pointed out some things, Suyu's understanding of the path of cultivation had greatly deepened. Many things were often just lacking that divine stroke. When Lu Hong pointed out that the Shinwens were the embryonic form of the rules, from then on, Suyu had some unique understanding of the path of the Shinwen and the path of the physical body. Many things that he didn't understand in the past could now be easily solved. Lu Hong, Suyu thought of Lu Hong. Recently, that guy had been idling around in the city, waiting to die. He didn't know what he was thinking. To be able to point out the mysteries of the Shinwen with one sentence. You're not simple. Suyu thought to himself. After a moment, his body trembled, and he pierced through the void, instantly disappearing from where he was. Yo, Suyu is here, what a rare guest. At this moment, Lu Hong was living in a large residence that belonged to him. He was drinking tea in boredom. When he saw that Suyu had arrived, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Suyu, what's the matter? Suyu glanced at him. I'm going back to the human race. Teacher Lu, is there anything you need my help with? Why don't you just go back with me? Don't. Lu Hong sighed. I've offended a lot of people now, and I don't have your strength. If I go back, won't I be looking for trouble? Suyu gave him a deep look and didn't say much. He thought for a moment and asked, Teacher Lu, let me ask you a question. Do you know the heavenly cycle technique? The heavenly cycle technique that fuses 720 acupoints into one. Lu Hong was extremely depressed. I'll call you uncle, okay? I really don't know what you think I know. In fact, I really don't know anything. If I don't lie to you, I'll be a dog if I do. So you didn't bother with him. At this moment, the ball in the Book of Civilization respectfully said, Senior cooking, wake up a little, there's food? No, I just want to ask if there's anything special about this person in front of me. In the Book of Civilization, Cooking Cake was a little unhappy. Annoying, he didn't even give me anything to eat, yet he still dared to ask me to wake up, so annoying. Although he was impatient, he still reluctantly took a look. After looking for a while, he replied, there's nothing special. Shinwen is a little special. The rule force is quite rich. I want to eat. Cooking Cake even wants to eat. Suyu's heart moved slightly. Senior, the rich rule force means. Shinwen is very strong. What do you want to ask? I want to know if he's some old antique in disguise. Nope, the ball thought for a moment and said, if he's not an old antique in disguise, there's a high probability, how should I put it? It might be that Shinwen touched a certain rule. Shinwen is relatively strong, and very few people touch that rule. There might be some collision with the owner of the rule. To put it simply, he might have inherited something from the owner of the rule, but from what I can see, he shouldn't be an old character. Suyu's heart moved slightly. The collision of rule force, Lu Hong, this person, Suyu once suspected that he was some big character in disguise, but it turned out that he wasn't. The ball was also an incarnation of rule force. It should know a lot of things, and its eyesight shouldn't be too bad. Then, Lu Hong might have inherited some memories belonging to an ancient powerhouse because of a certain Shinwen that overlapped with a certain rule force, the old grandpa in the dream. It couldn't be, right, Suyu thought in his heart. He then looked at Lu Hong and chuckled, Teacher Lu, let me ask you something. Do you often dream? Ah? Lu Hong laughed dryly, Suyu, what do you mean by that? Do you really believe that there's an old grandpa in the dream? Suyu had said so the last time. Suyu suddenly thought of himself. His eyes flickered as he thought of something. He asked, Teacher, tell me the truth. Do you or not? In the dream, did you see some scenes, or even inherited memories? What? Lu Hongyi acted as if he didn't know anything. Suyu said, Teacher, I'm very serious. Let me ask again. Do you really have a dream? As for the time when the dream happened, how long? Lu Hong laughed dryly, I really didn't. Suyu calmly said, Is that so? Teacher, do Do you think I can't tell? Or that I don't know the situation? If I'm not wrong, the reason why you know so much is because of a Xinwen. It's very special and overlaps with a rule. That's why you know some information that others don't, right? Lu Hong looked at Suyu and frowned slightly. After a while, he said, Suyu, teacher, is it a dream or a direct memory transmission? Suyu asked directly. Lu Hong was speechless. After a while, he said, did you also have such an experience? I'm asking teacher. Lu Hong felt helpless. What's there to ask? I didn't ask you about any fortuitous encounters. You, really? Although he said that, he still said helplessly, it can be considered as a memory emergence. Sometimes, it suddenly appears. This is also the reason why I was able to become a genius in the Dixia Province Civilization Academy despite being from a small clan with insufficient resources. When did it start? When did it start? Lu Hong thought for a while and said, it's been more than 10 years. It started when I was still in a secondary school. That's why I was able to get into the Great Xia Civilization University. More than 10 years? So you asked again, more than 10 years? You. Lu Hong was even more speechless. He calculated for a while and said, it's about 15 years. Suyu. When he was 6 years old, he was chased by a monster in the dream. Now, it had been more than 14 years. It was almost 15 years. Were the two related? Did anything happen in the Myriad worlds 14 years ago? It didn't seem to be a big deal. Lu Hong admitted that he might also be dreaming. Or maybe it wasn't a dream but the sudden memory emergence that he mentioned, about 15 years, changes in the rules, overlapping. Could it be that it wasn't in the Myriad worlds but above the grid? There were changes in the grid, therefore, some special changes happened. Suyu wasn't sure. This was because it was still far away from him. He couldn't understand if there were any changes above or in the grid. Even if the so-called hidden antiques couldn't appear due to the restrictions of the rules. Suyu felt that they might not be at the level of the primordial human king. At most, there was a group of Dao integration cultivators. At most, there were a few who were close to the great Dao realm. Otherwise, the human race would have been destroyed a long time ago. It's getting more and more interesting. Suyu laughed and looked at Lu Hong. Teacher Lu, you've been idling here all day. I think you want to look for opportunities while I'm gone? Or do you think that I, Suyu, will take away your opportunities? Forget it. Suyu turned and said, Lord Xinghong, after I leave, if Teacher Lu wants to go to the Dead Soul's domain, he can go. Tell Lord Xingyue to let him go. I won't stop him. Everyone has their own fate. Lu Hong laughed dryly. Suyu, I have no intention of running away. No need. Suyu said indifferently, Teacher, although you've schemed against me a few times, I've taken my revenge. I still owe you for the Dead Soul's guiding token. But Teacher probably doesn't need me to repay you. This matter, let's write it off. The grudge between us ends here. Lu Hong laughed dryly and glanced at Suyu. After a long time, he said, that you might still owe me something. Lu Hong laughed dryly. You promised to help my teacher solve his problem and help him advance to the Sun-Moon realm, but you never did. That furball can probably devour my teacher's Xinwen now. Teacher is still in seclusion at the Great Xia Civilization University and probably can't hold on much longer. This time, if you go back and help me solve this problem, the grudge between us will end here. Suyu was surprised. You still remember this? That's my teacher. Lu Hong bared his teeth and smiled. You, Suyu, to outsiders, you're also a selfish person who doesn't recognize your own family and friends. You've killed countless people. But if you really think about it, you haven't received much kindness from your teachers, but aren't you still running around for them? There are good and bad people, but at the end of the day, there are still some things that you can't let go of, right? Lu Hong laughed again. That teacher of mine, although he didn't teach me much, how do I put it, before he went into seclusion, he helped me solve a lot of problems. I can't repay him, but I can't just watch him go into seclusion until he dies, right? Suyu laughed. I did promise him. Alright, I'll go back. If your teacher is still in seclusion, I'll naturally help him. Many thanks. Lu Hong bare one's teeth smiled brightly, and no emotions could be seen. Suyu also smiled brightly. Both of them smiled brightly. Suyu couldn't help but think of the first time he met this guy. He had smiled brightly when he asked him to be the class monitor. He thought it was a good thing, but he ended up being scammed. From then on, Suyu felt that people who smiled brightly were usually not good people. A truly good person wouldn't have so many laughable things. As the two of them laughed, Suyu disappeared. There was no need to continue laughing with Lu Hong. This guy could laugh for an entire day without getting tired. Human calendar, year 352 of the Onping calendar, mid-May. On this day, Suyu set off, preparing to go to the human realm. There was a feeling that things remained the same, but people had changed. In year 351 of the Onping calendar, mid-May, Suyu left the main constables alone and began to roam the world. Later, he killed his way into the battlefield of all heavens. And now, a year had passed, and in this year, Suyu, who had left the main constables and couldn't even defeat the mountains and seas, could now kill invincible experts. And 1 year ago, in May, his father had just left. At the very most, it had been more than 2 years since then. From Kaiyuan, in more than 2 years, Suyu had come to this point. And these 2 years were also the period of the most unforeseen events in the universe. One battle after another, dozens of invincible experts had fallen, the battlefield of all heavens had been open for nearly 1,000 years, and the human realm had been open for more than 400 years. The number of invincible experts that had fallen today was even more than when the human realm had been opened. At the entrance of the ancient city, Suyu walked up the city wall, looked into the distance, and smiled. I'm going back. This was the first time he was going back openly, back to the human realm. After leaving the human realm for a year, Suyu had gone back before, but not as Suyu. This time, it was different. Go. With a soft shout, on the battlefield of all heavens, 35 giant cities appeared, surrounding the ancient city of Xinghong where Suyu was, instantly piercing through the void and heading in the direction of the eastern rift valley of the human realm. The speed was not too fast, but it was not slow either. In all directions, in places far away, there were experts scouting the area. Suyu was going back to the human realm, and in the 35 cities, groups of ancient city guards were in groups, preparing to take Suyu's carriage. This time, according to the words of Tianhe, was the first close contact between the two powerful forces. It had to be dignified, otherwise, the human realm would underestimate the master of the ancient city. Soon, 35 giant cities appeared on the opposite side of the eastern rift valley, covering the sky. Groups of ancient city soldiers, dressed in armor, quickly went out of the city, lined up, and supported the scene for the master of the ancient city, Suyu. The city lords of each city also released their powerful auras. The city lord had at least the power of the sun and moon realms. Opposite the eastern rift valley. At this moment, there was a sea of people. The army was lined up, and the invincible ones stood in all directions, looking at the opposite side of the valley, where the giant city lay, exuding a strong aura of death. Some frowned, some remained calm, and some shook their heads gently. At this moment, the great Qin king walked out of the camp, looked at the opposite side, and said with a faint smile, Suyu, with such a big lineup, those who don't know would think that you are going to attack the human realm? Suyu stepped out, still dressed in a white robe, and had a gentle smile on his face. Great Qin king, please don't laugh at me. I, Suyu, have not given up, so be careful when you are outside. He stepped out and instantly appeared in front of the ancient city army, looked at the opposite side, and then looked at the eastern rift valley, and said with a smile, when I stepped out of the eastern rift valley and entered the Sea of Desire plain, I thought that in this life I might not have the chance to return to the human realm. The great Qin king was silent. At that time, Suyu left the territory of the human realm to seek refuge. It was hard to mention these past events again. As for Suyu, he still had a smile on his face. At that time, I met my father here. My father cooked a meal of red braised pork for me. I ate it until tears streamed down my face. I told my father that I would return. When I come back, I will meet him openly, and I will never sneak around like this again. Today, I seem to have done it. Suyu smiled brightly, looked around, and said with a smile, luckily, it's only a year. I'm glad that in the past year, I've overcome countless difficulties to get to where I am today. The great Qin king continued to be silent, and beside him, the king of Great Zhou walked out with a smile. City Lord Su, the past is in the past, and the future will only get better and better. I think you will see this, and you will see it very clearly. Su said with a smile, I hope so. Then, City Lord Su, go to the passageway and enter the human realm now? The king of Great Zhou looked at Su, and Su said with a smile, there's no rush, no matter what, I am one of the humans. Although I am no longer in the human realm, all the eternal realm experts here are my seniors. It's fine if I didn't know you in the past, but since I have met you today, why don't you introduce me? In case I don't not know the seniors of the human race when I meet you in the future. The king of Great Zhou smiled and looked around. There were many invincible humans here today, and most of them were here. Suyu's lineup was huge, and the humans also felt the overwhelming pressure. Without invincible humans around, they really had no confidence. The king of Great Zhou looked around and said with a smile, all right, I'll introduce you one by one. He pointed at the great Qin king and said with a smile, there's no need to introduce this one, the great Qin residence's founding master, the great Qin king. Suyu bowed slightly. Very quickly, he pointed at a square-faced burly man with regular features behind the great Qin king. Suyu knew that this was Daxia of Goguryeo. This is Daxia province's founding master, Daxia of Goguryeo. Suyu smiled and bowed slightly, Your Majesty Daxia of Goguryeo, I've heard a lot about you. He had lived in Daxia province since he was young and knew what Daxia of Goguryeo looked like. Majestic, courageous, domineering, Suyu also knew that Daxia of Goguryeo had made a few moves, but he couldn't associate Daxia of Goguryeo with the gatekeeper of southern Yuan. He also couldn't imagine how Daxia of Goguryeo felt when he carved the words Xia Wushan is the most handsome man in the world on his saber when he was Chinibyu. Narcissistic, or what? Therefore, he wanted to laugh, but he held it in. The dignified Daxia of Goguryeo looked at Suyu and nodded slightly. He was still the same as how others saw him, dignified, cold, domineering, and courageous. He was Daxia of Goguryeo, that was his persona. This is the king of Han. Suyu maintained his respectful posture and bowed slightly. The king of Han nodded and smiled. He was one of the earlier batch and had interacted with Suyu before. He knew of Suyu's invincible name. It was the time when Zhu Tiandao went to the Seeker's Land to complain. This is the king of Great Shang. Suyu glanced at another person. He was a middle-aged man with an old-fashioned appearance. He smiled and bowed slightly, not saying anything. He didn't have much enmity with the Great Shang Manor. However, there was once an elder of the Great Shang Manor who tried to kill him and was killed on Starfall Mountain. After that, when he challenged Shan Xiong, the descendant of Shang, Shang Tianjiao, had even caused trouble for him. This is the king of Great Tang. Suyu looked again and bowed slightly. He wasn't familiar with Great Tang residents, but he knew Qing Mo. This is the king of Great Song. Suyu had seen this person before. He still bowed, not because of his strength, but because of these invincible people who had stood up for humanity in times of crisis. This is the Deyuan king. In the distance, the Deyuan king, who had a cold smile on his face, saw Suyu bow. He laughed coldly and was the first to speak. I don't deserve such a bow. City Lord Su, don't be too polite. The king of Great Zhou looked at him, and the king of Great Qin also turned his head to look at him. The Deyuan king was arrogant. He laughed coldly and said, everything else can be discussed, but I don't agree to be the leader of a holy land. The king of Great Qin frowned and looked at him. The Deyuan king didn't change his expression. So you didn't mind. He laughed lightly and said, the leader of a holy land? The leader of a holy land that the Deyuan king mentioned, could it be the god of war and the Seeker's Land? Suyu laughed lightly and said, weren't those two places destroyed? Do they still need to be rebuilt? The Deyuan king said coldly, why pretend to be ignorant? Suyu, what virtue or ability do you have to bear this responsibility? Did you save humanity from disaster, or did you protect billions of lives? Or did you guard the borders for humanity for hundreds of years? Or did you open up the human race and allow them to become the overlords of the world? Or did you do something else? The Deyuan king said directly, is it all based on talent? If that's the case, then in the future, whoever is more talented will be the king of humanity. Isn't that straightforward? Suyu laughed. Merit? What merit? Let's not even talk about whether I'm willing to be the leader of a holy land. I'll only say one thing. You, the Deyuan king, your so-called merit, may not be comparable to mine. The Deyuan king frowned. Suyu said calmly, without me, would you still be able to stand here so easily today and say all this to me? Without me, the current you would be suppressed by the various races of the gods, demons, and immortals. Without me, you might not even be able to leave your home. Without me, could your army be so powerful? Without me, you, the Deyuan king, are nothing. The Deyuan king said coldly, there is a cause and effect. Suyu, if it weren't for you, the alliance of immortals wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Suyu laughed, pointed at him and shook his head. Ai! What a pitiful man. Outsiders may not know about the alliance between the immortals and humans, but do you not know the inside story? Ridiculous. Without me, if the immortals ate you, you'd probably still have to call them father. The Deyuan king looked at him coldly. Suyu said calmly, don't look at me like that, Deyuan king. I'm not your subordinate, I'm Suyu. I've said it before, sometimes, the human race is very troublesome and annoying. I'm the leader of the ancient city, and when I'm talking to the Dechin king, anyone from the human race dares to interrupt. So unruly, ridiculous. When the ancient heaven and solitary nothingness speak, no one dares to refute, ridiculous fellow. The Deyuan king frowned and said, Suyu, don't use these things to pressure me. The Dechin king is the commander-in-chief of the human race, but I have the right to speak my own thoughts. I just can't accept you, Suyu. In my opinion, people like Xiao Longwu and Qin Jin, even if their abilities aren't as good as yours, I'd still recognize them as the leader of a holy land. You, Suyu, I don't recognize you. Suyu laughed. Enough, less nonsense. I'm just being polite with you, and you don't even know what your surname is. Suyu sneered and said, leader of a holy land? How big? How saintly? How strong? How good? Suyu sneered, are they stronger than the guards behind me? Behind him, 35 stone statues instantly appeared, all of them looking coldly at the Deyuan king, their powerful pressure intimidating in all directions. Suyu said indifferently, the power, status, and benefits in your eyes are worthless in my eyes. King of the Great Zhou, continue your introductions. For such an ignorant person, I respect him for protecting the human race in the past, but I despise him for being short-sighted and looking down on such a boorish fellow. It's only because we're all humans, and because of the Dechin king and you, that I'd let his blood splatter the heavens today. The Deyuan king humphed, and the king of the Great Zhou shouted, enough. After a rebuke, the Deyuan king didn't say anything else in the end. He really wanted to try it out with Suyu. Did Suyu really think that just because he was strong, he couldn't do anything to him? Around them, some invincible experts didn't say anything. Behind them, the countless soldiers were all frightened. Don't fight. If they really fought, it wasn't that the human race didn't dare to fight, but if they fought, they would feel that it was too much of a loss, and not worth it. Suyu was obviously a human, and on the battlefield of the heavens, he was a natural ally of the human race. If they fought, whoever died would be at a great loss. The king of the Great Zhou didn't say anything more, and quickly introduced the invincible experts to Suyu. This is Heavenly King Jin. The king of the Great Zhou introduced a person, and Suyu looked towards that person. His expression was cold, and he looked delicate and young. Seeing Suyu look over, he nodded slightly and showed a faint smile. Suyu also nodded, and said with a smile, from the Heavenly King Jin's manual, I've even sketched out Shinwen's restriction technique, and it's the best in the heavens. City Lord Su, you praise me too much. The Heavenly King Jin smiled and replied. Suyu didn't say much and continued to get to know the others. When he introduced the King of Heavenly Forging, Suyu smiled and said, last time, the King of Profound Armor didn't come to my side, otherwise, it would be more suitable to kill him to make armor. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll help Senior kill him and forge a set of armor. Hee, then thank you very much. The King of Heavenly Forging smiled, he wasn't in a hurry. This is the King of Silkworm Destruction. Suyu looked at the king of silkworm destruction and said with a smile, Senior's cultivation technique, the time technique, lives up to its name. Amongst the many martial arts I have learned, it is enough to be ranked in the top 3. The king of silkworm destruction laughed out loud, not bad, but ordinary cultivation techniques are indeed inferior to mine. If there's a chance next time, let's spar properly. Very quickly, the king of the great Zhou introduced the invincible of the younger generation. When it was Zhou Tianyuan's turn to be introduced, Suyu casually nodded his head and did not bow again. Zhou Tianyuan did not mind. Zhu Tianfeng, Xiao Long Wu, Qin Zhen, the second generation, Suyu only bowed slightly when he introduced Xiao Long Wu. As for the others, they did not bow. After a round of introductions, 34 invincible warriors came to this place. The rest were either in charge of various places or in the human realm. In this way, Suyu could be considered to have gotten to know more than half of the invincible human race. He was judging their strength. In his mind, however, the cub's voice sounded out, there are a few that are quite fragrant. That king of the great Zhou. He smells so good. Can I eat him? No way. Suyu hurriedly said in his mind. What a joke, he wanted to eat the king of the great Zhou the moment he arrived, a great battle was about to break out. Alright, what a pity. The cub felt a little regretful. On the opposite side of the canyon, the king of the great Zhou's brows twitched slightly. He glanced at Suyu and narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, Suyu transmitted something that made his heart throb. He did not think about it and quickly said with a smile, City Lord Su, then don't waste time here. Why don't you go to the human realm for a gathering? Your teacher and friends are all waiting for you there. I'll do as you say. Suyu smiled and said, I'll have to trouble all of you today. He stepped out and walked towards the opposite side of the canyon. Behind him, Sky Destroyer said coldly, Suyu, if anything happens, activate the City Lord token at any time. We will definitely kill our way into the human realm and shatter this world. Suyu berated, Senior Sky Destroyer, how can you do that? Everyone here is my senior, why would they attack me? If something really happens, Senior, don't act recklessly. Senior, just call a few half-emperors and come together. On the human side, the group of invincible warriors was speechless. Was this a threat? I guess so. If something happened to Suyu, the guards would take action. There were also half-emperors. This guy was a bomb. They did not know if something would happen when he entered the human realm. For a moment, Suyu walked towards them. It felt like he was going to explode. This made some invincible warriors hesitate. Should they let Suyu enter the human realm? Unfortunately, the king of the great Qin and the others had made a decision. If they did not agree, the king of the great Qin and the others would agree. They could not stop him. They could only warn the juniors of the various mansions to be careful. This guy really could not be provoked now. If they were not careful, it would easily lead to big trouble. The king of the great Qin and the king of the great Zhou quickly walked towards Suyu. After exchanging some pleasantries, they walked towards the entrance of the human realm together. In the direction of the East Rift Valley, there were still dozens of invincible warriors guarding. The ancient city also had to be defended in case of trouble. Suyu walked with the great Qin king and the great Zhou king on his left and right. The three of them walked together. Suyu smiled and paused for a moment, letting the great Qin king take a step ahead. The great Qin king turned his head and looked at him. Suyu said teasingly, Your Majesty, bring me around. I haven't been here for a year and I'm not familiar with the way. The great Qin king smiled. It wasn't that stiff. It's okay. It's only been a year. There isn't much change. The great Qin king walked very quickly. The great Zhou king didn't feel anything, but his speed wasn't slow either. It was like he lacked a sense of presence. Besides Suyu couldn't feel his presence. Such a person was terrifying. Suyu wasn't afraid of people like the great Qin king, but he was afraid of people like the great Zhou king. No matter how strong the great Qin king was, he would just stab you to death. People like the great Zhou king, he might be smiling and chatting with you, but in the next second, he would stab your heart with a sword. Walking with such a person, it was uncomfortable. The great Qin king in front of him was uncomfortable too. Suyu and the Great Zhou King were walking at the same pace, but they were both floating. This made the Great Qin King feel awkward. It was like there was no one beside him, but he knew that there were two people beside him, and they weren't weak. There was no need to talk about the Great Zhou King. Suyu wasn't weak either. He was quite strong, but his power of laws wasn't too good. However, his brute strength was definitely comparable to those level 6 and 7 Eternal Realm existences. And now, their auras were faintly discernible. It seemed like they existed, but it also seemed like they didn't exist. The Great Qin Emperor walked on the road, and every step he took sounded quite heavy. Suyu and the King of Great Zhou walked as if they were floating. The Great Qin King walked a few steps and suddenly stopped. Suyu and the Great Zhou King stopped at the same time. The Great Qin King turned his head and looked at Suyu. His smile was a little stiff. As a commander, you have to make people feel that your feet are on the ground. Steady. Reliable. Surprise can win, but surprise can't prolong the battle. Suyu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the King of Qin is right." The Great Qin King continued to walk forward, but there was still no sound behind him. Around them, the Invincible Realm experts watched silently and didn't interrupt. Evidently, everyone understood the Great Qin King's intentions, and so did Suyu. However, Suyu continued to do as he pleased, not caring at all. The Great Qin Emperor inwardly sighed and did not say anything else. As he walked, he asked, "Have you encountered any trouble recently? Do you need help? In the Starry Sky Mansion, if you hadn't helped me kill Bloodfire and many Eternal Realm experts, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return." Around him, some of the Invincible Realm experts knew about it, and some of them seemed to know about it for the first time. Even further away, some of the Sun and Moon experts were following behind. When they heard this, they were surprised and shocked. What did the Great Qin King mean? The incredibly powerful Great Qin King was saved by Suyu. As for Suyu, he lightly smiled and said, "No, there's no need to trouble your Majesty. In the Starry Sky Mansion, I killed the people and solved the problem myself. It has nothing to do with your Majesty." The Great Qin King frowned. "You can't say that. With you, Wan would have tried to kill me if he knew my identity. 2 of my 3 bodies exploded, and it was only because of the medicine you gave me and the divine weapon that I barely recovered my previous battle strength." As soon as he said this, countless people stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with shock. Even some of the Invincible Realm experts were shocked, and their faces were filled with terror. Only a few people knew about this, but today, the Great Qin King said it himself. "Old Qin." Someone cried out in shock, and he instantly shouted, "Seal this place and erase the memories under the Eternal Realm." The Great Qin King said calmly, "What are you panicking for? What memories are erased? What's the difference? My strength is still the same as before, and there's not much difference. It's just that I could die 3 times before, and now I can only die once. But if someone can kill you once, they can kill you 3 times. Is there a difference? There's no wall in the world that doesn't have a crack." The Great Qin King said calmly, "I said it so that everyone can be prepared and know the situation, in case something happens and you all don't know the situation." At this moment, the Invincible Realm experts' faces were pale. 2 of the 3 bodies had died. How could it be? At the side, the Great Zhou King's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He knew the situation. He just didn't expect the Great Qin King to say it in front of everyone. The Great Qin King was very calm. He looked behind him and said indifferently, "What's there to be afraid of? As I said, so you gave me medicine and the origin returning divine saber from the Starry Sky Mansion. My strength is not much different from before." After saying this, he continued, "Dying 3 times or once, it's all death. All of you, crying, who are you showing this to?" The Great Qin King snorted coldly. "Moreover, I'm not the only Eternal Stage 9 human. Old Zhou, Old Xia, and Old Zhu are almost there. Even if there's one less Eternal Stage 9, it won't make a difference." "Old Qin, you can't say that." The Great Tang King said indifferently, "Old Qin, if you're not here and someone else takes over, we won't accept it." "That's right. Old Qin, we'll listen to what you say. As for the others, who knows what they think." The Great Qin King frowned and shouted, "Shut up." The group instantly fell silent. The great Qin king looked at them and snorted coldly, "If you're all so obedient, why do you have so many problems? Everyone here is a human powerhouse. Who are you pretending for? If I really die, I just hope that you don't beat your brains out. There's not much I can do. All these years, the only thing I can do is to prevent the human race from having internal strife forever. There's nothing else I can do. If you really accept me, why does the human realm need to be like this?" The invincible realm expert's expressions changed. The great Qin king said coldly, "The human realm seems powerful, but it's actually in peril. Everyone knows this. I know that a group of you have your own plans. You may retreat to a small world, or you may focus on opening the restriction of the mortal realm, or you may simply join the big clans. No matter how many plans you have, if the mortal realm really collapses, I hope the promises of the big clans will still be kept." Xianxia of Goguryeo said softly, "The great Qin king worries too much. Retreat to a small world and open the restrictions on the human realm. Some people might have the heart, but joining the large races is unlikely." "No?" The great Qin king sneered, "Even I have powerhouses coming to persuade me to take the young and old of the Qin family to join the other races and become a powerful king. Do you think none of you will come to persuade me? Even my immortal emperor bloodline, demon emperor bloodline, and god emperor bloodline will become descendants of the royal family. None of you?" He sneered, somewhat domineering and cold, "As long as I'm alive, don't even think about it. If I die, think about it yourselves. As long as I'm alive, all of you better behave yourselves. I don't care about internal strife, but if you betray the other races, I'll kill you. Let me see who dares to protect you." The great Qin king. The king of Great Zhou shouted, "A bunch of juniors are here. Cut it out." The great Qin king was incomparably cold, "It's because the juniors are here that I say these few words. We were all comrades in the past, I don't want to fight and let the juniors see me as a joke." Beside him, so you didn't care about the world, he only listened and didn't speak. He was silently observing and judging the thoughts of these invincible humans, their thoughts, and their standpoint. There were only a few factions in the human realm. The pro-war faction was led by Xianxia of Goguryeo. The pro-peace faction was led by the great Zhou king. The great Zhou king's thoughts had always been like this: to promote peace, to open the human realm's restrictions, to focus more on internal strife, and to minimize external strife. The third faction was to retreat to the defensive faction, find a small world, and spend the rest of their lives. The fourth faction was to surrender. This faction was just like what the great Qin king had said. The large races promised that if you went to the celestial race, they would give you the celestial emperor bloodline, giving you a high position and a high status. However, from then on, you would have to abandon your human body and not be a human anymore. As for who was the leader of this faction, it was impossible for anyone to stand out. Even if they had thoughts, they would think about it silently, otherwise, they would anger the great Qin king, who never participated in the factions. Whether it was war, peace, or retreat to a small world, they were all paths for the future. Only the surrender faction would be suppressed by the great Qin king. Were there many surrender factions? How many were there? It wasn't clear now, but everyone knew that this faction definitely existed. It was just that they didn't dare to do it because of the power of some people. Just like what the great Qin king said, "If you dare to do it, I dare to kill you." Whether it was assassination or forceful killing, I would sacrifice my life to kill you. Only then could the human race be unified. Seeing that no one said anything, the great Qin emperor continued, "I know that some people know some things from ancient times and know about the changes of the previous 9 tide flows. In fact, some of the envoys will tell you and everyone else about the crushing defeats of the previous 9 tide flows. How pitiful the human race was. However, I want to say, since we can't destroy the human race 9 times, will we be able to destroy the human race 10 times? We are the ancient emperors." The great Qin king said coldly, "Since ancient times, the human race has been fighting and conquering the heavens 9 times. We are not afraid of failure, we can do it again. Are our bones soft at the 10th time?" At the side, the great Zhou king sighed, "It's not that our bones are soft, it's that after 9 times, the older generation is finished. The previous 9 tides had some experts left behind from the previous tide, but this time, there's not a single one. Old Qin, everyone doesn't want this to be the case, but it's more like there's no hope, no hope. The great Qin king said solemnly, no hope? He pointed at Suyu, young man, isn't there hope? If there's a Suyu who can kill the wisdom king, then there will be 10, 100 who can kill until the heavens bleed. Many people looked at Suyu, but Suyu had a calm expression. He even wanted to laugh, don't look at me, I didn't say anything. I'm just a bystander. Suyu was a little bored, so he took out the little furball and played with it. The great Qin king originally wanted to say something, but looking at the situation, he felt helpless. Suyu was really unreliable. What was he thinking? As for the others, they shuddered when they saw him playing with that furry fellow. This thing had a pair of incomparably powerful parents that could easily swallow half-emperors. Was it afraid? Suyu's expression was calm, not caring about all this. Soon, he took out a resplendent petal and looked at Furball with a smile. Be good, look at how skinny you are. Eat some, Suyu. The great Qin king bellowed, what are you doing? Why are you feeding the 9-leaf sky lotus? The moment he said that, everyone was shocked, everyone turned to look at Suyu and the petal in his hand. Suyu's brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly recovered his smile. Your Majesty, you're losing your composure. Furball is my brother, so what's wrong with feeding him a petal of the 9-leaf sky lotus? Suyu chuckled. 9 petals. Is there a problem with giving him one? Suyu chuckled. It's not very useful to me anyway. Someone couldn't help but interject, Suyu, this supreme treasure can allow one to progress to Dao integration stage. If you really don't need it, the great Qin king. Suyu said indifferently, this is mine, and I can feed it to anyone. There's no need to say anything more. Furthermore, 1 petal has been damaged, so there are only 8 left. How can it be so easy to progress to Dao integration stage? He snorted disdainfully. Very quickly, he stuffed the 9-leaf sky lotus petal into Furball's mouth with a chuckle, forcefully squeezing Furball's mouth so that no one else could see it. He smiled and said, I'll give you 1 petal. There are still 7 left. At this moment, Furball's body was glowing with a golden light, Suyu chuckled and stuffed the petal into his head. His head was also glowing with a golden light. Everyone was dumbstruck, F***ck, bastard, 1 petal of the 9-leaf sky lotus should be able to easily replace another vessel, right? He fed this bastard to Furball, he still had to feed the rest, bastard, everyone cursed in their hearts. Behind them, the eyeballs of the Sun-Moon monarchs were about to fall out of their sockets. What's going on? The 9-leaf sky lotus was fed to a pet, the Sun-Moon monarchs wanted nothing more than to roar with rage. If you don't want it, you can throw it on the ground and we can pick it up. How could you do this? The great Qin king was initially enraged, but then, his heart trembled slightly. Where did he get 8 petals? If he wasn't blind, Suyu had already split 3 petals. Where did he get 8 petals? What is this bastard doing? Meanwhile, Suyu wore a calm and collected expression. In the Sea of Will, Furball was retching in disgust. What are you doing? So disgusting. So bitter. So disgusting. My mommy is here, and you're still bullying me. Suyu quickly said, cut the crap. I'll split the profits with you. Senior, please don't take offense. Furball and I are brothers, and I'll split the profits with him. Furball, right? Furball faltered slightly before replying dejectedly, all right. Geez, you should have told me in advance. Suyu couldn't be bothered to respond. This little bastard has gotten a lot bolder. You even dare to bicker with me, your mommy isn't here, so I'll teach you a lesson next time. After dismissing Furball, Suyu chuckled upon seeing that everyone was still looking at him. What's the matter? Your Majesty, let's go. There's nothing to see here. Could it be that your Majesty wants to buy a petal? I'll sell it to you at a friendly price of 3 vessels or an invincible corpse. The great Qin king said dryly, no need. 1 petal is useless to me. Suyu chuckled. That's it. I told you that this thing is useless to Dao integration stage cultivators. The outside world is just exaggerating. The great Zhou king chuckled. City Lord Su, if it really was an entire petal, there would still be hope for you to advance to Dao integration stage. What a pity. Suyu nodded with a smile. It is indeed a pity. That Shuehua fellow insisted on destroying one of my leaves. Look, I'll kill him. This person. Why must he destroy something that he can't obtain? Isn't that just courting death? The great Zhou King took a deep look at Suyu. Soon, he smiled. City Lord Su is quite generous to that Prince God-Eater. Even if it's just one petal, it shouldn't be difficult to exchange for a vessel. Suyu chuckled. No need. I have plenty of vessels. With that, a book appeared in Suyu's hand. Aren't there rumors in the outside world that I'm forging a demonic weapon? You're right, I spent 40 yuan on this carrier. Huff, someone couldn't help but take a deep breath. For a moment, there were sounds of inhaling and exhaling. F*CK, is this for real? The great Zhou King took a look at the book and didn't delve into it. If he did, it would be a provocation. He merely sensed it and nodded. What a good treasure. Last time, when I forged weapons, there was a lightning tribulation, right? Demonic weapon. Be it a demonic weapon or a holy weapon, weapons are all used to kill. It's nothing, it's just that, this weapon of yours really consumes a lot of resources. Suyu chuckled. It's alright. It's just 40 vessels and a few invincible corpses. This thing will only be useful when it becomes a divine weapon. Right now, it's not even as useful as my fist. Everyone was speechless. They felt that Suyu was just flaunting his wealth, too rich, too extravagant, he's crazy. He used so many supreme treasures to forge this weapon. 40 vessels were enough for 20 Sun-Moon monarchs to advance to invincible, lunatic. At this moment, the great Qin King didn't think about the 9-leaf sky lotus anymore. Instead, he looked at Suyu's book and exhaled. How many vessels are you going to fuse into it? 10,000. Suyu smiled. It's never too much. It's fine if it's too little. It doesn't matter. Of course, as for vessels, the more the better. Does your majesty have any? If you do, I can use other treasures to exchange for 3 to 5. As he spoke, 2 dragon blood fruit trees appeared. In the next moment, millstone-sized Milky Way sand appeared. In the next moment, mountain-like water condensed pearls appeared. Following that, countless dragon coiling wood appeared. Suyu smiled. This time, I came to the human race and met your majesty. I wanted to ask if you have any extra vessels? The great Qin King was speechless, everyone else was speechless. The invincible experts were shocked. How much did this grandson, Suyu, earn in the Starry Universe mansion? There were too many treasures. At this moment, if not for their rationality, everyone would want to kill him. He was too rich. If they killed him, everyone would become rich. The great Qin King's mouth was dry. After a while, he said, forget it, we can't exchange even if we have them. The human race still needs vessels for the sun and moon to advance. Now, many of the sun and moon lack vessels and can't advance. Suyu smiled. Isn't that simple? Learn from me. Kill dozens of invincible experts. Even if some are broken, there will still be some left. Why don't your majesty do it, and I can support you? If we win, we'll split the loot. The great Qin King was speechless again. We want to do it, but we'll forget about splitting the loot. The key is that you are too rich. I can't be bothered to bring you along. The great Qin King said indifferently, forget it. We'll slowly gather them ourselves. Behind Suyu, Daxia of Goguryeo couldn't help but ask, that millstone is Milky Way sand? Yes. That, for sale? Suyu smiled. We'll talk about this later. Your Majesty, Daxia of Goguryeo, you want to buy the Sea of Consciousness secret realm, right? We can talk about this in private. Daxia of Goguryeo was overjoyed. All right then. Suyu also laughed, of course it's good. The Sea of Consciousness secret realm is mine, not yours. The others, including a few invincible experts, could no longer hold themselves back. Heavenly Forging King anxiously asked, are you selling those dragon coiling wood? Those are not Heavenly Soldier S, but I can forge them into Heavenly Soldier S. Suyu, I'll help you forge them for free. 3 to 7. No, 2 to 8 is fine too. He looked at Suyu with some anticipation. Seeing that Suyu did not speak, he immediately said, I really can't. 19. Under normal circumstances, if you want me to forge a heavenly soldier, you will need to prepare 2 sets of heavenly soldier materials. I will take 1 set as a forging fee, but now I only want 10%. Suyu laughed, no need to trouble yourself. These things, when I get back, I will give them to my teacher as practice. Forging weapons still needs to be practiced, and after practicing a few hundred times, my teacher might be a heavenly soldier master. Thank you, Heavenly Forging King. Heavenly Forging King was going crazy, he anxiously said, Zhaoli? The last time he forged weapons, he had indeed gained something, but at most, he was at the peak of the Earth Soldier. Furthermore, he was not strong enough, so if he were to fight with these materials, he would be able to cripple at least 50% of them. Even if I advance to the Heavenly Soldier Master, the gains will not make up for the losses. Suyu laughed, it's fine, they are all trash materials, I don't need them. My teacher should be able to advance after forging a few hundred times. As he said that, Suyu laughed, if Senior Heavenly Forging King wants to forge, I can give you 1 or 2 copies later. As long as Senior is willing to forge weapons in front of my teacher and let us experience the art of forging weapons, then the materials for forging weapons will all be considered as my gift to you. Forging weapons, Heavenly Forging King was slightly startled, and hesitated, this. I am not on the same path as the Zhao clan. Forging Heavenly Soldier might involve some of my personal ideals, Suyu laughed, then forget it. Since he wasn't willing, then forget it, if he was willing. Forging weapons was actually quite difficult. He had to go all out, go all out. It was very interesting. No matter how strong the aura of a bloodline was, it had to be exposed, Heavenly Forging King. Doubts, the weapon forging technique would indeed involve some personal things, but it wouldn't be a big problem if he didn't forge a Dao weapon. Just as Suyu was thinking, Heavenly Forging King gritted his teeth and anxiously said, then. That's fine too. You can provide the materials for forging weapons, and after the forging is over, the completed weapon. It belongs to me? Of course. Suyu laughed, this is all a small matter, if my teacher wants to advance to Heavenly Soldier Master, he still needs to observe 1 or 2, including myself. I feel that if I just forge weapons now, there is hope for me to reach the peak of Earth weapon forging. As for Heavenly Soldier Master, if I look at it a few more times, I think I can do it too. Only then did the group of people suddenly remember that this person was also someone who had forged Heavenly Soldier before. The book in his hand was forged by him, because his foundation was too good, but this also meant that Suyu's forging skills were extremely high. And his teacher. Everyone knew that he was not talking about by phone, but Zhaoli was going to make a fortune. So many pieces of dragon coiling wood, although they weren't at the Heavenly Soldier level, they could still be used to forge Heavenly Soldier level weapons. Everyone felt that Suyu was flaunting his wealth, however, he was really rich, too rich. Suyu, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he continued to walk around. As he walked, he asked, Your Majesty, are there any seniors in the human race who are good at alchemy? Alchemy? The Great Qin King looked at him and said, How good are you at what you're talking about? For example, those who can refine peak Earth stage pills, or even heaven pills. No. The Great Qin King shook his head, there are even fewer pill refiners than weapons, not to mention the heavenly alchemist realm. There are no such people in the eternal world. Suyu's face was filled with regret as he casually took out a pill refining cauldron and sighed, Heavenly Soldier pill furnace, looks like it can only be covered in dust. I still want someone to help me concoct a batch of pills. Behind him, the eyes of the group of people widened, Woody was still able to restrain himself a little. Those suns and moons stretched their necks, wanting to take a look. Heavenly Soldier pill furnace, Suyu casually played with it, and said with a smile, Little pill furnace, show me a golden pattern. The pill furnace seemed to have a mind of its own. A moment later, it really did appear with 140 golden lines. Wow. This. Peak of Heavenly Soldier. This time even Woody could not hold it in. Peak of Heavenly Soldier. On the other side, the Heavenly Forging King also sucked in a breath of air. This should have been a mid-grade Heavenly Soldier, but this medicinal cauldron must have experienced countless years. The earth fire continued to burn, but was unable to destroy this cauldron. Instead, it was refined countless times, becoming stronger and stronger each time. Treasure, the answer given by a heavenly soldier master. Suyu said calmly, it can be considered a treasure, but unfortunately, there is no matching alchemist. It seems like it can only be shattered and devoured by my evil weapon. Suyu put away the cauldron and laughed. Actually, I have come to the human clan this time because I have a request. I want to refine this civilization, and I hope to be stronger, even stronger, but I still lack something. Last time, His Majesty the Great Bright King provided me with a heaven-level array, and Principal Niu refined a powerful divine talisman for me, but my civilization is still lacking something, a set of imprisonment array. Suyu's eyes burned as he said, once I release my civilization, even Invincible will be imprisoned by me, and I will be able to kill him. It would be best if I could imprison the river of time. This requires an expert who is proficient in the laws of time and confinement to help me. Suyu turned his head to look at Wudi of the human clan, Senior Silkworm Destruction King, Senior Heavenly King. If the two of you are willing to help me perfect this treasure and create a set of imprisonment array, I am willing to repay you with a great treasure. Great treasure, Silkworm Destruction King swallowed his saliva, what great treasure? Suyu laughed lightly and said, ordinary things, the two of you will not be interested in them. There is nothing good. With that, Suyu took out a few things. This is a water-condensed pearl, a treasure for body forging and 9 transformations. It is not much, but there is a lot of it. If the two of you need it, I can give each of you a ton. A ton, Silkworm Destruction King originally did not care, but when he heard this, his mouth opened slightly. Playing, according to a ton? This is Heaven Essence fruit. Of course, the quantity and quality of Heaven Essence fruit are similar, so it is not Heaven Essence fruit. You can look at it according to Heaven Essence fruit. I will give each of you 10,000. 10,000, the other Invincible were shocked. Playing, Heaven Essence fruit is calculated according to 10,000? This is Sun Moon Blood Essence, the two of you do not need it, and I do not have much, 300 drops each. No more words. Suyu smiled and said, of course, these are all small things. When my teacher creates a heavenly armament, I will give each of you 3 heavenly armaments. There is enough dragon coiling wood to create a few heavenly armaments. Suyu is all smiles as he said, and my only request is that the grand array can instantly erupt and imprison the river of time. I don't need to imprison powerhouses that are too strong. A 6th or 7th stage eternal realm will do. At the very least, 1 second is enough for me to blow him up. On the other side, Silkworm Destruction King took a deep breath and said, level 6 or 7 eternal realm? 1 second. This is almost impossible. Too difficult, Suyu smiled and said, then it is fine not to seal, but at least it can slow down the opening of the river of time, not affect the other party's combat power, and not seal the other party's body. What I need is to seal the river of time. This is not the same concept. I am not saying to seal level 6 or 7 eternal realm, that will be very difficult. I am only targeting the river of time. Hearing this, the great Qin King said, Silkworm Destruction King, Heaven Forbidding King, can the two of you create such a formation? If you can, it will not be of much help to us, but if Suyu obtains it, he will be able to display great power. If they obtained it, it would not be of much use. Everyone had the same strength, and sealing a level 6 or 7 eternal realm would not be of much use. If they attacked, they would not be able to kill the other party. But if Suyu obtained it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Silkworm Destruction King took a light breath and said, difficult. This thing needs to be called on Great Light Monarch. He will be responsible for providing the foundation of the formation. Heaven Forbidding King will be responsible for the sealing method, and I will cooperate to fill in the power of time. This way, there is hope to complete the formation. On the side, Heaven Forbidding King thought for a moment and nodded, all right. And Suyu smiled faintly, Senior Zhou Wang is also skilled in the power of time. How about helping me? Senior is skilled in time acceleration, and together with Senior Silkworm Destruction King's power of time, it will be even stronger. Increase the speed of the formation and instantly subdue the enemy. Senior and my Grandmaster, 5th generation Yubadian, are good friends. I think Senior should be willing to help a little. The moment those words came out, especially the matter of Yibadian, everyone suddenly fell silent. Not far away, little Zhou Wang glanced at Suyu and said calmly, "Sure." Suyu smiled, "Then I will have to trouble Senior. This time, when I return to the mortal realm, maybe I will need Senior to help me with something else. The more I draw the outline of Shunwen, the more frustrated I get. I heard that the Great Zhou Prefecture has nurtured an artificial Shunwen. If you don't mind, I hope to visit it." "Of course, I won't visit it for nothing. Dazhou Prefecture, if you have any conditions, feel free to state them." Suyu was rich, and he laughed loudly. "What do you want? If I don't have it, then go buy it. Go exchange it. I just want to see how the Shunwen can be artificially created." Little Zhou Wang said in a deep voice, "This matter still needs to be discussed. My Dazhou Prefecture will reply to City Lord Su later." Suyu smiled and said, "Then I will have to trouble you. I hope that I can get what I want this time, to be able to artificially cultivate Shunwen." TSK, what a powerful method." Beside him, Great Zhou Wang laughed, "It's just a small trick. It's not as good as the few cultivation techniques you have promoted. Furthermore, there are many flaws, and it is too dependent. If you see it, you will naturally understand." Suyu smiled and said, "That is also a divine skill. Shunwen, that was the embryonic form of the rules. To be able to create artificial Shunwen. Did he grasp the rules, or other methods?" He was really curious. For a moment, Suyu seemed to be chatting happily with everyone. Everyone coveted his money, and he coveted everyone's talent. As a matter of fact, Heavenly King Jin, Little Zhou Wang, and Silkworm Destruction King all agreed to create a great formation for him, and Heavenly Forging King agreed to let him observe the forging of weapons. What a great thing. I hope you all do your best. Suyu had a brilliant smile on his face. At the side, Great Zhou Wang looked at him thoughtfully and also revealed a faint smile. For a moment, they chatted even more happily. The Great Qin King did not think too much about it. He was still thinking about the 9-leaf sky lotus. Suyu. Where did he get 8 petals? The key was that it was too extravagant. He really fed one to that furball. It was too extravagant, too wasteful. Could it be that Suyu had reached the 8th floor and discovered the 9-leaf sky lotus? The Great Qin King was puzzled. As for Suyu, he clearly had no intention of explaining. As long as everyone knows, it's fine. I, Suyu, am rich, and the 9-leaf sky lotus is furball's snack. This thing is not very useful to me. I lack everything, but I don't lack treasures. In the future, when I sell this thing, don't be surprised. It's like dog food. I sold it to exchange for something I need. It's too normal. Not much, it's just 7 petals. Today, with so many people here, Suyu had a smile on his face. I don't believe that these people are all tight-lipped people. The more people there are, the better. The news will probably leak out very quickly. It's a secret that one person knows, but it's not a secret that 2 people know. A large group of people knows. Perhaps it will soon become a secret that all the heavens know, a secret that even the upper echelons know, but pretends not to know. Suyu's smile became even more brilliant. Although it was just a relaxed conversation, he had rehearsed it many times. He finally found an opportunity to complete everything he wanted to do and say. After the conversation ended, the group arrived at the entrance to the human realm. The Great Qin King did not enter the passageway, but stood at the entrance and looked at Suyu and the others. He said, "I won't go back to the human realm. Old Zhou, accompany Suyu back to take a look." The Great Zhou King smiled and nodded slightly. He quickly looked at Daxia of Goguryeo and said, "Old Xia, go in and make arrangements. We will follow soon." Daxia of Goguryeo glanced at him, then at Suyu. He did not say anything and was the first to enter the passageway. After he entered for a while, the Great Zhou King smiled and said, "City Lord Su, please." "You are too kind, Great Zhou King." Suyu smiled. Daxia of Goguryeo went first. "Is he trying to dispel my wariness, afraid that I will think there is a problem?" The Great Zhou King was thoughtful. Invincible in the human realm, the Great Qin King did not go in. Suyu's biggest support was Daxia of Goguryeo. Because he was born in Daxia province, he was closely related to Shunwen and Xianxia. Their relationship was very complicated. Suyu did not say much. He teleported away with the others. After he teleported away, the great Qin King sighed lightly. At this moment, there were a few invincible beside him who were preparing to teleport in. The great Qin King said in a low voice, "I will not go back. You all have to be careful. Especially Suyu's safety. If something happens to him in the human realm, not to mention the ancient city, the Wan will lose Suyu as a target. Very soon, the human race will be the target of everyone. Whether you are unwilling or not, remember this. His safety is very important. If something happens, the teeth will be interdependent. The human race will face a great disaster. Understand?" The great Qin King said in a low voice. He looked at the great Yuan King. The great Yuan King looked unhappy. "I know. I didn't say anything. If it doesn't work, I will not go back." The great Qin King frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Go in." The great Yuan King and the others still had to go back. The Yuan King could also be considered as one of the top-tier battle prowess, and Ling Han would still need to use him in the future. The Yuan King did not say anything more. With a dark expression, he followed the others and teleported into the human realm. All Heaven Mansion. It was one of the 38 prefectures in the human realm. However, the double sacred prefectures only existed in name, and there were only 37 prefectures left. Suyu had been to the All Heaven Mansion before, so he knew some of the experts guarding this place. The moment Suyu and the King of Great Zhou teleported down, they saw a familiar face from afar, Yi Hongyan. Headmaster Niu's wife, Yi Beishan's aunt. She was also one of the great Ming Mansion's generals stationed in the All Heaven Mansion, and her strength had reached the 8th level of the Sun Moon realm. When Suyu teleported over, Yi Hongyan's eyes widened. She seemed to have seen a familiar scene. Many years ago, she had often seen this scene. Her nephew would always be accompanied by an invincible expert when he returned. Every time his nephew returned, there would be a burst of cheers. However, he was different from his nephew. Yi Badian was domineering, but Suyu looked much gentler at this moment. Yi Hongyan was slightly stunned. In the next moment, she shouted, "Welcome back, City Lord Su." Her shout shook the surroundings. The soldiers under the command of the great Ming Mansion were slightly stunned. In the next moment, some of the elders seemed to have recalled the past. After a moment, they shouted in unison, "Welcome back, City Lord Su." Not far away, the soldiers of Dixia province were also stunned for a moment. In the blink of an eye, they also shouted in unison, "Welcome back, City Lord Su." The cheers became louder and louder. It was as if they had returned to more than 50 years ago, as if they had returned to more than 400 years ago, when the Yuan King and the others teleported down. The entire All Heaven Mansion was filled with cheers. At the entrance of the passageway, Suyu watched silently and did not say anything. Hot-blooded, excited, perhaps a little. However, he knew that all this did not mean anything. These soldiers might not understand anything at all. Beside him, the great Zhou King chuckled. "City Lord Su, look, the soldiers of the human race still welcome you." Suyu smiled faintly. "I'm flattered." More than 50 years ago, they also cheered for the 5th generation. More than 50 years later, the 5th generation has already died in the All Heaven battlefield in the hands of the human race. How laughable. The great Zhou King sighed. Fenhai has already been executed. Suyu said indifferently, however, the dead are dead. It doesn't change anything. After saying that, Suyu still opened his mouth. With a smile that was like holy light, his hearty laughter suppressed everyone's cheers. He said in a calm voice, "Thank you, soldiers and seniors, for your appreciation." Suyu is flattered. He said courteously and suppressed the cheers. Suyu revealed a smile that was like a breeze. Everyone felt that the person in front of them was like a saint that had descended. For a moment, they were a little dazed. With a smile on his face, Suyu spoke again, "I only hope that I can reunite with my father for a few more days when I return to the human realm. My father is also a soldier, and I know the hardships of a soldier. I only hope that everyone will have the opportunity and time to return to accompany their wives and children. I only hope that the war will not break out too soon and will not continue to break out. I wish everyone that if there is a war, you will definitely win." The moment that was said, some soldiers were filled with emotions. They only wished to reunite with their father for a few days. At that moment, they remembered that Su Yu's father was also a soldier of the demon suppression army. In an instant, countless soldiers felt the same way and said, "City Lord Su, go back and reunite with Lord Su as soon as possible. The military finally has a supreme expert. The demon suppression army is amazing." The group of people sighed and did not speak in unison. However, the meaning behind their words made the invincible realm experts beside Su Yu speechless. Since when was Su Yu considered a member of the military? This guy was not even a reserve soldier. It was fine if he joined the Great Xia Civilization University, but he ran away halfway and did not graduate. After that, he went to the All Heavens battlefield. Su Yu was really not a member of the military. Of course, his father was. But now, these soldiers had filled in the gaps in their own minds. Su Yu smiled and did not say anything else. Soon, he cupped his hands at Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan did not move and nodded slightly. She ignored Su Yu and watched Su Yu and the others leave. After leaving the All Heavens residence, Su Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Before long, Dasha of Goguryeo returned and looked at the king of Great Zhou and the others. "Everyone, you can stop here. I'll send Su Yu back to Xia province. Old Zhu is also waiting there. With me and Old Zhu around, there won't be a problem. Old Zhou, if you have something, come back in a few days to discuss. You have to give Su Yu some time to reunite with his father." The king of Great Zhou and the others naturally had something to discuss with them. Su Yu smiled as well. His Majesty Dasha of Goguryeo is right. I won't trouble you seniors to keep escorting him. As for the forging of weapons and formations, there's no rush. It won't be too late for you seniors to come back in 2 to 3 days. I also have to make some preparations in case anything goes wrong and waste materials. The king of Great Zhou smiled. That's fine. City Lord Su, you can go back to take a look these few days. We'll come again after things have settled down. As he said, the king of Great Zhou continued, this time, the main point is still to discuss the matter of the Holy Land's establishment. Perhaps there might still be areas that require City Lord Su's help. At that time, I hope that City Lord Su can bear with it. Su Yu had a wide smile on his face. I'll try my best. After all, we're all humans. This Su will think of ways to help those that should be helped. That's for the best. The king of Great Zhou laughed and did not say any more. And Su Yu also quickly followed Dasha of Goguryeo and left with Sor. After the two of them left, the king of Great Zhou heaved a sigh of relief and said, "All right, if the rest are free, go to my Dazhou prefecture to rest for a few days. Silkworm Destruction, the few of you, since you promised to refine the array for him, don't fool around. Help him settle this matter properly." King Silkworm Destruction chuckled and said, "Of course. This kid is really rich. If we really help him succeed, there might even be other benefits. But don't say, if we really help him refine a grand array that restrains the river of time, then this kid's strength will rise a great deal." Everyone knew that Su Yu's brute strength was very strong. Previously, when Su Yu had ambushed him, he had blown up an invincible being with one punch. If the river of time could not avoid Su Yu, then that would be very powerful. A level 7 Eternal Realm expert, Su Yu could also fight a battle. For the time being, it was unknown who would win and who would lose. The king of Great Zhou nodded. The difficulty is not small. Do your best. If Su Yu grows up, it's also a good thing for the human race. If he brings the ancient city to guard outside the human territory, at least the one of the All Heavens will not be the human race, but him. Saying so, he looked at the king of Great Yuan and frowned. Don't cause trouble. Even if you don't like him, just ignore him. Young people have bad tempers and are impetuous. If you really fight him, do you think you will have so many misgivings? If he really brings those guards to attack the human race, will you be responsible? Can you bear such a responsibility? Old Yuan, not that I want to criticize you, but use your brain. He is human, yes, but he is also not human. If you really anger him, do you think he will care whether you are human or not? At that time, if he brings the guards to kill you, should we act or not? If we act, the human race and the ancient city fight, the one will probably be happy to watch the show. If we don't act and watch you get killed, the human race and the ancient city will turn against each other, and the people will panic. Will you be responsible? The king of Great Zhou reprimanded, and the king of Great Yuan said with a dark face, no matter what, he is still a junior. Junior? The king of Great Zhou said quietly, the one who can kill you is not a junior. Compared to the elites of the Yuan, we are also juniors. Do you want to try and chat with these elders? The king of Great Yuan was silent. The king of Great Zhou said coldly, all of you stop, don't give me any more trouble. If something really happens, you will bear all the consequences. I'll say this first, if you still treat him as a junior, I can only say that you have no brains and deserve to be humiliated by him. If you are beaten to death, don't blame no one for saving you. Beside him, the king of Little Zhou smiled and said, Big brother, we all know, don't worry. Don't worry? The king of Great Zhou shook his head, forget it, let's talk about it when we get back. The group did not say anything else and flew towards the Dazhou prefecture of the Great Zhou dynasty. On the other side, Daxiao of Goguryeo was very cold, walking on air with Suyu. He did not say anything, or rather, he did not know what to say. Xiao Longwu had not returned yet, and would probably only return in a day or two. As such, only Suyu and Daxiao of Goguryeo were a little embarrassed. Suyu was fine, but for Daxiao of Goguryeo, he did not know what to say at all. After a while, Suyu took the initiative to speak, Your Majesty Daxiao of Goguryeo, were you really in the secondary school in southern Yuan? Daxiao of Goguryeo heaved a sigh of relief. There was finally something to talk about, and he quickly said, yes, but only one of the three bodies, not the main body. I see, no wonder when he heard that Daxiao of Goguryeo was doing something outside, Suyu thought it was a smokescreen. Seeing that Suyu had spoken, Daxiao of Goguryeo did not stand on ceremony and said, Suyu, can you sell some of the Tianhe sand that you took out previously to Daxiao province? Suyu said with a smile, of course, after all, I am from Daxiao province. Daxiao of Goguryeo revealed a smile, not bad, Suyu also said with a smile, of course, I also have something to tell Daxiao of Goguryeo. Go ahead. Suyu coughed lightly and said, here's the thing. I have an elder who left something in Daxiao province. I want to take back his relic, I wonder if it's possible? Relic? Daxiao of Goguryeo was stunned. After a while, he said, which elder? A very close elder. Suyu sighed and said, I want to take away his relic, I wonder if Daxiao of Goguryeo will agree? Daxiao of Goguryeo frowned slightly. Suyu's elder. Why don't I know who it is? Fifth generation is dead, there's nothing left. After thinking about it, Daxiao of Goguryeo nodded and said, of course, since it's your elder's relic, it's normal for you to take it away. This was not a big deal. Suyu said with a smile, thank you, Daxiao of Goguryeo. Daxiao of Goguryeo looked at him hesitantly, what, are you recording? Suyu smiled and said calmly, it's nothing. It's just that this is the first time I've chatted with His Majesty Daxiao of Goguryeo alone. It's very memorable. I'm recording it as a souvenir. Daxiao of Goguryeo nodded slightly and did not mind. Recording was not harmful to an invincible realm expert. Even curses were useless. Suyu said with a smile, then I'll really take it away. Daxiao of Goguryeo saw him mention it several times and could not help but ask, can you tell me what it is? Daxiao of Goguryeo should know. What? Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm. Daxiao of Goguryeo was stunned for a moment. Very quickly, his expression stiffened and he said coldly, you must be joking. That was left behind by Xiachen. Although Xiachen is also of the Shenwen faction, the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm should be inherited by Xiajia, not the Shenwen faction. Those with descendants would give it to their descendants. Those with family would give it to their family. If none of them had it, then it would be given to an heir. Without Xiajia, Suyu said that it was his. That was still acceptable. Now that there was Xiajia, that thing naturally belonged to Xiajia. Suyu, this fellow was simply incomparably greedy, he actually wanted the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm. Suyu chuckled and said, why is Daxiao of Goguryeo angry? Listen to me and you'll know whether it's mine or not. Speak. Daxiao of Goguryeo was a little angry at Suyu's insatiable greed. Suyu smiled and said, let's first talk about the origin of the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm. Does it belong to Senior Xiachen? Of course. Then does he have the right to dispose of Senior Xiaochen's things? Of course. Whether alive or dead, it belongs to Senior Xiaochen, right? Of course. So you said, then if Senior Xiaochen turns into a dead soul and gives it to me, it won't be a problem, right? Da Xiao of Goguryeo was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, what do you mean? Xiaochen came back to life? Suyu smiled and said, that's right, I met him in the dead soul's realm. Senior Xiaochen agreed to give me the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. In fact, I wasn't the only one who saw it. The great Qin Emperor and Patriarch Xia have also seen it. What? Da Xiao of Goguryeo was stunned, then he frowned and said, Suyu, are you lying to me? Suyu smiled and said, why would I? I have no need to lie to Da Xiao of Goguryeo. Senior Xiaochen really did give me the Sea of Consciousness secret realm, it's absolutely true. If Da Xiao of Goguryeo doesn't believe me, I can give Da Xiao of Goguryeo a hint. Suyu smiled faintly. Da Xiao of Goguryeo frowned and looked at him. Hint, what hint? Suyu's smile seemed a bit evil. Da Xiao of Goguryeo looked at him coldly, speak. Suyu, I have a good impression of you, but if you lie to me about Xiaochen coming back to life for a Sea of Consciousness secret realm, I won't be polite to you. Suyu smiled and said, are you sure Da Xiao of Goguryeo wants me to say it? Humph, speak. Suyu looked around, there was probably no one around, he could not help but smile and said, 10 words, Da Xiao of Goguryeo had a bad feeling. Xiao Wuxian, the most handsome man in the world, enough. Da Xiao of Goguryeo roared, looked around, and soon felt at ease, then looked at Suyu with a depressed expression. He was a bit ashamed to face others. F***ck, F***ck, no one knew about this. He was now Da Xiao of Goguryeo, one of the pillars of the human race, the leader of the Summer Saber, an overlord. Some of the things that happened in his youth, just let them go with the wind. However, a few hundred years later, someone came to remind him. You, Xiao Wuxian, how ridiculous, childish, narcissistic, and chunibyo you were in the past. Being drunk was not scary. What was scary was that the next day, someone would help you remember everything when you were drunk. Chunibyo was not scary. What was scary was that a few hundred years later, when you became famous, someone came to remind you how chunibyo you were in the past. Da Xiao of Goguryeo's expression was ugly, and he looked at Suyu with a cold expression. After a while, he said extremely stiffly, is it really Xiaochen who came back to life? Suyu's bare one's teeth smiled and said, I'm not sure. He only taught me this sentence to tell Da Xiao of Goguryeo that the Sea of Consciousness secret realm is mine. I don't know if that's the case, but I think that senior undead spirit might be joking. Da Xiao of Goguryeo said coldly, who else knows this? Suyu smiled and said, not many. How many? Wanfu Prefect, Wan Tianxing also knows? Yes, he was there too. Anything else? Yes, River Diagram, Star Moon. All of them are undead spirits? No, there's also Lu Hong. Da Xiao of Goguryeo pondered for a while and said, Lu Hong. Alright, the Sea of Consciousness secret realm is yours. You and Lu Hong, forget about this, and Wan Tianxing. Suyu smiled and said, of course, of course. Right, Da Xiao of Goguryeo, did you really say this? You carved it on a saber, right? Normally, it's fine to carve the world's best saber on a saber, but why did you carve? Enough. Da Xiao of Goguryeo was embarrassed into anger. You still want to say it? Do you think I don't want my face? I, Xiao Wuxian, am boundlessly domineering and domineering. What are you saying to me? I have a son, a grandson who has proven his Tao, and a great-grandson who has become a prefecture head, and you still say it. If word of this gets out, how will the billions of people in Dixia province look at me? Forget about them, but if the great bright lord and the others find out, they will treat it as a joke. They will talk about it for 300 to 500 years, or even their entire lives. They will have to pass it on to their descendants even after they die. In the future, if the human race chronicles it, it might be included in the annals of history. This is too embarrassing. Da Xiao of Goguryeo was exhausted. He finally knew why Suyu wanted to record it. He was afraid that he would not admit it. Sea of Consciousness secret realm, damn it, Xiaochen really gave this thing to Suyu. He quickly said, Xiaochen has come back to life. You said that Longwu saw him too? One of the undead spirits that attacked the Starry Moon Mansion that day? Yes. What's his strength? Level 7 Eternal Realm. Dasha of Goguryeo was slightly stunned. How can it be? When he was alive, Suyu was stunned. You don't know? Know what? He's your ancestor. He's your ancestor. Dasha of Goguryeo was furious. He glared at Suyu. Do you think that because you're the master of the ancient city, I won't dare do anything to you? Suyu shrugged. I didn't say that. Senior Xianxia said it himself. He's really your ancestor. I thought you knew, but it turns out you didn't. Senior Xianxia is someone from the 9th tide flow. Don't you know? Dasha of Goguryeo, he was the one who gave you the ruins that you tried to prove your Tao. In fact, he helped open quite a few ruins. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that all of them were opened at the same time and you people took them all away? Suyu smiled. But Senior Xianxia had enemies, so he didn't dare reveal his identity. At that time, he was the only one left in the 9th tide flow who was invincible in the human realm. He had no choice but to pretend to be your cousin. Did Dasha of Goguryeo not suspect anything? Dasha of Goguryeo frowned. Suspect? He thought for a moment, then said, I didn't suspect anything. He was talented and intelligent from a young age. At the time, vital energy had yet to recover, but he was already incredibly strong, even stronger than I was when I was young. Later, when the passageway opened and vital energy recovered, he quickly stepped into Soar, Ling Yun. Later, when I entered the ruins, so did he. I proved my Tao, but he didn't. At this point, the king of the Grand Xia dynasty said in a deep voice, now that you mention it, there are indeed some suspicious points. I remember that we once encountered a powerful Eternal Realm expert, and then a mysterious person suddenly appeared and killed him. Was it Xia Chen's doing? There were indeed some suspicious points, including the opening of the ruins at the same time. But everyone had looked into it, and hadn't found anything. Was it all Xia Chen's doing, my ancestor? Dasha of Goguryeo fell into deep thought, even forgetting about the most handsome man, or rather, deliberately forgetting about it. Suyu smiled. Senior Xianxia said that when he was seriously injured, he handed over his sea of consciousness to you. Didn't Dasha of Goguryeo suspect anything? He said he still had things to do. I thought that because he was seriously injured and couldn't enter the Eternal Realm, he was dispirited, so I didn't pay much attention to him. I just thought that after some time, he would naturally get over it. Then he disappeared completely. So, he really died. Dasha of Goguryeo sighed. His resurrection from the dead has the strength of a level 7 Eternal. Then, when he was alive, didn't he have the strength of a level 9 Eternal? Suyu nodded, more or less. Who killed him? I'm not sure, but it should be a mutual destruction. Dasha of Goguryeo sighed. Is he still well? The dead have their own world, and they have their own lives. It's hard to say whether they are well or not. Dead Soul's domain. Dasha of Goguryeo murmured, and quickly said, in the Dead Soul's domain, there are many dangers. The human race wanted to enter the Dead Soul's domain several times, but there was no way. Suyu asked curiously, the human race wants to enter the Dead Soul's domain? He remembered that Xiao Longwu seemed to have tried to break in, but he didn't go deep, and was killed by the Sun and Moon Dead Souls. Dasha of Goguryeo took a deep breath, and nodded. Actually, everyone understands the crisis of the human race. Don't look at how strong the human race is, but that's because the gods, demons, and immortals didn't use their full strength. The immortals previously lay dormant to deter the gods and demons, but in fact, they felt that the human race couldn't pose too big of a threat. You can see that the immortals are indeed very strong. Their original goal was actually the gods and demons. Suyu frowned. Heaven Ancient is indeed very strong, and the immortals are also very strong. But then again, in the past, the immortals and the human race allied, and in the 9 wars, it was the human race that dominated. Aren't they afraid that the human race will rise again? 9 times in a row, it was the human race that started the war. In the end, the 10th time, the human immortals still allied to fight against the gods and demons. What was the immortals thinking? Dasha of Goguryeo thought for a moment, and said, there are many reasons for this, but one of them can be considered more important. In the early stages, Heaven Ancient might not have completely recovered yet. Later on, when we went deep into the Immortals' territory to investigate, Heaven Ancient probably came out of the coffin, and then the matter of stealing the coffin lid happened. You mean, yes, Heaven Ancient and the others are all in deep sleep. Xianxia of Goguryeo explained, after all, Heaven Ancient is old, he is in existence from the primordial era. On one hand, he is old, and on the other hand, King of Great Zhou once speculated that Heaven Ancient might be suppressing his strength to avoid some punishment, so in the beginning, he should have been in deep sleep. Suppressing his strength? Suyu was slightly startled, afraid that he broke through and left the Myriad worlds. He couldn't really have the ability to break through, right? According to Bean Bun, the old turtle was first, the Heaven Supervisor was second, and Heaven Ancient was third. These three might all be at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Suyu understood a little. You mean that back then, Heaven Ancient was in deep sleep and hadn't awakened, but the Divine Emperor and Demon Emperor had awakened, so in order to protect the interests of the Immortals, some powerful beings chose to cooperate with the human race. Xianxia of Goguryeo nodded. Yes, it was Heaven Ancient's descendant, Ancient Ian, who made the decision to ally with the human race. Later, Heaven Ancient recovered, and the human race became more powerful, so Heaven Ancient didn't tear up the alliance, but gradually began to target the human race. Suyu understood, and he didn't say much. He quickly said, Your Majesty, then does this mean that the Sea of Knowledge mystic realm belongs to me? My heart is so tired, Xianxia of Goguryeo is too tired. We are talking about the major events of the All Heavens One, why can't you see the big picture at all? Why are you talking about the Sea of Knowledge mystic realm at a time like this? He wanted to say no, but Suyu's attitude was like if he said no, he was going to tell the entire world what Xianxia of Goguryeo had done in the past. This made Xianxia of Goguryeo a little speechless. If you take this thing, what about the civilization masters of Dixia province? They don't have the heavenly river sand anyway. Suyu smiled and said, Besides, I don't have many divine texts anymore. As for those non-divine texts, I can just casually cultivate them. Suyu smiled again. Or when I don't need it anymore, I'll lend it to Dixia province. Yes, lend it to Dixia province. Because it's mine. Xianxia of Goguryeo was speechless. He asked again, Xia Chen, did he say anything else? He said that Xiajia's bloodline has the bloodline of an ancient king of man, the battle monarch's inheritance. Does Xianxia of Goguryeo know about it? Battle monarch? Xianxia of Goguryeo thought about it, then shook his head. I know it's the king of man's bloodline, but I don't know it's the battle monarch's bloodline. Suyu asked curiously, does Xianxia of Goguryeo have the symbol of the battle monarch's bloodline? Yes. Can I see it? Xianxia of Goguryeo glanced at him, frowning slightly. You want to see it? Yes. Suyu smiled. Xianxia of Goguryeo glanced at him suspiciously, but after thinking about it, he didn't refuse. A moment later, he sketched a picture on his chest. Xianxia of Goguryeo simply tore his clothes. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened. Suyu glanced over and saw a large saber. The symbol of the battle monarch was actually a saber. Xianxia of Goguryeo said in a low voice, This is the symbol of a king of man, but my bloodline has been passed down for a long time, so it's not too clear. There are some in Long Wu's generation, but in Hu Yu's generation, I'm afraid it won't appear until I reach eternity. The power of the bloodline was weakening. Suyu glanced at it, confirming that it was completely different from the symbol of the traitor bloodline he saw. Suyu thought for a while and said, The human race is invincible. Who else has the king of man's bloodline? Does Xianxia of Goguryeo know? The Great Light King has a bit of the king of man's bloodline, the Silkworm Destruction King has a bit of the king of man's bloodline. Huh, Suyu was stunned, the Silkworm Destruction King has a king of man's bloodline? Anything else? I'm not sure about Old Zhou and Old Qin, but the Great Gold King also has a bit of the king of man's bloodline. That's about it. Suyu was deep in thought, the Heavenly Forging King and the Forbidden Heavenly King don't have it, or is it that even Xianxia of Goguryeo doesn't know, the Silkworm Destruction King? The Silkworm Destruction King actually has a king of man's bloodline. This time, the Silkworm Destruction King is very suspicious. Invincible after opening the residence, king of man's bloodline, fire and confinement were the inheritance powers that Xia Chen mentioned. The Silkworm Destruction King was not good at it, but the other party could pretend that he was not good at it, Suyu suppressed everything in his heart. Forget it, I'll know when I get back and see for myself. Perhaps the others also had the King of Man's bloodline, but Daxia of Goguryeo didn't know. He wasn't a Dao integration stage cultivator, so he might not be able to sense it. On his side, there was a Dao integration stage cultivator. The two of them didn't say anything else. Daxia of Goguryeo didn't want to speak anymore. Countless thoughts rose in his mind. For a moment, he even thought of getting rid of Suyu. Why did this bastard want to know about this gossip? How annoying. He hoped that Suyu could keep his mouth shut. Soon, they arrived at Daxia province. Daxia of Goguryeo looked at Suyu and said, "Your father is in Daxia province. Do you want to find him yourself, or do you want me to arrange for someone to send you there?" "I'll go myself." Suyu could already sense his father's aura. "All right then." Daxia of Goguryeo hesitated for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Only you, I, and heaven and earth know about this." "If anyone else knows about this," Suyu nodded. "It might be Wanfu Prefect and the others who spread it. It has nothing to do with me. In any case, I don't gossip." F*CK, Daxia of Goguryeo almost exploded with rage. "That's right, it seems like we're not the only ones who know about this." He hated Xia Chen. Why did he tell them about this? How annoying. Daxia of Goguryeo humphed and flew away. This wasn't a happy day. He was very depressed now. He wanted to go back and beat up that Xia Xiaoer. He wanted to let him know the consequences of his anger, so you waited high up in the sky for a while, listening attentively. Very quickly, he heard Marquis Xiao's miserable cries. Only then was he satisfied. Very good. When Xiao Yi met him for the first time, he punched him and knocked him out. Not bad. It seemed that he would be beaten up this time. Only then did Suyu descend from the sky in a happy mood. Just like Wan Tianxing and Daxia of Goguryeo, no one could see them. No one could see them. No one dared to see them. They couldn't see Suyu. As for Suyu, he had already landed. He didn't look at the two words Su residence. It was meaningless. In an instant, he appeared in front of Su Long. In his eyes, there was a mixture of joy and guilt, and he even wanted to cry. "I'm back." As for Su Long, his face was also filled with joy. After a moment of joy, his expression suddenly changed. Suyu thought that something had happened, but he heard Su Long suddenly scolding, "Bastard, why did you sneak back? Didn't you say that you would return with glory?" "I'm so angry." Su Long was furious. "What happened to returning with glory? What happened to bringing glory to the ancestors? Why are you alone? I thought it would be a huge dragon pulling the chariot, escorted by hundreds of officials, accompanied by the invincible realm and the mansion master. Damn, why are you alone?" Suyu opened his mouth wide. "Is this important? Isn't the point that I'm back?" As for Su Long, he was flustered and exasperated. He almost cried, "I'm sorry to the ancestors of the Su family." Suyu was stunned. "Why are you sorry? I'm back." What a happy thing. He was happy, but Su Long was sad and indignant. "Unfilial son, get out of here. Bring enough people and come back with glory. Come back secretly." "No." Suyu was powerless. "This is completely different from what I expected. My father chased me away. There's no justice in this world. Dad." Suyu's heart was tired. "I came back full of excitement. You're too unreliable as a father, you actually made me do it all over again." Su Long's face was filled with helplessness and sorrow. "It's over. You bastard. Your father. I'm too ashamed to face anyone." He sighed. "Last night, I told your Uncle Chen that my son came back and Daxia province was as lively as the new year. But you came back and didn't even fart." The key was that he bragged to his brothers for a while. "My son came back, it must be glorious." Who knew that he would come back just like that, without even bringing a small soldier? Outside, no matter how well you do, it's useless to just talk. We're honest people, so we should talk about something reliable. Honestly, it doesn't matter how strong you are. I can't see it. I want to see the number of people." Suyu rolled his eyes. "You want people? Fine, I'll bring hundreds of thousands of people." "Hundreds of thousands?" Su Long took a deep breath. That's too much. Su Yu was speechless. Then tens of thousands? No need. Cough, that. Are you familiar with the mansion master? If you are, then, ask the mansion master to come to our house for a meal? The mansion master he mentioned was not the current Xia Huyu or Xia Houyi. Su Long only mentioned one mansion master, Xiao Long Wu. He was the former general of the demon-subduing army. He was also Su Long's top boss, the most admired powerhouse. Su Yu had heard his father talk about him since he was young, and it had been more than 10 years. Su Long had wanted to join Long Wu for a long time, but unfortunately, he was not strong enough and did not succeed. Su Yu and Xiao Long Wu had met a few times. They were not very familiar, but they were passable. At this moment, hearing his father's words, he could not help but say, "Dad, Mansion Master Xia is not back yet. It will be at least a day or two later. How about I invite Da Xia of Goguryeo to our house for a meal?" Da Xia of Goguryeo? At first, Su Long was overjoyed. Then, he paused slightly and said dryly, "Forget it. The Da Xia of Goguryeo hasn't appeared for many years. Now that he's here, everyone thinks it's fake." Su Yu was speechless. Did everyone have to know each other for this to work? Yes, everyone knew about Xiao Long Wu. He was an existence that often broadcast beheadings. But the main point was that Da Xia of Goguryeo was the real lord of the manor. "I'm convinced." The father and son chatted for a while, and Su Long soon let go of this matter. He laughed and said, "Why did you come back just like that? Wasn't it supposed to be dangerous? Also, you came back alone. Aren't you afraid that something might happen?" "I'm fine." Su Yu laughed and said, "I'm not alone. I came to the human realm with the king of Great Qin and the others. The king of Great Zhou and the others sent me to the human realm. The Da Xia of Goguryeo accompanied me to Xia province." As he listened to the legendary powerhouses, Su Long exhaled and said, "Kid, you've really struck it rich. You've made a name for yourself." These big shots were all legendary existences in the past. They were all recorded in books. Who would have thought that you'd meet all of them now? Su Yu laughed and said, "That's right. And that king of Great Yuan, he competed with me and got scolded by me. If not for the king of Great Qin and the others, I would have beaten him up. I wouldn't have beaten him to death." "What are you saying?" Su Long advised, "When you're outside, the more friends you have, the more options you have. You may be powerful now, but you can't be so arrogant. Arrogance will be punished by the heavens. Even if you don't like him, you have to call him father to his face. You can't do anything behind his back." Su Long continued, "Don't care about face. We're not some rich and powerful family. How can face be more valuable than life? Have you forgotten what your father told you when you were young? You have to be gentle in front of others, but you have to be ruthless behind their backs. When your father was at his most difficult, I was surrounded by a few Yuan powerhouses. I knelt down and begged for mercy, but with a backhand slash, I killed 3 or 4 of them." Cough, cough. Su Yu coughed softly and said, "Father, you can only say these things to me. Don't let outsiders know. Also, the Yuan powerhouses you mentioned are those Qianjun Wanshur. I can blow a bunch of them to death with one breath." Su Long said unhappily, "What do you know? The logic is the same. Do you really think your father doesn't know anything? You're powerful, you're awesome. Then let me ask you, if you're so powerful, why are you still being so careful when you return to the human realm? Wasn't he not powerful enough? Can you beat all the invincible people in the world alone? If you can't, then keep a low profile and be more practical. Don't be arrogant." Su Long said again, "On the battlefield, the arrogant die the fastest. I've told you before, haven't I? On the battlefield, those generals in bright clothes are the first to die. You, on the other hand, are dressed in white robes when you go out. If not you, who should I hit? When an army fights, hold back. The one who kills the fiercest at the beginning may not kill the most people, but he dies the fastest. In a few moves, he'll give up his trump card. After killing 3 to 5 people, he'll be surrounded and killed. There's also a way to kill the enemy. Cut the flesh with a blunt knife. Kill one by one. Kill one here, kill one there. Kill them all unknowingly. Su Long sighed and said, I've heard about your war with the other races in the world. You're not good at fighting. Why do you keep killing the Celestials? If you kill too many, won't the Celestials hate you? You have to kill all the gods, demons, and celestial dragons, kill them evenly. The Celestials want to deal with you. Think about it, many Celestials have been killed, so the Celestials have to fight. The Celestials want to deal with you. Think about it, the demons have to fight first before we can fight. You stupid child, kill the Celestials. If the Celestials don't stand up, they have to. Are they shameless? Will they let you go if they want to? Look, now that the Celestials and demons have gone into hiding, the Celestials will definitely not let you go. Su Long rambled on. Su listened quietly, smiled, and nodded. Dad, what you said makes sense. But, sometimes, you have to kill until some people are afraid. Otherwise, fewer people will die, and they won't be afraid. That's true. It depends on the situation of the war. Su Long nodded. Have you eaten? Not yet. Then I'll cook for you. Su Long said as he walked out, What do you want to eat? Unfortunately, this place is too big. I have to run to the kitchen for a while. It's troublesome. I still like our small house in southern Yuan. Unfortunately, when I went back, southern Yuan became a black hole. Su followed his father and said with a smile, Didn't they say it's being rebuilt? Yes, but it doesn't taste the same even if it's rebuilt. Forget it, the house isn't important. What's important is the people. I wonder how many of our neighbors died. Su Long shook his head. I hope not many died. We've known each other for decades. I'll feel uncomfortable if anyone is missing. Su said with a smile, It's probably nothing serious. I went to the war last time, and the old neighbors all left. Later, we settled down in Xianxia province, so I don't think it's a big deal. That's for the best. I want to go and see them, but I'm here. It's best not to wander around, lest I cause trouble. Now, there are many people in the Wan region who are watching your father. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Suyu and said, Can they really deal with you by taking my blood? I can't. Suyu said with a smile, It's just that they can track me. Once I'm tracked, it'll be inconvenient for me to do anything in private. They might set up a trap and kill me. Then we have to be careful. Su Long was still very vigilant. As he spoke, he brought Suyu to the new kitchen. It was very big. There was no one inside, and it was not mealtime. Su Long didn't trust others to live with him. In addition to him, there were many experts watching the outside of the house. Unless friends came, he was the only one in the house. The food was complete. Su Long put on his apron and took the kitchen knife. All of a sudden, Suyu seemed to go back to the past. Unfortunately, he could never go back to the past. Su Long began to cut and wash vegetables, shouting, Help me with some work. Suyu smiled and crossed his arms as he watched from the side. However, he did not help. It had always been like this in the past. Whenever his father asked for help, Suyu would not help. At most, he would just cheer from the side. Sure enough, Su Long was used to it. He cursed in a low voice and soon started to work. As he worked, he asked, Is there anyone near our house? Yes, there are 3 suns and moons. There are not many suns and moons in Xianxia province. It's a big investment. Suyu said with a smile, but the key is the existence of the invincible realm. Without the protection of the invincible realm, the suns and moons are useless. Boy, tell me, is your father a burden to you now? Not really. Suyu said with a smile, He's a little weak, but he's not a burden. Don't worry, I remember what you said. Someone kidnapped my father. I don't care. I'll chop him to death with a broadsword. If my father can live, I'll live. If he can't, I'll give him a grand funeral. You thing, do you only remember these things? Su Long scolded with a smile and said, That's right, just remember. We've been on the battlefield for so many years. Apart from other things, we still have experience. When your comrades are besieged and attacked, don't care about them. Kill the enemy first. If you kill all the enemies, you'll naturally be relieved. If you can't kill them, then we'll all die together. Su nodded. Su Long said again, it's a pity that you didn't join the army. Otherwise, you'll know everything after a few years on the battlefield. But it's fine. If you really joined the army, you might not be where you are now. Su said with a smile, Dad, the things you learn in a civilized school may not be less than those on the battlefield. The battlefield is more straightforward, but in a school, there's more deception and deception. There's actually a lot to learn. Su Long nodded. That's true. Cultured people do worse, more evil, and more ruthless things. Was this a compliment? Or a scolding? Su did not know. Maybe it was a compliment. Forget it, I'll just take it as a compliment. Su Long did not care about that. As he cooked, he said, Boy, I'll tell you something. No one can hear me, right? Su moved slightly and quickly checked the cue ball. Sleeping? Whatever, I'll create a soundproof barrier first. After putting another one on the little fur ball, Su said, Dad, what's the matter? As he said that, Su said sneakily, Do you have some big secret to tell me? I'm actually a second-generation martial artist? Su Long rolled his eyes. Second-generation martial artist? Is Qianjuan's son a second-generation martial artist? No? Su was puzzled. I thought you were a hidden peerless master. If not, are you going to tell me that my mother is actually not dead and is a peerless master? Could she be a time master? What? Su Long looked surprised. What time master? You don't know? Su touched his chin and quickly filled in the blanks. He quickly said, Dad, you may not know, but my mother is an ancient peerless master. Nonsense. Su Long said angrily, Peerless your mother. Su was speechless. Are you scolding me, or are you telling the truth that my mother is indeed a peerless master? Su Long scolded, then coughed and said, Stop talking nonsense. Your mother is an ordinary person, a weak ordinary person. It's difficult for her to practice martial arts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bled to death to give birth to you. If she's really a powerhouse, she won't be interested in your father. When your father and mother got married, they weren't even Qianjun. Have you ever seen a peerless master marry Kaiyuan? After thinking about it, Su shook his head. That's true. Unless you're also a powerhouse, otherwise, when you sleep at night and breathe, you'll be blown to death. That was what hurt. When Su heard that it was not about this gossip, he said with some boredom, Then what else is there to say? Are you going to find me a stepmother, Dad? Cut the crap. Su Long bare one's teeth said, I want to ask you, is there anything wrong with you now? What? Su Long said mysteriously, Do you have a headache or fever? Didn't you have nightmares every day when you were a child? Are you better now? I'm fine, that's good. Su Long breathed a sigh of relief. When you were a child, you always had nightmares. It scared your father so much that I couldn't do anything about it, right? I couldn't find anyone. After thinking about it, I heard that there's a big shot hidden in southern Yuan, Principal Yi Beishan's disciple. He was sent to southern Yuan. After asking around, I found out that it's that Lu Wenyan. Your father, I, gave him a few bottles of good wine, and then I sent you there. Sure enough, after you learn some things from him, you're much better. I knew that you're a cultured person, and sooner or later you'll stand out. Fortunately, I didn't let you walk the path of a martial artist. Su was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? I know about giving gifts to old Lu. But does my father mean that he knows Yi Badian, knows about Lu Wenyan? Su Long saw that he was confused and said with a smile, What? Kid, do you really think your father is a fool? Just anyone sent you to learn culture from him? These days, there are too many people who deceive others. Yi Badian. I've been in the army for 10 years, how can I not know him? Although he's been dead for decades, I've also heard of him. Serving in the army, how can I not know about a civilizer? Su Long snorted, I'm just too lazy to tell you, kid, in case you know too much and think too much. I know that these scholars talk about having a pure heart. Anyway, that's it, in case you get into trouble. I'm too lazy to talk to you about these things. No. Dad, what are you trying to say? Su was confused and surprised at this moment. So it was not an accident that I entered a secondary school and learned culture from Lu Wenyan. It was his father's doing. He knew about Lu Wenyan. Su Long was cooking while Bare One's teeth laughed. What do you want to say? Say my ass. Actually, there's nothing much to say. I just want you to have an idea. What idea? Suyu was confused. Su Long whispered, about the golden book in your head. Suyu's thunder rumbled, five blow thunderstruck, F***ck, my dad knows. Su Long saw that his face was pale and said with disdain, you're a big shot. Damn, you're not as calm as me. What's there to be afraid of? I've known for more than 10 years and no one knows, right? At this moment, Suyu was really shocked, surprised, shocked. He said with a dry mouth, Dad, you know? Of course. Su Long said angrily, how can I not know? I did it. Ahem, anyway, I was scared to death during that period, and I didn't dare to say it. You know, I've been in the army for some years, and I know a few things. One look and I know it's a treasure. I was also scared that your head would be cut open. Su Long also sighed, at that time, you had nightmares every day, and it scared me to death. I saw that your head was congested, and you didn't dare to close your eyes all day long. I was scared that you would be killed by others, and I was scared that you would kill yourself. There was no other way. I thought that thing looked like a book, and it was probably related to a civilizer. So I let you read the book, and I thought of a way to find a civilizer, and see if he could use literature to suppress it. You don't say, after I let you read the book, you became much better. You said you dreamed that a monster was trying to kill you. I showed you the One Atlas, showed you those monsters, and when you read more, you naturally won't be afraid. Suyu's mouth opened wide, and after a while, he said, no wonder there were so many such books at home when you were young. I thought you brought them back from the army. Su Long curled his lips, I'm an uneducated man, why would I bring back books? When you were young, your dad would tell you every day to chop this one to death, and tomorrow to chop that one to death. He would show you how Mansion Master Xia would chop people's heads. When you see more, you won't be afraid anymore, right? Suyu was speechless again. So, the stories I heard when I was young, and the live broadcast of beheadings, were they all deliberately shown to me? No, Dad, what's going on? Suyu was really puzzled. What was going on? My dad knows about this golden atlas, but my dad really doesn't seem that strong, Su Long chuckled. What's going on? A treasure fell from the heavens, and my son was fated to receive it. I've heard this story many times. I can tell with my eyes closed that it's a fortuitous encounter. No, Dad, tell me in detail. What's going on? Su Long chuckled. Nothing much. When you were young, when you were 6 years old, your dad had no money. It wasn't easy to find a job with you around, so I had no choice but to find a place to earn some money. Didn't Mount Starfall say that there were many bandits? I thought that if I killed a few bandits, not only could I earn some money, but I could also receive some rewards. According to Su Long, it was raining continuously that day, and he ran to Mount Starfall in the middle of the night, hoping to wait for a hare to come to him. He wanted to kill a few bandits and receive his rewards. In the end, Mount Starfall was filled with thunder and lightning that night. The bandits were so frightened that they did not dare to go out. Su Long waited for most of the night, but he did not see a single shadow. He had no choice but to leave and return the next night. In the end, there was a sudden explosion of thunder that nearly shook Mount Starfall. After a long time of explosions, a speck of light suddenly fell from the sky. Su Long thought of the legend of the Starfall Mountains. This mountain range was formed by the collapse of a huge star. He had thought that it was the legendary debris of the stars. He had put in all his effort and risked his life to find the place when the speck of light had fallen. So, that book was picked up by you? Suyu was stunned. The Book of Time was picked up. I didn't pick it up, my dad picked it up, Su Long chuckled. Yes, I picked it up. When I saw it. Damn, it's a book. I thought it was a martial arts manual. You know, in the heavenly battlefield, there are rewards for killing people. I thought about it. Could it be that in a battle between experts, someone was killed, and so the heavens and earth gave a reward? I got excited and hurried back. But when I got home, I couldn't open the book no matter what. Su Long was depressed and somewhat helpless. I don't know what that thing is either. It doesn't even have a word on it. I tried for a few days, but I couldn't open it. I wanted to find a place to sell it, but I was afraid of causing trouble, Su Long sighed. In the end, I hid it at home, but you brat, when I went out the next day and came back, you bastard, I don't know how you found it. You were even cut by that golden edge. You scared me to death. Suyu was flabbergasted. I don't remember. What do you remember? Su Long snapped. You almost bled to death. What do you remember? After that, you had a fever for a few days. Then, you had nightmares every day. How can you remember? You don't remember, but I do. I don't know if you dripped your blood on it, but it suddenly burrowed into your head. I was scared to death, but I didn't dare to tell anyone. I didn't even dare to think about it. I watched you for a few years, and when I saw that you were fine, I was relieved. Su Long sighed. Later, I saw that it didn't affect you much, except for the nightmares. So, I got Lu Wenyan to teach you. You got much better after that. I thought that since nothing had happened to you for so many years, you should be fine, right? Su Long looked at Suyu. But you, brat, became so powerful without saying a word. I was wondering if it had something to do with that thing in your head? Suyu swallowed. Dad, you said, you found this thing on Mount Starfall? Yes. Su Long sighed. Mount Starfall, the place where the stars fell. Sure enough, there are still treasures there. For a time, Suyu's emotions were also complicated to the extreme. The Book of Time fell from Mount Starfall. Was it the Book of Time in his head? In that case, could it be that back then, the Time Master fought against someone and was killed, leaving behind the Book of Time? Or was it because of something else, or some other reason? Also, Lu Hong seemed to have obtained a fortuitous encounter at that time. Was it a coincidence or inevitable? Suyu fell into deep thought. After a long time, he couldn't help but say, Dad, if that's the case, you must have had a great fortuitous encounter and great luck to be able to pick it up. Su Long nodded proudly. Suyu hesitated. Then why are you so weak? Su Long flew into a rage. What do you know? If I, your father, wasn't capable, would I be where I am today? If your father wasn't capable, would my brothers, Qianlong, and the others be doing so well? Back then, the demon-subduing army had too many small soldiers. Look at the brothers your father brought out, the bunch of mountain sea Lingyuns. I brought them out. What do I know? Suyu was slightly taken aback. That's right, his father's team seemed to have produced quite a few geniuses. For the entire battlefield, it was already very unusual for a small team to have one mountain sea expert. Of course, no one cared about that, because there were too many mountain seas. Su Long sighed. It's all because of you, kid. I had no choice but to retire. Otherwise, I would definitely be stronger than Qianlong. At the very least, I would be a Sun Moon general. Listening to his father's chatter, Suyu said in a low voice, Dad, if that's the case, there really is a problem with Mount Starfall? Why did it fall to Mount Starfall? That's right. Su Long nodded. That place is actually very sinister. Didn't you eat the book? Later, when I saw that you were sick, I wondered if there was a way to deal with it, so I went there a few more times. Let me tell you, that place is really sinister. How is it sinister? So you really didn't care about this? He had been to Mount Starfall a few times, and he had even killed people there. It's usually nothing. You'll know when it rains. The thunder is very loud, isn't that normal? How is it normal? Su Long shook his head. It's not normal at all. It's just thunder, and it doesn't rain much. Most importantly, if you listen to it on the ground, the thunder is louder. Suyu hesitated. Is that wrong? Isn't it louder on the ground? Idiot. Su Long scolded. Have you ever been to a battlefield? If you listen to it on the ground, it's the sound of the ground shaking. For example, if the enemy is cavalry, if you listen to it on the ground, the sound will definitely be louder. If you're an air cavalry, if you listen to it on the ground, will you be able to hear the sound of flapping wings? Really, Suyu wasn't sure if his father was right. The main thing was that he usually didn't pay much attention to it. Normal people wouldn't care about such things, Su Long continued. That's why I thought that the thunder might be coming from underground. Don't tell me, your father even dug a hole in Mount Starfall. I wondered if there was a legendary powerhouse's relic there. I dug quite deep and for quite a long time, but after digging for so long, I didn't even find anything. Su Long shook his head. I didn't understand in the past, but when I went to southern Yuan to take a look. Oh, the relic was actually in the air, and it was even in some spatial crevice. I thought, do you think there are some relics on Mount Starfall? Suyu was taken aback. Back then, I faked it and lied to people on Mount Starfall, saying that there were relics there. In the end, many people went to look for it, but they found nothing. Only the Tianyi sect master's treasure had been dug out by Suyu. Now, his father was telling him that there might really be relics there. Dad, are you serious? Duh, of course I'm serious. Su Long began to stir-fry. As he did so, he said, let's not talk about those useless things first. Kid, did you find the golden book? I found it. Does your growing strength have anything to do with this thing? Yes. That's right. Su Long grinned. It's definitely something good, I knew it. I suspect that this thing wouldn't have landed on Mount Starfall for no reason. If it was created by a powerhouse killing someone, why didn't the powerhouse come looking for it? I think it might be after something. For example, if there are relics on Mount Starfall, does the Golden Book want to return to those relics? It said that treasures have spirits, and fallen leaves return to their roots. Don't you think that's the case? Suyu was stunned once again. What she said made sense, therefore, the Book of Time might have fallen leaves returning to their roots. The Time Master is dead, and there are relics of the Time Master in Mount Starfall. Therefore, the Book of Time returned to its roots, but it was intercepted by my father. Suyu thought to himself. The Book of Time. If the one in his head was really the Book of Time, it was incomparably powerful. Could it be that it had used up all its energy while traveling through space? Therefore, he had to use the Myriad lifeblood essence to replenish his energy before he could gradually recover. Now that he thought about it, it did make sense. The Time Master might have been alive all this time, fighting with someone on the grid. For example, the owner of Lu Hong's nomological law. Both sides fought fiercely, and both sides were heavily injured. I obtained the inheritance of the Time Master, and Lu Hong obtained the inheritance of the enemy of the Time Master? That's possible. Suyu thought to himself. At this moment, he made a series of deductions. There was still a possibility. Or perhaps, the Time Master and the owner of that nomological law were the same person. But they were killed. Lu Hong had obtained some opportunities, and he had also obtained some opportunities. Was the fusion of the Time Master's entire opportunity? The reason why he concluded that the Time Master had been killed was because of a treasure like the Book of Time. Suyu felt that if a person didn't die, they wouldn't go missing. But didn't the Time Master say that he had disappeared in ancient times, and only now did Suyu know that his greatest opportunity didn't come from others, but from his own father? Oh my god, Suyu didn't dare to believe it. Previously, he had imagined many things. He even wondered if his mother had faked her death to escape, and if she was a peerless expert. But in the end, it was all nonsense. A peerless expert definitely wouldn't fancy his father. He even wondered if his family's ancestor was very powerful. But it was also proven to be nonsense. His ancestor was a farmer. I'm living off my parents, but I'm not living off my ancestors. But this weak father of mine, a father that can be blown to death with a single breath? Dad, then wouldn't you have missed out on a great opportunity? Su Long snorted, nonsense, even if you got it, it would still be mine. If I hit you, would you dare to fight back? With a smacking sound, a spatula smashed towards Suyu's head. There were even some oil stains on it. Suyu was speechless. Su Long chuckled and said, Kid, this is called an opportunity. You are fighting for your life outside, and I don't need to do anything. I just need to wait for you to shine. When you shine, your father, I, will be entangled with opportunities that I can't get rid of. As he said this, Su Long added, this matter, your father, I, has been hiding in my heart. I have never dared to say or think about it. Today, I told you that powerhouses like you can change your memories, right? If you erase this memory for me, then I can have a good night's sleep. Otherwise, I won't dare to think about it all day long. When I meet powerhouses, I will be afraid that they will see through my thoughts. Su frowned slightly. Tampering with memories is very troublesome. That's still better than hiding it in your heart. Can you do it? If you can't, then don't look for excuses. Su was speechless and nodded. I can, but I won't erase it. I will just seal a part of it. Usually, I won't think about it. If I don't mention it, it will be very difficult to recall it. This is called memory forgetting. That's fine too. Just don't mention it to me. Other than you, no one else knows about this. Su thought about it and nodded. In his heart, he was still shocked. The Book of Time. My father picked it up. What the hell, to think that I was wondering if there was a big conspiracy behind it. The key is that I really fused with it. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be possible, unless all kinds of coincidences happen to the extreme. For example, the Book of Time completely lost its master and its power was exhausted to the extreme. Suyu's blood and the Sea of Will were compatible with the Master of Time. Under all kinds of coincidences, the Master of Time absorbed his blood and was fused with him. But all these conditions were met. He could also be considered the son of destiny, right? His father could also be considered. Then he was the grandson of destiny and his father was the son of destiny. Suyu was in a trance. He didn't say much. Sealing his father's memories was something that even Xianxia could do. Suyu was strong now and naturally, he could do it too. It was just a seal and not a complete tampering. It was simpler. A moment later. Su Long continued cooking and said with some doubt, what did I want to tell you? How could I forget? I've been thinking about something, but after seeing you, I actually forgot about it. Suyu bare one's teeth laughed, you want to find a stepmother for me? Nonsense. Then you must have owed someone money and forgot to pay it back. Did I? Su Long had a blank look on his face. Seeing his son, he did want to say something. Unfortunately, he forgot about it in the blink of an eye. Forget it, forget it. Forget it, forget it. As for Suyu, he was deep in thought. Starfall Mountain, could there really be a relic here? However, invincible beings passed by Starfall Mountain. The great bright monarch and Xianxia of Goguryeo had all been there, but they didn't discover it. Could it be that these people weren't powerful enough to discover it? Then would the Dao integration stage cultivator be able to discover it? No, that's not right. The human race didn't have Dao integration stage, but the previous few races should have. Then, the Book of Time, Suyu thought to himself. Looks like I have to find some time to go to Starfall Mountain to take a look. If there really is a relic of the Time Master, then I'll be rich. Such a powerful existence should have countless good things, right? It's hard to say, maybe it's just an empty shell. For example, I spent most of my wealth to forge a record of civilization. Perhaps the Time Master had also spent most of his wealth to forge the Book of Time. No matter what, it was worth going to take a look. Let's wait and not cause too much of a commotion. That would be bad. He looked at his father, who was still cooking, and sighed. This person's life was really strange. Was father good at fortune-telling? It was hard to say. He didn't die on the battlefield for 10 years, a bunch of old brothers were promoted, and his son was able to conquer the heavens. It was quite good to say that it was good. The key was that father wasn't strong. The key is that father is quite crafty. Suyu wanted to laugh as he thought to himself. Did Lu Wenyan know that my father knew his identity? In the end, he used a few bottles of wine to stuff himself in. It was fine if he didn't know his identity. But if he knew, Yi Beishan's disciple would be sent away by a few $100s a bottle of wine. How embarrassing. Under normal circumstances, when a civilization master took in a disciple, it would be difficult to stuff a few $1,000,000 in, let alone a few $100s. If the Book of Time was given to me by my father, then it's not a big deal. Suyu thought to himself. He was afraid that some powerful figure had forced it on him. Now it looked like this possibility hadn't been completely eliminated. However, if he could really find the relic of the Time Master in Starfall Mountain, then the possibility of that person forcing it on him was very small. Something big must have happened about 15 years ago. It's a pity that the heavens and the myriad worlds don't know what happened. It's possible that the change was above the heavens. Suyu thought to himself as he suppressed these thoughts. This matter was still far away from him, so there was no rush to think about it. End of chapter 607. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.